You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You keep me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how.
Welcome to an evening of old-time radio. I'm so glad you're here for this collection of great mystery crime detective radio shows called A Whole Lot of Crime. I'm Greg, coming to you from the Retro Radio Sanctorum. As always, all audio has been remastered and optimized, and you can also skip my commentary by simply clicking on the timestamp links in the description below. This is a really unique collection today, with some really well-known radio shows, but also many very rare or lesser-known shows that you may or may not have heard of before. All of them excellent and really unique. Also, this compilation is 10.5 hours long, so get ready for a whole lot of crime shows. All right, on to the first few. In The Sniper from Stand By for Crime, there's a killer using a sniper rifle targeting random people, and Chuck receives a phone call from him letting him know that he's next on the list. This is a really riveting story with a lot of thrills, a lot of suspense, from a really great show that sadly only ran for a few episodes in 1951. Next is Hawthorne House Mystery from that great show The Saint, starring Vincent Price. Simon is on his way to a dinner party on Long Island when the cab he's in breaks down. A man runs up to the cab and tells Simon and his driver that he's also a cab driver, but he's abandoned his taxi at the Hawthorne house, where he was dropping off a passenger. Nobody has lived in that house for 100 years, but when the man looked in the window, he saw what appeared to be the original owners of the house in period dress having dinner at the table. Thus begins one of the Saint's strangest adventures as he investigates and discovers a murder, an inheritance, and a very weird plot. Next is T-Man, another short-lived radio show in 1950 that featured Dennis O'Keefe playing a different treasury agent in each episode, chasing down counterfeiters and bringing them to justice. Not to be confused with the similar show T-Men. In the case of the Bleeding Gold, O'Keefe investigates a strange counterfeiting ring that makes gold coins with more gold in them than the U.S. government issues. This one easily fits into the hard-boiled detective genre, and it's a really unique and exciting mystery story. It aired April 29, 1950. Then we have On Schedule from The Black Book, that great show that asked listeners to identify the criminal's fatal mistake each week, and starring the great Paul Frees as the host. In this one, which has been attributed as the premiere episode, but I cannot confirm that, an accountant who has been embezzling plans what he believes is the perfect crime while traveling on a commuter train on the way to New York. You might think that a story about an embezzling accountant would be boring, but you would be wrong. It aired February 17, 1952. And then next we have The Robber's Getaway from that little-known show, The Lady in Blue. Now this is a very rare, little-known detective show from 1951 featuring a beautiful, young, smart, wealthy woman as a detective, a rarity in those days. Think Candy Matson. She always wears a small blue mask over the upper portion of her face. Her maid, Harriet Higgins, serves as her assistant. In this one, which is a continuation of a previous episode, she and Harriet arrive at the Bachelor's Club investigating a robbery. In an ironic twist, the robbers use her car as a getaway vehicle. Now, I will say the sound quality is pretty subpar on this one, despite doing my best to optimize it, but I still included it as this is such a unique and rare show, and one of the very few shows that stars a female detective. Then we have the marriage annulment murder case from Hearthstone of the Death Squad. Hearthstone the detective was first seen in an episode of Mystery Theater in 1949, and then by 1951, when the show's ratings began to drop, the show had changed its name to Hearthstone of the Death Squad, rebuilding the entire show around this one character. Played by Alfred Shirley, who had previously played Watson opposite John Stanley's Sherlock Holmes, Hearthstone is not all that different in style from Holmes or Hercule Poirot. The implacable manhunter from the Metropolitan Police, Hearthstone always got the killer, and he always sent him to the chair. In this story, a young wife is married to an old man, and she wants to get an annulment. When she's found murdered, the obvious signs point to the husband. This originally aired on December 13th, 1951. Time to enjoy the shows I will steal in a little bit.
Stand by for crime.
Hi, I'm Chuck Morgan, newscaster at station KOP here in Los Angeles. You know, there's nothing that strikes terror to the heart of a city more than the knowledge that there's a maniacal killer at large, especially one who kills just for the sake of killing, with no apparent motive or reason. Now, we had one here in L.A. a while ago. The press dubbed him the Sniper. He used a rifle to pick off his victims from dark alleys or upstairs windows or even automobiles. 5 murders were credited to him without the police getting an inkling as to his identity. And it was at this point that the guy began warning his victims. He'd make a phone call and say, "You're next," and hang up. Sure, the police gave the warned victim protection, but you can't assign a couple of cops to standing guard over a man forever. This the Sniper knew. He'd merely wait until the cops were called off the job, even if it took 6 months, and then crack down. Well, this was a deal that I was thinking about last Tuesday. I was sitting here in my office, mulling over the situation, when my blonde secretary, Carol Curtis, came in with some stuff.
Hi, Chuck.
Hi.
Here's the stuff on the mayor's talk last night.
I leave it in the basket.
Okay. Hey, what's the matter with you?
Oh, this Sniper gag is getting me down.
Yeah, it's pretty serious. Let's see, that blonde girl who was shot last week made the 10th victim, didn't she?
Yeah. And her warning came in 4 months ago.
Well, one thing you can say about this Sniper, he's got patience.
He's got more than patience. He's got the cunning of a warped brain, the heartlessness of a man who doesn't know the meaning of human emotions.
You think he's nuts, huh?
Sure, he's nuts. All his predecessors were nuts, like Jack the Ripper and all the others. You know, honey, the trouble is there's a type of insanity that only a psychiatrist would recognize. Criminals like the Sniper are the most dangerous.
The police are taking an awful beating from the taxpayers.
I know.
I talked to Bill Meggs down at headquarters yesterday. He's about ready to throw in the sponge.
He won't. Bill talks about quitting, but he never will. Oh, doggone it, Glamour Puss. What are we going to do?
What are we going to do? Now listen, Chuck. If you begin sticking your chin out on this, I'll divorce you.
I absolutely refuse to give you a divorce until after we're married.
Very funny. Okay, so I'll break our engagement.
We aren't engaged.
We are too. You proposed to me 2 weeks ago, and I accepted.
Oh, that.
It's official and final, and there's nothing you can do about it. I'm even making payments on a ring, which Pappy Mansfield has agreed to deduct from your salary.
He what?
Well, you certainly don't expect me to be engaged without a ring. Or do you want it to become known around town that Chuck Morgan is a cheat?
Answer the phone.
Chuck Morgan, you don't seem to realize
Answer the phone, I said.
Oh, all right.
Ring.
Chuck Morgan's office. Who? Chuck, It's the Sniper.
Give me that phone. Morgan speaking. I see. Now listen up.
Chuck, what did he say?
He said just 2 words, Glamour Puss. You're next. Well, it looked like I was going to stick out my chin on this deal, whether I wanted to or not. Now I knew how those other victims had felt when they heard the warning come to them over the phone. It wasn't a pleasant feeling. You thought of yourself walking along a street some night and hearing the bark of a rifle, feeling the impact of a bullet between your shoulder blades. You wondered what night it would be, and you thought of all the nights in between before it happened, and you wished you were 1,000,000 miles away living in a desert island. The voice that came to me over the phone was neither young nor old. He could have been 16 or 60, but it didn't matter. What he said was what mattered. And the implication of it was still ringing in my ears when I hung up the phone.
Chuck, this is horrible. It's awful.
All right, don't get excited, Glamour Puss. I'm not dead yet.
Well, you will be. All of the others are. Every single one of them.
That's a cheerful picture.
Oh, I'm sorry. Only I couldn't bear it.
No, wait. Let's cut out being so morbid and do some constructive thinking for a change.
Okay.
Do you remember Danny Yates?
Oh, sure. He was a little bookmaker, a couple of racketeers framed for a job he didn't do.
That's the one.
And you saved him from a 5-year stretch by proving him innocent.
Right. Now, our first move will be to go down and have a talk with Danny.
Are you crazy?
Huh?
The only place we can find Danny Yates is on Skid Row. And Skid Row is where the sniper hangs out.
Oh, that's only theory, Glamourpuss. Nobody knows where the sniper hangs out. Besides, it's the last place he'd expect to find me. Come on. Get your bonnet. I had a theory about our friend the sniper. You know, usually guys like him followed a pattern. The pattern stemmed from frustration. Killing was a release to the same pent-up energy that warped their brains. And because of this frustration, they all had the same weakness, a desire for recognition, all of which didn't prove anything. But if Danny Yates reacted the way I hoped, I might get a lead. It was getting dark when Carol and I reached Skid Row. The place hadn't changed much since my last visit. Skid Rows never do, except to grow bigger.
I still don't see why you didn't tell Bill Meggs and get some police protection.
If I had, they wouldn't let me come down here.
But that's what I mean. Oh, I hate this place.
Then why did you come?
Well, if you're going to be shot in the back, I want to be on hand to catch the body when it falls.
Ouch. You're a cute kid, Glamourpuss. Well, here's the joint.
Joint is right. Ooh, what crummy-looking characters.
The time has come for you to stop talking, Glamourpuss, so shut up.
Oh, sometimes I wonder why I don't hate you.
Now, let's take a look around. Yeah. There's Danny at the corner table over there playing his usual game of solitaire. Come on. The black 6 goes on the red 7, Danny.
Now, look, who's playing it? Oh. Hello, Morgan.
Hi.
What's on your mind?
Social visit, Danny. Mind if we sit down?
Oh, go ahead.
How about buying us a drink?
Sure. What'll you have?
Smirnoff vodka and soda for me.
How about the chick?
The chick isn't drinking. She's particular.
Now listen, Glamourpuss.
Don't blast her out, Morgan. She's cute.
That's what Chuck just told me. And you can both keep your compliments.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, Danny.
2 Smirnoffs and soda.
All right.
What's it all about, Morgan? Want a tip on a horse?
Yeah. The 11th race is coming up, Danny. The horse's name is Sniper.
There ain't no such horse.
Yes. He's been running a lot of dead heats lately. What do you think his chances of losing the next one are, Danny?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Here's your drinks.
Yeah, put them on my tab, Mike.
Okay.
Danny, you have the reputation of being an honest bookie. You always pay your debts.
And you figure I owe you something?
5 years is a long time to be locked up for a man who likes his freedom as much as you.
Yeah. This tip on your horse kind of important to you personally, Morgan?
Practically a matter of life and death.
I get it. Wait here.
Right.
I didn't know you were so good at double talk, Chucky boy.
Shh. Danny prefers it that way.
Well, you're not silly enough to think that he or anyone else down here actually knows the identity of the sniper, do you?
Nobody down here wants to know the sniper's identity. Then they can't talk.
Well, suppose he began sniping at some of the local characters.
He'd be surprised how quickly he'd be found out.
You got a pencil and paper, Morgan?
Right here.
All right. Write down this number. 222 Front Street. There's a chick lives there named May. She's got a kid brother named Tony. Kind of a wild kid. Likes to play horses.
Got it. Danny, your pal.
Step it, Morgan. By the way, you figure we're square now?
The slate's wiped clean, Danny. Thanks. Front Street was an alley that divided a city block. A street light burned in the end we entered. The buildings on either side were old and seemed to be mostly deserted. Our shadows marched ahead of us as we advanced into the gloom. A figure peered out at us from the darkness of a doorway. We heard the step and whirled around. But whoever it was must have gotten cold feet when he saw my hand reach toward a pocket. Footsteps pounded away down the alley. I began to wish I hadn't let Carol come with me. Then I remembered what an important role she was playing in this drama, much more than even she suspected. We stopped before a door. I lit a match, saw that it was 2:22. Well, this is it.
May and her brother must like to live away from things.
Low rent is probably the answer to that one. Now, look. After we've talked to May a few minutes, I want you to remind me of something.
For instance?
We'll make it go something like this. Hey, Chuck, don't forget that you're meeting Danny Yates at the corner of Wilshire and Rossmore at 11:30. Got it?
Stop me if I'm wrong, but didn't we just leave Danny Yates?
Will you do as I say and don't ask questions?
Oh, okay. Well, suppose May isn't home.
We'll just have to think of... The girl who answered the door was the homeliest female I'd ever seen. She had a horse face and buck teeth. Her skin was pockmarked and her eyes were crossed. Then we got another shock. She spoke, and her voice was the antithesis of her looks. It was low, resonant, and rich.
Yes?
Are you May?
Yes, I am. Won't you come in?
Thanks.
I suppose you're the police.
What makes you think that?
I knew it was bound to happen sooner or later. You're after Tony, aren't you? I suppose you have a warrant?
Tony, your brother?
Yes.
What do you think he's done?
I don't know. Will you wait here a minute, please? Tony?
Yeah?
You come here a minute, please?
Hey, who's the broad?
That'll be enough, Tony.
No kidding, sis. She's got class. Introduce me, will you?
They're from the police, Tony.
Are you kidding? This babe ain't no cop. Hey, how about it, chick?
If you don't mind, I don't like being pawed.
Aw, don't be so hard to get along with. I go for blondes. Honest, I do.
Keep your hands off her, son.
Well, listen to him. She your special property or something?
Could be. Let go of her.
Sure I will. And just what do you think you're gonna... Punk!
I'm going to do this about it. I'm sorry, May, but your brother doesn't seem to have any manners.
He's always been that way. I'm glad you hit him. He deserved it. Tony's all the family I have, and I try not to blame him too much.
Oh, you poor kid. Here, sit down.
Oh, my jaw. What happened?
You ran into something that didn't agree with you. Get up on your feet. Now sit down in that chair and behave yourself.
Keep your hands off me, jughead. So you're a cop, huh? Well, you ain't got nothing on me. Nothing.
I don't imagine it'd take very long to get something on you. But since I'm not a cop, we'll skip it for now.
You're not from the police?
No, I'm Chuck Morgan, newscaster in KOP. This is my secretary, Carol Curtis.
Oh, then Tony hasn't gotten into trouble again.
That's a matter of opinion.
Oh, thank goodness. Lately, every time there's been a knock at the door, it's been someone looking for Tony with a complaint.
Oh, will you quit your blubbering, sis? I ain't done nothing. If you're Chuck Morgan, what are you doing here?
Came down to see a friend of mine, Danny Yates. He gives me tips on horses. Someone at the saloon said I might find him here.
Well, he ain't here.
So I see.
Well, what difference does it make, Chuck?
What?
Say, didn't you leave word to have Danny meet you at the corner of Rossmore and Wilshire at 11:30?
Yeah, but meeting him here would have simplified his matters, that's all. All right, let's get going. May, I'm sorry if we troubled you.
Oh, it's all right, Mr. Morgan. I'm just glad that Tony hasn't done anything wrong, that's all.
Well, I wouldn't count on that too much, May. Kids like Tony usually wind up behind bars. They get ideas. They get away with 1 or 2 jobs and think they're smarter than the cops. But it never works out that way. A fact that Tony, I believe, is going to find out sooner than he thinks. Well, I'd been shooting arrows into the air all evening without knowing for sure where any of them were going to fall. I'd learned a couple of things for sure and was guessing at a lot more. Everything now depended on who was listening to my 11 o'clock broadcast. Carol and I got back to the studio about 10:30 and found Pappy Mansfield, owner of KOP, waiting for us. Hi, Pappy.
Say, where the devil you two been?
Huh?
Don't you realize you've got an 11 o'clock broadcast?
No, Pappy. It's only 10:30, plenty of time.
Plenty of time, my foot. There's all that wire stuff that's got to be gone over and the script written. Carol, you get into the newsroom.
No, wait a minute. Hold it, Glamour Puss. We can forget the wire stuff tonight, Pappy. Carol and I have dug up a better yarn.
It's really a honey, Pappy. Wait till you hear it.
It better be good. Well, what is it?
Your favorite newscaster had a call from the sniper tonight.
What's news about that? There's a lot of people that get... What? You mean the sniper called you?
Right.
I don't believe it. He wouldn't dare.
Don't be so sure, Pappy. I'm no different than anyone else. If the sniper wants to call me, he has every right in the world to call me.
Chuck, this is serious, my boy. You act as if you're delighted at the prospect of being shot in the back.
Well, that's what I've been telling him all evening. Only he won't listen.
Pappy, I'm delighted about two things. First, this is going to be a knockout of a story for my broadcast tonight. And second, it's going to be the end of the sniper.
I suppose you figure that when your dear public learns their favorite newscaster has been picked for elimination, they'll demand that the sniper give himself up. And he'll do it.
Amounts to the same thing, I hope.
You sound pretty sure of yourself.
I'm just whistling in the dark, Pappy. I'm really scared stiff.
You would be too, Pappy, if you knew somebody was going to shoot you in the back.
Well, you don't have to apologize for him, Carol. Have you notified the police?
Well, he wouldn't let me. Instead, we took a trip down to Skid Row. Chucky boy got a tip on a horse race. Then we called on May. Oh, it was loads of fun.
All right, Glamour Puss. Your sarcasm isn't helping the situation. Pappy, look, as usual, I've got to ask you to give me a hand in this. How about it?
Well, you know you can count on me, Chuck, but first I'd like to have you cut out all this double talk and bring me up to date on the facts. I know you've been up to something. Now, what is it?
Good. Carol, get into the office and start knocking out tonight's script while Pappy and I go into a huddle,
Okay, but just remember, I'm in on this, too.
Pappy, the first thing I want you to do is call Bill Meggs at headquarters. Tell him that I did my broadcast as per schedule, making a big thing of the fact that I was next on the sniper's list. The telephone began ringing almost at once, and Carol had a time of it, assuring everyone I had ample police protection, and for the time being at least was safe. Well, Carol and I left the studio a few minutes after 11:15 and drove out Vine to Rossmar. Just beyond 6th, we parked the jalopy and walked up towards Wilshire on the west side of the street. We came to a driveway with a hedge and stopped in the shadows. Wait here a minute, Glamour Puss. I'll be right back.
Where are you going?
Keep your eye on the corner up there and don't move.
Okay.
I went up the drive and around the garage and checked on the street in the next block. Then I came back to where Carol waited. Anything happen?
Well, a car just drove up and parked beyond the bus stop on Wilshire.
The car Carol pointed out was an old convertible. The top was up, but there was no glass in the back window. It was headed west. Anyone sitting inside had a clear view over the benches that were placed at the bus stop. I wasn't sure, but I thought that the convertible's motor was idling.
Chuck, look at the crowd gathering at the bus stop. Gee, that's an awful lot of people to be waiting for a bus at this time of night.
I hope the sniper, if he's waiting in that convertible, doesn't think so. He might get suspicious.
Suspicious of what?
Most of those people are cops. It's all part of the plan.
What plan? Why aren't I in on it?
You're in on it more than you think, Glamour Puss, and I'll tell you all about it in the morning.
Why, do you mean I've been a guinea pig all evening?
Mm-hmm. More or less. Now listen, will you stop asking questions?
Okay.
And maybe I'll tell you what's going to happen.
Oh, you'd better.
Look, in a minute, Danny Yates is going to come walking up Wilshire towards the bus stop.
Uh-huh.
He'll mingle with the crowd. A minute after that, the bus will come along, and everyone will get on but Danny.
Well, what'll he be doing?
He'll be left sitting on the bench alone. A perfect target for the sniper.
Who's in the parked convertible?
Yes, well, at least that's what we're going to find out. If he is, he'll probably take a shot at Danny and then head up Wilshire. Now, unless I miss my guess, he'll turn right on Muirfield to get out of the traffic.
Well, wait a minute. There's something cockeyed here. Why is the sniper going to snipe at Danny Yates when you're his boy?
Muirfield Street makes a turn after it leaves Wilshire and swings back to Rossmore. Now, I'm counting on the sniper not knowing that because there's a police blockade over there right now.
Which doesn't answer my question. Why is the sniper...
Keep quiet. Here comes Danny. Danny came briskly up to the bus stop, timing his arrival with the arrival of the bus itself. He mingled with the crowd, and for a minute I lost him. Then the last of the people got on. The bus swung away, and Danny was left sitting alone on the bench. Then something happened I hadn't counted on. The bus, as it passed the parked convertible, began to backfire. I glanced at it and then back to Danny. Danny was gone. But I could see one of his legs sticking up over the back of the bench. Then Carol yelled,
"The convertible, Chuck, it's moving away."
"Wait here, Glamour Puss." I ran up the driveway, cut across a patch of lawn, and forded a 5-foot fence. I landed on my hands and knees, just as a pair of headlights swung around the corner of Muirfield. It was a convertible, and the driver saw the blockade of police cars at the moment I was getting to my feet. It slewed into the opposite curve with a squealing of brakes. The door opened, and a figure got out and sprinted across the lawn. I followed. The figure disappeared around a house. Lights sprang on in the house. Their reflection showed me a shadow climbing over a back fence. I took a running jump. The two of us landed on the other side at the same time. Something swished through the air, and I caught the gleam of a rifle barrel. The blows struck me glancingly, and I went down. I saw the rifle barrel coming again, and I made a lunge for the guy's legs. I hung on for dear life, dodging his blows with the rifle till my head had cleared. Then I reared up and dumped the guy. I grabbed him by the shirt front, pulled him into me, and then I gave him a hard right. And he crumpled up like a colt dropped from a hook. Well, mister, I guess this is the end of the trail.
Chuck Morgan, where are you? I must have gone over the fence.
I'm over here, Pappy. I got out my lighter and knelt down, pulled out the guy's hat. A mass of hair spilled out from under that hat. The face that was revealed by the rays from my lighter was pockmarked and ugly. It was the face of May.
You all right, Chuck?
Sure, I'm fine.
So that's the sniper, eh? Well, holy smoke, it's a girl.
It's a girl, Pappy. What a lousy break life gave her.
Yeah, and what a lousy break she gave all her victims.
I don't mean it that way, Pappy. I was thinking of something else.
Oh, you were? What?
Don't think you'd understand, Pappy. But remind me to tell Carol to congratulate herself the next time she looks into a mirror. Carol and Pappy and I dropped into Nick Adele's for a beer and a sandwich before saying goodnight. It seemed good to see some bright lights and pleasant faces again. To know when I parked my car in the lot behind my apartment house later on, I wouldn't have to worry about a sniper peering through the sights of a rifle at my shoulder blades. I knew that Carol and Pappy had a lot of questions they wanted answered, and that neither of them was too happy about the way I'd handled this affair.
Now, let's see. We don't want to offend this mighty genius, Pappy. But wouldn't it be just dandy if he broke down and told us the secret of his great success?
It would indeed, my dear. It would indeed.
Now, look, I was only doing my duty as a good citizen and as a news reporter.
Well, why didn't you let me in on it?
Yeah, and me.
All right. Here's the way it was. In the first place, I figured out this frustration angle. It had to be someone like May. Only, of course, I thought it was a man.
Well, think of that. The great mind made a mistake.
You see, May was enjoying her publicity. Even though she remained anonymous, it was the only recognition she had in her life. So when I announced over the air tonight I'd received a warning from the sniper, it burned her up to think that someone else was stealing her stuff.
Someone else?
Yeah. Glamour puss.
Yeah?
You didn't actually think that the sniper had called me, did you?
Well, why shouldn't I?
Yeah, who was it then?
It was Danny Yates, Pappy.
No.
You see, Danny had been wanting to repay me for the favor I'd done him, so I gave him his chance. He pretended to be the sniper for Carol's benefit. Then he pretended that he was giving me a tip on the races for Carol's benefit. Then I let May know I knew Danny Yates. At 11, I broadcast the fact that I'd been warned. May heard the broadcast. She put two and two together. She figured it was Danny who was trying to muscle in on her act.
Chuck Morgan, do you mean that all the time?
Look, I had to do it, Glamour Puss. If you thought I'd been warned by the sniper, Pappy, Bill Miggs, and everyone else would be convinced. I had to make the whole thing look like for real. Neither one of you would have helped me with a crazy idea like this if you thought I was pretending.
And who was that sitting on the bench at the bus stop?
That was a dummy, dressed up to look like Danny. Pappy helped with that.
Oh.
Danny himself boarded the bus, got in with the crowd, crouched down, and rode away.
Oh, I don't know whether to feel mad or glad that the big lug's alive. Pappy, what would you do?
Why don't you just order another beer and forget the whole thing?
I'll tell you what I'd do, Carol. I'll tell you, I'd skip a couple of payments on your ring that he's paying for.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that ought to fix you, hadn't it?
Oh, Pappy, that's a wonderful idea. That's just what I'll do. Then he'll
Now,
have
wait a minute. No, I didn't order any ring. On my salary, I can't afford to have a ring.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as The Saint.
Hey, Mr. Templar.
Yes, Louis?
Starting to rain.
So it is.
You couldn't get a dinner back in town? You had to travel all the way out here in the country to eat?
Louis, I was invited to a dinner party, and Long Island is hardly the country.
It's full of trees, ain't it?
True. This does happen to be a rather lonely spot, but...
The rain is getting heavier, too. I should have stood in Brooklyn.
Oh, I'm sorry, Louis.
What is a cabbie from Brooklyn doing out here in the middle of nature?
He seems to be driving a cab. Hey, Louis.
Yeah?
Is it possible that the roof of your cab leaks?
It's possible.
It's leaking.
On you?
On me.
Well, after all, Mr. Temple, according to the chemistry books, we're composed of 98% water anyways.
Perhaps. I find the percentage high enough without any additions, however.
There's no extra charge. We've got... Hey, Mr. Temple, the motor. It stopped.
So I notice. Discouragement?
No, it's possible the hood leaks, too.
Oh, that's nice.
No, don't blame the motor. After all, it ain't composed 98% water.
It shortly will be. While we sit here and calmly contract pneumonia.
Who's calm? Look, Mr. Temple, you know something? This could be the beginning of like a real horror story. It's the nighttime we're two guys stuck out here in the wilderness.
Long Island.
The rain is raining, the thunder is thundering, and I'm scared. You know what ought to happen next? If this was a horror story... That's what ought to happen next.
It did. Oh, sound came from the left through those trees.
Yeah. Oh, hey, I see lights.
It must be a house. Doesn't seem very far away.
But that's where the dog yelled from, huh?
Yes, except that judging from the sound, the dog was outside. That's strange. Why would a dog be out in this downpour?
Maybe he read a book on chemistry. Or maybe he's just leading the dog's life. That was a joke, I think.
Yeah. And I may laugh later. At this moment, there's someone running down the road.
Yeah, from the direction of the house. Look, he's heading for us.
I hope you don't mind, but can you give me a lift back to Glenville?
Oh, we'd be glad to, except that we're stuck here ourselves. However, you can join us inside. It's slightly less damp.
Thanks. But I won't stay long. I don't care for the neighborhood.
Yeah, how did you get here?
I'm a cab driver.
Well, where's your cab?
Back there.
That house?
Yeah, the Hawthorne place.
Well, why didn't you take your cab when you left?
Because I was in a hurry. Because there was things closer to the camp than I was.
What kind of things?
Listen, young man. Nobody lives in the Hawthorne house. Nobody's lived there for over 100 years. So tonight, back in town, I picked up a fare, and where does he want to go? The Hawthorne house. I'm an old fool, so I take him there. He gets out at the house, tells me to wait, goes inside. I walk around to stretch my legs. Then I notice the house is all lit up. I think that's mighty queer, but I figure maybe somebody new bought the place.
Well, perhaps someone did.
No, because I go around to the side, and I look into the house through the big front window, and I see who's in the house. It ain't anybody new.
Oh, who was it?
It was the folks who used to live in that house 100 years ago.
Huh?
And what was worse, they were sitting around a table eating dinner.
Oh, I see. You say they were the people who lived there 100 years ago. Well, how could you know that?
Because of the way they was dressed. Because of the way they looked. Mister, I've lived in Glenville all my life. And there's pictures of the Hawthornes going way back in the Glenville Town Hall.
Well, perhaps the people you saw were descendants of the original Hawthorne.
Sure, except nobody dresses that way anymore. Except that one of them was bleeding all to the tablecloth with his throat cut open, and another was putting food into his mouth, only he didn't have a face around that mouth.
Look, you're positive you didn't imagine.
All right, I imagined it. I'm crazy. Think whatever you like. But me, I'm getting out of here. So long.
Let's us get out of here, too, Louis.
Oh, that's swell with me. Are we going to walk to Glenville?
No, I'd like to take a look at that house.
Why?
Oh, we may still be in time for dinner.
Mr. Templar, I ain't hungry. And besides, that guy might still maybe be bleeding.
I doubt it.
You do, huh? Why?
You're forgetting we're 98% water, aren't you?
Oh, that answer's supposed to cheer me up.
It's the dog I'm worrying about, Louis.
Why?
Well, out here, a dog would be kept for companionship, protection. Therefore, why was that dog put out in the rain?
I just as soon forget the dog. Ooh, somebody is busy not paying attention to me. Oh, hey, that's the house, huh?
Yeah, obviously. Colonial architecture, large, rather pretty. Huh, brilliantly lit.
With colonial electricity?
Candles, Louis.
Huh?
You can see them through that large window. Chandeliers ablaze with candles.
I can't see anything else except the ceiling. Oh, that must be the dining room.
Yeah, probably.
Mr. Templar, is all this real?
It seems to be. Huh. Hey, bell pull on the door, huh?
Ooh, the dog don't like a ring in the bell. Look, Mr. Templar, look. An elephant with teeth.
Yeah, it's a large dog. It's drenched.
Look out for your hand. You could easily swallow it. Ooh, look, now he's heading for me. Mr. Templar, did I have to come all the way out here to feed a dog?
Oh, don't be silly, Louis. He likes you. He's looking up at you.
Yeah, trying to decide which part to start on.
Louis, there's positively a light in his eyes. For all you know, you may be his ideal.
Yeah, sure. His ideal dog food. Oh, get down. Mr. Templar, leave us go inside, huh?
No one answered the bell. I wonder. It's open.
Hey, look, the pooch. He's leaving.
It's strange. He sounds terrified. But of what?
I didn't say a thing.
Hallway seems empty. Let's go in.
Ooh. Kind of quiet.
Yeah.
Not even a chain clanking, not even a creaking.
Hey, Louis,
What?
there's a door down the hallway. It's probably the dining room.
I ain't hungry.
House is old, dusty, unused. But there is a light.
Maybe they forgot to turn the gas off when they all died or something.
Uh-huh. It's the dining room.
I ought to run out and buy some oil for the door.
Large table in the center, chairs all around, white linen and polished silver on the table.
Yeah, plus dishes with food.
Yeah. And food that's warm, Louis.
Look, Mr. Templar, I don't like this. A house in which nobody's lived for 100 years, miles from anywheres, all lit up with candles in the middle of the night, a table with fresh cooked food on it, and there's no one at all at the table.
Unless we can't see them, Louis.
Yeah. Found a lot of cobwebs, Mr. Templar, and a lot of empty rooms, but nothing living.
No. May as well head back for the dining room.
Don't let your appetite tempt you. Probably by now all the food has vanished.
Hey, listen to that sound.
Yeah. Like dishes rattling?
Yeah. Come on.
Maybe the guests all came back.
They weren't in the house. It would mean they'd all have to rush out into the rain, but why?
They were thirsty, maybe. I don't know. What?
The door's ajar. Shh. Perhaps we can look in without being seen.
Yeah.
Hey.
I don't believe it. A butler. An old guy dressed in clothes that belong in a museum. Look, he's got knee pants on with lace cuffs.
And at that table, where there's no one seated, he's serving dinner.
Maybe he's just practicing.
For what?
I heard of ghost writers. Maybe he's a ghost butler.
Suppose we go in and find out, huh?
Yeah.
Good evening.
Be still, if you please, be still.
He's afraid we might disturb the guests.
He's gathering some of the dishes. Going to the swinging door. Probably leads to the pantry.
Look, he's waving on us. Should we wave back?
No, he wants us to join him. Come along.
Uh-huh. Serving pantry.
I beg your pardon.
Indeed you should.
But you are...
Hawthorne. Hawthorne's the name, of course. But the footman must have told you that.
The footman?
Caleb, he let you in, didn't he? Shouldn't have directed you to the dining room, of course. But then he's getting old. You'd better go to your quarters at once. There behind the main staircase. Glad you came along. We need you. Caleb isn't the man he used to be. But then he's been with the Hawthornes for so many years. I remember when he entered service.
You do?
It was the year old Boney got his toes toasted at Moscow.
Old Boney?
Can't stand around gossiping all evening. Guests might notice. Get to your quarters, men. I've work to do.
Hey. Look, he ducked out.
Yeah. The door's locked. Probably a spring latch, which means
We may as well go back to the dining room,
Look, something's wrong with this whole thing. Mr. Templar, who is Old Boney?
Huh? Oh, that happens to be the nickname the English had for Napoleon, Louis.
Oh, fine. So Hawthorne says he remembers the year Old Boney got his toes toasted at Moscow. Look, my brother-in-law, Joey, happens to be a very educated man.
College man?
No, graduated from the United States Army. He's now a mechanical-type engineer. Look, anyway, once he told me Napoleon was in Moscow in 1812.
Yes, your brother-in-law was correct.
But, Mr. Temple, that would make this guy Hawthorne over 150 years old.
I'm afraid it would.
A guy over 150 years old is dead. So what's Hawthorne doing walking around, huh?
Well, he may have been too busy to lie down and die.
That does not put a twinkle in my eye. Look, Mr. Temple, I want to go home.
Louis, there's a pattern here of some kind. A pattern for horror. And if that pattern is to mean anything, Hey, Louis.
Huh?
That closet there.
Yeah, it's a closet, yeah.
Yeah, suppose we open it.
Look, I don't like to mention this, but in all old families, you know what they keep in closets? They keep skeleton in closets. Temple, it fell down.
Yeah. No skeleton, however.
That I can see for myself.
Fortunate thing on the whole.
Why, what's fortunate about it?
Well, with a skeleton, you could never tell whether or not its throat had been cut.
His throat has been cut?
Yeah, thoroughly.
Let's go take a trip someplace.
Louis,
what?
Haven't you realized something else?
I don't think I wanna.
This man here is dressed just as we are, not in the costume of a dead age.
Well, it didn't help him any. Oh, you found something?
Yeah. Long brown hairs clinging to his clothes and... various papers. Yeah. In life, Louis, his name was Charles Gray. He was a lawyer.
Oh, the Bar Association ain't gonna like this.
There's something else.
What?
He was carrying this document, Louis.
Yeah, what is it?
A copy of the last will of one Samuel Hawthorne.
Hawthorne? Him we didn't meet yet.
No, lots of closets we haven't opened yet either.
Yeah, we're not going to if I can help it. Well, what does the will say? And you better read fast because all them candles, are beginning to give up.
I, Samuel Hawthorne, being sound of mind and body, do hereby make this my last will and testament. It is my desire that all my heirs in time to come, in order to inherit my vast fortunes, must at least once a year open Hawthorne House and there give a ceremonial dinner to the neighboring gentry.
In costume?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
At this dinner, everyone present must wear clothing of my time.
Uh-huh, yeah.
My heirs must be of high moral repute and avoid divorces. Obviously, the dead man here, Mr. Charles Gray, was the lawyer in charge of the estate and presumably came here to make sure the terms of the will were met.
Okay, so now we know the ghosts weren't really ghosts. Yeah, but what? We haven't seen any of them.
It's true. Nor any neighboring gentry. However, that stipulation was probably waived.
Yeah, look, Mr. Templar, we better maybe get the police.
Yeah, there aren't any phones around here, Louis.
Couldn't we walk to Glenville?
No, Louis, I think we're here for the night.
Oh, fine. Fits right in with that pattern for horror you mentioned. Oh, all I personally need right now is for someone to scream good and loud Mr. Templar, this makes the second time we've searched the house and found nothing.
That was a woman screaming, Louis.
Maybe it was a ghost.
Ghosts aren't supposed to scream. They clank chains.
Yeah, maybe this here ghost didn't know that. What, back to the dining room?
Sure, I suppose. Only room in the house with light.
Is that good? Maybe the corpse took a walk or No, still here.
Yeah, and still dead.
Hello, fellas. Having fun?
Dressed up like Napoleon, too. Look, he ain't walking very straight.
I hate to seem inquisitive, but, Mr. Gray, his throat's in a bad way, isn't it?
It's not especially normal. I'm Simon Templar. And you?
James Hawthorne, sir. Besides housebreaking, your occupation is what? Hey, you're the saint, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Oh. Isn't the slitting of larynxes rather an odd occupation for the saint?
Well, it would be if I'd cut Mr. Gray's throat.
However, you're Samuel Hawthorne's heir?
Yeah, the current one, yes. You've been snooping.
But there was a clause in the will about divorce.
You've been overdoing that snooping.
You're married, Mr. Hawthorne?
Sorry. It would have helped supply a motive, I suppose, but I'm not, nor have I ever been, fortunate or unfortunate enough to be married.
A woman screamed a few moments ago. Who was she?
I didn't hear.
Well, you couldn't have failed to if you were in the house.
But I wasn't.
But you must have been. It's been raining out. Your clothes are dry and spotless.
Well, to be honest, I wasn't in the house, and yet I was. You searched the house, I presume?
Yes.
You overlooked the cellar.
I didn't find one.
It's a tricky place to get to. The entrance is behind the chimney in the parlor. Has something to do with colonial politics, perhaps. At any rate, I was down there.
You're fond of cellars?
Well, when they were equipped with bottles and bottles and bottles of Napoleon brandy, yes. Now, if you don't mind, I'll sit down. I have another few hours to remain in costume and here, in order to comply with the terms of the will. I'm sleepy. I shall, therefore...
That's polite.
It's more probably brandy.
So what do we do? Sit here and listen to him snore?
Napoleon keeps cropping up all the time. Louis, suppose we go downstairs and have a look at his bottles,
Ooh, some staircase down to the cellar.
Yeah, it's very narrow. My shoulders keep rubbing against the wall.
And a dirty wall, too. Hey, look, the cellar's all lit up. Candles on barrels. Hey, and lots of barrels, not to mention kegs and casks and everything.
Hands up.
Yeah, casks and blondes and...
I said hands up.
With 42 caliber revolvers. 42?
You didn't expect me to be armed, did you?
I'm afraid we didn't expect you at all, Miss...
Naturally you would say that. But this isn't going to work out the way you thought.
I'm afraid I haven't had any thoughts recently.
Look, Mr. Temple, she's running up the stairs.
Yes. Hey. She bolted the door behind her.
Oh, Mr. Templar, that was a very solid type of door leading to the cellar. And the cellar is about 6 miles underneath the ground, and we're locked in.
Oh, don't worry, Louis. We'll be released in time.
In time for what? A funeral?
That girl was beautiful, Louis.
She's on the other side of a locked door, so what good does it do you, huh?
I can worry.
Oh, this is an occupation for a grown man. Worry about what?
The part she's playing in this entire massacre.
Mr. Templar!
Yeah, those were shots.
Did they answer your question?
Hardly. We don't know who shot at whom.
The girl had a revolver.
Yeah, so she had.
Still locked?
Yeah, still locked. Don't bother, Louis. No one will answer. May as well go down again and make ourselves comfortable.
Yeah. For how long? 20 years?
Oh, don't be silly, Louis.
You got an optimistic thought?
We'd never last 20 years down here.
You know something, Mr. Templar? I'm beginning to feel aged in the wood.
You better restrain yourself. We've only been down here half an hour, perhaps.
Hey, the Marines have landed.
Let's get another bottle. Get another bottle.
Definitely an amphibious
Good
operation.
for the Oh, Mr. Templar. Tripling, huh?
Well, not exactly.
Very naughty of you. Don't mind admitting that's why I'm here myself. Need another bottle of brandy. Don't know what happened to that one upstairs. It's all empty. Must have evaporated, huh?
Oh, perhaps those shots frightened it out of the bottle.
Oh, you had them, too.
Yeah.
I had them myself, Matter of fact, I'm violating no confidence when I tell you those shots were fired at me.
Whoever shot at you couldn't have had very good aim.
Fortunately for me, no. Carla, dear cousin Carla, happens to be, and I permit myself to be vulgar, a lousy marksman. Or should I say markswoman?
Carla being blonde and beautiful.
Oh, you've married her. She's next in line for Samuel Hawthorne's pretty little fortune, If I should happen to be disqualified or dead.
Well, you have your bottle. Suppose we go upstairs,
An idea. About the staircase. Plaster walls. Comes out from one's shoulders, Can't rub it off, either. Back in the parlor. Mr. Temple, you have a reputation for these things. Who cut Mr. Gray's throat?
A murderer.
Oh, very fortuitous. But why?
It was Mr. Gray's task to see to it that the provisions of the will were observed. His death, therefore, must have had something to do with that. You're a bachelor?
Indeed I am.
Was he?
No, had a pretty little wife. Oh, she'll be desolate. As a matter of fact, merely thinking about her grief makes me desolate. Therefore, clutching this bottle, and I hope you won't think me too terribly selfish, I shall toddle off to Betty by a dusty bed, perhaps, but it's almost morning. Hey, good night, Charles.
Him, I'm very glad to see go. But how about us?
Now we go for the police, Louis, if your cab will start. However, Carla...
Oh, let's not look for her, huh, Mr. Templar? A girl with all those calibers don't appeal to me.
Oh, you're being narrow-minded, Louis. After all those shots, how many calibers can she have left?
It's wet out, it's cold, it's dark, but do I mind? No. Out here, at least, no ghosts. No corpses, neither.
Louis.
What?
Look.
Oh, the other cab.
Let's have a look, Louis.
Oh, I didn't like that. Should I take a look, too?
You might as well.
Okay. I'll take... Wow. It's the frightened cab driver, Mr. Templar.
Yes, except that nothing will frighten him anymore.
Mr. Templar, this here's not a healthy neighborhood for throats. His has been cut, too.
Yes, same technique is used on Gray. Louis, we've got to get back to the house.
You don't like our throats the way they are?
Come along, Louis. It's no time to go to Glenville.
There's lots of time.
In which a murderer may kill again.
Oh, let's change a few subjects, huh?
Very well. Yeah, I've got 3 questions, Louis. Why did the cab driver, whose body we've just seen, lie to us? Why did Carla think she was in danger from us? And can a bachelor be divorced?
The answer to the last one, I know. He can't.
Right. Therefore, we know who the murderer is, don't we?
Ooh. Hey, that dog.
We know about him, too, don't we?
What do we know about him?
You remember I mentioned the long brown hairs clinging to Gray's clothes?
Yeah?
Well, those hairs must have come from the dog we saw. The dog, therefore, belonged to Gray.
Oh. Hey, Mr. Templar, down the hall in that alcove?
Yeah, if I move quickly.
No. Let go of me.
Hello, Carla. Going to run away?
No, but I won't let go of the gun.
Yes, you will. It's much too heavy for you.
Ow.
Now, just come along with us.
All right. If you don't try anything.
I won't, except for catching a killer.
A killer? But what...
We want the dining room.
Well, everybody back so soon?
Nearly everyone, Mr. Hawthorne.
Oh, I'm glad you got Carla's gun, Mr. Templar. She might not miss me again.
We don't know that it was she who shot at you, do we, Carla?
Why?
It would be easy to discover if this gun has been fired recently.
Well, maybe I did shoot at him, but
There's something else that should come first. Charles Gray was murdered in this house earlier tonight. Why? Both you, Mr. Hawthorne, and Carla covered a fortune. That's why you're both here.
Yeah, Mr. Templar.
Louis, all Mr. Hawthorne had to do was spend the night here in appropriate costume and also refrain from appearing in a divorce case. A bachelor can appear in a divorce case, can't he, Mr. Hawthorne?
You found the papers for the divorce suit on Gray. Maybe me as correspondent, eh? He was always so touchy about his wife.
I didn't find them. Doesn't matter, however. I knew they or something like them had to exist. On the other hand, if Horton, the ghost butler we found serving dinner earlier this evening, is really insane...
You're trying to pin the murder on him?
He left the house in time to have committed it.
Yeah, there's usually a motive, you know.
Mr. Hawthorne, which murder are you talking about?
Gray's murder, naturally.
No, because Horton wouldn't have had to leave the house to kill him. Gray was murdered in this room. But you accepted my statement about having to leave the house to murder. We're both talking about the cab driver's murder, aren't we?
What cab driver?
The one who brought Gray here, the one who saw Gray murdered, the one who fled and then thought things over and decided to return for a little exercise in blackmail.
Mr. Templar, you said he lied to us, but what about?
You remember, Louis, he told us he'd looked into the dining room through the front window and had seen the ghosts at dinner? Do you also remember, however, that when we got to the house...
Yeah, we looked in the front window, too.
Yes.
Yeah, and all we could see through it was the chandeliers in the ceiling. I said so myself. Uh-huh. The cabbie lied.
And died for it.
Look, I haven't been outside the house all evening.
You must have been. You claimed you were in the cellar when we first met.
Yes.
That's why you didn't hear Carla scream. But the cellar stairway is narrow. It's impossible to avoid getting plaster on your shoulders. Plaster that can't be rubbed off. And yet when we first met, I remarked that your clothes were spotless.
They should have been wet.
Nonsense. You'd had time to change from your ordinary clothes. You didn't think of rubbing plaster on the costume, however. Too bad. You might then have applied to the scarlet of murder a coat of whitewash.
I was hiding in the cellar because James had threatened me. You see, I knew Mr. Gray was going to sue his wife for a divorce and name James.
And if he did, you would inherit all the Hawthorne money.
Yes, I was terrified that he would kill me.
I see. Tell me about Horton, Carla.
Poor Horton has been hired every year for the occasion. He's very, very old. Now tell me about you, Simon.
Well,
Mr. Templar, I don't mean to interrupt you and Miss Carla, but it's...
Louis,
Yeah?
you don't have the ghost of a chance.
You have been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now here is our star.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
This script of The Saint was written by Louis Vittes. In the cast, you heard Adrian Marden as Carla and Edmund McDonald as James. Tudor Owen was the butler. Fred Shields, the cab driver. Louis is played by Larry Dodkin. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen co-starring in RKO's production of His Kind of Woman. Your announcer, Don Stanley. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Whether it's comedy, music, or drama you're after, you'll find it on The Big Show today. And today also means a 1-hour adaptation of F. Scott Fitzgerald's exciting novel, This Side of Paradise, presented by Theater Guild on the Air and starring Richard Widmark and Nina Foch. April is Cancer Control Month. Guard your family against cancer by joining the 1951 Cancer Crusade. Mail your generous contribution to cancer, care of your local post office. Here are the cast of Green Pastures today on NBC.
T-Man, starring Dennis O'Keefe.
There's a guy out in Los Angeles wanted by Uncle Sam, and they told me to go get him. I don't know if this guy's short or tall, fat or thin. I don't know his habits or his pals, don't even know his name. But I'll bet you my badge I pick him up. Because that's the way Uncle wants it.
With Dennis O'Keefe, starred as Agent Dan O'Brien, we bring you another story of the relentless war against crime, fought by the agents of the Treasury Department. A war in the public interest, fought by T-Men. Tonight, the case of the bleeding gold.
What turned out to be the first break in the Bleeding Gold case came on April 6, 1950 at 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. But it didn't start in Washington. It started all the way across the country on a dark street in Los Angeles, California.
Okay, Parole. We got it. Let's get out of here.
Where's Clink?
Coming. He got sidetracked back there.
He's been warned before about that.
Here he comes.
Like taking candy from a baby.
Put the stuff in the back.
Okay.
Clink, let's see what you've got in your pockets.
Huh?
Let's get going.
Clink, I said let's see what you've got in your pockets.
I don't get sore, Parole.
Turn out your pockets, Clink.
Okay.
So I thought so. It's a pretty necklace, Clink.
Yeah, that's why I...
You know the orders. Gold jewelry. No stones. No diamonds, rubies, sapphires, and no pearls. Stones can be traced. We want gold. Just plain gold.
But I thought
Put that necklace back where you found it.
Back?
In the store. Now.
Okay. I'm taking it back.
Shut the door, Brownie.
Yeah. Gonna leave Clink here?
Yes.
But he's taking the stuff back.
Yes, but for the last time. And that doorway makes a nice frame.
A murdered hoodlum in a robbed jewelry store in Los Angeles shouldn't concern the Treasury Department. But the boys in California thought different. They sent the local police report through on the teletype, and the first thing in the morning, the chief had me in his office.
What do you make of it, Dan?
$20 gold piece. I haven't seen one in a long time. It's not bad either. Ring's all right. Feels all right.
And what about the engraving?
Yeah, it's a little fuzzy in the background, but it's a darn good counterfeit.
Here's the weird thing about it. There's more gold in that coin than in a genuine $20 issue.
More gold?
Where'd you get it?
It was found on Clink Spencer.
Oh, yeah. Fellow they picked up dead in front of the jewelry store?
That's right.
Gold jewelry. Counterfeit gold piece. But why?
Why go to all that trouble to steal gold and then put more of it in a coin than even the government does? You know something, Chief? I like this.
I hoped you would, Dan. Because I'm about to lay it right in your lap.
No, me and my big mouth. Look, what about the boys in Los Angeles?
They're working on it, of course, but, and I hate to say this to your face, you're the best counterfeit man we've got, so they've asked for you.
Yeah, thanks for the orchid, Chief. Oh, can I use your teletype?
Sure, I'll go with you.
Any more of these gold pieces turn out?
No, this is the first. We haven't got much to go on.
When did we ever have much to go on?
Oh, good morning, Mr. O'Brien.
Hiya.
That Los Angeles you're talking to, Mildred?
Yes, Chief.
Tell him to hold on.
Yes, sir.
You better address it to Greg, Dan. He's the local man on the case. Know him?
Not yet.
They're waiting, Chief.
Go ahead, Dan.
Okay. Greg from O'Brien, gold jewelry, thieves, and or counterfeiters. Am flying to L.A. end of week. Meet unsavory character. That'll be me, O'Brien. Pershing Square, make it Saturday noon.
Saturday noon?
Yeah. First bench on left as you enter from 6th Street. You will be reading the New York News. Oh, Little Abner is the cue. I guess that ought to do it.
Yes,
Thanks, Mildred. Oh, Chief, I'll be with you in a minute.
All right, Dan. I'll be in my office.
Millie, about Saturday,
I know, Dan. You don't have to explain.
Oh, gee, I hate to break the day.
Just be careful, huh?
Sure. And you, too. So long, kid. Chief, I'll need a cover. Could you get, say, Detroit police to send out Los Angeles office a flyer on a guy named Make It Harrigan, wanted for robbery?
You mean you're going to try for an inside job?
How else can I find out who's running things? And use a good picture of me for a change, will you?
You'll know what you're asking for if you play it that way.
Yes, I know. But I've got a hunch the only way to break this case is to get inside the mob.
Okay, Dan. I'll get out a flyer.
Good. And send me another counterfeit gold piece. Oh, I know they don't grow on trees, but get me one somehow. The one they found on the body's too dangerous.
Okay, I'll send it to Greg.
Well, I'm off to see the wizard. Be seeing you, Chief.
Okay, mister, here's Pershing Square, the 6th Street side.
I thought Los Angeles was supposed to be the city of sunshine.
Mister, ain't you never heard of the smog?
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, thank you.
Mind if I sit down? See, you're reading the New York News. Good paper, isn't it? How's little Abner doing today?
He's in trouble. How are things, O'Brien?
Name's Harrigan now. Hood from Detroit.
Right. What's the plan?
Try to get inside of this thing.
Maybe a one-way street.
I know, Greg. But I've got to find out who's at the other end. What can you give me?
Nothing that we haven't already sent to Washington.
Nothing new?
No. Where are you staying?
I checked in the same hotel the dead hoodlum lived in, the Riverside.
Good spot. Might pick up something there. Anything for me to know?
Detroit police is sending out a flyer with my face on it. When it comes, you might have the local boys drop a few around here and there. One at the hotel might help.
Right.
How do I reach you, Greg?
Hold on a minute.
We'll try it anyway.
Potter's Drugstore, Alvarado in Maine. Fountain clerks are our men, narcotics detail. How are you going to contact the gang?
I don't know. I was counting on some information from you.
You kid?
Nothing, huh?
This is a tight, tough gang. They must have used some of our methods before they opened up, surveillance and so on. They're convinced they got us all spotted. They run for the barn when they see us coming.
Oh, you've been a real big help.
Pick up the paper when I leave. The new gold coin the chief sent you's in it.
Thanks.
I have to go now. Stay put and watch your pigeons till I get clear. Happy landing.
So I sat there and watched the pigeons. I looked at them and they looked at me. Maybe they thought I was a pigeon, too. They could be right. I watched to see that no one tailed Greg out of the park and thought back over what I knew of the case. A gold coin worth more than its face value and a dead hoodlum named Clink. An alcoholic, the dossier had said. An alcoholic. If Clink was a booze fighter, he probably had a favorite spot. A hangout, maybe close to the Riverside Hotel. Maybe. I canvassed an area 4 blocks square around the riverside and found exactly 17 assorted places where a man could get fractured. A real thirsty town. I bought a 4-ounce bottle of olive oil, which I downed in a gulp. I figured I needed a base for my operation. And by the time I hit Mac's Bar and Grill, I had flashed a coin enough times to wear it out and could sing Mule Train backwards. And so far, nothing. I couldn't see any grill in Mac, so I went up to the bar and into my act again.
That'll be 20 cents.
Yeah, here you are. Phew. Hot day.
It's only April.
Yeah, well, I guess my blood's too thick. I just flew in from Detroit.
You don't say. Will you stop playing with that thing? It makes me nervous.
Yeah, come on. Have a drink on me.
I don't like beer.
I'll make it scotch then. But hey, I'll take my gold coin.
Your what?
My coin, see?
Yeah. Gold?
Finest minute. It's my lucky piece.
Mm-hmm. Well, thanks for the drink.
He went away and stayed away. I flashed the coin a few more times, then left. I pulled my routine in the 2 remaining bars in the block with the same results. Mellow. I'd done everything but roll that coin on the floor. If I didn't get up to bed, I'd be doing just that, with it still in my pocket. As I fought my way up the creaky stairs to my room, I thought of the taxpayers and how I never could convince them that this was what they paid me for.
All right, take him down.
All right, Brownie. That's enough. That's enough. You don't have to kill him. Dump him on the bed.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, there's nothing in the room. There's a suitcase here. Clothes. A very snappy dresser. Detroit labels.
He must be a Detroit boy.
Don't beat your brains out, Brownie. Now let's help him off with his coat. Yeah. Yes, there's a Detroit label in it, too. Taylor's name and his name. His name's Horgan or Hagen.
Harrigan. Don't you know how to read?
Hold him, Brownie, before he gets ideas.
Hey, let go.
Just rest easily, my friend.
Stop it!
What do you guys want?
Where did you get this coin?
My grandmother left it to me in a will.
I don't care for that answer. Where did you get it?
My grandmother.
Why were you flashing that coin around?
Okay, I'll make conversation. The reason I showed the coin was maybe because I'm anxious to get in touch with a guy who knows how to make them.
Anxious, huh? Why?
Engraving on that one stinks.
So?
I'm peddling a die.
Yeah?
That Treasury itself couldn't spot it as a phony.
The die you've got is that good? Why are you looking for company?
I've got to get the gold.
Trail.
Yes.
This could be a T-man trick, a stakeout.
I got a patent on stakeouts.
I have doubts about you, mister.
Let's not take no chances on this guy, Trail.
Do I look like a Treasury rat to you?
I lived with a guy once for 3 months, and then he puts the arm on me. All the time he was a T-man.
You could be right, Brownie, but... Get behind the door, Brownie. Answer him.
Who's there?
Pasquale, desk clerk.
All right, open the door, Harrigan. And remember, we can see every move.
Yeah?
There was a cop downstairs just now.
I say, what about him?
He was looking for a man named Harrigan.
There you go. My name's Johnson. You know that. I signed the register.
This cop, he shows me this official paper with your picture on it. Wants to know if you're here.
Let me see.
I said nothing, senor. Of course, he may be back. Perhaps,
Oh, no, okay. Here's the 10. Now get out of here and keep your mouth shut.
Pleasure, senor. A pleasure.
Here, let me see that. Wanted flyer. It's got Baby's name and picture on it, all right. The Detroit police would like to get in touch with Baby. What's the beef, Parole? Armed robbery, jailbreak.
Now maybe we can stop going around in circles and get down to business, Mr. Parole.
Yes, perhaps we can. Be outside the hotel at 7 tonight if you really have something to sell. Come on, Brownie.
I'll be there.
Goodbye, Mr. Harrigan.
Yes?
It's Angela's calling, Chief. Mr. Gregg.
Okay. Go ahead, Greg.
O'Brien contacted me through the drugstore, Chief. Needs a set of dies, good ones.
Guys, what for?
I don't know, he's got some idea or other, wants them fast.
$20 gold?
Yes, sir. Also a counterfeit coin made from those dies.
The best set we've got are those made by Anton Bauman. Bauman's been in jail for 10 years. Should be safe enough. You'll get him to O'Brien?
Right, but rush him, Chief.
You'll have him in the morning. What's the setup?
He's made contact with a couple of hoods named Parole and Brownie.
Mm-hmm.
Claimed he's got a perfect set of dies, so they're taking him to meet the higher-ups tonight.
I see.
He'll have to stall him till he gets the dies. Where he goes from there's anybody's guess.
Just after 7 that night, I was going up a flight of stairs in a down-at-the-heel building on Spring Street. Parole and Brownie flanking me. We stopped at a door marked R. Venice, broker. The office wouldn't have fooled anybody. The blonde at the desk would.
Good evening.
Well, hello.
Carla, is Mr. Venice in?
He's on the telephone. Be through in a minute.
Hey, you boys got a nice layout here. If you count in the secretary.
Sit down, Harrigan.
Thanks. Oh, say, don't you think you ought to speak to your cleaning woman? The chair's a little dusty.
I've been meaning to take care of that.
Mm-hmm. At the same time, you might tear a couple of sheets off your calendar. It's April, sweetheart, not February.
Some clown.
Think it'll be 2 more months before you use this office again?
I'll tell Mr. Venice you're here.
You talk a lot, Harrigan.
Mr. Venice, Mr. Harrigan's here with Mr. Parole and Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Carla. Come in, boys. Well, you can stay too, Carla.
Oh, after you, Mr. Parole. And, Mr. Brown.
Some clown.
Sit down, boys.
Make yourselves comfortable.
All right.
Well, now, we don't have to stand on any ceremony, do we, Harrigan? Let's have a look at that gold piece, Parole. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Not one of ours, but lovely. Fine piece of work.
Oh, that gold piece is just experimental. I got a set of dies that'll beat that one 4 ways from Sunday.
Well, now, Harrigan, are we just supposed to take your word that your dies are good?
The Treasury Department itself couldn't spot them.
If they're that good, why not use them yourself?
He's got a point, Harrigan. Well, why do you want to sell?
A set of dies is one thing. Getting the gold to put into them is something else again.
And when do we see the set of dies?
When I see the gold.
What happens if when we see them, we don't like them?
Well, I'll have to look someplace else for the gold.
Paul Miller will have to okay them first.
Miller?
Our technician. He's a hard man to please.
Okay. Where do I find this Miller?
Mr. Parole will attend to that. However, for your own sake, Harrigan, I trust those dies of yours are as good as you say they are.
There's only one thing wrong with them, Mr. Venice.
Oh?
They're hungry. For gold. And speaking of hunger, I've got a date for dinner. Yeah? Goodbye, everybody.
I'll see you out, Mr. Harrigan.
Thanks.
Look, Venice, I don't see.
Now, that date I have for dinner with myself. Oh, I could get a reservation for one more.
I work here, remember? And since the cleaning woman doesn't come in on Saturdays, I have a lot of dusting to do.
Oh, it's a shame. A beautiful girl like you has to do all the dirty work.
Yes, isn't it?
Maybe some other time, huh?
Could be, Mr. Harrigan. Could be.
I had to shake my head to clear Carla out of my mind. This was no time to mouse around with a beautiful blonde. I caught a taxi and cruised around the block a couple of times to make sure I wasn't followed. Then had him drop me at the Potter drugstore. I ordered coffee, and when the clerk brought it, he mopped up the counter with a bar towel. When he lifted the towel, a small package was beside my hand.
The chief had them flown out. Those dies were made by Anton Bauman. They're the best dies ever captured by the department. Any luck so far?
I've met a mug, a college graduate, a super salesman, and a beautiful girl. Maybe they'll lead me to the boss. I'll pass the sugar, will you?
Sure.
Thanks. Oh, by the way, they've got a fake office at 72 Spring Street.
72 Spring Street. Got it.
And tell Greg to get me all he can on a Paul Miller. He's an engraver.
Paul Miller?
Yeah, I'm seeing him today. These dies have to meet with his approval, whatever that means.
Greg would like you to report here once a day, if you can.
So would I. But if I don't, you better order a new boy and flowers. So this is where we meet the famous Miller. In the same tired, dusty office of one R. Venice broker.
That's right. Miller, this is Harrigan.
Come in, all of you. Brownie, stay there by the door. Hale, you and Harrigan come over to the window. Now, Mr. Harrigan, the dies, if you please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Miller, I didn't bring them with me.
Then what are you doing here?
I told Venice and all of you that you can see the dies when I see the gold. If I know you people have the metal, maybe we can go into business together. In the meantime, here's a sample.
Lead.
I know, but look at the engraving.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Whoever did this was very good, Harrigan. But don't you know that the Secret Service has a file on every engraver in the United States?
That's what makes this so good. The man who did this isn't in the files. He's a refugee, a Hungarian named Hawthorne, in this country illegally.
How did you get to him?
Well, I was overseas 3 years ago. Met him then.
So you were abroad. Why did you tell me this, Parole?
He didn't tell me he was overseas.
What does it matter to you if I was in Europe?
Never mind. I'm satisfied with this engraving, Harrigan. But I'll have to see the dies before the boss will come to any turn. Brownie, you stay here and wait for Mr. Venice and Carla. And Parole, you stick with Harrigan and make sure he delivers the dies to us on the yacht tonight.
Okay, Miller. Come on, Harrigan.
Real smart boy, Miller.
Yes.
Now, let me see. I bring the dies to a boat somewhere?
We bring the dies.
Oh. Parole.
Yes.
How am I going to get the dies with you hanging on to me all the time?
What?
Answer, I can't.
So?
Come on, answer.
Treasury Department.
Let me speak to Greg, quick.
Mr. Gregg, just a moment, please.
Come on.
Greg.
Greg, this is O'Brien. I haven't got much time.
You shouldn't be taking a chance like this using the telephone.
I know. Now get this fast. I'm in the lobby of the Riverside Hotel, and I've got one of the dies in my pocket.
Yeah.
The other face is upstairs in my room, taped to the bottom of the washbowl. Get it?
Right.
I'm on my way back now to that Spring Street office. I walked out on them, so the reception's liable to be hot.
Uh-huh.
If I can work it, we'll all be heading for the waterfront, a yacht somewhere or other, within an hour.
Okay.
I haven't got a gun, but I'll try and draw a shot if I can flush the boss. And you have the harbor patrol cover every yacht basin. On the shot, they move in.
You're an idiot, Parole. Look, Mr. Venice, everybody had a look at him, passed on him. How was I going to know he was planning to hang one on me?
He must be a T-man. We're in trouble.
Even if he is a T-man, he's got nothing on us. Why worry?
He got close.
Can't Parole take care of that?
Yes. Pray will find this Harrigan.
They won't have far to look.
Huh? Harrigan.
What's all the excitement about?
Why did you slug Parole and duck out?
I didn't want him to know where I kept the other die.
The other die?
Yeah, the other die. I brought only the face die, not the bag.
Why?
My name's not Santa Claus, Mr. Venice. I'm holding on to the other die for insurance. Miller ought to be able to okay the deal with one of the dies in his hand. The other one I keep.
Till when?
Until I see the boss and make a deal.
Look, I'm the boss.
No. You're too much out in the open. Besides, you take orders.
I told you...
Mr. Venice.
Yes.
Miller liked the sample. Let's show Miller the die. Then let Harrigan meet the boss.
Oh, yeah, maybe you're right. Miller mentioned the yacht.
Yes, he's down there now.
And the boss should be there, too.
Now, suppose we all go to the yacht, just as soon as it gets dark.
I've got Mr. Carlson now, Mr. Gregg.
Thanks. Hello, Chief?
Yes, Greg.
Chief, I've got news. O'Brien got the dies and is meeting the head of the ring tonight aboard a yacht somewhere.
Good work. But I've got news for you. The department had a time tracking Miller, no federal record. They finally dug up something in a small town down south, local indictment. But get this, Miller worked with Bauman.
Miller and Bauman? Then that means
That means he'd spot O'Brien's die immediately as a Bauman job. Get in touch with O'Brien. He's got to leave Los Angeles right away. He's got to break off contact with the gang.
Right, Chief. I'll get right on it.
Yeah.
Smith, take 2 cars and head for San Pedro waterfront. O'Brien's walking into a trap. If I can't contact him at his hotel, it means he's heading for the beach with that crew right now. If you hear any shooting, head for it. I'm going to try to find O'Brien and stop him before it's too late.
One big happy family.
Shut up, Harrigan.
Now, what's everybody so nervous about? Want to meet the boss?
Harrigan, don't talk so much.
Mr. Venice,
Yes, Braille?
we're being tailed.
Huh?
You sure? Yes. Fellow in a dark sedan.
I don't like that.
Don't worry, Brownie and I can take care of him. Nobody around these waterfront streets at this hour. Brownie, I'm going to swing the car across the street and block it.
Right, Braille.
Get your door open. As soon as I swing around, you jump out of the car. So you'll be ready for the guy trailing us. You'll have to jam his brakes and he'll have his eyes on the road.
Got it.
Okay. Here goes. All right, Brownie, move.
Right.
Wait a minute. You can't be sure you...
I don't have to be sure.
You're crazy.
I got him.
Good work, Brownie. Now let's get out of here fast.
Guy didn't even know what hit him. And you know who he was? Local boy, Mr. Venice. Hangs around the Treasury office. T-Man.
Right then, I stopped enjoying the ride. Greg had been a good man. He died in the public service. A nice epitaph, but I'd make it up for him. I'd make it up.
Braille, you and Brownie stay here at the end of the pier and keep a sharp lookout. Harrigan and I are going aboard. Come on, Carlo.
Right.
Quite a hunky yacht. Smart place for a coining lad. Do I get to see the boss when I get aboard?
You'll see him when it's time.
Oh, pardon me. I got carried away.
Okay, up on deck, Harrigan. All right. Now give me the die.
I thought Miller was going to look at it.
He's down below. I'll take it to him.
You'd better hurry, Mr. Venice. The boss doesn't like this kind of a setup.
It'll only take Miller 2 minutes under a microscope. I'll bring him back with me if there's anything wrong.
You know, Harrigan, if those dies are good, we might talk some more about that dinner date.
I was beginning to get it. It was a neat setup. A yacht they could move around while they worked. Gold coins. Against the law here, but not overseas. Say, in Europe. The black market, maybe. Sure, that was it. They'd pay 12 times the face value to get their hands on gold coins issued by the United States. And they got their gold from the jewelry stores, the cheap way. Minted the stuff aboard this tub and meant their foreign contacts at sea. It all figured.
Harrigan. Harrigan, you're a bright boy. We might all get along real well.
Especially you and me, huh?
Yeah.
Miller's finished his examination. He said he'd be right up.
Oh, good. I'd like to get this deal set. The young lady here and I are building some plans. It's sounding real.
Miller, what's that gun for?
The dice. The dice Harrigan gave us.
Huh?
They were made by Bauman.
Now, wait a minute.
I know these dice like the back of my hand. I was with Bauman when he made them. And Bauman's been in jail for years. Federal jail. All his engraved dice were taken with him.
That means...
Harrigan's a T-man.
Everything's a plan.
Shoot! Miller, shoot!
Oh, no! What? This gun is not for Harrigan. Venice told me about killing the T-man when he brought on the die. I've always told you I don't like killing. I've always told you.
Don't be a fool, Miller. You're in this as deep as we are.
For counterfeiting, yes, but not for murder. I'm leaving. And Harrigan's going with me.
That's playing it smart, Miller.
Miller,
Stand still! Harrigan, follow me. There's a dinghy tied at the boat. Easy. Trail! Brownie, it's a fight! Come on! I didn't mean to shoot Venice.
Let me have that gun, Miller.
I didn't mean it. Take me with you.
It's Braille. Brownie. Come on, behind the bridge. There. Now, keep down.
Harrigan! We know you're there. Come on out, and we'll talk.
You want me, come and get me.
Trail, look, it's the cops.
Harrigan, you double-crossing rat!
Trail, let's
Let's get out of here.
It's too late, Prale. Throw your gun overboard and give up.
I'll get you first, Harrigan.
All right. This one's for Greg, Prale. Over here. Here.
You okay?
Yeah. You got here just the right time.
Thanks to Greg, poor guy. Before they got him, he told us he'd be aboard a yacht down here. We moved as soon as we could locate the shots.
Good work, good. You didn't hit the girl, too, did you?
Girl? I didn't see any girl.
Tell him about me, Harrigan. You'll tell him about me, won't you?
Yeah, I'll tell him about you, Mother.
We take this guy, too?
Yeah.
But,
Okay.
Harrigan, let me explain.
But what was this about a girl?
She must be down in the cabin. You wait for me. Hello, Carla. You all right?
Oh, Mr. Harrigan, I was so scared. All that shooting and all.
You can cut the act now, Carla.
What do you mean?
Oh, I've had a hunch about you all along. No one made a move till you gave the nod. And then when Miller called your name when he spotted that dive, cinched it.
Look, Harrigan.
Oh, I have to hand it to you, Carla. You're smart. You ran that mob with a glove of velvet, boss. I left her with the officer and his men, and as I walked along the now deserted pier, I suddenly thought of an exotic flower I'd once seen in the tropics. A parasitic flower that thrived on death and decay. Beautiful, but rotten clear through. Well, geraniums may not be as pretty, but thank gosh there's a heck of a lot more of them.
T-Man, starring Dennis O'Keefe, is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, with special music composed and conducted by Richard Orant. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I have another story to tell you today. This one is about a crime in which nature, not man, trapped a murderer. Do you want to hear it?
Now, starring Paul Frees as your teller of tales, another story from The Black Book.
Yes, from the world's most fabulous collection of strange and unusual stories, The Black Book. I've selected a story by Nelson Bond. He calls it On Schedule. Mr. Henry Foster, manager of the Midwestern branch of Updike and Updike Investment Brokers, sat comfortably in the men's lounge of the club car as the train swayed and rumbled over the Jersey countryside. He had the quiet air of a conservative middle-aged businessman and held an expensive briefcase on his lap. He sat there gazing out of the window through the bright noon sunlight at New York's jagged skyline. It made him think of a huge stock market graph. And for the 100th time, Mr. Foster mentally reviewed the steps he must take. The wheels beneath him sang a deeper note as they hit the downgrade to the Hudson Cube. Mr. Foster studied his watch and thought to himself,
in 1 minute and 56 seconds, this car will enter the darkness of the tube. It will be absolute darkness, for I shall step from the lounge and throw the master switch. Every light in the club car will be cut off. Yes, my plan is perfect.
With the last 3 nights, Mr. Foster had taken this train from Jersey to New York, stopwatch in hand, plotting his every move. He knew that exactly 3 minutes and 39 seconds from the time the club car entered the Hudson Tube, it would glide into Pennsylvania Station carrying a dead passenger. Young Prentice, now so casually lounging in the last compartment smoking a cigarette with Detective Mooney, would be dead. His throat cut by the knife Mr. Foster had concealed in his briefcase. It was rather a shame, he thought, that Prentice must die, but there was no other way to handle it now. There'd really been no other way right from the start. From the very day he'd called the young accountant into his office for a very private conversation.
Come in. You wanted to see me, Mr. Foster?
Oh, yes, Prentice. Have a chair. You recognize this, Prentice?
Well, of course, sir. It's one of our account books.
Right. Now, I've made notes here of certain entries in that particular volume that strike me as, let us say, in error.
What do you mean, sir?
What do I mean? Prentice, turn to page 67, if you will. Well, go ahead. Have it?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Harriman's account, is it not?
That's right, sir.
Now then, look at the entry of June 14th. Well, Prentice?
I don't understand, sir. Do you want me to read it?
No, Prentice, I've read it.
If there's an error, Mr. Foster, I'll check it immediately.
Too late, Prentice. $300 is missing. You're a fool to have taken it. Mr. Foster sat back and waited for the young man to deny everything, or at least to think up some kind of an excuse for having doctored the firm's books. But Prentice did neither. In fact, it almost seemed to Mr. Foster that he was smiling, and this he was unprepared for.
If you'll agree not to press charges, Mr. Foster, I'll pay back the money as soon as possible.
Prentice, I had entertained rather high hopes for you. Seems a pity. And all for a mere $300.
May I go now, sir?
You'll resign, Prentice, but yes, you may pay back the money. And at least remember that if you must steal, Prentice, make it big, worthwhile.
I'll stay down tonight if I may and clean up the work on my desk.
If you like. Goodbye, Prentice.
Goodbye, sir.
It was a pity, Foster thought, to lose a young man he'd considered so promising. But at least the young fool might learn his lesson from it. Next morning, Mr. Foster found that he had, and learned it well. He was looking through his mail when the telephone rang. It was Prentice. He wanted to see Mr. Foster at once, and curiously, there was no pleading in his voice, but rather an amused tone of superiority and self-possession. A few moments later, he was seated in the office with an account book in his hand.
Do you recognize this, Mr. Foster?
What is it you wish to see me about, Prentice?
On page 20 in that book, you can see where I made $50 from Mrs. Jackson, the same way I made $300 from Mr. Harriman.
I haven't checked all the books yet, Prentice.
No?
If you have anything to say, Prentice, say it.
Oh, I have something to say, all right. I've been up all night studying these books, and I've discovered a few things I'd vaguely suspected. The most important being that the few $100s I've stolen are chicken feed compared to the thousands that have landed in your pocket.
Just what do you mean, Prentice?
I'll tell you. It took some time to figure out how you've been doing it, but I know now. I sort of stumbled on the answer, you might say.
I've heard just about enough, Prentice.
Not yet you haven't. Here's how it works. A client phones in to sell a certain stock. Now, this order must have your okay first, and when it reaches your desk...
Young Prentice talked on for an hour uninterrupted. For Henry Foster was something of a philosopher, and he found a certain wry humor in the fact that only through the cheap dishonesty of a mere accountant had his own really magnificent thievery been discovered. He allowed Prentice to finish and congratulated him on his cleverness. And then he made the only gesture possible under the circumstances. At first, Prentice was doubtful.
Yeah, but what if we're caught? We'd get 20 years at least.
Nonsense. It's foolproof.
But $100,000 a year, that's too much.
Precisely. And that's why we'll never be caught. Remember, Prentice, only petty thieves are caught. $300 thieves.
Yes. You're right. I'll go along.
Good. Let's shake hands on it, my boy.
It was a strange partnership. The callow youth and the staid executive, both of them thieves. But even so, it went well for a few months until suddenly lightning struck. Mr. Foster was in his office when he heard about it.
Yes?
Listen, Foster. I'm at the corner in a phone booth. Ran out as soon as they came in.
What? Who came in?
The Home Office auditors, 3 of them. They just walked into the office, unannounced as usual.
Now you listen to me, Prentice.
Yeah.
Stop your sniveling and be a man. Now, they can't discover a thing. Not a thing, unless you give it away with your foolishness.
But they'll suspect something. I'm sure of it.
Shut up and get back to your office. Do you hear me?
All right. But I'm scared.
As it turned out, young Prentice was right. The auditors did suspect something. And in the end, Foster was summoned to New York. His employers suspected, yes, but they could prove nothing. And Mr. Foster soon returned to the Midwest. His method of thievery was perfect. Or so he thought, until a New York detective, Ed Mooney, appeared on the scene. A few days after his arrival, Mooney came to Mr. Foster's office with terrifying news.
Well, Mr. Foster, that's the long and the short of it. Prentice is not as stable a character as you are.
Prentice is a fool, Mooney, and I'll have him in jail for such slander.
Maybe you will, maybe you won't. Meantime, we've offered him privilege of state's evidence freedom if he'll come to New York and give his information there.
Why, you mean you take the word of a mere boy before mine?
Oh, we'll check on everything he has to tell, all right.
All right, Mooney. Go ahead. Check all you like. You'll find nothing. Nothing.
We'll check. In good time.
And so it was that young Prentice must die. Detective Mooney was assigned to bring him east, and he was seated beside him now in the compartment at the end of the club car. For the last time, Mr. Foster looked at his watch. In 10 seconds, the car would enter the blackness of the Hudson Tube. He rose and stepped out into the narrow aisle. His hand found the light switch and jerked it down, plunging the car into complete darkness. Then he moved through the startled passengers to Prentice's compartment. This, too, he'd rehearsed the night before. 17 strides to the end of the aisle. 1 minute and 3/4 in all to reach the compartment. And a split second to plunge the silencing knife into Prentice. That left 2 full minutes to race up to the car in front. Then the train would be at Pennsylvania Station. Before anything could be done, Foster would be lost in the streets of New York. 15 steps. 16. 17. He turned now and opened the compartment door. His outstretched hand found the tweed-clad figure of Prentice.
What?
The knife blade stabbed and twisted. And then suddenly, sunlight. Fierce and brilliant sunlight flooding the car, revealing everything. Prentice's horrified and gasping face. Foster, knife in hand, and Detective Mooney with a gun already half out of his pocket. Utterly bewildered, Foster jumped back, and the sunlight vanished as quickly as it came. He turned down the corridor just as Mooney fired. The bullet smashed between his shoulders, driving him forward onto the carpet. Mr. Foster came to for a moment just as the train was grinding to a stop at the station platform. Two thick-soled brogans that were Mooney's stood like walls close to his eyes as he lay there on the floor of the club car.
The fool. The pitiful, murdering fool. If he lives, he'll get the chair for this. You know, it's funny how it timed out. So's he stabbed Prentice just as we hit the light of the air shaft.
Mr. Foster's eyes closed in shame as much as in physical pain. The air shaft. Yes, that's all it was. An air shaft full of bright noon sunlight. His one mistake, the one flaw in his otherwise perfect plan. You see, he timed everything on night trains only.
The Black Book stars Paul Frees as your teller of tales, assisted today by the noted Hollywood actor John Dehner. Nelson Bond's story, On Schedule, was adapted by John Meston and directed by Norman MacDonald. The special music is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens.
Lady in Blue.
The Lady in Blue. Perhaps the most famous and yet least known woman in the field of criminal investigation is the Lady in Blue. She's a young woman, apparently very attractive, though no one can be sure of her exact appearance, as she always wears a small blue mask over the upper portion of her face. Her constant companion is her faithful Cockney maid, Harriet Higgins. Tonight we find mistress and maid in a taxi on the way to the Bachelor's Club, an exclusive and wealthy residential club where the Lady in Blue has been called to solve a daring robbery. A most interesting feature of the robbery is the fact that our heroine's stolen car was used by the criminals for their getaway.
I'll never forget Sergeant Donnelly's face. I reported that my car was stolen.
I know, blimey, miss. I'd be taken aback myself if I was a guest sergeant and a young lady as was the best private detective in the business came in and presented me with a bloke as was trying to stop us from taking a case and then told me a car was stolen and described the car as was used by the criminals in the case, even to the license number.
Well, that's true. I wonder what Lieutenant Greer will say when we appear.
Nummy, he won't like it, none.
No, but there's not much he can do about it. We're almost there.
Do I do the usual, miss?
Yes, Harriet. Examine the apartment thoroughly while I interview Mr. Tremaine.
This Tremaine bloke, miss. What sort is he?
Young and wealthy. Nothing to do with the play, which he does gracefully enough. I've met him socially, of course, so he won't recognize me.
Slowly, but I don't like him. Someday you'll be recognized, miss.
I hardly think so. Well, here we are.
And too soon at that. I don't like this case, miss.
That's all, driver.
Thanks, lady.
What's wrong with this case, Harriet?
Well, looks to me like the blokes what done it wanted to get you called in. Else, why was your car stolen and used to do the robbery? And why did they telephone and warn you not to take the case? Anyone who knows you knows that you'd sure take the case if you was warned not to do it.
Excellent reasoning, my dear Watson. Excellent.
My name's Watson. It's Harriet Higgins, and you know it's miss.
All right, Higgins. Then you think that thug that we presented to Sergeant Donnelly was only meant to delay us?
I do.
So do I.
Oh, here comes Lieutenant Greer, miss.
So I see. Good evening, Lieutenant.
Well. If it isn't the Sapphire Siren and a girl Friday. Somehow I thought you might turn up, Miss Blue.
Glorious night, isn't it, Jerry?
Mind if I give you some advice?
If I don't like it, I'll send it back.
Look, Miss Blue, I represent the police department. I'm in charge of the Tremaine robbery. And you get my hair.
Such lovely curly hair, too.
What there is of it, miss?
Now, really, Harriet, there's plenty of it.
I have never seen it, miss.
That's because the lieutenant never takes off his hat.
Huh? Oh.
Thank you, Jerry, darling.
Oh, take it easy, Miss Blue. Now, look. The commissioner squawked because you beat us out in a random killer case.
And instructed you to keep me out of any big cases. Is that right, Lieutenant?
You got a license and a state permit as a private detective, Miss Blue. But that doesn't mean that you can meddle in any case that interests you. You leave police department work alone unless you're retained by the victim of a crime or one of the parties involved.
Would Tremaine do in this case?
Tremaine?
Yes, Tremaine. He phoned and invited me to join the fun. I was also warned by an anonymous telephone voice that my health would be better if I didn't take the case. And it might interest you to know that the getaway car you're looking for was stolen from me early this evening.
Did you report it?
Yes, Jerry, dear, about half an hour ago.
I don't suppose you know anything more about this case.
Oh, not much. She only delivered a blooming witness to the station for you.
A witness?
Well, a suspect, or at least an accomplice. A thug that paid us a call and advised us to forget the robbery at number 12 Tower Drive.
Blimey. But I'm thinking as I better get to the station and talk to him before he forgets who his boss is, Lieutenant.
You may be right, sir.
Let me know what he has to say, will you? By that time, I may be able to give you some more important information.
I can find my own information on this case, Miss Blue.
I may remind you of that, Lieutenant Greer. Come along, Higgins.
Very good, sis.
Poor Jerry. We shouldn't tease him so, Harriet.
No, I suppose not, miss.
He's a good detective, but he lets the commissioner worry him too much.
Oh, there's a man standing by the door, miss.
Yes, I see him. It's Tremaine.
Good evening. I'm Arnold Tremaine. You're the lady in blue, aren't you? Oh, but of course you are.
Yes, Mr. Tremaine. And this is my assistant, Higgins.
Won't you come in?
Thank you. I'm sorry we took so long to get here, Mr. Tremaine, but we had little business to dispose of on the way. How many people knew of the robbery when you called me?
Only myself and Charlie Purcell. I'd called the police, of course, but they hadn't arrived. Here's the elevator.
Thank you. Who's Charlie Purcell?
The chap that lives just below me. He was up for supper tonight.
Were you entertaining?
No, just Purcell and myself. Cold snack, you know, my man's night off.
Oh. Which floor are you on, Mr. Tremaine?
Penthouse, thank goodness. You know, you're the only attractive thing about this robbery.
Thank you. And for that you may call me Miss Blue.
Thank you. Elevator stops here, Miss Blue. We have to walk up one flight to my room.
Is this the only way up to the roof, Mr. Tremaine?
Yes, it is.
Quite an isolated place for a jewel robbery.
There seems to be lots of people between Hit and the Haystack, don't there, miss?
Not so many when you consider the time of night.
I should think that once he gained the elevator, he probably wouldn't meet anyone who'd question him.
What do you think, Watson?
I'm Watson. It's Higgins, miss.
Well, watch that you don't trip on the stoop, Miss Blue.
Oh, thank you.
Here we are. And again, the only entrance, Miss Blue.
You really have a lovely place here, Mr. Tremaine. Mind if Higgins takes a look around?
Why, no, not at all.
All right, Watson. See what Jerry Greer left behind.
Very good, sir.
I suppose you'll want to look over the scene of the crime.
Not yet, Mr. Tremaine. Where were you when the robbery occurred?
In the dining room over there. My strongbox was in my den, that is right over here.
Just beyond the dining room door. Any other entrances to the den?
No, only through the dining room.
All right. Let's get the whole story.
Well, I bought some stones at an auction this afternoon and put them in the strongbox when I got back. That reminded me of Charlie Purcell, the chap below me. He'd expressed quite an interest in what he called my jewel collection, so I called him on the house phone and asked him up for a bit of something cold. Thought I'd show him the lot after supper. He's quite a collector, too, you know.
Where's the house phone?
Right in the den.
Then what did you do?
Rang for my man and told him to lay out a cold supper for us before he left. Then I wrote a few letters in the den until I heard a knock on the outside door. When my man didn't answer it, I concluded he'd gone out for the night and went myself. Found it was Purcell. We had a snack in the dining room, and then I brought him in here to show him the collection, and we found the strongbox broken open and the jewelry gone.
Sounds conclusive and to the point. Where did you sit during dinner?
At the head of the table, right there, facing the door to the den.
Did you leave the dining room at all?
Only twice. Once during the dinner, I stepped into the kitchen to get the coffee, and then...
How long did you leave Purcell alone in here?
Well, just long enough to step into the kitchen, pick up the coffee pot, and come back. Purcell wouldn't have done it, and he wasn't alone in here over a minute anyway.
No. That's hardly time enough to break open a strong box and hide $50,000 worth of jewelry. What about the other time you left the dining room?
Purcell was with me. We took our dishes into the pantry and stacked them in the sink. Then we went right into the den and opened the closet. The strong box is in full view on the closet floor, and I saw right away that the lid was not tightly closed. I checked the shock system and found it still on, so I disconnected it and opened the box. It was empty.
The box was electrically protected?
Yes, to touch it without disconnecting the wires meant a paralyzing shock.
And it had been opened without disconnection?
It rather looks that way.
Yes. To the tune of $50,000 worth of precious stones.
Big pardon.
What is it, Harriet?
There were 3 people at ate here tonight, miss. There's 3 sets of dishes in the sink.
Who was the third person, Mr. Tremaine?
Why, no one. Purcell and myself were the only ones.
Huh, you don't say. Then was it a ghost of dirtied 1 dish, 1 butter plate, 1 coffee cup and saucer with suitable accompaniment silver? Was it a ghost, I ask?
It might have been my man. He probably had a bite before he left and put his things in the sink.
Wouldn't you have noticed him when you and Purcell took your dishes into the kitchen after your supper?
Well, as a matter of fact, Miss Blue, I carried in the coffee urn and a few dishes which I handed to Purcell. He actually put them in the sink.
Oh, I see. Now let's get back to your story. What happened after you discovered your loss?
Purcell insisted that I search him in spite of the fact that he hadn't had time to do the job. Then I called the police, and Purcell and I searched the place. Before the police arrived, well, just as we finished the search, we both heard an explosion.
What kind of a explosion?
Look here, are you conducting this investigation, or is Miss Blue?
You might like to know that Harriet Higgins is a sworn-in officer of the law, private detective, and special assistant to the Lady in Blue. And I'm Harriet Higgins.
Higgins, that'll do.
All right, miss. But I still ain't believing that any gentleman's gentleman, as was any kind of a gentleman's gentleman, would leave his dishes in the sink when he was going out for the night. Leastwise.
You'll have to ask Purcell or my man about that tomorrow.
What happened when you heard the explosion, Mr. Tremaine?
And the explosion sounded as though it were directly below us, and Purcell's apartment is right under mine. We both ran downstairs to see what had happened.
And found that his safe had been blown open while he was up here with you, Nesta.
How did you know?
I knew there had been a second robbery in the building from the police radio, and guessed that the explosion meant a blown safe.
Yes. We rushed downstairs and found the night watchman opening Purcell's door with his pass key. It seemed that he was at the other end of the hall when the explosion occurred and ran right to Charlie's door.
What did you see when you got in?
Purcell's wall safe had been blown open and was entirely empty. The windows were locked on the inside, and the watchman said that no one had come out of the apartment between the time he heard the explosion and put his key in the lock. He was standing in front of the door within 40 seconds after the explosion. Yet when we got in, there was no one there.
Sounds to me rather like black magic or ghosts. Except for one thing.
What's that, miss?
I know this building. The dumbwaiters run from the main kitchen on the ground floor up through Mr. Purcell's apartment and into the service pantry in this penthouse.
You don't think a thief hoisted himself up here in that traveling tea tray, do you?
To answer that question, I must ask you one, Mr. Tremaine. Will you describe as accurately as possible the sound of the explosion?
Well, it was muffled. Had a sort of shallow tone, rather a dull thud. It sounded just like that.
I think it was just like that.
And now, Hearthstone of the Death Squad in the Marriage Annulment Murder Case. Tonight, we again present the famous Hearthstone of the Death Squad, implacable manhunter of the Metropolitan Police, in one of his greatest investigations, entitled The Marriage Annulment Murder Case, with Peter Capell as Conrad Faulkner and Peggy Sanford as Isabel Gomez. And now, Inspector Hearthstone in the Marriage Annulment Murder Case. As the curtain rises, we see the luxurious living room of Conrad Faulkner, who is handsome, graying, and middle-aged. He is looking in a puzzled way at his very young wife as he holds in his hand a newspaper clipping, which she has just given him. And we hear him say the words that lead to one of Inspector Hearthstone's most famous murder cases.
This newspaper clipping, my dear Glenda, why did you give it to me? From where does it come?
From this afternoon's paper. Read it, Conrad.
It's about some man and his wife whose marriage was annulled. But I don't know the people.
Their marriage was annulled in court because it was proved they never lived together as husband and wife.
Yes, so it says, but...
Conrad, I wouldn't ask this if our own marriage be ended the same way. I mean by annulment. It's so much easier than divorce.
So my sweet little wife finally comes to the conclusion, as I warned her, that marrying me might be her great mistake.
You did warn me, Conrad. But when Father died and left you my guardian, I felt helpless and alone. I wanted someone to protect and care for me. I never thought... I couldn't be made to believe that...
That one day love would come to you, huh? And now you find it has?
Yes, deeply. Terribly, Conrad.
I needn't ask, Glenda. Is he of your age?
I'm torn between love for him and duty and gratitude and affection for you. But I'd rather die than live without him.
I'm not unprepared for this. After all, it's the course of nature.
I blame myself. When I first saw what was coming, I should have put him right out of my mind. But it was like lightning from the sky, Conrad.
Don't tell me anything more, Glenda. There are limits.
Where are you going, Conrad?
To my club, where I shall stay until we have the matter of an annulment of our marriage settled. Don't worry. It will end well.
Conrad, you don't hate me for this.
Hate is a bitter word.
Oh.
And the fantastic world in which we live, who can predict?
What?
I may meet this young lover of yours, Glenda, and be his best man at your wedding.
Conrad!
Goodbye.
I'll phone Eric right away.
Hello? Eric Jackson speaking.
Eric, this is Glenda. I told Conrad, and he said it was all right.
Glenda, sweetheart.
Wait, Eric. There was something in the way he said it that makes me afraid.
Afraid?
Something in the tone of his voice, something in his eyes I'd never seen before.
If he threatened you, I'll...
Conrad isn't the kind who threatens.
Tell me exactly what he said, Glenda.
I told him I didn't want to hurt him, but that I loved you. And...
And early the following morning, we see the cold and calculating Inspector Hearthstone of the Death Squad, with his assistant, Detective Sam Cook, in the pastel-tinted bedroom of Glenda Faulkner. Its peaceful beauty contradicted by the horribly mutilated body of Glenda, which lies sprawling across her bed. And we hear the inspector say,
"A filthy sight, Sam. Clearly this is a murder of hate."
Yeah, Inspector. Stabbing her once wasn't enough. I counted 10 places across her breast.
The butler who reported the murder says her husband wasn't home last night.
Yeah, he said he spent his night at his club.
I wonder why.
He ought to be here by now. Butler rung him up at the club.
Hand me that newspaper on the floor beside her bed.
Here you are, Inspector.
Curious. A leading story was clipped from the front page.
That's yesterday afternoon, Star-Telegraph, Inspector. I guess she cut it out with that scissors on her sewing table.
Well, she couldn't have, Sam. These are pinking scissors. They don't cut a clean line, but in the pattern of a saw.
Well, they're the only scissors here, Inspector.
Sam, phone the Star-Telegraph. Find out what story they carried on the third column of yesterday's late edition.
Yes, sir. There's a phone down the hall.
Come in.
You are Inspector Hearthstone? I'm Conrad Faulkner.
This murdered woman's husband?
Yes. But do not ask me to look at her. She was so young, so lovely.
The issue at this moment is to discover her killer, Mr. Faulkner.
If only I had not chosen last night of all nights to spend at my club.
You cannot undo the past. No doubt you had an excellent reason for leaving your wife alone last night.
A late business meeting, Inspector Hearthstone. And every minute of my absence can be accounted for.
Aren't you getting a bit ahead of yourself?
What?
I didn't ask you for an alibi.
But isn't the husband usually suspect when a wife is murdered, Inspector Hearthstone?
Not always.
You are a clever man, Inspector Hearthstone. I present the alibi, for I have a premonition that sooner or later I will be accused.
Perhaps you are the clever one.
Even at a time of tragedy, one cannot forget. Self-preservation is the first law of nature.
Perhaps you can throw some light on this newspaper, Mr. Faulkner.
Newspaper?
Have you any idea what the subject of the story clipped from it was?
Not the least idea, Inspector.
Detective Cook and I found it beside your murdered wife's bed.
It is completely a mystery to me. But how could it bear on Glenda's murder?
Inspector Hearthstone.
Oh, yes, Sam?
Star-Telegraph says that the story cut out from that paper was about a couple who had their marriage annulled because they never lived together as man and wife.
Mr. Faulkner, perhaps the information Detective Cook gives me has a direct bearing on your wife's murder.
But how, Inspector?
On what terms did you leave your wife when you left to spend the night at your club? When did you last see her alive? Did you return to this house during the night? What was your true reason for leaving?
The reason I gave. Business. Glenda and I parted on the happiest terms. I know nothing of this newspaper story of annulment. It does not concern me.
It concerns me. When a girl obviously 25 years younger than her husband is murdered.
I was Glenda's guardian before our marriage.
Mm-hmm.
Her father and I were long business colleagues. Wine merchants of international repute. I in Barcelona, he in New York.
Yes.
On his death, he appointed me her guardian.
You have already said that.
Then Glenda, left alone in the world, sought the wisdom and protection of age and asked me to be her husband. And our days were happy.
And ended in her murder. A murder associated in some strange way with a newspaper story about a marriage annulment. So the question is...
Is what?
Was your young wife seeking to end her marriage to you by annulment because you had never lived together as man and wife?
The suggestion offends me. Only one person had the motive to murder my wife.
Who?
A young man who was forcing unwelcome attentions upon her, Inspector Hearthstone, and whom she ordered out of her life yesterday. His name is Eric Jackson.
Eric Jackson?
Sounds phony to me, Inspector.
1 minute, Sam.
It is not phony, Detective Cook. Here is Eric Jackson's address, Inspector Hearthstone.
You give his address as your own office, Mr. Faulkner.
Exactly, Inspector. Eric Jackson is an employee of my firm. It is there where my murdered Glenda met him, only to have him form the unwelcome infatuation that caused her murder.
Detective Cook and I will see this man, Mr. Faulkner, hoping, of course, that it will relieve you of suspicion.
It will, Inspector. I'll have my butler show you out.
You rang, sir?
Show these gentlemen to the door, Pickett.
This way, Inspector Hearthstone.
Oh, don't trouble, Pickett. We know the way. Good day, Mr. Faulkner.
Pickett, bring me a double whiskey and soda.
Better wait till the cops get out of the house, sir. That Hearthstone is a slick one.
And what are you talking about?
About this newspaper clipping I heard you and the missus arguing about yesterday afternoon, sir.
Where did you find it?
I venture you dropped it out of your pocket in front of her door when you came back to murder her last night.
What?
I'm offering it for sale, sir, to the highest bidder. It's between you and the cops. Suppose you start off with, say, 10 grand.
Give me that clipping. And leave this house, Pickett.
There's Mr. Faulkner's office, Inspector Hearthstone. For my dough, we're wasting our breath talking to that Eric Jackson. The guy he's trying to put the finger on.
Sam, we have only suspicion, without evidence so far, that Faulkner murdered his wife. I'm interested in his butler. Odd situation.
You mean Pickett?
He served 2 terms for blackmail.
What do you know? Oh, here's the door.
Yes? You wish to see someone?
I'm Inspector Hearthstone of the Death Squad, Office of Criminal Investigation. This is Detective Cook.
The police? But nothing has happened here.
I heard you say you were Inspector Hearthstone. Can I help you?
We're looking for Mr. Eric Jackson. Is he around?
I'm Eric Jackson. But why...
We're investigating the murder of your employer's wife.
No.
Mrs. Conrad Faulkner. She was found murdered in her bed less than an hour ago.
Glenda murdered? Oh, no. No.
That is what you get, Eric Jackson, for your illegitimate love match with that girl, Mr. Faulkner's wife.
Who are you, sister?
Isabel Gomez. I work long for Mr. Faulkner. I see all this brewing. Murder had to result. I accuse Eric Jackson, the man you have come here to arrest.
Glenda murdered. Oh, why didn't I call the police in time?
Am I to assume by that, Mr. Jackson, that you had knowledge Mrs. Faulkner was in danger of being murdered?
Of a certain he knew in advance. He killed her. He would have to know.
Suppositions and accusations don't solve murders, Miss Gomez. Have you evidence?
Evidence? No. But facts, yes.
I'll hear your facts later, Miss Gomez. I suggest we go into this office, Mr. Jackson.
Yes, Inspector Hearthstone. It's mine.
Eric, suppose you start by telling me why you thought Mrs. Faulkner was in danger of being murdered.
Glenda was murdered because she loved me.
I've heard the contrary, but go ahead.
She phoned me late yesterday afternoon that her husband had agreed to have their marriage terminated so she could marry me. She told her husband, Conrad, that she was in love with me.
Did she say whether the marriage was to terminate by divorce or annulment?
Annulment? No, she didn't. But she did say there was something in her husband's eyes, something in the tone of his voice when he agreed to end their marriage that put her in deadly fear of him.
Why didn't you report that to the police?
She wasn't murdered because she asked for a divorce, or because of our love for each other, Inspector Hearthstone.
No.
Glenda was her husband's ward, as well as his wife. He was also the executor of her father's estate and the sole custodian of the fortune her father left her.
Yes?
He embezzled every cent of her money. And the books of this company will prove it. Glenda became suspicious of him. It wasn't a murder of passion, Inspector Hearthstone. It was a cold and calculated murder to keep her husband from behind prison bars.
That may throw a new light on the case.
I'm an expert accountant, and I know what I'm talking about. And Inspector Hearthstone.
Yes?
There's another reason Conrad Faulkner wanted Glenda out of the way.
What reason?
That woman in the outer office, Isabel Gomez. The one who accused me of murdering Glenda.
How? Why?
Because they worked the theft of Glenda's money together and want to be off together. And I can prove that, too.
Detective Cook. Sam.
Yeah, Inspector.
Bring Isabel Gomez in here. Eric Jackson accuses her of theft and murder.
Hearthstone of the Death Squad and the marriage annulment murder case continues in just a moment. Is this show coming to you on your car radio? How are your brakes? The pedal getting too close to the floorboards? And how about your lights, horn, windshield wipers? If they're not in shape, you're taking chances. Why do it? There are repair shops everywhere. And now, back to Hearthstone of the Death Squad and the marriage annulment murder case. Investigating the murder of lovely young Glenda Faulkner, brutally stabbed to death in her own bed, Inspector Hearthstone is told by her older husband, Conrad Faulkner, that Glenda was receiving unwelcome attentions from Eric Jackson, a young man of her own age who works for him. Suspicion begins to point at Conrad when the inspector discovers a newspaper beside the murder bed with an item about a marriage annulment cut from it. And upon his questioning Eric Jackson, Eric accuses Conrad and Isabel Gomez, also employed by Conrad, saying that Isabel helped Conrad to embezzle his wife's fortune, and that Conrad murdered his wife to prevent discovery. Now, a moment later, at Conrad Faulkner's office, Inspector Hearthstone is saying to his assistant, Detective Sam Cook,
Detective Cook, bring Isabel Gomez in here. Eric Jackson accuses her of theft and murder.
It is a lie. I do not steal. I do not murder.
I didn't say murder, Inspector Hearthstone. I said theft.
1 minute, Eric.
Swine. You pig, Eric.
Shut up, Isabel.
He's a swine, a pig, Detective Cook. Eric lies, Inspector Hearthstone. But he will not deceive you. What do you wish with me?
I wish to know why you're wearing only one earring, Isabel.
What? I must have dropped it in the other room. I go see.
No, you needn't. Here is its mate, a black jet earring. I picked it off the ground directly under the window of the bedroom where Glenda Faulkner was murdered.
Those earrings, they can be bought at any department store in New York. Every woman you meet wears them. They're the fashion.
We'll check up on that one fast, sister.
Heaven help me, then she is Glenda's murderess, Inspector Hearthstone. And all proved by a dropped earring.
It is not my earring, Eric Jackson.
The earring was not the only clue I found beneath the window.
What?
What, another?
This star sapphire cufflink. Can either of you identify it? Eric? Isabel?
I have never set eyes on it.
And you, Eric?
I think it's Conrad Faulkner's.
You lie, Eric. It is not Mr. Faulkner's.
You think it is the murdered girl's husband's cufflink, Eric?
I'm not certain, Inspector Hearthstone, but it looks like one of those he wore.
Thank you, Eric. And you, Miss Gomez. You will both please go to your homes and remain there. This office will be closed and sealed for police inspection. Come along, Sam.
Okay, Inspector. If I'm out of step, Inspector Hearthstone, slap me down, but why aren't we pinching that dame?
Do you think we could convict her on the evidence of this earring alone, Sam?
Well, to cinch it, she and the murdered girl's husband were a twosome. And we got her earring and his cufflink hot off the murder scene.
Right so.
What are those newspapers you got under your arm, Inspector?
2 copies of yesterday's Star Telegraph, Sam, with the story of that highly interesting marriage annulment checked in pencil on one.
Where'd you get 'em?
In the waste paper basket in the reception room of Mr. Faulkner's office. But he may not have put them there.
That marriage annulment clipping seems to be turning up everywhere.
We'll confront Faulkner with it, Sam, at his house within the next few minutes.
Inspector Hearthstone, come in.
I'm here, too, Mr. Faulkner.
My apologies, Detective Cook. My butler, Pickett, left my employ suddenly and without reason, so I answered the door myself.
Your butler, Pickett, is a known criminal and blackmailer.
You astonish me, Inspector Hearthstone. I failed to check his reference when I employed him.
Oh, does this cufflink happen to be yours, Mr. Faulkner?
Yes. It is one of a set that was presented to me. I never wore them. I put them aside in my desk at the office. You, found it there, of course?
No. On the ground directly beneath the window of your murdered wife's bedroom.
How it got there, I cannot say. But this newspaper clipping may interest you, Inspector Hearthstone.
Newspaper clipping? It does very much. Especially as it is a marriage annulment story from yesterday's Star Telegraph.
My butler, Pickett, attempted to blackmail me for $10,000 for it. He overheard my wife, Glenda, present it to me as a possible way to have her marriage to me annulled.
Really? So you admit it now? Admit that your wife came to you to have your marriage annulled? Just as I thought.
I agreed to her plea quite readily. Ours was a marriage of convenience rather than love, Inspector Hearthstone. We did not live together as man and wife. Our marriage could have been annulled. But I thought no more of this clipping until Pickett attempted to use it as a means of blackmail.
Faulkner, earlier today, you complimented me by calling me clever. And I returned it by saying perhaps you were the clever one.
You were very gracious, Inspector Hearthstone. But now is no time for pretty words. Undoubtedly, you have come to reveal who murdered my wife.
There is such a thing as being too clever, Mr. Faulkner.
I quite agree, Inspector. After all, the proof of the pudding
is in the eating. And figuratively speaking, neither you nor I have eaten yet. But the records of the police show that the refusal of a wife to live with her husband provides a prime motive for murder. Good day, Mr. Faulkner.
I'm not asking you this time why we're not making a pinch, Inspector.
Sam, radio headquarters from the car. 1, to search this house for the butler Pickett's body.
Right.
2, have the police auditors check the books in Faulkner's office. And 3rd...
Here's the car.
Back to headquarters quickly, Sam.
Now, back in Inspector Hearthstone's grim office at the Death Squad, we hear Detective Cook say,
I'll give it to you fast, Inspector. The butler Pickett's not dead. He's drunk as a lord, shooting money like crazy.
Get on with it, Sam.
Report on Isabel Gomez. The murdered Glenda Faulkner's husband, Conrad, is putting up for Isabel in a lush apartment on East 53rd Street.
Mm-hmm.
You got her black jet earring and his cufflink already, found at the murder scene.
Get on to the auditor's report on Faulkner's books, Sam.
Yeah, right here, sir.
Well, let me see it.
Haven't had time to read it myself.
The solution is in Faulkner's books, Sam, and in this neatly cut-out clipping of the marriage annulment story in the Star-Telegraph.
Yeah? I got everybody outside, Inspector Hearthstone. Faulkner, Isabel, and Eric Jackson.
Bring them in, Sam. The case is solved.
Come in, all of you.
I reached the conclusion, Inspector Hearthstone, that your cleverness is bringing my wife's killer to arrest.
Mr. Faulkner, an audit of your books reveals that every dollar of your wife's estate held in trust by you was embezzled.
That is not a clever solution, Inspector. It is impossible.
Neither was it clever of you, Faulkner, to put up for this woman Isabel Gomez in one of the most expensive apartments in the city.
Is passionate love proof of murder, Inspector? I proudly say the money Conrad Faulkner spent on me was not embezzled from his murdered wife, Glenda.
Let me at her. It's like I said, Inspector. Faulkner killed Glenda. He embezzled her money. Isabel helped him murder her. You have all the evidence. Her earring, his cufflink, proof of a $500,000 theft.
Easy, Eric.
I'll kill them both.
Grab him, Sam. Eric Jackson is the murderer.
What?
Eric?
Yes, Eric Jackson.
You're a fool, Hearthstone. You're not fit to be a police officer.
I deal in evidence, and you gave me too much. You planted Isabel's black jet earring on the scene. You planted Conrad Faulkner's cufflink along with it. And you cut this story of the marriage annulment from the newspaper.
That's a lie.
You cut it out with these shears, found in a search of your room, Eric.
Glenda cut it from the newspaper herself, in her room, with her scissors.
The only scissors in Glenda's room were pinking shears. Shears that leave the pattern of a saw. You gave her the story, Eric. Gave her the idea to ask her husband for an annulment of their marriage, so you'd be free to murder her and have her husband accused.
He embezzled her money. The proof is in his books.
The proof in his books is that you, Eric Jackson, forged entries and took the money. Here's proof you did.
All right, Hearthstone. I did.
Detective Cook, charge him with willful murder. Take him to the cells.
Out of that door, Jackson. Start moving.
Is it not as I said, Inspector Hearthstone? You are the clever one, not I.
Through your sheer stupidity, Faulkner, you made me believe you were perhaps the most clever suspect I'd ever met in my long experience as a police officer. But that's neither here nor there. It's my job to bring murderers to heel. And your wife's killer will end up in the electric chair.
And thus, Hearthstone of the Death Squad writes solved in the files of the marriage annulment murder case. The part of Inspector Hearthstone was played by Alfred Shirley, written by Frank Hummert, directed by Henry Howard, and is a presentation of CBS Radio. Listen in next Thursday night at this same time for Hearthstone of the Death Squad in Murder and The Little Man with the Big Mustache.
I hope you're enjoying the collection so far. First up in the next batch of shows is Death in the Family from The Big Story. It tells about LaPierre, Michigan reporter Bill Noble's investigation of a man who killed his family and then set the house on fire. But there are missing bodies, conflicting witness stories, and a lot of confusion and clues that lead to a much deeper mystery. This is a really great story that's going to leave you on the edge of your seat until the very end. I guarantee it. It aired June 21st, 1950. Next is The Apartment Racket from Deadline Mystery. This short-lived show ran for a few episodes in 1947 on ABC, and it starred Steve Dunn as newspaperman Lucky Larson, who investigated crimes for his stories. In this one, a nationwide housing shortage creates opportunities for profit. Lucky investigates the mystery of why Mr. Quinn is trying to get all of his tenants to leave his apartment building. Murder takes it to another level. An intricate, twisting plot and lots of suspense in this great mystery story. Next is The Walking Corpse from Mystery is My Hobby, where a man, Mr. Avery, asks Barton Drake to investigate the murder of Flossie Avery, his 9th wife. He suspects a man involved in a cult. This is a really intriguing case with some shocking surprises. After that is Conspiracy to Murder from Wanted, which aired on July 14, 1950. A true crime show with actual witness testimonies. Each show featured stories about real fugitives from the FBI's most wanted list. This one is about the murder of Michigan State Senator Warren G. Hooper, shot to death as he drove on a lonely road in the country, gangland assassination style. Hooper was shot 4 days before he was scheduled to testify before a grand jury about being offered a bribe to alter a horse racing bill. This is a fascinating story, made even more so because it's true. And I should mention that the murder remains unsolved to this day. After that, we have Death of a Playboy from The Judge, a rare, little-known crime show about retired Judge A.J. Adams, who solves crimes in his retirement for some reason. In this one, Agatha Winters lives with her stepson and her housekeeper. Her stepson is then shot to death one night as he stands by an open window, and the judge is brought in to investigate by the police, who apparently can't solve crimes by themselves. This was the premiere episode of the series, airing on February 13, 1952. Next, we have the episode of The Lovely Wire from The Gentleman. Reginald Gardner starred as a dashing detective wearing a top hat and coattails in the show, which was made basically as a contrast to all of the stereotypical hard-boiled detective shows of the time. It ran for a few episodes in 1950, and then it just disappeared. And this is the only episode that survives to this day. A woman named Susie and some stolen pearls are the heart of the story, and of course the gentleman gets them both. Also, notice the use of a theremin in this show. Next, we have The Wailing Corpse from The Shadow, that long-lived and super popular show that ran for 22 years, featuring Lamont Cranston, a sort of superhero with hypnotic abilities, which made him appear invisible by clouding men's minds. In this one, a man goes to an undertaker and orders an oversized coffin that will not decay. It has to be ventilated and be about twice as big as a normal coffin, which will be outfitted with a radio device so that the occupant of the coffin could communicate with the main house. The man informs the undertaker that it must be ready in 2 weeks and that it will be for himself. The undertaker goes to Lamont Cranston about this after he has delivered the coffin. And then Lamont Cranston is informed shortly after that the man has died. This is by far one of the strangest stories from The Shadow, and a really suspenseful and downright spooky mystery show. It aired November 8th, 1942. Enough talking, let's enjoy these shows. I'll be back in a little bit.
The Big Story.
Mommy.
I'm driving as fast as I can, Linda.
I'm bleeding, Mommy.
We'll be in the hospital in a few minutes.
Mommy, I don't feel good.
Keep your hand tight over the bullet hole.
I'm going to die. I'm going to die.
No. You'll be all right as soon as I can get you to...
Lapeer, Michigan. The story of a reporter who followed through to the end one of the most brutal atrocities in American criminal history. Lapeer, Michigan. The story as it actually happened. Bill Noble's story as he lived it.
Michigan, Indian summer, midnight. And you, Bill Noble, reporter for the Lapeer Press, are driving home after a pleasant visit at a friend's. The night hangs softly, peacefully over the dark, rolling hills. Ahead of you, a strange light flickers. You wonder what it is. But as you come nearer, you stop wondering. You can see a house burning now. The entire upper floor is aflame. As you drive into the grounds, your headlights light up a man and a young boy lying on the ground, both obviously dead.
Bill Noble, how'd you know about this so soon?
I was just passing by, Sheriff. Say, this is awful.
I just got here myself.
Hey, are you the sheriff?
That's right.
I'm a neighbor. Jevitt's my name. I just looked through the house. There's no one else in there. Hey, Ellie!
Who are you calling?
My daughter. She said the wife and another child were still in the house, but
Did you find them, Papa?
Ain't no one in the house, Ellie.
But you said they was.
I looked upstairs and downstairs until the smoke drove me out. I tell you, there ain't no one in there.
Who's supposed to be in there?
His wife and daughter. That living room downstairs is a bloody mess. Blood all over, on the chairs, sofa, on the rug, even on the walls.
Who's the dead man?
Steve Wojcik and his little boy, Paul.
Do you have any idea who shot them?
He done it himself. Killed himself and Paul.
How do you know?
I live across the road. I was just going to bed when I saw the fire. I ran over and I saw Steve stumbling out of the house holding Paul in his arms. I asked him, what happened to you? He said, I did it. I shot Paul and myself. Then I asked him, where's Ida and Linda? He just pointed to the burning house, and then he died. It was awful. Just awful.
Might have shot his wife and daughter, too.
Well, they must have gotten away, 'cause no one's in there.
Why'd he do it? Was he crazy?
He was always jealous of Ida, always suspicioned her.
Sheriff!
Here I am, Sergeant.
I phoned them about the fire. The state police are on their way down. There's also been a bad crack-up on Route 42, 2 miles out of Hillsdale.
Oh, what a night.
All the houses are gone. It's burning now from roof to cellar.
I hope no one's in there. That accident, Sergeant, was it a local or a tourist car?
A local woman by the name of Ida Wojcik and her daughter.
What?
They took them over to the Clarkson Hospital.
Look! There goes the house!
The horror of it has caught you, Bill Noble. You race along with the sheriff to the hospital, wanting to know more of this tragedy. You wonder, what can possess a man to shoot his own child? You wonder how his wife, Ida, can live through this tragedy. And at the hospital, you listen as she tells her story to the sheriff.
He's been plaguing me all day about him.
Who is him, Mrs. Wojcik?
Hired hand, Chuck Snyder. My husband had a silly idea that Chuck and I were too friendly. That's why he fired him.
Tell us what happened.
We stopped off at Ross's bar for a beer. Beer always calms him down, but today he got worse.
You went directly home from there?
That's right. And I went to bed.
What about your kids?
They were all right. They were asleep when we got home. I wasn't sleeping more than half an hour when I woke up suddenly. There he was, standing all dressed, with a gun in his hand. I screamed and ran. He fired at me and missed. I ran outside into the fields, and then I heard some more shots. I ran back. Didn't see him, so I ran to the kids' room. And I saw Linda was shot. I grabbed her and ran for the car. Drove as fast as I could to the hospital because she was
Didn't you
bleeding
stop for your
bad.
boy, Paul? Weren't you worried about him, too?
He loved Paul more than anything. I didn't believe he would ever hurt him. But he killed my boy. He killed my boy.
You listen to her story, Bill Noble. You listen to her cry inconsolably. There isn't much more to know, except how her little daughter is making out in her fight for life. And so you go and see the doctor down at the other end of the corridor, hoping hard that the doctor will tell you the one piece of good news in this terrible tragedy.
I'm sorry, but I cannot let you in.
Well, Doctor, could you tell me how she's doing?
Who are you?
I'm from the Lapeer Press, a reporter.
The girl's dying.
Dying?
She's delirious and not saying anything that would make sense. There's no point and no good reason why she should be visited.
There's no hope?
None.
Well, Sheriff, what do you think?
It's open and shut. Murder and suicide. If Stephen Wojciech were alive, we'd hang him.
Tell me, what makes a man kill his own kids?
Some men are born lunatics.
Well, I'm going back to my office and write up the story. Oh, by the way, Sheriff, what was the name of the tavern Mrs. Wojciech said she and her husband were at?
Ross's Tavern. Why?
Oh, I think I'll just stop by there and get me a beer.
What'll it be, friend?
Beer, huh?
Here you are.
Say, did you hear about the Wojciechs?
Yeah. Just can't believe it.
Mrs. Wojciech said she was in here just before her husband went berserk. Weren't they in here?
Yep.
What'd they fight about?
I never listen to other people's troubles, mister.
Oh, when people quarrel, you just can't help listening.
Maybe you can't. I can't.
Now, look, I'm Bill Noble from the Lapeer Press. I'm a reporter. I'd be much obliged if you'd help me.
I told you, mister, I never listen.
Excuse me, but my name's Tom Hatcher. Don't bother introducing yourself. I always listen in on other people's conversations.
Well, at least you're honest.
Tell you something, Mr. Noble, that might interest you. I knew Steve Wojciech pretty well.
You did?
Known him ever since he came to this country years ago.
What was he like?
He was a good Joe.
A good Joe? The man that murders his 2 kids?
Just telling you what I knew about him. I guess I knew him as well as anyone. He wanted to get ahead. He worked hard. He's crazy for his kids. Spoke English very bad, so he went to night school in order for his kids not to grow up with an accent. But even night school didn't help him much. Whenever he got excited, he jabbered away in Polish.
Mm-hmm. You were a good friend of his, weren't you?
I was. And I'm telling you the truth about Steve. Ida gave him plenty of reason to hate her. She always poked fun at him. This poor English. This being left-handed. This being such a meat mouse with his boss. At everything.
Must have been insane.
Maybe. If he was, she made him crazy. Ida loved a good time. She and her girlfriend always cutting up.
The girlfriend?
A neighbor, Ellie Javits.
Ellie Javits?
And then she carried on with this Chuck Snyder, the hired hand. Man with a police record.
Yeah, but none of this adds up to killing his own kids.
I know it don't, Mr. Noble. That's why I'm telling you.
It's hard for you to believe Tom Hatcher's story, Bill Noble. But now you have your teeth in a case that's not so open and shut. There's some doubt. And you have to wipe out that doubt. You go to see some of the neighbors.
Now, look here, young feller. I don't believe everything they write in them newspapers. Steve wouldn't even go rabbit hunting. He was against killing anything. Now, how can you figure him killing his own 2 kids that he worshipped? Tell me that.
Yes, I know him. I liked him. So did everyone in Hillsdale. You won't find a soul with a bad word for him. Not one.
You do a pretty thorough job of interviewing the neighbors, Bill Noble. And now you're full of doubts. You go and see Ellie Javits, the girl who saw Steve Wojciech die. And as you talk to her, you watch her nervously torture a handkerchief. She scarcely looks at you.
I told you what I heard Mr. Wojciech say. I did it. I killed Paul and myself.
He didn't mention Linda's name?
I don't remember hearing him say anything about Linda.
Mm-hmm. Tell me, do you speak Polish, Miss Javits, or understand it?
No.
Did you ever hear Mr. Wojciech speak Polish?
Sure.
When?
Whenever he wanted to. I don't know when. You're asking me real fool questions.
Well, didn't he lapse into Polish whenever he became excited or upset?
Yes, he did.
Do you think he'd be excited or upset after having shot himself and his 2 kids?
You're asking me too many questions. I don't know what you mean.
I mean that Steve Wojciech would have confessed in Polish. And even if his last dying words were in English, they certainly wouldn't have been so clear and grammatic.
I told you what I heard. You want me to lie?
No, I don't, Miss Javits. You'll go to prison if you lie. This case is going to be reopened. You're going to have to swear that you heard Mr. Wojciech say he did it. Now, we know that you and Ida are pretty close friends. If you're protecting her or that hired man, Chuck Snyder, you'll be in serious trouble.
That's what I heard him say. I'm almost sure he said that.
You'd better be absolutely sure, Miss Javits. Because I don't think Steve Wojciech murdered his family.
This is Cy Harris, returning you to your narrator and the big story of William T. Noble, as he lived it and wrote it.
As you hurry to the sheriff's office, Bill Noble, reporter on the Lapeer Press, with the new evidence about Steve Wojciech's character, your mind goes back to the sight of him, dead, clutching his dead son close to him. That's a sight you can't forget or forgive. You're determined to find the murderer. And at the moment, you're in the sheriff's office discussing the case.
You interviewed all the neighbors, Bill?
Most everyone, Sheriff. Not one bad word for him, not one good word for Ida.
Well, you want me to reopen the case?
Well, don't you think it warrants it?
Well, could be.
Say, Sheriff, I was just wondering. That bullet wound that killed Wojciech, where was it? Do you remember?
Not exactly. It was on the side, under the armpit.
Which one, right or left?
I don't remember. Why?
Well, he was left-handed. He would only have shot himself on the left side.
Well, now, I'll call the undertaker. The body's still there. Hello, Ed. This is the sheriff. Say, take a look at the report on Stephen Wojciech and tell me where the bullet wound is, right or left side. Okay, I'll hold on. You want to take a look?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It seems to me it was... Hello? The right side. You're sure now? Okay, thanks.
Ah, that's it. He couldn't have killed himself.
Are you sure he was left-handed?
Oh, several people told me so.
Maybe a left-handed man could shoot himself in the right side.
Take your gun and try it.
Let's see. No. It could be done. Would be awkward.
Sheriff, a man that's about to commit suicide isn't going to take any chances of failing.
Okay, the case is officially reopened.
Okay. Now, we have two suspects. Mrs. Ida Wojciech and the hired man, Chuck Snyder.
Now, the probability is that Chuck Snyder's our man.
He has a police record.
I know, I checked him, but it's all small stuff. Disorderly conduct, petty thieving. Still, I'm going to arrest him. You want to come along?
But Chuck Snyder is nowhere to be found. The sheriff rolls up his sleeves and goes to work. In an hour, the whole state is alerted for Chuck Snyder. Every policeman and detective in Michigan is on the lookout for a tall, heavy-set, black-haired man. Within a few hours, they find him in a little town right outside of Detroit, his brother's home. You sit with the sheriff while he questions him.
Why did you do it, Snyder?
Do what?
Murder Steve Wojciech and his kids.
Murder the... Are you crazy?
If you didn't do it, why did you run away?
I didn't run away. I was fired.
You were a close friend of Mrs. Wojciech, weren't you?
I worked for her on the farm.
Answer the question.
Yes, I was a friend of hers. But you're not going to pin this thing on me. No, sir.
You've got a long police record.
I'm no child killer. I ain't never killed anyone.
Did you kill Steve?
No, I didn't.
Did she tell you to do it?
I ain't killed anyone, I tell you.
Where were you on the night of the murder?
The night of the murder?
That's what I said.
I was in Detroit. That's where I was.
Where in Detroit?
In the Marquette restaurant. I worked there as a waiter until 11:30 every night. I can prove it. You ain't going to pin this thing on me. I can prove it. Call him up. Go ahead and call him.
He proved it, too, Bill Noble. The owner of the Marquette restaurant cleared him. It was impossible for Chuck Snyder to have been in Detroit and at the scene of the crime at the same time.
I'm letting you go, Snyder. But don't you go running away. I want you to stay in town. I may be needing you.
I ain't running. I don't like cops chasing me with their guns out of their pockets.
Well, there goes our best suspect.
That leaves us only one.
Ida Wolchek? No, it can't be her. No woman would murder her own children.
Oh, Sheriff, you were ready to believe the father did.
I don't know what to believe anymore.
She's still in the hospital?
No, she's been discharged. Living with her sister. I think I'll pick her up and start asking a few questions.
While they're bringing in Ida Wojcik, you, Bill Noble, go back to the hospital, have a talk with the doctor. Perhaps Linda had regained consciousness before she died. Perhaps she had said something that might be of some help.
Yes, Mr. Noble, what can I do for you?
Doctor, I'm the reporter from the Lapeer Press.
Oh, yes. You were in here about a week ago.
Tell me, did Linda ever regain consciousness?
Oh, not really. She was never completely lucid.
That's too bad.
A plucky little girl. Fought very hard to live, but the odds were too much against her.
Did she say anything at all before she died?
Well, she kept repeating, Mommy shot me, Mommy shot me.
You sure?
Of course I'm sure. She was delirious. Can't go by that too much. People are liable to say anything in their delirium.
Anything?
Yes.
Did she ever say that her daddy shot her?
No. No, she didn't.
Thank you, Doctor. That's all I want to know.
Talking to Ida Wojcik for 5 hours. I didn't get to first base.
She sticks to a story, huh, Sheriff?
Oh, she tells one story over and over again. The drop of a hat, she'll repeat the whole thing, word for word. Can't break her or shake her.
You have to keep trying.
If I know human nature, she's lying. Her story is too smooth. She remembers too many important details. She's too composed for a woman whose 2 kids have been murdered.
Oh, Sheriff, she's not really composed. She's just holding tight.
That's what I think, but it's no good unless we get a confession. We'll never convict her otherwise.
Look, can I talk to her?
Sure. Come on, I'll take you over to the cell.
I'll go there myself. I'd rather do it alone. Hello, Mrs. Wojcik.
Hello?
Oh, I'm not a detective, just a reporter from the Lapeer Press.
Why did they open this case again? After my husband confessed.
Oh, that's the police for you. Always looking to stir up things.
They have no right to keep me here.
Oh, they'll have to let you go pretty soon. The way I see it, they haven't got a leg to stand on.
They must be crazy to think a mother could kill her own kid. Besides, didn't Steve confess that he did it?
Well, I really think they opened this case for some political reason.
Yeah. I'll bet that's it.
Sure. Just don't let yourself get panicky, say the wrong things.
I won't. My story's perfect.
Well, I'll drop by tomorrow, let you know what's happening. My paper's out to see that you get a fair deal, Mrs. Wojcik. And, besides, well, you're the prettiest prisoner they ever had in this prison.
Nice of you to say that. Thanks.
Hello, Mrs. Wojcik.
Hello, Mr. Noble.
How are they treating you?
Rotten. Food's terrible.
You just keep calm.
I'm not worried.
They've been working on Ellie Javits. She's, not so sure now that Steve confessed.
That little hussy. What's she afraid of? They can't do anything to her.
Oh, of course not. But she's getting very jittery. Say, look, do you mind if I take your picture, Mrs. Wojcik, for the paper?
Sure. Sure, okay.
Fine. Your profile, huh? That makes you look best. Oh, there we are. I hope it comes out as pretty as you really are.
Day after day, for 2 weeks, you, Bill Noble, went to see her, became friendly with her, broke down some of her resistance. She looked forward to seeing you every day. You confided in her, and in turn, she began to confide in you. Little things. Nothing important, but you'd opened the door.
Hello, Ida.
Hello, Bill.
How are you today?
Lousy. I'm getting fed up with this place.
You've got to learn how to relax.
Anything new happen in my case?
Yeah,
Is it bad?
pretty bad.
Tell me.
Well, They got Ellie to admit that she wasn't sure what it was Steve said before he died. Instead of being sure that he said, I did it, she now agrees it sounded more like Ida did it.
No. No.
Now, the police have figured out something else. Steve couldn't have shot himself. He was left-handed. He was shot in the right side.
He wasn't left-handed. He was right-handed.
There are 6 neighbors who are ready to swear that he was left-handed.
I didn't do it. I wouldn't kill my own kids. You believe me, don't you?
Ida, I'm just telling you what the police are doing.
Chuck did it. He's the one who did it.
No, he didn't. He was in Detroit at the time. He can prove it.
I swear I didn't do it. You believe me, Bill, don't you? Please.
The doctor that treated poor Linda also told the police that Linda kept saying, Mommy shot me. Mommy shot me.
The lie! The lie!
On the way here, I stopped by your house, Ida. It's burnt to the ground. But I found this toy. A walking, chirping bird. There, you see, it's still good. The fire never touched it.
It's Paulie. My little Paulie.
The doctor also said that Linda wasn't angry at you before she died. She kept calling for Mommy until the end.
My baby. My baby.
Ida, you'll never be able to sleep again until you get it off your mind. It'll tear you apart. You'll never have a moment's peace. It'll shake you to bits. It'll drive you stark, staring mad unless you talk. Come on, now, tell it to me. You can't keep it inside you any longer. Tell it to me, Ida. Tell me.
He wanted to take the kid to his mother. He said I wasn't fit to take care of them. Told him if he ever tried to take the kids away, I'd kill them. We had a terrible fight. When we got home, I took a gun and shot him and the kids. I was crazy, killing my own baby. When I saw little Linda lying on the floor, I realized what a dreadful thing I did. I grabbed her up and drove her to the hospital. Who will forgive me? The Lord will never forgive me for this horrible thing. Never.
Now we read you that telegram from William T. Noble of the Lapeer, Michigan Press.
Murderess in tonight's big story pleaded guilty and was sentenced to life imprisonment at the Detroit House of Correction. At the trial, the judge said, there is no power in this court to punish the accused more than she has punished herself. For the rest of her life, she will be faced with the horror of what she did.
And so ends another big story. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed with the exception of the newspaper reporter. The Big Story has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
From Hollywood, the Knox Company, worldwide distributors of scientifically compounded pharmaceutical products, presents Stephen Dunn, star of Columbia Pictures in Deadline Mystery.
Lucky Larson's the name, columnist for over 250 newspapers syndicated all over the world. You know, even a newspaper man's got to eat, although to look at most of us, you'd never know we do. It isn't the fact that we don't make enough money. It's because we never have the time. But I'm different. I'm a guy who takes his time. Right now, there's an awfully big mess cooking on the stove in my little apartment. Who's frying? Lucia. Classy little dame who followed me to Sicily a couple of months ago to kill me because she thought I'd kill the guy who thought she loved. Brother, she can kill me with her pizza anytime. Pizza, that savory dish that tastes and smells of old Italy. Garlic, tomatoes, gooey dough, and cheese. And, of course, the sauce. Wine-ripe and smackable.
You want to taste it, Lucky?
Are you kidding, baby?
There.
Mm.
Is it all right?
Just stick your finger in it, baby. It'll be perfect.
Oh, Lucky. I love to cook for you. You like everything I make.
Oh, you give it such pretty trimmings.
Oh, Lucky, you're sweet.
Come here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Lucky, pizza, it'll burn.
Forget it.
Lucky, the doorbell.
Forget the doorbell.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Lucky, you'd better go. I think the doorbell's stuck.
Oh, okay. I open the door and then right into a story. There's a kid standing here. Blood running down his face paints out his features. He could be anybody until I hear his voice.
Lucky. Mr. Larson, can I come in?
Johnny Hines, what a... Of course, kid, come on in.
Thanks, Mr. Larson.
What happened, Johnny? You hit a truck?
No,
Look, don't try to talk right now. Come on, we'll go wash up.
Who is it, Lucky? Oh,
The kid's hurt, honey. You want to give me a hand?
well, that's awful. What happened? Who is he, Lucky?
Friend of mine. Kid I used to know. We lived in the same apartment house once.
Well, don't just stand there. Get some bandages.
Yeah.
Get some iodine. Get anything.
Lucia's soft touch does more for the kid than all the bandages in the world. What that gal can't do with a Band-Aid. Johnny's patches even have trimmings. He can talk now.
Come on, son. Tell us all about it.
Yeah, who beat you up, Johnny, and why?
They beat me up because Mom doesn't want to move.
You mean somebody's trying to chase you out of the place where you live now?
Yes, sir. Mr. Quinn's been trying to get us out for weeks.
Oh, I don't believe it, Johnny.
But he has, Mr. Larson. He's done all kinds of things, like turning off the gas, stopping the water.
Oh, look, Johnny, that doesn't sound like Quinn. I've known the guy for years. He was the best landlord I ever had.
He's different now. He's so different that we want to move. Only we can't find any place to go.
Doesn't seem possible.
He's already chased the people out across the hall, the Winstons. They had to go to a trailer camp. And the people next door to us had to move in with relatives.
Sounds like you're telling the truth, Johnny, but it just doesn't make sense.
Mom's sick. We've just got to
Quinn's
stay.
never been like that. Why, I've known him to carry tenants for months without even a cent of rent.
What'll we do, Mr. Larson?
What happened tonight, Johnny?
Well, I told Mr. Quinn that if he didn't leave Mom alone, I was coming to see you.
Is that why he beat you up?
Oh, no, sir. Mr. Quinn didn't do it.
Who did?
I don't know. Some big guy stopped me on the street as I was coming here. He said he'd teach me that this neighborhood wasn't going to be healthy for squealers like me.
Just a minute, Johnny. I pick up the phone and dial Quinn's number. I have to wait a few minutes. Hey, you look better with your face washed, kid. Hello, Joe. Lucky Larson. That's funny. Joe Quinn has always been glad to hear from me before. Now he comes through and asks me how I am. Why I don't ever come around. I'm coming around now, Joe. I just wanted to be sure you'd be in. Quinn says he's just going out. You better wait for me, Joe. I'll be there in 15 minutes.
But, Lucky, the pizza.
Keep it hot, baby. I won't be long. And, don't change your lipstick while I'm gone, huh?
Here is a message of special importance to men and women who suffer from backache, to people who feel nervous and jumpy, people who are losing their pep because of restless sleep, people who get up in the morning as tired as when they went to bed, to people who suffer from muscular aches and pains and feel a lot older than their years. If these conditions arise from an accumulation of excess acids due to a non-organic and non-systemic disorder of kidney function, the very first dose of the diuretic formula called Cystex, C-Y-S-T-E-X, usually goes right to work helping nature clear away irritating excess acids and poisons. And this natural action may quickly bring an almost amazing increase in pep, a delightful easing of backache, nervousness, and a handicapping muscular pains. Then you can feel younger and get more fun out of life. Because it may bring such a vast improvement in your physical well-being, you owe it to yourself to try Cystex today. Take exactly as directed on the package. See how fast it works. Your money back is guaranteed unless you're completely satisfied. So get Cystex, C-Y-S-T-E-X, from your druggist today. See how much Cystex may help you. And now, back to Lucky Larson and Deadline Mystery.
I'm at Quinn's apartment house now. I pull up in the park. As I turn the motor off, a guy steps out of the shadows and points with a gun. I shove the door handle down. I roll to the street. Shot I expect doesn't come. Instead, the whole building falls on my head. Slowly, ever so slowly, the lights come back on again. There's a buzzsaw going around in my brain, and every one of the teeth takes out a nick as the thing goes round and round. Gradually, the buzzsaw turns into a hum, and I realize I'm all cramped up and riding in a car. I'm lying on the bottom under somebody's feet. Yeah, definitely feet. Way up somewhere, I hear voices.
When you get to Eagle Point, put him behind the wheel and start the car and jump.
Oh, how am I going to be sure I'll be killed?
Don't be a sap. There's a drop there at 200 feet.
Oh, yeah.
Now, stop the car. Let me out. I got another job.
I open my eyes a slit. Oh, it's too dark. Can't make out his mug. The lug grinds a steel into my ribs. I grit and take it. I got to. Can't fight two guys with two guns. Not with me lying on the floor, anyway. The car starts up again. I'd give up all of Lucia's pizza just to stretch once. But I don't dare. Not yet. The car goes on for miles. I know we've reached Eagle Point. The guy leaves his motor running, gets out. He comes around and opens my door. I grab his ankle, give it a twist. He dives into the gravel. My luck runs out. I lose my hold. I pull myself over into the driver's seat and grab the wheel. The headlights stab at the cliff edge, not 15 feet away. Through their back wash, I see the mug grabbing for his gun. I don't want it, but I got it. I throw the car in gear, twist the wheel hard, and step on the gas. The cliff jumps right up at me. I say I'm not going to make it. I slide over in the seat and push the door open and slide out onto air or land. Yeah, I win that toss. Way down below, I hear a terrible crash. Out of the dark behind me, I hear a curse and a laugh.
So long, Larson. So long. Ooh, my ankle.
I ride back into town on my thumb. Right now, I'm pushing the bell of Joe Quinn's apartment. Joe takes his time coming to the door. Before he opens it, he has to unlock it. Well, that's funny, too. Quinn never used to lock his door.
Lucky. It is you.
Yeah, Joe. Pretty healthy-looking ghost.
But I...
Joe, what makes you think you can get by with assaulting tenants?
But I never...
Wait a minute. I'm coming in.
Oh, please, Lucky. I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't lie, Joe. I already know about 3 of your tenants. How you had them beaten up in order to get them out.
You've got to believe me, Lucky. I never had anybody beat up.
Look, I saw Johnny Hines' face tonight, Joe. He came and told me all about it. And about the Winstons and the people next door.
Johnny lied to you, Lucky. Johnny was caught tonight trying to strip a car. He put up a fight and the guy who owned the car kicked his face in.
I don't believe it.
Okay. Then come with me to Mrs. Hines' apartment and she'll tell you that that's the truth.
Mrs. Hines is frightened, petrified, but she sticks to her story.
What Mr. Quinn says is true, Mr. Larson.
Smells like a mackerel.
It was dreadful of Johnny getting himself into trouble and then putting the blame on poor Mr. Quinn.
Is Johnny home? I'd like to talk to him.
What? Yes, of course. I'll call him.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Larson. That's right.
You were caught stealing parts from cars, Johnny?
Yeah, a couple of guys made me do it.
Who were they?
Well, I don't know. I never saw them before.
Please, Mr. Larson. Please forgive Johnny for getting you mixed up in this thing.
The dive I almost took over the cliff wasn't funny.
I know. But if you don't report him to the police, I'll promise you he'll go straight. I promise.
What are you going to do with a sick woman and her only kid? Okay, but there's still something screwy about this deal. For instance, how does it happen these mugs were waiting for me when I got to Quinn's apartment?
I called them after you left your place and told them how I'd loused things up.
Quit lying, Johnny. If you call them, then you know their names.
Well, not exactly. They're called Mike and Red.
Where'd you call them?
Well, they hang out at Harry's place.
Of course, kid, you know I'm going to check on that. I do. The barman at Harry's place never heard of Mike and Red. He hasn't had a phone call for him either. Not ever. It proves what I already know, that Johnny Hines is lying for some reason. Well, I better go home, have a bath, and think things out. Besides, I'm getting late for the pizza. I open my door and I smell burnt Italy. I run to the kitchen. Yeah, Every pan is charcoal crisp. Every burner is on. Lucia's out. She's been mad at me before, but never that mad. Besides, she never gets mad at me for running out. She always knows I run right back. I dial her number. No answer. Something's wrong. I try a taxi stand. Hello? Jet a cab over to 350 Park Avenue, will you? Huh? Hello? What? Well, where'd you go, baby? Lucia tells me that Johnny lied about Mr. Quinn. She says that after I left, Johnny called two guys. He called them Red and Mike. Lucia says that Johnny said something to him about lousing things up. Hey, wait a minute, baby. Where'd he call him? She says Johnny called him at Harry's place. Yeah, okay, baby. Now tell Papa who's holding a gun at your back. I checked the operator. Can you trace that call, honey? She says no. My door rings. It's a cab. I get over to Quinn's apartment. Quick.
Lucky. Are you crazy? It's 1 o'clock.
Never mind, Joe. We're going to have words.
Lucky, I'm a nice guy, but I don't have to stand for this.
You got any ideas?
Yes, I'm going to throw you out.
I beat him to the punch. I'll try to be funny, Quinn. I grab his wrist and show him the Marines talk.
Me? Don't, Lucky. I'll talk.
That's what you should have done a long time ago.
It's not my fault. I couldn't help it. Honest, Lucky.
That isn't what I want to hear.
It's a gang, Lucky. They're moving in on all the apartments in this district.
How do they work it?
Well, they force the tenants out and demand huge bonuses from people who are desperate for homes.
You mean you stand for that?
I couldn't help it. They beat me up, too. And they threatened to burn me out.
What's your cut?
Oh, I haven't taken a cent, honest, Lucky. I haven't.
Who are they?
The only one I know is the contact man. They call him Mike. He was here when you first called me tonight.
I see.
And he called someone else and told them to lay for you. Then he went to your place and got Johnny Hines.
Go on, add up some more.
Mike was in the apartment when we went to talk to Johnny and his mother tonight. That's why they lied.
What about Lucia, the girl that was at my place? They got her, too?
They went back to get her when you told Johnny that you were going to check his story.
I'm ashamed of you, Joe. You should have gone to the police the first time these guys came to you. You know, you're a savage.
Why? I'll do anything now, Lucky. Anything. Wait, I'll call the police right now.
Don't touch the phone.
Why not?
I gotta find Lucia first. If I don't, I'll never find her.
Yes, but how?
You'll go down to headquarters with me, Joe. We'll look at some pictures. Maybe you'll be able to pick out this Mike.
Yeah, I'll go.
If I can find the guy, I'll make him talk. We start for the door. We get about 2 feet, and Joe yells.
Look out, Lucky! Look out!
As the shot Quinn goes down, I whirl around. The lights go out. I jump to somewhere else, with 2 more shots hit the air where I'd been. Grab a chair and hurl it towards the door. The guy yells as the chair connects. I run towards the door and fall over my own chair. I get up. I hear the door slam. Hand locked. I know that by the time I find another exit, the guy will be gone. Oh, well. I turn on the light and take a look at Joe Quinn. I call the ambulance. A dark, nasty hole in his shoulder is crying red tears.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard about Cystex for backache, for muscular aches and pains, for nervousness, for loss of pep and sleep, for that tired, worn-out feeling when due to a non-systemic and non-organic disorder of kidney function. But have you tried Cystex? That's spelled C-Y-S-T-E-X. Until you do, you can't know how fast it may work to help nature curb your backache and muscular pains, bring you greater pep, allay nervousness, improve your physical well-being. Clinical tests in many cases, even on people up to the advanced age of 80, prove that Cystex helps a high percentage of those who give it a fair trial. And because Cystex is so successful, it is now one of the accepted medicines in many countries throughout the world. For over 20 years, Cystex has brought joyous help to millions of men and women. So surely you'll make no mistake in at least giving Cystex a fair trial, under the guarantee of money back unless completely satisfied. So get Cystex, C-Y-S-T-E-X, from your druggist, and take exactly as directed on the package. See how much Cystex may help you. And now back to Lucky Larson and Deadline Mystery.
I step down to the Hines apartment. All I find is a note on the door. It says, "Gone out of town. No milk, please." Fine. There's no one who can identify the gang's contact man, unless I can find the Winstons or the couple next door. Fat chance of that. I haven't the glimmer of an idea where they are. As for Joe Quinn, he won't be talking for a long, long time. Maybe never. I go back to Joe's apartment just as the meat wagon boys get there. And the cops. My old friend, Lieutenant Tom Burns, is pushing them around.
Hi, Lucky. Was that you who called the station?
Yeah, Tom.
Yeah, Quinn's got a bad hole in him.
Yeah, I know.
Who did it?
I don't know. Somebody took a shot at him from the door. Threw some lead at me, too. Put out the lights. I couldn't see who he was.
Uh-huh.
I don't dare tell Tom what I know, not yet. If I do, the gang will kill Lucia, just as sure as taxes. Hey, Tom, why don't you get a fingerprint guy up here?
Already sent for him, Lucky. Oh, are you expecting a call?
Yeah. Huh? Yeah, this is Larson. A dirty voice on the other end tells me that if I like that dame of mine, I'd better button my lip, keep it buttoned. Yeah, it's a deal. Only be sure you keep your part of the bargain, pal.
Well, that's that, Lucky. Not a print in this room that wasn't made by you or Quinn.
Oh, but there's gotta be. There's got to.
What are you so upset about? Quinn isn't going to die.
I still want to find out who did it.
Well, Quinn will be able to talk in a few days. Maybe he'll be able to tell you.
A few days isn't soon enough.
Look here, Lucky. Are you holding out on me?
Let me borrow your fingerprint, man, will you, Tom?
What for?
Don't ask questions. If we find anything, I'll bring it straight to you.
Nope.
I'll tell you everything I know, honest, Tom.
Sorry, Lucky. That isn't good enough.
Tom, you gotta trust me.
Sorry, Lucky. No.
But if I tell you now it'll leak, I'll be scooped. Oh, look, Tom, I've helped you out a couple of times.
Well, okay, go ahead.
Thanks, Tom. The fingerprint man and I get into his car. When we're down the road a couple of blocks, I say, drive to Eagle Point, son. We're going to get some prints off the wheel of a car about 200 feet down.
Okay, Lucky, we've matched the prints.
Good, Tom. I know you would.
They belong to a hood who's done at least a dozen rats.
Who is it?
No. Not until you come across, Lucky.
Okay, if that's the only way.
I'm afraid it is.
Well, look, I'm trying to run down a story on a gang that's trying to promote a home renting racket.
Hey, isn't that a new one?
Just an old one with a new twist. The shakedown racket. These are the guys who shot Joe Quinn, Tom. They also beat up young Johnny Hines. Then they kidnapped him and his mother, along with a friend of mine.
Well, why didn't you tell me this before?
Because they killed a whole bunch if they think I've talked.
Well, come on, let's go get them.
Tom, look, I gotta handle this alone. I've gotta find this guy and make him tell me who's at the top. You can understand. Gotta use my own methods. Methods that, well, you can't use. No time to bring the guy into headquarters and make him sweat. So, come on, Tom, let me know who belongs to these prints, huh?
Yeah. Well, Lucky, you're always asking me to break the rules. Oh, go ahead. The prints came off of Frankie Rolls.
Frankie?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Tom, thanks. I'll be seeing you.
Hey, wait a minute. How are you going to find him?
I know guys who'll sing for a sawbuck. This song's worth a century. I drop into an all-night pillory, pay a nickel for a phone booth. I'm calling a stool. Hiya, Squint. Lucky Larson. Hey, Squint, I got $100 that says you don't know where I can find Frankie Rolls. The guy sniffs a couple of times, gives me an address. Well, what do you know? You don't mean it. You know, Squint, I'll go broke if I keep on losing bets like that. I'll put the money in the mail after I've seen Frankie. So don't give him the tip. The address Squint gave me is a pretty nifty neighborhood. Too nifty for the Frankie Rolls I used to know. Looks like this new racket is really paying off. I find a right window and slip my knife under the catch. Easy now, Lucky, easy. My pencil flash pokes around the room. It looks empty and safe. I give the window another shove. Wow! I didn't count on an alarm. It's too late to back out now. Anyway, who wants to? I climb in, scurry across the room. I get back at the door just as somebody throws it open. The lights go on.
All right, you. Come out from behind that door.
Huh?
And don't try any tricks. I can see every move you make in the mirror.
I step out, right into a guy with a gun. Well, surprise. This isn't Frankie Rolls. It's a lawyer by the name of Lamson Holliday. I've interviewed him at least a dozen times. Oh, hiya, counselor.
Larson, the columnist. I know you.
Yeah.
What do you mean breaking into my house? Trying to steal some papers from one of my cases?
I'm wondering if Squint gave me the runaround on this tip. Holliday's a respected mouthpiece, more or less, even if he does defend crooks.
Well, speak up, Larson.
I listen to the burglar alarm. I figure I can't get in any worse. Well, I'll tell you, counselor. I'm looking for a crook by the name of Frankie Rolls.
You expect to find him here?
Yeah, that's what the boys in the back room tell me.
Just a minute, let me turn this thing off. You get around, Larson.
Then he is here.
Sure. Just step through that door. I'll take you up.
Holiday prods me with his gun. We go up some stairs.
Come on out, Frankie. We've got company.
The door opens down the hall. A silhouette steps out, framed by the light in the back. Its shape is the same as the guy who came at me this evening out of the shadows with a gun.
Who is it, Holiday?
Well, he didn't exactly say he was a friend of yours.
Lucky Larson.
Unlock the guest room, Frankie. That's the right place for a guest, isn't it?
Yeah. Lots of guests use this room.
You always have a Yale spring lock on your guest room?
Come on, Snoop. Get on in there.
I step past Frankie. Turn. It's an old Marine trick. I grab his arm, yank him into the room, and slam the door. The Yale lock snaps.
Hey, let go of my arm. Breaking my arm.
How'd you guess it, stinker?
Oh.
All right, where's your gun?
I ain't got a gun. Now let go.
Not in a million years.
If you come out, I'll make a deal with you.
I don't believe in Santa Claus.
If you don't come out, I'll shoot the lock off.
That's okay with me. I'm holding Frankie against the door.
I'll give you 3 seconds.
Hey, don't shoot, boss. The Larson says it's true.
I pull Frankie back as 2 shots come through. You're a lousy shot, Holiday. You missed.
Let me loose, Lucky. Let me loose.
You don't want me to shove you back in his line of fire. You better talk fast, stinker.
Tell you, I don't know anything.
Where's the girl and the others?
I don't know.
The rat's beginning to squeak, Holiday. He'll make a swell witness at your trial. You'll have to do better than that, Counselor. You gonna tell me, Frankie?
I don't know.
Okay, Holiday. I'm gonna hold Frankie up in the center of the door. If you don't want to hear him in court, you better not miss. I give Frankie's arm another twist and start pushing him over.
Okay, I'll tell you what you want to know.
Where are they?
They're in that closet over there.
Okay, Holiday. Shoot. Brother, are you lousy?
Don't think that's all the bullets I've got. I'm loading up again.
I measure the distance of Frankie's jaw and swing. Frankie sighs and takes a nap. You better hurry with that reloading, Holiday. I'm coming out. Drop it, Counselor. I can beat a shell to the chamber.
1 second and I'll let you have it. What's that?
Haven't you ever heard of a doorbell?
Who could be...
It's the answer to your burglar alarm, Holiday. Right now, I'd say your yard is lousy with cops.
Cops?
Yeah. You're in kind of a spot, brother.
What do you mean?
What are you going to do, Holiday? You've either got to go and answer that bell or the cops will break down the door.
Yeah? Well, I've got another choice.
You mean taking a part at me, sure, but the house is surrounded, Holiday. They'll get you for murder.
Open up! We're coming in.
Too bad, Holiday. A respected lawyer like you should have had more respect for the law.
Open up! Open up!
Your bartending days are over.
Yes,
Holiday, don't be a fool. Drop that gun.
I had time to get 1 bullet in the chamber.
You can't do it. Yeah. 1 bullet's enough. Go back into the guest room, dig out the keys out of Frankie's pocket, and unlock the closet door. The chair falls out into my arms. Quickly, I take out the gag. There you go, baby. You still think I'm sweet?
Oh, go ahead, Lucky. Go ahead and prove it.
Where's Johnny and his mother, baby?
In there. They're all right.
Good. I untie Lucia's hands and feet. She can't cook pizza without hands.
All right, where are you? The police.
Be out in a minute, Tom. Got a little unfinished business.
Oh, Lucky. Lucky.
It's all right, baby. Well, I guess we better go out and face him, huh?
Oh, it's you, Lucky.
Yeah. Ain't I the little cut-up, though?
What I want to know is who shot Lamson Holiday and why.
Well, that's easy, Tom. He shot himself.
Yeah? What for?
His rent racket went up too fast. He knew he was going to be evicted. Column for today, Sunday, August the 10th, 1947. Deadline by Lucky Larson. Say, have you a little racket in your home? Whom are you paying off right now? Do you know a guy who knows where Aunt Minnie can get an apartment if she marries a veteran and buys $25 worth of furniture for $500? I know one who'll even furnish the veteran. How about that racket little Jimmy's got when he makes your boyfriend give him a nickel to get him out of the parlor? You can stop little Jimmy's racket by patting his pants and leading him out the front door by his ear. You can stop all the other rackets, too, if you'll just call a cop. The cops got the best protection racket there is. And all it costs you is taxes. You know, little rackets turn into big rackets, and big rackets turn into wars. So, be smart. Call the cops while they're still small, huh? You know, at one time, one lonely little cop could have stopped Hitler. Yeah, that's dirty.
Here is a vitally important message to those who suffer from recurring attacks of bronchial asthma. Most people who suffer from the coughing and struggle to breathe, who can't sleep at night and thus lose strength and energy, have had these recurring attacks a long time. They've tried a lot of things, and still they cough, wheeze, and struggle to breathe. Naturally, they become skeptical and think nothing will help them. But I firmly believe there is hope for even the most pessimistic, because I have seen letters from all over the world, from grateful men and women, telling how thankful they were that they got up enough courage to try Mendaco. That's spelled Mendaco. And I've seen a large number of clinical reports, which convince me that Mendaco has been a blessing to sufferers from recurring attacks of bronchial asthma. There are certain scientific reasons why Mendaco works the way it does. And the producers of this great medicine are so confident it will help most sufferers from recurring attacks of bronchial asthma that they say, get Mendaco from your druggist and take exactly as directed on the package. If you're not completely satisfied, your money back is guaranteed immediately. For coughing, recurring attacks of bronchial asthma, get Mendaco, Mendaco. Ask your druggist for Mendaco today. Listen next week at the same time when the Knox Company, worldwide distributors of Cystex, the modern kidney diuretic, and Mendaco for recurring attacks of bronchial asthma, presents another exciting adventure of Lucky Larson starring Stephen Dunn through arrangements with Columbia Pictures, producers of Down to Earth. Deadline Mystery is directed by Dave Titus and written by Fred Howard. Today's episode was based on an original story by Robert Nepple. Included in today's cast were June Whitley as Lucia, Sam Edwards as Johnny Hines, Jack Crucian as Frankie Rolls, John Frank as Joe Quinn, and Byron Kane as Lieutenant Tom Burns. Original music was composed and played by Len Salvo. The events and characters depicted in this story were entirely fictional, and any resemblance to actual places or people, living or dead, is entirely coincidental. Frank Hemingway speaking. This program came to you from Hollywood.
Mystery is my hobby. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Barton Drake speaking. For tonight's drama, I selected case history number 73 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it The Case of the Walking Corpse. The heat in New York had been intense. For 5 days, nothing of an exciting nature had happened. On Saturday evening, Inspector Danton and I met at the Air-Cooled Lamplighters Club for a quiet game of chess. Well, Inspector, are you going to move or... Inspector!
What? Did somebody say something? Oh, hello, Bart.
Hello, Bart. By Jove, Inspector, I believe you were asleep.
Me? Asleep?
And I thought you were sitting there with your chin in your hand trying to figure out a move that would place me in checkmate.
I was. Look, I'll move my queen up here. How do you like that?
Why, I like it fine, Inspector. I'll just come across with my castle and collect that queen for my very own.
Oh, well, that ends that.
Yes, it certainly does.
You know something, Bart? We've played chess every single night this week.
Are you getting bored, Inspector?
Yeah, I'm getting bored. Tomorrow's Sunday, and it doesn't look as though anything's going to happen. I'm used to a more active life.
Well, I think I can promise you some action in about 5 minutes, Inspector.
Yeah, what's going to happen?
Let me see, it's now 9:15. Arthur Avery said he'd be here shortly after 9 o'clock.
Arthur Avery? You mean that old fuddy-duddy with all the dough who's trying to make a record collecting wives?
That's the man, Inspector. I suppose you read in the papers yesterday that he's just married his 9th wife.
Yeah, I read it. Married a red-headed nightclub singer named Flossie something or other. Well, what's Avery want to see you about?
A murder, Inspector.
A murder? Say, this sounds interesting. Who's been knocked off?
Arthur Avery thinks his new wife has. As a matter of fact,
Uh-oh. It's Mr. Avery now. I'll let him tell you his own story. Hello, Mr. Avery.
Hey, sorry I'm late. Well, it's just as I suspected. The body was that of my wife.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Avery. Are you still convinced she was murdered?
I'm positive. She was found lying near the railroad.
Pardon me for interrupting, but would you two like to be alone? Oh, I'm sorry, Inspector. Mr. Avery, this is my co-worker, Inspector Noah Danton.
Hi, Danton. I've heard that name before. I'm sure I have. How do you do, Inspector Danton?
I said hi.
Yes, of course. Hi.
How long ago did you view your wife's body, Mr. Avery?
Less than 2 hours. As I mentioned to you over the telephone, the minute I heard that the body of an unidentified woman had been found in the town of Sydney, I suspected that it was Lotta.
Why?
I'll explain that in a minute, Inspector. I immediately chartered a plane and flew out there. As soon as I verified my suspicions, I called you, Mr. Drake.
I see. Of course, the Sydney authorities are taking care of the body.
Yes, of course. There's only one officer in the town. His name is Clifton Neal. He agreed with me. It was a pure case of murder.
Why?
I'll explain that in a minute, Inspector. Mr. Drake, money is no object in this matter. I want the murderer of my wife brought to justice.
Naturally you do, Mr. Avery. A moment ago you mentioned a man named Jeff Morgan. Do you think he murdered your wife?
Yes. Why? I'll explain that right now, Inspector. As you may know, Flossie was my 9th wife.
Who doesn't know it?
Directly after the ceremony, we went to my country place up in Meredith. I'd given the servants a holiday, and the day after our arrival, I drove over to the village for supplies. Returning, I found a strange automobile parked near the boathouse. Somewhat perturbed, I hurried towards the cottage and heard the sound of voices.
Stop it, I say. You mustn't kiss me. You mustn't.
No? Sounds strange, haven't they, baby? Every time any kind of light might kiss.
Let me alone, Jeff. Don't you realize I'm married?
Married? Sweetheart, how long are you going to stick with old Bluebeard before you throw him over and start suing for alimony?
I resent that, Jeff.
Now, look. I got a proposition.
I'm not interested in any propositions you have, Jeff Morgan. Now get out of this house. Arthur will be back in a minute.
All right, boss. We'll be back in a minute. Well, how would it be if I had a talk with Arthur and told him about Henry?
Henry?
Yeah, Henry Roberts. Didn't know I knew about him, did you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so you don't know what I'm talking about. So I'll hang around till Arthur comes and we'll talk it over. We've got a few mementos Arthur might like to look at.
Jeff, you wouldn't.
Oh, that's better. Now, do you listen to my proposition, or do we wait for Arthur?
Jeff, please. I'm so happy here. Please let me alone.
Okay, baby. It's up to you.
Jeff, listen to me. All those things are behind me now. I'm never going back. Never. I've gotten what I want, and I'm going to keep it. And the way to keep it is by being a good wife to Arthur.
Oh, well. Saints and angels. Is this a little sloppy Sterling, a tramp?
Jeff.
Okay, honey. Relax. Letting bygones be bygones is okay with me. I was just thinking now. There's one thing wrong with them sweet dreams of yours.
What do you mean?
Well, it's like this. Maybe you got what you want, and maybe you're going to try and keep it. Only I don't see how you're going to arrange that without you listening to my proposition. You see,
All right, Morgan, that's enough. Get out.
Arthur.
Well. If it isn't little old Bluebeard himself. Where'd you get them snapping black eyes, Grandpa?
Morgan, I'll give you 30 seconds to get out of this house. If you don't,
You'll what, Grandpa?
Arthur, not that. Don't shoot him.
I will, unless he gets out of here.
Now, take it easy, Avery. All I want is to have a little talk with you.
I'm not interested in anything you have to say. Get out.
Maybe you would be if you look at the people in these pictures.
Jeff, you wouldn't.
Don't worry, darling. I won't look at the pictures. I'm no more interested in them than I am in this man's blackmailing stories.
Then you heard?
Every word. Morgan, I've met men of your stripe before. What you can't understand is that there are some people in this world whose faith and love and belief in each other are all they need to achieve happiness. You're rotten, Morgan. And nothing you can say or do will change my opinion of my wife.
Oh, Arthur.
Now, isn't that a pretty speech? Just like out of a storybook. Avery, I got news for you. Flossie is not your wife.
Are you mad? Flossie and I were married yesterday in New York.
That's what you think. The law's got a funny habit of raising objections when a babe gets married to 2 men at the same time.
What do you mean, Jeff?
Flossie, is this true?
No, I was married before. Perhaps I should have told you.
But you divorced him.
Yes.
That's all I want to know. Morgan, I'm telling you for the last time, get out.
Why, you lying little cheat.
Arthur,
Here, you keep away from her, Morgan.
You old fool.
Keep your hands off of me. I'll shoot.
Arthur!
Here's one right on the button, Grandpa.
Morgan is a bigger and younger man than I am, gentlemen. He knocked me unconscious. When I came to, I was lying on the living room floor.
And Jeff Morgan and your wife were gone.
Yes.
Well, look, if she ran off with him...
Don't be absurd, Inspector. Flossie didn't run off with him. He forced her to go. He probably knocked her unconscious, too.
I get it. They got as far as Sydney, and Mrs. Avery returned to consciousness. She tried to get away and probably jumped from the car.
That's exactly what I think happened, Inspector. Morgan, realizing that I knew she was with him in his car, carried her body to the railroad tracks, so it would appear as though she'd been struck by a train.
That makes sense. What do you think, Bart?
It doesn't make sense to me. Huh? If Mrs. Avery had gone with Morgan on her own accord... Yes. Now, if she hadn't gone with Morgan, I doubt if he would have left her body where it could be found. He'd have thought of some other means of disposing of it.
Why?
Because Morgan would realize there was no reason for Mrs. Avery to be in Sydney. She wouldn't have just wandered up there and fallen down on the railroad tracks. And since Morgan knew that Avery was aware his wife had gone out with him...
Drake, if you're implying that Flossie voluntarily went with Morgan,
I'll... Mr. Avery, I'm merely thinking out loud. There's something here we've all missed.
Missed? But I was there all the time.
You were there, Mr. Avery, but you weren't conscious when you and your wife and Morgan disappeared. You only hazarded that they were left together.
But I don't understand.
Suppose someone else were present, someone outside listening, as you had been doing.
Say, that's a possibility.
Yes. Mr. Avery, how far is it from Meredith to Sydney?
About 50 miles.
Does the officer there, this Clifton Neal, know of your suspicion of Jeff Morgan?
No, I told him nothing. I wanted you to hear my story first.
Good. I think the three of us had better go up to Sydney immediately, have a talk with this Clifton Neal, and view the body of Mrs. Avery.
Oh, I sure, Mr. Drake. Glad to let you see the woman's body. Got her in my back room right here.
In your back room?
Yes.
You mean there isn't an undertaking establishment in this town?
Sure there is, and this is it. Handle the town's corpses is sort of sideline. You want to take another look at it, too, Mr. Evening?
No, I'll wait out here. You understand, Mr. Drake?
Yes, of course. All right, Mr. Neal, let's go.
Yep, right through this here door. Ain't got her laid out as yet. He'd had tied. Just like she was when I lugged her over from the railroad track. Just wait till I throw this here sheet back. Oh, there you are.
Hey, she certainly got banged up a lot, didn't she, Bart?
Yes. Face cut and bruised, hair matted with mud and blood. What would you say was the cause of death, Mr. Neal?
Well, I ain't made a very good examination yet. So I suppose I got to sooner or later me being coroner.
The coroner?
Yes.
Hey, you're rather a busy man, aren't you, Mr. Neal?
Oh, not so busy. Folks don't die much in Sydney. There ain't many crimes committed, and there ain't never been a coroner's inquest yet, so see, that gives me plenty of time to run the farm.
Farm? Well, I'll be...
Yep, farming ain't so good, of course, this year. It's been hot and dry for weeks. Dropped surface water within miles. Kind of providential, this murder comes along.
You were going to give us your opinion as to how Mrs. Avery died, Mr. Neal?
Yes, I was, and I will if I'm given a chance.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, you see, the way I figured, Miss Avery was strangled.
Strangled? Yes.
How do you figure that?
Why, don't take much figuring. See this here scarf? Dave Palmer, he was the guy who discovered the body and reported to me. Dave found her, and the scarf was knotted around her neck tight enough to strangle anybody.
Okay, but that doesn't mean she strangled to death. The scarf could have been tied around her neck after she died.
Straight, yes, that's right, could be. Ain't likely, though. Anyhow, we'll know as soon as the autopsy is performed.
And when will that be, Constable?
Oh, tomorrow, I should say, yes, maybe. Ain't no hurry, I can see.
And you don't see very well, chum. But it looks to me as though things are getting a little complicated.
Yes, it does, Inspector. Tell me, Mr. Neal, did Arthur Avery know that his wife had been found with a scarf about her neck?
No, he didn't tell me nothing, so I didn't tell him nothing. Well, I figured if he wanted to get himself a private detective, it was all right with me. You see, I'm not proud.
That's fair enough. Bart, how's this for a guess?
Huh?
When the babe returned to consciousness and found she was riding along with Jeff Morgan, she started to yell and he strangled her to keep her quiet. We gotta find this guy, Jeff Morgan.
No, be hard about that.
No, it's because you never had to hunt down a murderer before. Why, this Jeff Morgan is probably halfway to the coast by now.
He must have got there powerful fast. You see, I was talking to him less than half an hour ago.
What?
Are you sure it was the same Jeff Morgan we were talking about, huh?
Must be. He lives only a couple of doors down the street. Him and his wife. Jeff, he used to be married to this here Mrs. Avery.
I'm positive that scarf didn't belong to Flossie, Mr. Drake. I'd recognize it in a minute if it did.
I don't know about that, Mr. Avery. You were on your honeymoon, you know. Didn't your wife bring a trousseau with her?
Everything my wife had, Inspector, I bought her. I have to pick out the things myself. Now, I prefer that you drop this rather intimate subject.
Okay, we'll drop it. But we've got to find out where that scarf came from.
I think I know the answer to that, Inspector.
Yeah?
Mr. Avery, did you know that your wife had been married to Jeff Morgan?
No, I knew she'd been married, but I didn't know the man's name. The fact that it was Morgan gives him, to my mind, a stronger motive for murdering her.
Why?
Oh, for heaven's sake, Inspector. Do you have to ask me why every time I make a statement? Isn't the answer obvious?
Not to me, it is.
I believe we're all agreed that Jeff Morgan at least had the opportunity of murdering Mrs. Avery. Inspector, I think our next move is to drop in on Jeff Morgan and his wife and have a talk with them.
Well?
Good evening. Are you Mrs. Jeff Morgan?
Yeah, I'm her. What about it?
We'd like to talk to your husband.
What about?
We got a murder story we want to tell him.
Oh, you must be the two city cops Cliff said that Avery was going to hire. This morning.
Thank you. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Nordanton.
Hi.
Okay, you're Drake and Denton. What do you want to know?
Well, it was your husband that we wanted
He ain't here.
You expect him soon?
Ready?
That's a smart answer. Where was he last night?
Out?
What time did he go out, Mrs. Morgan?
I don't know, right after supper.
What time did he get back?
9 o'clock.
Oh, you're definite about that. How do you know it was exactly 9 o'clock?
Because the mail plane to Chicago goes over then. I always check it with the clock.
Oh.
Was it that clock on the wall with which you checked, Mrs. Morgan?
Yeah, why?
Because it's an hour slow.
It's an hour... Oh, smart guy, huh?
Smart enough to figure you're trying to establish an alibi for your husband.
Yeah? Well, let's see if you're smart enough to figure out how you're going to prove that clock was an hour slow when the mail plane went over last night.
Huh?
Mrs. Morgan, did you ever see this scarf before?
Where'd you get that?
Clifton Neal found it tied around Mrs. Avery's throat. It belongs to you, doesn't it?
No. No, I never saw it before.
See? Did you ever hear of a man named Henry Richards?
Henry?
Yes.
Sure. Because Henry was playing around with Floppy when she was married to Jeff. That's why I divorced her.
I thought so. Right after the divorce became final, he married you.
Sure, why not?
Not a thing, Mrs. Morgan, except you made a grave mistake when you followed your husband to Avery's home at Meredith last night.
Who do you think you're kidding?
Inspector, I think if we drive over to Meredith, we'll have no difficulty in picking up the final clue that will definitely establish the identity of our murderer. Done here, Inspector.
Okay. What time is it?
Time, it's 4:30. It'll be done in another 15 minutes.
That's good. I don't like to sleep in the daytime anyway. So maybe I'll be able to stay awake. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
I've been wondering how Mrs. Morgan knew that Avery was going to hire a couple of city cops. He told us he hadn't mentioned that to anyone.
No, he told us that he hadn't mentioned any names. But Clifton Neal knew Avery was going to get outside help. I imagine Neal mentioned it to Morgan.
Uh-huh. Do you think that scarf belongs to Mrs. Morgan?
I know it does, Inspector.
Do you think she was in love with this last night?
I'm quite sure she was.
Okay. Then you think she tied the scarf around Flossie Avery's neck?
Are you trying to trap me into admitting something, Inspector? Oh, wait, turn here. Avery's name was on the mailbox.
Okay. No, I'm not trying to trap you into anything. I'd just like to know who murdered Flossie, that's all, and I think you know.
Knowing and proving, Inspector.
Yeah. Knowing and proving are two different things. I wonder how many times I heard you say that. Say, Avery's got quite a place here, hasn't he?
Yes, very elaborate. Stop here, Inspector.
Say.
Well?
By golly, I just thought. How are we going to get in? We haven't any keys.
We don't want to get in. What we're looking for is on the outside. Come along, I'll show you.
Show me what? Look. That hot sequence that Avery told us about took place inside the house.
True, but if my reasoning is correct, the murder took place outside the house.
Sure it did. It took place in Sydney. Now, look, Bart. Where are we going?
Right here to the shore of the lake. It's light enough to see what we're looking for, don't you think, Inspector?
It depends on what they're looking for, Mr. Drake.
We're looking for footprints, Mr. Dalton.
Footprints? Are you sure you haven't got this case mixed up with the one we were on 3 weeks ago?
Yes, quite sure, Inspector. By Jove.
By Jove what?
Look there, Inspector. Those are footprints on the soft ground, aren't they? A woman's footprint.
Sure they are. Why shouldn't they be? Maybe Flossie went swimming. Every once in a while you run across a babe who's willing to get her bathing suit wet.
Do they go swimming in high-heeled shoes? No, Inspector. And look, those are footprints of a man's shoes. And over here, the two sets of footprints intermingle, indicating a struggle.
Or a necking party. But there's one thing about you. You've never been married.
That's true.
Now, most honeymooners are prone to walk arm in... what are you looking at?
Mr. and Mrs. Jeff Morgan, Inspector. They just drove up and parked behind our car.
Well, by golly, here they come. Hey, boss, that guy looks mad.
He is mad, Inspector, and I'm pretty sure I know the reason why. Anger is sometimes a defense against a guilty conscience.
Guilty conscience? Then it was Morgan who...
Quiet, Inspector.
So you're Boston Street, are you?
That's right.
My wife told me how you came busting into our house. Well, listen, you're not going to get away with it, see?
Get away with what, Morgan?
For pinning this murder rap on me. Only wish I'd been home when you called. I'd have told you a few things.
Why don't you tell us now, chum? Nobody's stopping you.
Go ahead and tell him, Jeff. Go on.
All right, I will. It wasn't me who murdered Flossie, and I can prove it.
Well, please do.
Okay, wise guy. You think I can, huh? Well, listen to this. I was out of the house only 2 hours Saturday night. I got friends who'll testify where I was the exact minute Flossie was murdered.
The exact minute, hmm? Well, I didn't know anyone was aware of the exact minute Flossie was murdered.
What? Well, you're crazy. Cliff Neal knew and he told me.
Funny thing, he didn't mention it to us. Bob, I'd hate to be in your friend's shoes if they testify you were out of the house only 2 hours Saturday night.
Don't testify. Don't worry.
You'd be making a mistake if you tried to prove you weren't here Saturday night, Morgan. The fact that your wife's scarf was tied around Flossie's neck satisfied me that you were.
You can't prove that scarf is mine.
There's a cleaner's mark on it that says I can.
Cleaner's?
Yeah, you know, when you sent the thing to be cleaned, they stamped their mark on it.
Oh, you're crazy. I never sent that scarf.
You see? It's simple, isn't it, to prove a person is lying? And it's equally simple to prove a murderer guilty.
Drake, listen. Lay off, will you? You didn't have anything to do with Flossie being murdered. Why don't you let us alone?
I gather from your tone, Morgan, that you're afraid we can prove you guilty. That indicates to me that you were here 2 nights ago. You're afraid to admit it because of your purpose in being here.
Yeah. That's it. Only you can't pin a murder rap on us. We didn't have anything to do with it.
On the contrary, you had a lot to do with it. You were the direct cause.
I wasn't. I didn't have a thing to do with it.
Let me explain, Morgan. You and your wife read in the newspapers about Flossie's marriage to Arthur Avery. Avery, being a wealthy man and rather prominent because of his marital adventures, you decided to attempt a little blackmail. Your wife agreed.
I didn't. All I did was drive Jeff down here.
Shut up, Bessie.
Well, now we know they were here.
Bessie stayed in the car while you, Morgan, went inside. The sight of Flossie awoke in you fond memories. While Bessie waited, you and Flossie renewed old acquaintanceship.
That's a neat way of putting it, Bob.
Bessie was still waiting when she saw Avery's car approaching. She didn't have time to do anything but hide behind some bushes.
Hey, that's when she lost her scarf, eh?
Right you are, Inspector. Her hiding place was on the path that led down to the lake. She crouched there and watched as Avery came up to the house and looked in on his new wife and Morgan. Am I right, Bessie?
Go ahead. You're telling the story.
Very well, thank you. Avery suddenly burst into the house and in a rage attacked Morgan.
Only Morgan was bigger and younger. And he knocked Avery for a row of banana trees.
Right again, Inspector.
That's pretty good guessing, Drake. Then what happened?
I'm not guessing, Morgan. What I'm telling you is merely logical reasoning supported by evidence. I think you must have been afraid that you'd killed Avery. You convinced your wife that she was as much to blame as you. So you both headed home and waited to see if Avery really were dead.
It must have been quite a shock when you found it was Mrs. Avery who had been murdered. Say, what? If that story's true, then it must have been Avery.
Inspector.
Huh?
There's someone in the bushes right behind you, and you don't know it. Wander over that way.
Oh, I get it. I'll just look around here a little part.
Yes, that's fine, Inspector. Well, Morgan, are you going to deny now that you were here last night?
I could. You haven't proved anything. You're only guessing.
All right, mister, get out from behind those bushes. Keep away from me, Danton. Oh, you will.
Look out, Inspector. It's Avery.
I know it's Avery. All right, Avery. You won't take me. You won't. Oh, no. Put down that gun. I'll shoot myself first. Holy smoke. He did shoot himself.
Sleep if you want to, Inspector. Still a long way to New York.
Not me, son. There's some things I want to know about before I talk off.
Oh, really, Inspector?
Yeah, really, Inspector. That guessing game you played with the Morgans, for one thing.
As far as I can see, you didn't have one doggone fact to support it.
Oh, I had several facts, Inspector.
Yeah, what were they?
Well, I knew that Flossie had been murdered near the lake in Meredith, for one thing.
How?
Because when we examined Flossie's body in Clifton Neal's undertaking parlors, we saw that her hair was matted with blood and mud, remember?
Yeah, but...
A few minutes later, Neal told us that there's been a long, hot, dry spell in Sydney, not a drop of surface water within miles.
Oh, I see what you mean. No water, no mud, eh?
Exactly, Inspector.
Yeah. Okay. How did that prove that Avery was the boy we wanted?
Oh, it added up, Inspector. There were only 3 people involved, the Morgans and Avery. You see, Avery wanted full revenge by having us prove that Morgan was guilty of the crime he, Avery, had committed. He knew that we'd likely discover that Morgan had been at Meredith.
Yeah, but why couldn't either of the Morgans have murdered Mrs. Avery at the lake and then carried her body to Sydney?
Well, but why, Inspector?
Why what?
Why would either of the Morgans have murdered her? You see, Avery was the only one with a motive. The Morgans wanted to keep her alive in order to exact their blackmail.
Hey, that's right, isn't it? Yep. Well, I guess I can go to sleep now.
To sleep, Inspector, but the case isn't closed yet.
Huh? What do you mean it's not closed?
It never is, Inspector, until I say mystery is my hobby.
Wanted. Wanted for conspiracy to murder. This is the program that brings you for the first time on the air a nationwide manhunt in action. The actual facts to date of a man wanted. From the record, hear the on-the-spot reports of the actual people involved. Nothing is withheld. No one is protected. Here are the dramatic eyewitness accounts of a man wanted. Wanted for conspiracy to murder. And now, Wanted's on-the-spot investigator, Walter McGraw.
Good evening. Once again, I'm going to take you around the country with me on a manhunt for a criminal now at large. This fugitive must be caught and brought to justice. That is your responsibility. Before this program is over, you'll know everything there is to know about this fugitive. I'm going to take you into the homes and offices, into penitentiaries and gang hideouts. Yes, even into the state capital of Michigan. There you will meet this gangster's friends, his enemies, and those who've been victimized by him. Some of these people were afraid to talk, but all of these people are putting themselves on the spot to give you first-hand information. Right now, all over the country, these eyewitnesses are standing by to aid in the capture of a man who is wanted. Tonight's case, that of State Senator Warren G. Hooper, is one of the filthiest murders that ever smashed through the newspapers of a nation. So listen. Here are the facts.
The date, January 11th, 1945. The location, a lonely country road midway between Springport and the state capital of Lansing, Michigan.
The voices you hear next are the actual voices of the people who are involved in the case of State Senator Hooper. First, a citizen in Lansing, Michigan.
I'm M.B. Howard, District Passenger Agent, Great Lakes Greyhound Lines. I was returning home from a business call at Albion, Michigan, and while a short distance out of Springport, was stopped by 2 men to investigate a car filled with smoke and parked on the wrong side of the road. And they said that there was a bullet hole in the right rear window. I walked up to the car and listened, but could hear nothing, so I opened the door and saw a man slouched over. I reached in and pulled him out onto the roadway. From all appearances, which I had learned prior years being an undertaker, I noticed that he was dead. We covered him up, sent for the state police.
This is Captain Hanson of the Uniform Division of the Michigan State Police. We got a call and sent a car out to Highway 99. When the men got there, they discovered the body of a man who had been shot. Apparently, he'd been dragged from the car, and his body had been mutilated by fire. On closer investigation, the men discovered that this was one of the most important political figures in the state of Michigan, Senator Warren G. Hooper. We turned our report over to Captain Cooper of the Michigan State Police.
I'm Captain Edward Cooper, commanding officer of the Special Investigation Bureau, Michigan State Police, East Lansing, Michigan. Senator Hooper was no stranger to our department because he was one of two principal witnesses in the Leland W. Carr Graft Inquiry Grand Jury. In connection with his testimony before this grand jury, he had received several threatening anonymous telephone calls. Because of these calls, he was offered the services of a bodyguard, which he refused. After his body was found, I, with other officers of this department, visited the scene of the crime and discovered several footprints, which were made by a person of very small stature.
The job ahead, to find a small man with small feet who had both opportunity and motive. There were dozens of people who had the motive.
This is Harry Sars, reporter for the Detroit News. The facts on this case are simply these. State Senator Hooper was to have been the principal state's witness in a case involving charges that members of the 1943 Michigan State Legislature were bribed to defeat a bill that would have increased the revenue to the state of Michigan from horse racing by more than $1 million. State Senator Hooper said he had facts and figures and would put them before the Leland W. Carr Graft Inquiry.
Motive for murder? Senator Hooper claimed he could prove certain political higher-ups had paid members of the Senate to kill a bill. Who were these men?
Well, this is Al Niebuhr of the Detroit News. As Lansing correspondent for my paper, on December 2nd, 1944, I sent the following dispatch. The Judge Leland W. Carr grand jury today issued a warrant charging a conspiracy to corrupt the 1943 legislature. Named in the warrant were Frank D. McKay, a longtime Republican boss of Michigan, who was dethroned several months ago as a Republican National Committeeman. Named with him in the warrant were Floyd Fitzsimmons of Benton Harbor, a lobbyist and a sports promoter, and Representative William Green, Republican of Hillman County, a state legislator.
Frank D. McKay, Floyd Fitzsimmons, and William Green, three of Michigan's most important political figures, were to be tried for this crime.
But with the murder of star witness Hooper, there could be no trial.
State police went into high gear on a murder investigation. Question: was Hooper killed to keep him from talking? The state police combed the entire area from Albion to Lansing, looking for an answer.
I've seen certain members of Detroit's Purple Gang hanging around the Capitol lately.
Yeah, this here little fella comes to the Capitol building and asks the sergeant-at-arms about Senator Hooper.
Sure, they've been hanging around the senator's home, too. One of them went to the garage and asked which was the senator's car.
Those answers supplied a picture of the most vicious gang of hoodlums Detroit ever produced. The Purple Gang at work casing a job of murder. State police needed proof, but they had none. Dead end. Then a break policemen dream about. In Detroit, far from the scene of the crime, a young hoodlum named Al Kerner was booked and convicted on a charge of armed robbery. Kerner, looking for an angle to get a lighter sentence, took to letter writing.
I am William C. Ryan, the Undersheriff and Chief Deputy of Wayne County Sheriff's Office. We house a great number of prisoners, and amongst them was a fellow named Al Kerner. Now, of course, we censor all mail. It's very important we know what's going on between outsiders and the inmates, and we have a fellow who does nothing else but censor the mail. And this particular case, the fellow who censored the mail believed there's something unusual. He had heard a great deal about this case, and he brought this letter into me. And the letter was from Al Kerner. And in the letter he said that he had some very important information regarding the murder of Senator Hooper. And that he wished to get in touch with Judge Carr. Well, of course, we knew that Inspector Branton of the Homicide Squad was in charge of this case, and we immediately got in touch with Inspector Branton and turned the letter over to him. My name is George R. Branton, as former inspector in charge of the Homicide Squad of the Detroit Police Department. I took the letter written by Kerner and retained possession of the same. Later in the day, I went back to the Wayne County Jail and requested an interview with Kerner. He was brought into the interviewing room, and I informed him that I was Judge Carr's representative in the city of Detroit. I asked him if he was willing to reveal any information that he felt was vital to the Hooper investigation, as long as I was Judge Carr's representative. He said that he was. He said that shortly before Christmas, while in O'Leary's bar at Dexter Boulevard in Boston, he was approached by a man named Sam. He did not know Sam's last name, but Sam asked him if he was interested in making $3,000. Kerner said, naturally, I was, and asked him how it was to be done. He said that it was to take care of a politician who was doing too much talking. And from what had developed since that time, he felt it was the murder or the killing of the late Senator Hooper.
Now, Homicide Chief Brennan's job was to find a Sam. Every hoodlum, torpedo, or plain stumblebum called Sam was brought in for questioning. Michigan was almost fresh out of Sam's when Homicide Chief Branton learned of a barber turned hoodlum who was now on parole. He was spending his time in Flint, Michigan, trying to get his barber's license back. His name was Sam Abramowitz. A picture of Sam Abramowitz was shipped to armed robber Kerner, and he identified it. Sam Abramowitz was taken in for questioning, and he talked.
I am Kim Sigler, former governor of Michigan. And prior to that time, I was the special prosecutor of the state graft grand jury. The things I'm going to tell you are taken from the testimony given by witnesses in court. Sam Abramowitz was a principal witness in two very important conspiracy trials involving the Hooper murder case. He said some political higher-up had put up $25,000 in escrow for some members of the Purple Gang to do the job. Some of this money was to go to the man who pulled the trigger. Sam Abramowitz was selected because he was an expert in handling dynamite. And it was believed that the easiest way to do away with Senator Hooper and keep him from testifying in court was to wire his car and then commit the murder by having the dynamite discharged and blow up his automobile. But the chance never developed just right for Sammy to accomplish this purpose. And so then they changed their procedure and decided to go over to Albion and case the job. There came a night when they decided that everything was right to commit the murder. Hooper was in his office. They laid in wait. They surrounded the place. They had their guns ready, and everything was all set to commit the job. And just about the time that they were ready to commit the murder, they discovered Senator Hooper's two little boys. Fine little chaps they were. And somehow or other, they seemed to lose their grip and decided that they just wouldn't commit the murder that night, seeing these little fellows around the room. And so they went away and decided then that they would lay in wait for him along the road. They eventually did do that very thing. Senator Hooper was murdered, and two of the men whom Sammy Abramowitz drove to Albion with him were Harry Fleischer, a big-time purple mobster, and Myron Seelig, better known as Mike Seelig, a man with small feet.
Now, for the first time, two names were named. Both purple mobsters, both paid gangsters. The notorious Harry Fleischer and the man with small feet, Mike Seelig. These two men were picked up and brought in for questioning.
Here again, Walter McGraw.
At this point in the case, the state of Michigan was in a strange position. It knew and could prove that Harry Fleischer and Mike Seelig had planned the murder of Senator Hooper. It also knew and could prove Fleischer and Seelig had attempted to murder Senator Hooper. But it did not know and could not prove that Fleischer and Seelig had actually murdered the senator. Therefore, the state had no murder charge. It could only prove what is called conspiracy to murder, and in Michigan that means 4.5 years in jail. In order to actually solve this murder, Kim Sigler had to make two men talk.
Seelig and Fleischer were not talking.
Problem: how to make two men talk. A 4.5 to 5 year rap wouldn't do it. No, Prosecutor Sigler needed to find a way to send these boys up for a long-term sentence, to give them plenty of time to think it over. First, Ziegler went to court and got his conspiracy conviction. Then he started digging into their pasts, looking for a lead to the higher-ups. He didn't get it, but he did dig up some ancient history, and according to our reconstruction of the facts.
Mike Selleck and Harry Fleischer used to be the Detroit office for the outfit. You know, the nationwide syndicate. Whenever a gambling joint was making too much money, Fleischer and Selleck would muscle in and sell him protection for a piece of the club.
Sure. Take the case of the Greek Friendship Club in Pontiac. Jimmy the Greek used to run it. Sometimes during a friendly dice game, 60 to 70,000 bucks changed hands in a night. Well, the outfit hears of all this friendship being cut up, and they want a slice. Harry Fleischer and Mike Selleck try to sell Jimmy the Greek some high-class hold-up insurance for a piece of the take. But Jimmy the Greek wouldn't buy.
My name is Alf Strand, detective of the Pontiac Police Department. At 5:30 one morning, I received a call that the Aristocrat Club had been held up. This was an anonymous call. Through a long investigation of this case, we found that $1,200 had been taken and that the hold-up had been engineered by Mike Selleck and Harry Fleischer.
Once again, information and no proof. But Prosecutor Ziegler dug back and found some participants in that holdup who were willing to turn state's evidence.
Sure, Fleischer and Selleck masterminded the deal. They stayed in the car while 3 hired mugs went inside and did the actual holdup. Them 3 mugs was Candy Davidson, Sammy Chivas, and Pete Mahone. Fleischer and Selleck didn't even take a piece of that holdup. They was just interested in insurance.
With that information, Prosecutor Ziegler went to court with a second case against Fleischer and Selleck. This time, the charge was armed robbery, and he got a second conviction, 25 years to life in the state prison at Jackson. Now Ziegler had what he wanted. The boys were up on a life sentence, and Prosecutor Ziegler felt they'd try to make a deal, information in return for a lighter sentence. Keeping the boys in jail was his only hope.
Harry Fleischer and Mike Selleck and their 3 co-defendants appealed to the state Supreme Court for reconsideration in both the Hooper and Pontiac Club convictions.
And they were released from Jackson Prison on bond while the state Supreme Court was reconsidering.
After so long an imprisonment, the boys felt they needed a vacation. On August 11th, 1946, word came from San Diego, California.
2 Detroit hoodlums, Harry Fleischer and Mike Selleck, are down here sunning themselves on the beach. Are they wanted by your department?
No, they were not wanted. They were free on bond. They remained free on bond for 3 years while their attorneys stalled preparing the appeal. Meanwhile, Prosecutor Kim Ziegler had become governor of Michigan, and the state still pursued the case.
My name is Richard B. Foster. After Kim Ziegler became governor, I was appointed special prosecuting attorney of the Ingham County Grand Jury. It was during this time that Harry Fleischer and Mike Selleck took an appeal from their conviction to the Michigan Supreme Court. After battling this matter for a period of 3 years, a decision was finally rendered by the court, and their appeal was denied and their convictions upheld.
Finally, 3 years after Hooper's death, a return to jail order was issued for all 5 men. But during these 3 years of bonded freedom, Candy Davidson had gone in for safe-cracking. He was in Kentucky serving a long-term sentence. Sammy Chivas was a mental patient at Ypsilanti Hospital. As for the others...
My name is Lieutenant Thomas P. Pecking of the Detroit Police Department, Special Investigation Squad, formerly of Claremorris County, Mayo, Ireland. I'm a member of this department for 31 years. We received orders from Chief of Detectives Jack Harville to arrest on site Pete Mahone, Harry Fleischer, and Mike Selleck. Several teams of detectives was detailed to some of their favorite hangouts. We went to Pete Mahone's favorite hangout up on Woodard and Duffield and arrested him and immediately took him to police headquarters where he was turned over to the state police and taken to Jackson Prison. Mike Selleck and Harry Fleischer heard about the arrest of Pete Mahone and immediately fled the city.
Now Harry Fleischer and Mike Selleck were wanted, and the state turned to their bondsman, demanding the bondsman produce their clients. Said the bondsman, thinking of the $100,000 bond which they had posted,
I wish we could.
Bondsman Adolf Netzel, who stood to lose $50,000, his home and property, posted a reward of $2,500 for his former client, Mike Selleck.
My name is Louis R. Bebout. I'm a special assistant prosecuting attorney for the county of Oakland. I took part in the trial of Myron Selleck and others for robbery armed in the city of Pontiac. It became my duty to collect on the bonds which had been posted to guarantee their appearance. Mr. Selleck's bond had been furnished by one Adolf Netzel. In collecting these bonds, it was necessary to take judgment against Mr. Netzel and his wife, and then to proceed to collection. On the morning in question, I was at the courthouse in the city of Pontiac and prepared the necessary papers. At about 10:30 in the forenoon, I received a call from Mr. Netzel asking if I could get the papers to his home so that he could sign them there. He insisted that I come there alone and that I appear at noon. I did not believe it my duty to go to his home, and I did not go. However, it appears that his fellow bondsman, Guy Carter, and another bondsman, C.A. Mitchell, did go to Mr. Netzel's home.
Fellow bondsman Guy Carter and associate Mitchell arrived before noon at Netzel's home. Netzel had a gun in either hand. He said Guy Carter had talked him into putting up the bond, and he was going to get even. He said he was waiting for Prosecutor Bebout to arrive so he could kill Bebout first and Carter after.
For 2.5 hours, Netzel kept Carter and Mitchell at gunpoint. For 2.5 hours, he waited for Bebout, but Bebout didn't arrive.
Mitchell saw his chance, grabbed an andiron, and hit Netzel on the head, knocking him out. Carter took one of the guns.
My name is Bernard Gerard. I'm Chief Assistant Prosecutor of Oakland County. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the day that this incident occurred, we received a telephone call to the effect that Adolf Netzel had been murdered. About 15 minutes after the call, we were at the house. Immediately upon entering, I noticed Adolf Netzel's body lying in a semi-prone position. There was a vast accumulation of blood. He was quite dead and warm.
Netzel's $2,500 reward was withdrawn.
Harry Fleischer and Mike Selleck were still wanted.
I am Donald S. Leonard, Commissioner of the Michigan State Police. Harry Fleischer and Mike Selleck were nowhere to be found within the state of Michigan, and it was presumed that they had crossed the state line in effecting their escape. Federal authorities then issued warrants for unlawful flight to avoid prosecution or confinement, therefore. And the agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, local and state police, have been conducting a nationwide search for them. Fleischer and Selleck were Michigan's most wanted fugitives.
Tip after tip came in, but no payoff until word came from Cincinnati, Ohio.
Cincinnati police arrested one Jerome Mayer during a raid on a roadhouse. Mayor's counsel immediately served writ of habeas corpus, and he was released.
Later, a routine check of fingerprints proved the man calling himself Jerome Mayer was really Harry Fleischer.
Now Ohio was in the picture. Ohio roadblocks were set up, but they were too late. Fleischer had gone, and there was no word at all of Myron Selleck. Then from Cleveland, Ohio, came another break.
Detective Captain David Kerr, commanding the Homicide Squad, Cleveland Police Department. We had information that Harry Fleischer was now sunning himself just outside of Miami Beach, Florida. We immediately notified the regional office of the FBI in Cincinnati.
Fleischer, the eternal sunbather, was caught catnapping on the Florida sands. He was taken into custody. Questioned, he stubbornly maintained he had nothing to add to the Hooper murder case. But he's just starting that 25-year sentence, and he might talk. As for Mike Selleck, Fleischer maintains he has no idea where the little man with the little feet is hiding. It is not our function here to determine the guilt or innocence of a man, nor do we intend to. But, based on the facts you've heard tonight, and or other pertinent material, a nationwide manhunt is now in progress, and Myron Mike Selleck is wanted.
Here again is Walter McGraw.
You can help find Myron Selleck. But to do so, you must be informed of all the facts. What does he look like? How does he dress? What are his habits? Well, to find out, stand by. How can you recognize him? Listen, and listen carefully.
This is Jack Harville, Chief of Detectives, Detroit, Michigan. Following is the official description of Mike Selleck. He is 37 years old, 5 feet 6 1/2 inches tall, and weighs 130 pounds. He has a medium build, black hair, brown eyes. His complexion is dark. He has a cut scar on his forehead at the hairline.
Now back to Walter McGraw in New York.
If you should see Selleck, don't approach him. He's believed to be heavily armed. He's one of the most dangerous gangsters in the country today. Now, we have one more voice to add to the sum total you've heard tonight. It's the voice of the underworld.
This guy Selleck is some crumb. This boy was mixed up in everything. He was a smart kid in Detroit, so the outfit hires him. You know, that's the mananere. That's the black hand. They call it the mafia. And in the inside, they call it the outfit. That's the syndicate that's being investigated by the Senate. This guy Selleck takes his orders from nobody but them. With a big gee like Selleck, you'd figure he'd be found around all of the bright lights, the hot spots, making a big time with all the dames and packing away a lot of liquor. This guy used to like the life, but no more, 'cause he's a sick guy. This guy has got a serious social disease.
If you have no other way of seeing a picture of Selleck, go to your local post office. A poster with his picture and description is on the wall. Study that face.
Myron Selleck is 37 years old. He's a little man with little feet. He's 5 feet 6 inches, black hair, dark eyes, pockmarked complexion. He fancies himself a Sharpie. He has a cut scar on his forehead near the hairline.
Unfortunately, dirty politics is no stranger to this nation. But we Americans can do something about it. And the people of Michigan can do something about it. The case of State Senator Hooper must not die in the unsolved files. You, Mr. and Mrs. Public, you can help find Mike Selleck. He may be the key to this case. Now listen. I've just received word that Mike Selleck may be in a small private hospital. Nurses, doctors, this is your case. Keep your eyes open. My informants tell me Selleck has lost weight, he's sallow, cheeks sunken, eyes clouded. But study his picture and you'll still recognize him. Remember, a small private hospital. The locale? I've heard it's probably Kentucky or Georgia. You hear that? Latest information. Mike Selleck is probably in a small local hospital in Kentucky or Georgia. Let's catch this bum. Now, this is Walter McGraw telling you there's no time like now to wipe out crime.
Be with us again next week when you will hear the actual people give their own eyewitness accounts of a brutal and mysterious murder solved by a hat. The killer is now wanted. Wanted for murder. All material heard tonight was factual from the record. The various people heard are the actual witnesses who talked directly to you from their homes and farms, from police stations, penitentiaries, and gang hideouts. Tonight's report was written by P.L. Mayer. Music was by Morris Namarsky. The narrator was Fred Collins. Wanted were supervised for NBC by James Kovac, produced and directed by Walter McGraw. Next, it's Bill Stern with news of the world of sports on NBC.
I am Judge A.J. Adams. For almost 40 years, I presided over one of the highest criminal courts in the land, and I have learned, above all, that no crime is perfect.
Judge. Each week at this time, Judge A.J. Adams solves another nearly perfect crime. Relying on the fact that mistakes are repeated, that criminal motives do not vary, the judge, now retired, draws upon his vast courtroom experience to fight another battle for justice. It is evening just outside the palatial home of Mrs. Agatha Winters, one of the town's wealthiest widows. Mrs. Winters lives with her stepson Ronald and her secretary Catherine Shaw. A high solid brick wall surrounds the Winters estate, cutting it off from the rest of the neighborhood. It's 9:30 when a long, sleek convertible pulls up the driveway in front of the mansion and stops. The car door opens. A young man steps out. He starts up the stairs toward the house as a voice from out of the shadows says,
Ronnie!
What?
Ronnie, wait.
Julie, what are you doing here?
I had to talk to you. Ronnie, why haven't you been to the nightclub to see me? It's been almost a week.
I've told you, Julie, it's no use.
Ronnie, have you forgotten? We were going to be married.
You're only making this more difficult. I'm sorry if I sound brutal, but there's no other way.
But, Ronnie, you can't end this.
Good night,
with just...
Julie. Or perhaps I should say goodbye.
Ronnie. Ronnie.
Ronnie?
Oh, hello, Catherine. Is my stepmother still up?
No, she's retired for the evening.
Oh. Well, I have some news for her. She won't have to worry about Julie Young anymore.
I know she'll be pleased to hear that. Your stepmother did worry, so.
Yes, I'm sure she did. Good night, Catherine.
Good night, Ronnie.
It's good to be home. It's stuffy in this room. I'll just open the window. It's a beautiful night. Hello. Looks as though there's someone down in the garden. Who's there? Who's... Oh, it's you. Hey, wait. Put down that... It is 30 minutes later. Not many miles away, sitting in his study, is Judge A.J. Adams. Once one of the nation's most fearless fighters against crime, Judge Adams is now retired. However, from time to time, the good judge is pleased to lend his brilliant judicial mind to the cause of justice when called upon by the police. Now the telephone just outside Judge Adams' study rings suddenly. A short, plump woman of about 50 wipes her hands on her apron and walks towards the phone. She is Mrs. Maloney, Judge Adams' faithful housekeeper. She lifts the receiver.
Judge Adams' residence?
Mrs. Maloney, this is Lieutenant Tommy Ross of the police department.
Oh.
I wonder if I could disturb the judge for a moment.
Well, he's resting in his study, Lieutenant. Can it not wait till the morning?
I'm afraid it can't, Mrs. Maloney. This time it's really important. Would you call him to the phone?
Well, seeing as how you're an old friend, Lieutenant, but next time...
Mrs. Maloney.
I'll get him right away. It's them police again, Judge, bothering you at all hours.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, Mrs. Maloney. I'll take it on this extension. Judge Adams speaking.
Hello, Judge. This is Tommy Ross.
Well, hello, Tommy. What can I do for you?
Judge, does the name Agatha Winters register with you?
Oh, indeed it does. Mrs. Winters represents one of our very prominent families. In fact, she is the leader of the reform movement in the coming city elections.
Exactly, Judge. Mrs. Agatha Winters is chairman of the Citizens Committee Against Crime.
Yeah.
Right now, she's a murder suspect.
She what?
If this thing breaks in the newspapers, it'll blow the lid off City Hall.
Now, Tommy, suppose you try being a little more explicit.
Judge, I called to ask if you'd mind coming over to the Winters home right away. I could use your help. You see, Mrs. Agatha Winters' stepson, Ronnie, has just been murdered.
Oh, here you are, Judge Adams.
Well, I'm sorry I took so long, Tommy. The old car doesn't start as easily as it used to.
Judge, perhaps we could talk in the library.
You're the policeman, Lieutenant.
Now, about 45 minutes ago, Ronnie Winters was shot through the heart. As best we can tell, he was standing at the window of his bedroom upstairs when it happened. There were no powder burns on the body, and from the angle of the wound, it's our opinion young Winters was shot from the garden below.
He was at home alone?
Oh, no. There were two other people in the house. His stepmother, Mrs. Winters, and her secretary, Catherine Shaw. Now, Mrs. Winters claims she was in bed asleep at the time. And Catherine Shaw tells me she was in the kitchen making some coffee.
Well, then neither can alibi for the other.
Right, Judge.
Tommy, what about the murder weapon?
I was afraid you were going to ask me that.
Oh?
It can't be found. I've got 10 men on this case, Judge. They've searched every inch of the grounds in the house. The gun that killed Ronnie Winters has disappeared.
I see. Tell me, Tommy, who telephoned the police?
Mrs. Winters. She says she was awakened by the shots and called us immediately.
Yes.
And luckily, there was a squad car patrolling only 2 blocks away. They arrived here within minutes after the shooting.
Then there is an excellent chance that the murderer at this moment is on the Winters estate.
All right, Judge. Neither Mrs. Winters nor Miss Shaw heard a car leave after the shooting, and the grounds around this mansion cover almost 5 acres. Also, I've got 4 squad cars patrolling the area bordering the Winters' home. No one has been seen leaving the estate.
Well, Lieutenant Ross, I must say you are doing a thorough job.
Coming from you, Judge Adams, that means something. Now, there's just one more thing.
Yes, Tommy?
If the newspapers get wind of this murder, they're going to spread the Winters family all over the front page, Judge. You know what that'll do to this town's reform movement.
Well, with Mrs. Winters a murder suspect, I should imagine it would be a severe blow.
Well, that's why I called you, Judge. We're working against time.
Tommy, this matter affects our entire community. They'll come along now. I think we better have another chat with Miss Shaw and Mrs. Winters.
There's Catherine Shaw coming out of Mrs. Winters' room now, Judge.
Good. Perhaps Miss Shaw can talk to us.
Yeah. Oh, Miss Shaw.
Yes, Lieutenant Ross.
I would like you to meet Judge A.J. Adams.
I'm deeply honored, Judge Adams.
How do you do, Miss Shaw?
I've read a great deal about your work with the police.
Thank you, Miss Shaw. Well, I see right now you are reading Emile Zola's fascinating book, The Human Beast.
I think it's one of Zola's best works, Judge Adams.
Miss Shaw, I wonder if I might speak with you for a few moments.
Why, of course.
Did you discover the body of Ronald Winters?
Yes, sir. I was in the kitchen when I heard the shots. I ran upstairs immediately and found Ronnie lying there, beneath the windowsill.
And Mrs. Winters, when did she arrive?
Just a few moments later. She was awakened out of a sound sleep.
Miss Shaw, I'm going to ask you a very important question, and I must have a completely frank answer.
I'll be glad to answer, Judge Adams.
Thank you. Did Mrs. Winters and her stepson get along well?
Most of the time, yes, sir.
But some of the time they did not.
Well, there was one minor matter.
Please, continue.
Ronnie was going with a nightclub singer, Julie Young. Mrs. Winters didn't approve. She asked Ronnie to stop seeing the girl.
And did he?
Well, there was a scene. At first, Ronnie refused. Then when Mrs. Winters said she wouldn't let Ronnie disgrace the family name, she said...
Go on.
She'd rather see him dead.
Miss Shaw, why haven't you revealed this information to the police?
Lieutenant, Mrs. Winters is not only my employer. She's my close personal friend. I'd hate to see her involved.
Miss Shaw, that's for the police to decide.
Lieutenant Ross is quite correct, but I understand your loyalty. Now, Miss Shaw, tell me, did you know Julie Young?
Well, I've never met her. However, tonight when Ronnie came in, he told me he'd broken off with the girl.
I checked on this Julie Young, Judge. She works at the Bluebird Cafe. That's a night spot on the other side of town.
Miss Shaw, do either you or Mrs. Winters own a gun?
Oh, no, Judge. We've never had one in the house.
How long have you lived in this house with Mrs. Winters?
Almost 4 years. Since Mrs. Winters' husband died.
Thank you, Miss Shaw. You've been most cooperative.
Anything I can do to help, Judge Adams. Anything at all.
I shall be happy to call on you.
Keeps going in circles, Judge. And still no sign of the murder weapon.
Tommy, regarding this Miss Julie Young...
Yes, sir?
I think you'd better send for her right away. Meanwhile, I'm going to have a talk with Mrs. Agatha Winters.
And he was there, beneath the windowsill, Ronnie,
dead.
No, there, Mrs. Winters. Please, try to calm yourself.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here, Judge Adams. I know you'll help us.
I shall try my best. Mrs. Winters, exactly what were the terms of your late husband's will?
I'm afraid I can't recall all the terms of his will.
To whom did the bulk of the estate go?
To Ronnie. Oh, poor Ronnie.
And he received his inheritance 4 years ago?
No, it was held in trust until his 25th birthday. I was named executor of the estate until then.
And when would Ronald have become 25?
On Thursday. Just 3 days from now.
And if he died before his birthday, you retained control of the estate,
Well, yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Winters. I hope it won't be necessary to trouble you again.
Oh, please, Judge Adams, please help the police to find the person who killed my son.
Your stepson, Mrs. Winters.
Yes, my Judge, you don't think that I...
Mrs. Winters, I shall do everything in my power to see that the murderer of Ronald Winters is apprehended.
Oh, Judge, I have to talk to you.
Yes, Tommy.
I sent a squad car down to the Bluebird nightclub to pick up Julie Young.
And?
The men just got back. The manager of the Bluebird told him Julie Young disappeared at 9 o'clock. She hasn't been seen since.
How about her residence?
We checked there. They said she left sometime this afternoon, hasn't been back. Besides that, she was due at the Bluebird for the 9:30 show.
9:30?
Yes.
Approximately the time of the murder of Ronald Winters. Tommy, why don't you and I take a stroll outside? I'd like to look over the grounds.
Right, Judge. I've doubled the men searching out there. Somewhere in these 5 acres, we're going to find that gun. And when we do, it's my guess we'll find the murderer still holding it.
Well, Lieutenant Ross, it appears you have half the city's police force searching for one gun.
Oh, I'd have more if they weren't needed elsewhere. Yes. Judge, this case has got to be cracked, and soon. We can't hold the reporters off much longer.
Yes, I know.
Every racketeer in this town would like nothing better than a scandal involving Mrs. Winters, the reform leader.
Hold it. Tommy, I believe one of your men has discovered something.
All right. Come out of those bushes with your hands up.
Judge, someone hiding in the shrubs. You better get back in the house. They could be shooting.
If there is, you'll need every man of us.
I'm going to count 3. If you aren't out of there with your hands up, we open fire. 1, 2.
No.
Judge, it's a girl. She's coming this way, Tommy.
Don't shoot, please. Don't shoot, Dominic.
Now, well, young lady.
Hold your fire, man. Judge, are you okay? She ran right into you.
Luckily, I'm in better shape than most men my age.
All right, now, miss, suppose you tell us your name.
Now, she's frightened, Tommy. Here, let me try him. Come here. Miss?
Yes?
Who are you?
My name is Julie Young.
Julie Young, the nightclub singer.
Please, couldn't we go inside?
We'll do better than that, Miss Young. I'm arresting you for the murder of Ronnie Winters.
We will return to the judge in just a moment. But first, March 15th can be just like any other day in the year if you send your income tax returns in early. Don't be harassed, worried, and nervous as that date draws near. Remember, you receive refunds sooner if you file early. It's worth it. Get your returns filed right now. And now the second act of The Judge. And today's story, The Death of the Playboy. Playboy Ronald Winters, stepson of the wealthy Mrs. Agatha Winters, has been found murdered. Because Mrs. Winters is leader of the city's reform movement, Police Lieutenant Tommy Ross has called upon Judge A.J. Adams to assist him in solving the case. Both the police and the judge realize that should the newspapers play up the role of Mrs. Winters in this case, the city's much-needed reform movement would collapse. Thus, the judge and Tommy Ross continue their investigation at the Winters home, even though the hour is very late. Lieutenant Ross is now questioning singer Julie Young, who is in love with the murdered Playboy.
All right, Miss Young. If you're as innocent as you say you are, why were you discovered just a few minutes ago hiding on the Winters estate?
I was afraid.
Afraid of what?
After I left Ronnie earlier tonight, I heard shots. I ran down the driveway, and then suddenly there were headlights coming toward me, and I hid in the shrubs. When the car passed, I saw it was the police. I was too frightened to move.
Miss Young.
Yes, Judge.
Would you please describe the scene that took place between you and Ronald Winters earlier this evening?
I came to the house to see Ronnie.
Yes?
It was about 9:30, I guess. Just as I arrived, he drove up in his car. I asked him why he hadn't come to the club to see me. And he said it was all over between us. He left me standing there, and he went in the house.
And you're asking us to believe that after being jilted by Ronnie Winters, you turned meekly and walked away?
It's true, Lieutenant. I swear it. I wouldn't have killed Ronnie no matter what he did. I loved him.
Okay.
I loved him.
Sanders, take her in the other room.
Come along, miss. Come along.
Well, Judge, I'm licked. None of these people killed Ronnie Winters, but he's dead.
You know, Tommy, it's entirely possible Julie Young is telling the truth.
Well, Judge, she's sincere, she's innocent-looking, but she had the perfect motive. And furthermore, she was found hiding on the ground.
If Julie Young murdered young Winters, wouldn't the gun have been found either on her person or somewhere on the grounds?
Well, now, Judge, do you realize I've got more than 20 policemen on this case now? And every single one of them are looking for a small hunk of metal, a gun. The gun that killed Ronnie Winters.
Now, easy, Tommy, my boy. I realize this is an extremely unusual case, but I assure you there is some logical explanation.
Oh, yeah? But where do we find it?
I recall a case of some years back during which the solution hinged upon the finding of the murder weapon. I believe I have the history of that case at home in my study.
Now, what has a case years ago got to do with the murder of Ronnie Winters tonight?
Tommy, it is my opinion that there is very little new under the sun, and that includes murder. For each criminal investigation, there is one in the record books that has many similar factors. You might even say that it is upon this premise that our system of law is based. That is why lawyers and judges alike so often refer to older cases during a trial.
Okay, Judge, okay, so somebody else once had trouble finding a gun. Where does that leave us?
With your permission, Lieutenant, I would like to return to my home and study my law books. I believe something vital will come of it.
I'll do better than that, Judge Adams. I'll give you a squad car and 2 men to help you. But let me warn you in advance, Judge. I've got my murderer, and her name is Julie Young.
So, you finally came home, Judge Adams.
Why, Mrs. Maloney, perhaps I might ask what my housekeeper is doing up at this hour of the night?
Keeping track of you, that's what. And where is your hat?
I beg your pardon?
Judge, I said, where is your hat? Do you want to catch your death on such a cold night?
Mrs. Maloney, if you'll excuse me, I have an urgent matter.
Urgent enough. 'Tis about time you got some sense in your head. Staying up to all hours and going bareheaded in this weather. See here, Judge Adams. You may be very intelligent, like them policemen and newspapers is always saying, but to me, you're just a man who needs taken care of. No hat, indeed.
Good night, Mrs. Maloney. In the future, I shall check with you regarding my haberdashery. Now, let me see. Where is that book? Yes, here's the volume I need. Let's see. Case of... Yes, it's just the case I had in mind. The state of Illinois versus Cartwright. Page... Why, yes. Of course. It's a very important point. What now, Mrs. Maloney?
It's a telephone for you, Judge. Lieutenant Ross. And he says it's very urgent.
All right, Mrs. Maloney, thank you. Yes?
Judge, Tommy Ross.
Yes?
You better come back to the Winters home right away.
Is something wrong, Tommy?
It's that Julie Young dame. She was a bundle of nerves, Judge, so I let her lie down in a spare bedroom.
Go on.
Well, I used my sympathy instead of my head. Julie Young has escaped.
Gee, what? I'll be right there.
soup. The reporters are outside screaming for blood, and my number one suspect just flew the coop.
Easy, Tommy. She couldn't have gotten very far.
Oh, I suppose you're right, Judge. I've got every man searching the grounds for her. But so far as I'm concerned, this proves it. Just as soon as Julie Young is recaptured, she's getting a nice, cozy cell.
Tommy, I wonder if I could ask one more favor of you.
Oh, Judge, it's getting late. Oh, well, for you, sure. Go ahead.
Thank you, Tommy. Could you have your men bring Mrs. Winters and Miss Shaw into the library now? I'm sure you will find it highly informative.
To ask you, Mrs. Winters and Miss Shaw, to give Judge Adams your complete cooperation. All right, Judge, the floor is yours.
Thank you. From the very beginning of this case, certain factors seemed familiar to me. Primarily the matter of the missing weapon. Thanks to the kindness of Lieutenant Ross, I was able to return to my study and engage in some research. That research has borne fruit.
Judge. Oh, Judge, please, have you discovered who killed my stepson?
In a moment, Mrs. Winters. The basic problem in a murder case is generally the motive. But in this case, there were many motives available. Mrs. Winters.
Yes, Judge Adams.
By your own admission, your husband's vast estate would have been turned over to your stepson in but 3 days, had he lived.
That's true, Judge, but you certainly don't think that
please. In addition, there is the known fact that you informed your stepson, Ronald, that you would prefer to see him dead rather than disgrace the family name. Is that not correct?
Well, yes.
Motive and circumstantial evidence. Now, Miss Shaw.
Yes, sir.
I believe you stated you had been in Mrs. Winters' employ for 4 years.
That's true, Judge.
And during that time, you have served her faithfully, in fact, have become more her companion than secretary?
Well, yes, I suppose so.
Thank you. With Ronald Winters now dead, a new will is in effect. Yours, Mrs. Winters. With no children of your own, could you please tell me how you have planned to distribute your estate?
Well, a great part of it is to go to charity.
And the remainder?
To Catherine Shaw.
Did Miss Shaw know that?
Well, yes, Judge. I told Catherine I'd take care of her for the rest of her life.
In other words, a strong motive for Miss Shaw. If you, Mrs. Winters, were convicted of the murder of your stepson, Catherine Shaw would inherit the entire fortune.
Judge Adams, I didn't kill Ronnie.
Yes?
Lieutenant Ross, I've got Julie Young.
Julie Young? Bring her in, Sanders. Well, Miss Young, I imagine you're ready to sign a statement now?
I had to run. You made everything point to me, but I didn't kill Ronnie.
Judge Adams, okay if we bust up this little gathering now? We've got the guilty party.
I'm afraid I can't agree with you, Tommy.
What?
If you'll give me another minute, I'm sure you will understand why.
Okay. Okay, Judge, another minute.
Now we have the motives established for 3 people. Miss Young here, the scorned lover. Mrs. Winters, facing what she felt to be family disgrace and loss of control of the family money. And Miss Shaw, also a matter of large inheritance. But what of the murder weapon? 20 policemen have covered this entire estate, have searched this home from attic to cellar. The gun is still missing.
It's no use, Judge. We've covered every inch of the grounds.
Yeah, and very efficiently, too, Tommy. And that is why I wanted to check my law books. It was while studying the case of the state of Illinois versus Cartwright that I found my answer.
Answer, Judge?
Exactly. In the Cartwright case, as in this one, during the entire investigation, the murderer concealed the weapon on his person.
Oh, but Judge, all these people were searched.
I'm sure they were, Tommy. Nonetheless, in this room, right now, we have a murderer carrying the gun that killed Ronald Winters. Miss Shaw.
Yes, Judge Adams.
Do you enjoy reading Emile Zola's novel, The Human Beast?
Why, of course.
You do?
You asked me that once before.
Well, would you tell me about the book, please?
Well, it's about a Frenchman who was a human beast.
Very interesting, Miss Shaw. You've enjoyed reading the book so much that you do not know the human beast described by Zola is actually a locomotive and not a man at all.
Locomotive?
You have enjoyed the book so much you have carried it in your right hand since the moment Ronald Winters was murdered.
All right, Judge. You're right. I've got the gun. Here. the gun that killed Ronnie? Catherine, the gun was inside your book.
By carefully cutting out the pages of this large novel, Miss Catherine Shaw has been able to conceal the gun with which she killed Ronald Winters. That book and the murder weapon never left her person.
And I still have it in my right hand, ladies and gentlemen. Only I won't need this book anymore. All right, Lieutenant Ross. Call off your men. I'm leaving this house and no one dare stop me.
You see, Tommy, a book may conceal a dangerous weapon, just as darkness conceals an attack.
Right, Judge?
Don't move or I'll shoot!
And since this light switch is near my hand...
Turn on those lights!
Quick, Tommy!
Right, Judge. I'll grab her. Stop that now.
I'll get the lights.
Oh, let go of
I've
me.
got it, Judge. Good work, Tommy. Well, Miss Shaw, yours was a diabolical plot. You killed Ronald Winters and hoped Mrs. Winters would be executed for the crime so that you would inherit a large portion of the estate. Take her away.
Yes, Sanders. Take her out of here.
Come along, you. Come along.
Oh, Judge Adams, I don't know how to thank you.
Well, Judge, as usual, I owe you more than I can tell.
Oh, nonsense, Tommy. We merely used a stuffy old law book to help us solve a difficult riddle.
Oh, no, not we, Judge Adams, you. I'm sure Mrs. Winters and all the others in the reform movement won't forget your brilliant work in solving this crime.
Tommy, Chief Justice Holmes of the Supreme Court once taught me that every criminal makes the initial mistake of believing he has discovered a new way to beat the law. Yet, like Catherine Shaw, they too must learn any way to crime will end in prison.
The Judge, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars John Daner and is written by Richard Petticini and William Frug. Featured in today's cast were Georgia Ellis, June Whitley, and Sarah Selby, with Byron Kane and Vivi Janis. Lieutenant Ross is played by Larry Dobkin. Editorial supervision is by John Meston. And the special music is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. The meanest man in the world is one who steals your radio just before it's time for the Jack Benny Show. America's favorite miser, a man with more flaws in his character than Swiss cheese has holes, Jack Benny is yours for delight every Sunday on CBS Radio. Tonight again, be sure to be listening and laughing at Jack Benny Time. Be sure to join us again next week when Judge A.J. Adams uses his vast knowledge and experience to solve one of the most unusual crimes on record, the cat's paw. Your announcer, Clarence Cassell. This is the CBS Radio Network.
And now, we bring you Reginald Gardner as the Gentleman, with Alan Reed as Stanley, the gentleman's gentleman. The Gentleman, that debonair and deadly detective in top hat and tails who is
respected by the police, feared by the underworld,
and loved by the ladies.
The Gentleman, whose way with a maid and a murderer are equally famous. The nonchalant nemesis of crime, who comes to you tonight in the episodes of The Lovely Liar.
Pardon me. This here ain't the gentleman. This here is Stanley, the gentleman's gentleman. I've been asked to say a few words about the master, Stephen Van Cleve. Well, after being born and growing up like anybody else, in a few short years, he worked his way up to being the world's best operator in the business of lifting other people's valuables. But reaching the top of his chosen profession, he all of a sudden abandons it and falls into honesty. This was naturally a great shock to me. But I stay loyal. I turn honest with him. This don't make me a happy man. Only last week, driving the convertible, which the gentleman has paid the full price for, I suffer.
Stanley?
Yes, sir?
Stop brooding. You look like a hen about to give her all.
I ain't a hen. Mr. Van Cleve.
Yes, Stanley?
How long can all this go on?
All what?
All this honesty.
It happens to be the best policy.
You gotta die before a policy pays off. Maybe you ain't noticed, for example, that the tears of the Empress were swiped last night.
Alas, poor Empress. left without a tear to shed.
The tears of the Empress, like you didn't know, happens to be a string of matched pearls worth consignment.
I am not interested in matched pearl necklaces, Stanley. I can't afford them.
Who's talking about paying for them? Oh, it ain't right. There was a time when the gentleman would have considered the presence of that there necklace in the same city with him a challenge.
That time is dead.
You sure?
Why, of course I am.
You remember when you persuaded the police commissioner to give you a motorcycle escort out of town, and you with the blue diamond tiara in your pocket?
Yes, and a very pretty tiara it was.
Or the time when you swiped old man Gilray's Rembrandt through the back door, walked through the front door with it, and sold it to him.
Ah, a lovely painting.
And how about that time at the police captain's convention when you swiped 317 gold badges?
Yes. What on earth did I ever do with them?
Tell the truth. Don't you ever wish you were back in your real profession with all the excitement and...
There's just as much excitement in being on the side of the law.
It don't pay as good.
A red light, Stanley. Better stop. We have enough tickets.
Yeah.
Hello. Mind if I sit in the back with you?
Why, no.
Hey, the babe.
Attend to your driving. The light's changed.
Yes, sir.
And I'll attend
to...
excuse me, I hate to point, but your arms are around me.
I know, and I love it.
Mind you, I have no fundamental objections. Quite the contrary, as a matter of fact. But shouldn't we be introduced before...
All right. I'm Susie.
I'm Stephen. And although it's very pleasant, I think I've been strangled.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll let go.
No, don't hurry. A little strangulation never hurt anyone.
See, I get impulses.
Well, I approve of your latest one.
But I think I better get out of the car now.
Why?
I just got another impulse.
Well, there's such a thing as being too impulsive. Besides, you haven't given me your address.
Well, I don't think I should give a stranger my address, should I?
But we're not strangers, don't you remember? Van Cleve. Stephen Van Cleve. We met all of a minute ago.
Doesn't seem that long, does it?
Doesn't seem that... Susie, why don't we start all over again? What's the matter?
That's a siren.
So it is.
Hey, Mr. Van Cleve, it's a prowl car overtaking us. We better get out of here fast.
Don't be an idiot. They're not after us.
No, the cop's waving at me to pull over.
Well, then pull over.
Okay.
Our consciences are clear. Perhaps it's a friend of Susie's.
No policeman is a friend of mine.
Hey, he's coming over.
Well, let's all be friendly to him, shall we? A policeman's lot is not a happy one.
Thanks for stopping, friend. Ah, there she is. Come on, you.
Susie, he's speaking to you.
Me?
You.
Well, this is, of course, completely ridiculous, and I'll write to my Congress. Me?
You.
All right. Goodbye, Stephen.
Officer?
Yeah?
I know all about what happened to the cat, but nevertheless, I'm curious. Why are you arresting the young lady?
Hey, wait a minute. I seen you before. In a police lineup, maybe?
My name is Van Cleve, and I'm afraid you've been denied that pleasure.
Van Cleve? The gentleman. You should have been in one.
I'm so sorry.
The gentleman and Susie. That's funny.
Yes, I'm crazy about laughing, too. Tell me, too, won't you?
Forget it. Come on, Susie.
Just a moment. Just a moment. Police lineup, Susie and myself in close contact. Police laughter. Oh, yes, of course. You may remove the young lady, officer.
Thanks.
But before you do, Susie.
Yes?
Would you very much mind returning my wallet? Dear old apartment 7B. My hat, Stanley.
Put it away yourself. You ain't got a broken arm.
But that is not the way a gentleman's gentleman is supposed to behave.
We're alone, ain't we?
I beg your pardon. And stop sulking.
You sound windbroke.
I was thinking of Susie.
She was a crook.
So she was. Nevertheless...
Never mind the neverthelesses.
Stanley, stop sounding like a nagging wife.
Who ever heard of a baritone wife?
She was very lovely, and has left behind her only...
a memory.
This. It was in my right-hand coat pocket.
Holy mackerel.
Or why overlook codfish?
Mr. Van Cleve, that there is a perfectly matched string of pearls worth conservative.
Never mind what it's worth. It happens to be the tears of the Empress.
Mr. Van Cleve, I take back everything I've been thinking. Without even having to burgle the joint where the necklace was kept, you wind up with it. You're a genius.
Oh, don't be an ass. It was purely accidental and entirely Susie's idea.
Yeah, we'll send her a postcard when we get to... Hey, I better start packing.
Whatever for?
Well, you ought to know that necklace is too hot to peddle right here in town, so...
I've no intentions of peddling it.
You... Oh, Mr. Van Cleve.
Yes?
Honesty again.
Honesty still.
I can't believe it. I don't want to believe it. Mr. Van Cleve, sir, look at them pearls. Regard the gleam, the luster.
Mind if I look too, Bub?
Huh? Hey.
Well, we really must have the woodwork cleaned. How did you get here?
Oh, I'm a bad boy. I picked the lock on your back door.
I've not time to spank you, so run along and pick someone else's lock.
No, look.
Oh, a revolver. Yes, I must say you keep it polished nicely. Very good. Now put it away.
Reach for the chandelier.
Well, what on earth would I do with the chandelier?
I said...
I refuse. Absolutely nonsensical. Or perhaps you have a fixation about chandeliers. Ceiling fixtures in general. I know a splendid psychiatrist who'd be glad
Shut up!
Yeah, a highly unnatural condition for me.
You ain't. Well, maybe I won't plug you for not reaching, but reach for the pearls.
I know. Bang. You may have the necklace.
Thanks.
It's worth looking at. One of the finest imitations I've ever seen.
You said imitation?
I said imitation.
You're nuts.
No, I'm Van Cleve.
So what?
You may have heard of me under my pseudonym.
No, I ain't never been out of the country.
I've been known in my time as the Gentleman.
The Gentleman? The biggest crook that ever snagged the stop? You say this choker is phony?
I not only say it, but it is.
How can you tell?
You've only got to look at it. Or better still, why don't we apply the Messer-Vogel-Fandheim test?
The what?
It's quite infallible. Tells you within 5 minutes whether a pearl is genuine or not.
Yeah, thanks. I ain't got the time. Only if this here is a phony, then somebody else is running out of time, too.
Gentlemen.
So what do?
We go, naturally, to the police.
Mr. Van Cleve, this kind of thing I can't get accustomed to. Without nobody putting the arm on you, still you're going to the cops.
Well, don't let it upset you too much, Stanley. We may be going towards the police, but we're not going to join them.
Oh, we're restraining ourselves?
We're remaining outside the police station.
I could think of lots nicer places to hang around outside of.
But none of them would contain Susie.
Susie? Who cares about her?
I do. The station's up ahead. Better stop here.
Okay, sir. You ain't yet told me about Susie.
I'll admit you're old enough to know.
Hey, wait, before you get into that test you mentioned back at the apartment, the
Messer-Vogel-Fandheim test?
Yeah. How do you spell it?
My dear Stanley, not only do I not know how to spell it, I don't even know what it is.
Hey, wait a minute. If that's the case, does it mean...
It does. The necklace was quite genuine.
It was, huh?
That makes you happy?
It makes me very happy. Maybe the past is reclaiming you. You lied to somebody. I ain't never been crazy about police station architecture, Mr. Van Cleve. Maybe the cops ain't going to release Susie.
Nonsense, they'll have to.
Why?
No evidence against her. You see, by slipping the necklace into my pocket, she cleared herself, so far as the police are concerned.
And maybe they'll hold on to her for luck. No. There she comes now.
Good. Out of the car.
And
we'll run into her accidentally.
She could find that hard to believe.
I don't think it will matter to her. Ah, hello, Susie. What a happy coincidence.
Oh, Stephen.
Stephen.
It's nice to see you.
Thank you, Susie. Where have you been?
Jail.
Did you like it?
I never do.
You've been to jail before?
Often.
Well, it's probably very restful there, and there's a car coming down the street. Its lights are out. Get down, both of you.
I'm making a hole in the pavement.
Susie, I told you to get down. Rather a brief visit.
I'm glad they couldn't stay.
Susie, are you all right?
Stephen Van Cleve, don't you ever do that again.
I beg your pardon.
I could kill a man like
But
you.
what have I done?
I don't mind so much your knocking me down, but you messed up my hairdo.
Well, I'm terribly sorry.
Just because you were saving my life, there's no reason to mess up my hairdo. After all, a girl's hairdo was very dear to
Oh, I
her.
do apologize, Susie, and the next time I save your life, I promise I shan't disturb a hair of your head.
Well, all right. Apology accepted.
Good. And now let's go up to my apartment.
Oh, you better get another apology started.
Oh, no etching, Susie.
No etching?
Oh, phonograph records.
But I'm tone deaf.
Well, then we could try to read the labels on the records together. It's lots of fun. A little hard on the neck, maybe, but...
All right, Stephen. I'll come.
You will? How charming of you. And yet, you know, I rather thought you would. Here we are. It may be only an apartment to you, Susie, but it's an apartment to me, too.
I like it. It's a bachelor apartment, isn't it?
It is?
I'm crazy about bachelor apartments. Sometimes I wish I was a bachelor so I could live in one.
Sometimes you wish you were... Susie, how about a drink?
No, thanks. I promised my mother I'd never drink in a bachelor apartment.
Nonsense. You're perfectly safe here.
That isn't what my mother told me about bachelor apartments.
I give you my word.
Bachelors always do.
Stanley, go get me a drink.
Yeah. Sir.
And now to get onto a nice, safe subject, Susie. What do you think of the weather?
Oh, I don't know much about the weather.
Well, it's rather interesting. For example, it's generally hot, or when it isn't, it's quite frequently cold. It even rains from time to time.
Stephen.
On the other hand, there have been long, dry spells.
Stephen. Let's not talk about the weather.
You're getting an impulse?
Uh-huh.
Similar to the one you had earlier in the car?
Uh-huh.
I thought I recognized it.
You still approve of it?
Oh, yes.
I'm glad.
But there's nothing in my right-hand pocket, Susie.
What was that?
There's nothing in my right-hand pocket.
If you don't mind, I'll make sure of
Oh,
that.
please do. And then you might try the left-hand pocket. I'm rarely been so pleasantly surrounded.
Nothing in either pocket.
You're leaving me?
Just stepping back. Stephen, where is it?
Where is what?
You're very pretty, Stephen, but I want the necklace.
Badly enough to... Oh, yes. Definitely badly enough to flourish a revolver about it. Didn't they take that away from you back at the police station?
This isn't my revolver. It's yours.
Oh, my mistake.
So, give me the necklace, Stephen.
I'm afraid I don't have any necklaces. People so rarely give them to me. Now, if it were a tie or a pair of shorts...
This is your gun. So if I shot you with it, nobody would even connect it with me. And I will shoot you, Stephen, unless...
It's only a bachelor's word, of course, but it's the only one I can give you. I do not have the necklace.
What did you do with it?
Gave it to a fellow.
Who?
As I remember, we weren't introduced. He forgot to mention his name.
You expect me to believe that?
Oh, I don't believe in Santa Claus either. Nevertheless...
Stephen, you're going to give me that necklace or I'm going to shoot you.
You can't.
Why not?
Ah, this thing is bigger than both of us. You'd hate yourself in the morning.
Oh. Well, Stephen, I hate you tonight.
Well, that's unfortunate because I've something to tell you.
What?
Someone is opening the door behind you.
Oh, that's so corny. Am I supposed to turn my head so you'll be able to grab my gun? I'm not going to.
You should have. Got her. Without spilling the drink, either.
Very good, Stanley. I'll take the drink and the gun, Susie.
Why, you truth teller.
My apologies.
Stephen, I wouldn't really have shot you much.
I hate being shot even a little.
But I worked so hard stealing that necklace. Who did you give it to?
Well, he was rather short with a kind of ingrown mustache and a pair of pop eyes that should have made a sound every time he turned them.
Eddie Kane.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing. I've got to go. Goodbye.
But Susie, you haven't looked at my records yet. Oh, I suppose she really doesn't care about music, Stanley.
What is it, sir?
I'll toss you to see who gets my hat from the closet.
We're following that tomato?
Oh, definitely. Although I don't really think of it as a vegetable.
Toss that coin.
Very well.
Heads. Your hat, Mr. Van Cleef.
Butcher, someone's knocking at the door.
Yeah, Mr. Kruger.
I'm not verifying the accuracy of my hearing. See who that is, you ape.
Who's the ape?
You are.
Well, you don't got to get mad about it.
Hello, Butcher.
Hiya, Kane.
Hey, it's Kane, Mr. Kruger.
Oh, good. Good. I've been waiting, Kane, and not patiently. Where is the necklace?
I don't know.
I don't like jokes.
I don't like them neither, and I ain't joking. Susie scrambled with the pearls after we cracked the vault like we planned, right? But a cop picked her up.
Go on.
Before the cop put the arm on her, I seen her slip the pearls into a guy's pocket.
Yeah, clever little girl. I knew she'd do well with us.
Yeah, I followed the guy, got into his apartment, pulled a gun on him, took the pearls.
Admirable.
Only when I'm walking out with the necklace, the guy says it's a phony.
A phony?
Yes. I asked the guy how come he knows so much. He tells me. His name is Stephen Van Cleve.
The gentleman? Well.
Yeah. And if he don't know, who would? But I don't even take his word for it. I took the necklace over to a hawk shop. The guy there offers me a couple of $100 for it. Says it's a beautiful job, only but glass. So here it is.
An imitation. Where's Susie?
How would I know?
I want to see her. Badly.
You figuring she pulled the switch on us?
What do you think?
I think she pulled the switch on us.
Then we know what has to be done, don't we?
Susie would appear to be in quite a hurry, Stanley. My slight lie about the necklace should begin to bear fruit shortly.
I ain't even going to pretend I know what you're talking about.
Well, there was very little opportunity for me to do much about the necklace. However, by insinuating that it was false, I may have caused the thieves to fall out amongst themselves.
That makes you happy?
Delirious. Slow down. Susie's cab's stopping.
Okay.
Susie's getting out, paying the driver, going into that large house at the corner. Looks like Dracula's little black home in the West.
It's like the morgue to me.
Well, let's hope it doesn't turn out to be a morgue for someone we know. Cab's gone, and Susie's gone. Inside.
I don't like this place. Maybe we ought to be gone, too.
Don't be silly. Beauty may be in distress. Come along.
Beauty? You mean Susie? She can take care of herself.
I wonder. True, she's slightly dishonest, but I rather suspect that she's not in the killer classes yet. Her little friends, maybe. The front door? I think not. Large grounds. A gate here. A path leading round the side of the house. We'll take it.
Who owns this stop?
I don't know. But judging from its size, a criminal of some dimensions.
You could have had a house like this, too, if only honesty hadn't gone to your head.
Be still. Lighted window, square ahead. Warm night. The window may be open a trifle. It is. Now, if we can get a little closer without being seen, we'll be in a very fine position for a spot of eavesdropping.
Mr. Van Cleve, hooray.
Why the enthusiasm?
Well, eavesdropping ain't exactly illegal, but it ain't polite either. Maybe you're returning to your true self.
Right here will do. Listen.
Well, that's very sweet of you to drop in on us, Susie.
It was not. I came because I want to know where that necklace is.
I'm sure Kane there will be glad to tell you.
I can tell him. He trailed Van Cleve and me and then took the necklace away from Van Cleve.
You're very well informed, my dear.
Oh, sure. But it seems nobody bothered telling me where I was supposed to come for my cut of the necklace.
There's a very good reason for that. You see, Susie, the necklace is on the table to your left.
Oh!
But you're not going to get a cut.
What?
You're going to get the entire necklace. All for your pretty little self.
There is something fishy about this.
Yes, my dear, there is. Because that necklace is as phony as your act.
That necklace? Phony? You're crazy.
Oh, try another line. Kane took it to a jeweler's, had it appraised, and found it was worth perhaps $200. What did you do with the real necklace, Susie?
But I only had one necklace. That one on the table.
Weak. Would you like to take a minute and see if you can do better?
You think I kept the real necklace and tried to give you an imitation?
You're a mind reader, my dear.
But that's silly. I didn't.
Butcher, she's reaching for a gun.
Yeah, I noticed.
Got it.
Ow!
Yeah. Gun in her handbag.
Go, me.
Shut up. Butcher, Susie doesn't want to cooperate.
No.
It hurts my feelings.
That a fact?
If you and Kane hadn't been so alert, who knows what might have happened. You know, Butcher, Susie really ought to tell us where the genuine necklace is.
But I don't know.
You know what might help her do that, Butcher?
Yeah, I think I know.
I'm telling you the truth. I swear I am.
Stanley, I've got to go in there.
But there are 3 of them with artillery.
Nevertheless, I can't have them hurting Susie.
Okay, maybe we can take them.
No, you're going for the police.
Oh, then let's both go.
No, it would take several minutes before a prowl car could reach here, and that time Susie might get hurt. No, I'll go in, distract them if I can. Get going, Stanley.
Okay, only don't you get hurt, too, huh?
Stephen!
Good evening, everyone. I seem to have broken a window. I insist, Mr. Kruger. Whatever you say, I shall draw you a check in the morning.
Who is he?
It's Van Cleve, Mr. Kruger, the gentleman.
How do you do, Kane? So nice to think we've met before. You look very well.
Huh?
Your arthritis hasn't been bothering you?
My what?
Shut up, Kane. Butcher, frisk him.
Oh, good heavens, no.
I said frisk him.
Oh, I've no objection to your men searching me to see if I'm armed. Go right ahead, Butcher.
Thanks.
But did you have to use the term frisk, Mr. Kruger? So, old hat.
He's clean.
Yes, that's because I bathe. Does wonders for you, and I never believed it was bad for the health. Butcher, you should really try it sometime.
Huh?
What do you want here, Van Cleve?
Well, you see, I had an appointment with Susie to take her to the movies, and I rather prefer to have her sort of in one piece when I do. Fussy of me, no doubt.
You know, Van Cleve, I hadn't given much thought to your appearance in this business. However, I'm beginning to wonder whether it was sheer accident that caused Susie to drop that necklace into your pocket.
It wasn't an accident at all. It was because she thinks I'm pretty. Of course, she's quite mistaken, but it was an amiable mistake, don't you think?
Mr. Kruger, I don't like this. I think he's stalling for time.
You know, that's quite a peculiar expression, stalling for time. I mean, that is, you tend to think of stalls for horses, you know, those large mammals that consume positively enormous quantities of hay and then make sounds like...
I think perhaps we've had enough of your nonsense, Van Cleve. There's still the matter of that necklace.
You know, I like this lamp you have here, Mr. Kruger. Only trouble is it gives so much light, so...
Hey, he's making it doing there.
Susie, get over here with me. Away from that table. It's a death.
Oh, Stephen, what's happened? Someone's been shot. It's so dark in here. Stephen!
Would anyone care to explain? No? Then I shall. We know that one man is lying dead near the table where the necklace is. We know, too, who that one man is, don't we? The only man who must have known that the necklace was not a fake. The man who had it appraised.
Kane.
Yes, Susie. Kane. The man who lied after he discovered that it was genuine, as I'd known all along it was. He would be the man to make a dash for the table in the darkness to get it. And we know who killed Kane, too, don't we?
The police.
Now, there's not enough time to run, is there? The man who killed Kane had to be intelligent enough to realize that Susie couldn't have switched necklaces because she had no time to have an imitation made. The man who was intelligent enough to realize that left only Kane, and who shot at the figure that headed for the table in the dark.
Mr. Van Cleve, where are you?
Oh, come right in, Stanley.
All right, everybody stay put. What goes here?
Officer?
Yes?
May I present Mr. Kruger, murderer?
Gee, everybody's in jail except me. But, Stephen, couldn't you have stolen the necklace before the police got there?
Then you'd have been in jail, too, this way.
Oh, suppose you're right. You were awfully smart, Stephen, forcing everything to happen the way you planned, all with a little lie. You know what?
What?
I've got that impulse again.
Lovely impulse.
Stephen,
Yes?
you know, I think I'm becoming a better woman.
You mean, you didn't steal my wallet just now?
Oh, I did steal it, but look, I'm giving it back.
Thank you.
Aren't you proud of me, Stephen?
Very proud. But now, would you mind returning the money that was in the wallet, too?
You have just heard an episode of The Gentleman, starring Reginald Gardner. And now here again is the gentleman to tell you about next week's episode.
Next week, we'll be having the episode of The Missing Midgets, a bizarre affair in which a lovely redhead is followed about by midgets, loved by a giant, despised by a blonde, all of which naturally makes a tasty dish for the gentleman.
And the gentleman's gentleman.
Yes. Stanley and I should be very pleased to have you join us.
The Gentleman was written by Louis Vittes and produced and directed by Helen Mack. In tonight's cast, you heard Lorene Tuttle as Susie, Theodore Von Eltz as Kruger, Arthur Q. Bryan was the officer, Larry Dobkin, Kane. Barney Phillips played Butcher. Music was composed by Rex Corey. Theremin effects were produced by Dr. Samuel Hoffman. Your announcer is Don Stanton.
Your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. We do not have to worry about coal this winter. The anthracite industry expects to produce several million tons more than it did last year. So you can be sure there will be enough coal for everyone. However, your fuel dealer needs your patriotic cooperation to aid in planning deliveries so that everyone will have enough coal for immediate needs. Remember, we must share and share alike. Don't demand delivery of more coal than is actually needed for your present heating requirements. There is no need to hoard. Cooperate with your fuel dealer. He can and will schedule deliveries so that your heating requirements will be taken care of this winter. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Wailing Corpse.
Mr. Van Dyke, as your lawyer, I protest against this fantastic idea.
Danforth, my mind is made up. You have your orders? Very well. I'm sending Joan to my place in Carolina. She will hear nothing of this. I will not have my daughter touched with sorrow. She is very dear to me. You understand? Stop here, please. This is the establishment.
Shall I wait?
No, thank you. Goodbye, Danforth.
Goodbye, Mr. Van Dyke.
Yes? Oh, didn't see you for a second. The light is dim.
We do keep it rather subdued in here.
I'm Ellsworth Van Dyke. I phoned you.
Yes, sir. Please sit down and we'll discuss the type of funeral you want. Casket?
That's it. Is it possible to have a special casket made?
Yes, but of course you realize that the price...
Money is no object.
Oh, I see. Well, now, what would you like?
The casket must be made of some material that will withstand decay. I prefer glass.
Glass?
Yes, I must have it. Now, how wide is the average coffin?
Approximately 3 feet.
I want this one 5 feet wide.
5 feet wide? But it will take time to have it made, Mr. Van Dyke.
It must be ready within 2 weeks.
At that time, you can have the body changed to the special casket. But naturally, you proceed with the funeral immediately.
There's not going to be any funeral. Yet.
No funeral? But surely you can't wait.
I can wait, Mr. Griswold.
Huh?
Yes. You see, I am to be the occupant of that coffin.
Cranston, in all my years as an undertaker, I've never seen anything like this coffin I've just delivered. You were interested in the strange and weird, so I came to you.
Oh, I'm very glad you did, Mr. Griswold.
A glass coffin? That's not all, Miss Lane. He insisted that the coffin be ventilated.
Oh, not really.
Go on, sir. I can see this more.
Mr. Van Dyke demanded some means of communicating with the living from his coffin.
A telephone?
Yes. It's connected with a speaker in his house. He's to be placed in a mausoleum on his estate.
Well, he must be afraid of being buried alive.
Well, there's another angle, Margot. I've heard that Ellsworth Van Dyke believes that the dead can communicate with the living. Mr. Griswold, I know he has a young daughter. Any other relatives?
His brother, Arthur, and his wife live with Mr. Van Dyke.
Excuse me.
I left this number. It may be...
Hello? Yes, he's here. What? Oh. Well, I'll tell him.
Come on, what's wrong?
Ellsworth Van Dyke has just died suddenly. He's being placed in his mausoleum immediately.
Confound these newspapers, making a sensation of Ellsworth's funeral. It was that fool coffin of his, Clara. Now everybody will be watching us, prying into things.
There's no need to break down, Arthur, and act like a nervous idiot.
Yes, you can talk. Thank heaven Joan isn't here to ask questions.
What sort of questions, Uncle Arthur?
Joan, darling. How did you get here?
By train, Aunt Clara. I came as soon as I heard that Father was dead.
But who told you? You weren't to hear.
Oh, it wasn't your fault, I heard. Someone phoned me about Father.
Who did that?
I don't know. They said it was a friend.
Oh, Joan, you poor darling.
Don't touch me, Aunt Clara. You think I can't see through you. You hated my father. Both you and Uncle Arthur.
Joan, how can you say that?
How? Because I know. You hovered over him like two vultures, waiting for him to die, waiting for his money.
Joan, I realize you're not yourself.
My father wouldn't believe what I told him about you and Aunt Clara. And now he's dead. Father's dead.
What are we going to do about her?
She's our responsibility now. If she goes on like this, she'll cause a scandal.
We've got to do something.
Yes, people will talk.
Quiet up. Is that you, Sarah?
Yes, Mrs. Van Dyke. Did you ring for me?
It must have been Miss Joan, Sarah.
Miss Joan. Is she here?
She just came home.
Oh, poor child.
Sarah, you must help us.
What do you mean, sir?
Joan has her mind filled with all sorts of strange ideas.
Yes, I know.
You realize that they're ridiculous, don't you? That she's suffering from hallucinations.
Well, why don't you answer?
I'd better go to her, sir. She needs me.
Sarah. Oh, Sarah.
There now, child. I'm here.
Sarah, what would I do without you?
There, dear. There. You must rest. Perhaps if I turn the radio on low.
No, please.
No, I'd better not. Might keep you awake. It's late and you must sleep now.
Sarah, Father thought the dead could send messages to those they loved. Could it be...
You mustn't think, Joan. Just rest. Rest. There, dear. There.
Joan.
Yes, Father, did you call? It was Father's voice.
Joan.
Father! Why don't you answer me? Father, where are you? Where are you? Answer me. And so I came to you, Commissioner Weston, to tell you what had happened.
Miss Van Dyke, you're sure you heard your father's voice?
Positive.
Lamar, suppose I take Miss Van Dyke into the other room for a minute.
Good idea, Miss Lane. Good idea.
Come on, Miss Van Dyke. Come with me.
Well, what do you think, Cranston?
Sounds like a very strange business, Commissioner.
If it's true, you You think that the girl is unbalanced? Perhaps. I've got a hunch, Commissioner, that she did hear something.
Oh, now, Cranston. Not the voice of her dead father.
Commissioner, he was afraid of being buried alive. So he arranged to communicate with the people above and be rescued if he were.
You think it's possible he actually was? Good heavens, what a terrible idea.
Yes.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go to the Van Dyke estate and find out. Come on. Mr. Van Dyke, you understand that the police can exhume your brother's body if circumstances justify it.
Commissioner Weston, surely you don't take the ravings of a poor hysterical girl seriously enough to act on them?
Uncle Arthur, you must listen to me.
No, Joan, my brother is dead. He must be left in peace.
Well, if he's really dead, how do you explain the voice?
Voice?
What voice?
Miss Van Dyke says that last night she heard her father calling to her.
She heard his voice?
Just after 2 o'clock. I was awakened by my father calling my name.
Oh, it was a dream.
No, I was fully awake. I know my father's voice.
Mr. Van Dyke, did you hear the voice?
No, I heard nothing. If it had been my brother speaking from his tomb, everybody would have heard it. The merest whisper there is magnified into a shout in that receiver he set up in the hall.
Mrs. Van Dyke, did you hear anything?
Nothing.
Sarah, you were with me until I fell asleep. Did you hear anything?
No, child. I heard nothing.
You're all looking at me as though I were out of my mind or something. I tell you, I heard my father crying. Oh, doesn't anyone believe me?
Joan, you must be calm. When you've had time to rest, you'll feel less excited.
I want an investigation. I demand it.
I won't have it, you hear?
Why not? Why are you afraid to have anyone examine him? I know why. Because you murdered him.
That's a lie.
One moment, please. Murder, eh? Now we're getting somewhere.
He has no proof.
Maybe we'll find proof. We've got a motive.
Motive? What possible motive could I...
Money.
Right. Van Dyke, if you could get this girl shut up as insane, perhaps you could grab his money. That's motive for murder.
My brother died a natural death.
It was pretty sudden, wasn't it?
He slipped away in a coma.
What was the cause of death?
It was certified as heart failure.
There was nothing wrong with my father's heart.
We'll find out. I'm going to have an autopsy.
May I speak, Commissioner? I was Ezra's lawyer.
What is it, Mr. Danforth?
I have kept silent till now, but Mr. Van Dyke's will expressly forbids exhumation of his body.
Now what? Just a moment. If the police decide to exhume...
The heirs would lose their money. Under those conditions, any one of them could stop you by an injunction, Commissioner.
Then Mr. Danforth, you're against me, too.
Oh, now, Joan, dear.
You're all against me. All of you.
Joan, wait.
Margot, come here a moment.
What is it, Lamont?
Let's slip away. I want to pay a visit.
A visit?
Yes. I want to spend an hour tonight in the tomb of Ellsworth Van Dyke. Our government has asked everyone to work together on a plan which will permit delivery of some coal to every bin. Consumers who have large supplies of coal on hand have been asked to withhold orders for additional deliveries. Those who need coal at once should order only enough to take care of immediate needs. There is no shortage of coal, but your dealer has a real wartime delivery problem. You can help solve this problem by notifying your dealer of the approximate amount of fuel you will require for the entire winter. This will enable him to carefully plan deliveries so that everyone will be taken care of. Planned deliveries will also cut down on gasoline consumption as well as save wear on tires. Another thing, remember there is no advantage in placing duplicate orders with two dealers because this only complicates distribution. Your blue coal dealer has received hundreds of new orders for coal, and he is anxious to see that everyone is taken care of. Your friendly cooperation will make possible the delivery of enough coal so that no one needs suffer from cold. And now, back to the shadow.
Lamont, this is spooky. I wish we'd brought Commissioner Weston.
Poor Weston. He's trying to fight his way out of legal red tape.
But we can't wait?
No. Something dreadful is going to happen here. Come on. I want to see inside the tomb. It's a beautiful mausoleum, Margot.
Yes, if only we didn't have to go inside. Shall I turn on my flashlight?
No. Someone in the house might see it. And here we are. Well, it's unlocked.
Oh, what a noise.
Step inside.
You go first.
All right. Yeah, shut the door. All right. Now the flashlight.
Why, it's just an empty room. Listen to the echo.
Speak low.
Where do they keep the bodies?
In the crypt below, I suppose. That big metal cover slides back. Must be a lever here somewhere.
Oh!
Look down into the crypt.
Hold them out.
Turn the light that way. There it is.
Ellsworth and Dyke's coffin. Why, it's huge. But there aren't any stairs going down.
So it seems.
Well, no one could get down there without help.
Don't stumble, Margot.
Hush. 2 o'clock.
Joan.
That's it, Lamont. That's the voice she heard.
Joan.
Father! Father, you've come back again. Father, speak to me.
Clara, you awake?
Yes, Hawthorne.
Did you hear it? That voice.
Voice? I didn't hear anything.
It was Ellsworth's voice calling. Joan was right.
No.
I heard it.
Then you're insane, too.
I've got to investigate. I've got to find out. Where did that voice come from? Oh, there's a light in that room. Who left the light on? Is anyone here? No one. Somebody left that phonograph turned on. This time of night? What? It's Ellsworth's voice. It's on that record. So that's what Joan heard, a record. Someone is using it to fool her. Poor child. But who? Who would do that? Who is it? What? It's you. You! To think how I've trusted you. And all the time you've been using this record to torture that poor child. Wait! Put down that gun! Put it down, I say!
Well, Cranston, I think somebody murdered Arthur and tried to make it look like suicide.
Not a very skillful job, either.
Yeah.
Weston, did you notice this phonograph? Somebody's been playing it.
Now, forget that stuff. I'm thinking about Ellsworth Van Dyke's will. Listen, it makes Arthur Van Dyke guardian of Joan until she's 21, with full control of her money. If he dies, the management passes to Clara.
I wonder if Ellsworth Van Dyke had a special reason for that.
Well, the point is, 5 years control of that fortune, and you could be sitting pretty. Cranston, I think our case is solved.
Where are you going, Commissioner?
Clara Van Dyke?
Yes, Commissioner.
Clara Van Dyke, I arrest you for the murder of your husband.
But Lamont, why come here to the Van Dykes in the middle of the night? Arthur's dead and Mrs. Van Dyke is in jail.
Yes. So the person behind this thinks that the coast is clear. Margot.
What?
There's a light in the tomb. Come on, quick.
Why, the door's open.
Yes. And candles burning.
Look, Lamont. You were right. There is a staircase going to the crypt.
That wall is a sliding panel. Someone opened it. Come along, Margot.
Down into the tomb? Well, what do you think we'll find?
The end of this mystery, Margot. And the criminal. Hurry. All right. Flash your torch around.
Oh, there's no one here. Lamont, what was that?
The panel's closed. We're locked in.
Oh, Lamont!
Say, I know that voice.
Yes. Yes, you know it.
Sarah! Why, it's Sarah speaking from overhead.
Yes, through that opening.
You'll pay for your meddling, you fool.
Sarah, it's you who killed Arthur Van Dyke.
Yes, I killed Arthur.
And I made Elsworth Van Dyke want to die.
Sarah, how did you do it?
I lied to them. All of them. About each other.
Oh, what motive could you have?
To drive Elsworth Van Dyke's daughter insane. Insane. And you can't stop me, for you're going to die too. Die. Down there.
The mug we're locked in. What can we do?
I'm not sure, Margot. But I think that...
What's that? Come on, that noise. There's someone here in this board with us.
Steady, Margot. Turn your flash that way.
Come on. The man in the coffin. The body's moving.
He's tapping on the glass.
The coffin. It's open. He's sitting up.
Margot, stop. It's all right. He's alive. It's Elsworth Van Dyke. Come here.
It was Sarah.
Mr. Van Dyke.
It was Sarah all the time.
Here, help me hold him up, Margot. He's very weak.
Yes, Lamont.
You've been drugged, haven't you, Mr. Van Dyke?
Oh, how?
No, I did it myself. Had to.
To find out who in your house was plotting?
Yes. I nearly went crazy, wondering.
If you feigned death, you thought matters would come to a head.
Yes. Sent Joan away.
But Joan's here, and in danger.
Joan's here?
Yes. Look, Elsworth, I must escape from here. How do I release the panel?
The carved wreath. Up there.
Yes?
Pull down. Pull down. It opens the panel.
Margot, he's fainted. You stay with him. The shadow has work to do.
Joan. Wake up, Joan.
What? Oh, Sarah. I was dreaming. I had such bad dreams. I'm glad you're here.
Yes. I'm here, Joan.
Pains in my head are awful. You've told me how bad they are so many times. I've listened to you.
Listen to me now, Joan. What was that?
The door opened. Is someone there?
No, it must have been the wind. No, Joan.
Tell me that I'll get well, Sarah.
No. No, you'll never get well. Slowly you'll sink down into the quicksands of insanity.
No.
Your brain will turn soft.
No.
Your eyes will stare sightlessly from your head.
Sarah, don't say that.
You'll pay for the pain you've caused me.
What have I done to you?
You stood in my way. Always.
Sarah, I didn't know.
No, Joan, my darling, you didn't. But you'll pay just the same. I swore I'd avenge myself on you all. And I have. Your father is dead. His death hastened by the worry I planted in his mind. And you, my dear, are going insane.
No, Sarah.
No. I murdered your Uncle Arthur, and your Aunt Clara will pay for it with her life. Now, there's only you.
I'll go to the police. I'll tell them.
No, you won't, Joan, my dear.
I will.
You'll do as I say, Joan.
Sarah.
Here. Sit down. Sit down, I say, at your desk. Now write this. I can't live without you.
Without
Father.
Father.
I am following you.
I'm following you.
Sign your name. Sign your name. All right. Everything's ready. Now, there's no reason for you to live, is there?
No reason.
Open the drawer of your desk.
A gun. Yes. A gun.
Place it against your heart.
Now I can go to my father.
Pull the trigger, Joan. It'll be very easy. Pull the trigger. Why did you throw the gun to the floor?
She didn't.
shadow? Oh, where are you? Where did you come from? I can't see you.
The shadow cannot be seen by mortal eyes. I've come to right a wrong, to save this girl from your evil plans, and to make you pay for your crimes.
You can't save her.
It isn't safe to defy the shadow. Tell the truth. Why did you commit these crimes? You said Joan stood in your way. How? Tell me.
Her father loved me.
Go on.
And he would have married me if his brother and that wife of his hadn't told him it was unfair to Joan.
So you plotted against his family.
I hated them. Ellsworth went away without a word to me. Then I hated him too.
That didn't give you the right to commit crime. You must pay.
I'll never be brought to justice. Never.
Drop that gun.
Oh, terrible.
Death is not as terrible as a crime like hers. Corroding hate drove her to it. And then, to death.
Oh, Lamont. What a nightmare. But you say Joan's all right.
She's taking care of her father. And that'll help her to forget the horror she's been through. The doctor says he'll recover.
Why, Lamont, he must have been mad to do such a thing.
Well, half mad for the moment.
But did Joan really hear him calling from the tomb?
No, Margot. He was in a stupor for 60 hours from the drug he took. As for the voice, years ago Ellsworth made a phonograph record of his own voice calling Joan. Sarah played it.
But, Lamont, how could Joan hear the record?
Well, the phonograph was connected to Joan's radio with a wireless pickup from the other room. Every night as she left Joan, Sarah would fiddle with the radio pretending to turn it off, but really setting it for the phonograph.
Yes, well?
Well, then she went to the other room and played the record. Joan heard it from the speaker of her radio. When Sarah lifted the needle, the sound stopped. Sarah was mad, but clever.
Oh, Lamont, if it hadn't been for you, why, Joan would be dead. And perhaps Van Dyke, too.
Yes. And if it hadn't been for Van Dyke's coming to life, where would we be now?
Where would we? Oh, Lamont, don't talk about it.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. This story produced by the BL&W Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal. This is Mutual.
I'm back. I hope you have been enjoying the show so far. We have a lot more to go. Still another lesser-known show, The Hidden Truth, which ran from 67 to 69. Not technically an old-time radio show, but just an old radio show. Based on real-life cases of criminologist Leonard Keeler, the man who invented the polygraph lie detector. In Two Deaths by Poison, Mary McMillan had been having trouble sleeping for many weeks. It turns out that she's in love with another man, Hal, who's married to her best friend Sally, and he's best friends with Mary's husband Arthur. Mary talks in her sleep, and in this way Arthur learns about it. Sally, meanwhile, is having the same problem with Hal and comes to Mary about her suspicions, not realizing that Mary is the other woman. Mary goes to see a fortune teller who tells her that she foresees her husband and Sally both dying. And then they both do. Who killed them? Is it the obvious suspect? This is a really thrilling story, it's well written, and it's really well acted. Next we have Farmer Shot 12 Times from True Detective Mysteries, an older crime show that ran from 1929 to 1930 and featured true crime stories every week. In this one, a farmer is working his field when he finds another neighbor farmer dead, riddled with bullets, lying by the edge of his field by the road. The dead man's wife is not upset at all when the police inform her of his murder, and the police then find a photo in her possession of another dead farmer lying in a forest shot through the head, who turns out to be her ex-husband, whose death had originally been ruled as suicide. Suspicion of the new murder immediately falls on her, but is she really the killer? Great story, although a tad predictable in places. It aired July 24th, 1937. Next we have I Dreamt I Died from Murder by Experts, a great mystery show that ran from 49 to 51 and is considered today to be some of the best mystery writing on old-time radio. The writers being John Dixon Carr and Brett Halliday. 130 episodes were produced, and it featured guest experts each week. In this one, a wife wakes up in the middle of the night after a nightmare where her husband killed her. Is it just a dream, or is it an ominous portent? Really great suspense/mystery story. Chills and thrills, along with great classic mystery elements. Then we have The Case of John Newton from Up for Parole, which featured true stories of convicted criminals up for their parole board hearings. This was the first show of the series, and it tells the story of a young doctor who's forced to illegally operate and shelter his wounded brother, who is a bank robber. It aired March 10, 1950. Next we have Woman on Ice from The Whisperer. In this one, Galt, aka The Whisperer, is unable to complete a mission given to him by the Syndicate because his contact is killed. And now he has to solve the mystery of the killing while at the same time trying to thwart the murder mission that the Syndicate has given him. This is one of the more intricate stories of this series that sees Galt also trying to prevent the local authorities from learning his true identity. And then last we have A Lady's Shoot from the Black Museum, about a middle-aged newlywed couple living in a charming house in the country. And then the husband makes advances on their housekeeper, and then another housekeeper, and the wife has had enough and she leaves him. When she winds up dead, the husband is the prime suspect. I gotta say, Orson Welles' delivery in this one is nothing short of mesmerizing. All right, time to listen. I will be back.
Mary Macmillan, attractive 25-year-old wife of Arthur Macmillan, had been having a great deal of trouble sleeping at night. For several weeks, something had been bothering her. Something that preyed on her mind, something that came to haunt her during those eerie, restless hours between midnight and dawn.
Mary, you awake?
Harold, you shouldn't have come here. If Arthur finds out about us...
Don't you understand? It isn't something that I want to do, Mary. Lord knows I didn't want to fall in love with you.
But your wife, Harold. Sally was my roommate at college. She's my best friend.
What of Arthur? Why, he and I have been close friends for... It's a mess, Mary. It isn't easy to be the way we are. It isn't easy, and believe me, I wish it had never happened.
But now that it has happened, Hal, what are we going to do? What of Arthur and Sally? What's going to become of our lives?
Mary! Mary, wake up.
Oh. What, Arthur? Did you say something, Arthur?
Mary, you've been talking in your sleep again.
I'm sorry. I knew I shouldn't have had that snack before I went to bed. That always seems to make me restless.
I've been listening to you, Mary.
What? You mean you could understand what I was saying?
You spoke very clearly. I couldn't help hearing.
Oh, surely, Arthur. You don't think there's any significance in what people say in their sleep.
Do you know what you said?
Well, of course not. I haven't any idea.
You were having a conversation with someone.
I was? Who?
Don't you know?
No, Arthur, I haven't any idea. Oh, this is silly. You act as though it's important or something.
Sorry. Didn't mean to get you wide awake. Go back to sleep, Mary. There's probably no significance in what I heard. Probably none at all.
Yes, something had been bothering Mary McMillan. Something that preyed on her mind and came to haunt her during those fitful, restless hours that verged on insomnia. A woman can't fall in love with a close friend's husband without feeling a twinge of conscience. At least Mary couldn't. And it must have troubled Harold Desmond to know that he coveted the wife of Arthur McMillan, in spite of his close association with Arthur over a period of many years. To get back to Mary, her conscience bothered her most when Sally Desmond came to call. If Sally had any suspicions, they certainly weren't directed at Mary, of all people.
Of all the people I know, Mary, you're the only one I'd dare to confide in about a thing like this. Are you sure you want to confide in me, Sally? I just have to talk to someone, Mary. Is it that bad? It's about Harold. Oh, really, Sally? Do you think you ought to discuss your private affairs if your husband was running around with another woman? Another woman? There, I said it. If your husband was doing that, wouldn't you want to talk to someone about it? Oh, yes, I suppose so, but... Sally, are you sure that Harold... Yes, I'm sure. No man can hide a thing like that from his wife. But, Sally... Do you think it's fair to Harold to confide in me without at least mentioning it to him? You could be mistaken, you know. I'm not mistaken. I came to you, Mary, because no one can understand a woman as well as another woman. Oh, I wish I knew what to say. How can I help you, Sally? You've always been so much more worldly than I am. You've always been able to influence men without even trying. There's something about you that... Oh, I don't know, but whatever it is, it's always there. What's always there? Well, you're always so interesting. You're full of everything that's worthwhile, Mary. It simply vibrates all over you. But you don't seem to know it. Maybe it's that vibration that keeps me awake at night. Tell me truly, Mary, what do you think of Harold? Harold? Well, he seems to have lots of good qualities, Sally. Yes, and lots of bad ones, if you only knew. Since this thing started with this other woman, it's been like a bear to live with. Oh, Sally, it might be business troubles. It might be a number of things besides what you think it is. I'm sure, Mary, I told you that. Tell me, Sally, have you any idea who this other woman might be? No, but she must be someone like you. What? I mean, with your vibrations and things that do things to men. Oh, the thing that I can't understand is if this woman knows Harold's married, how can she believe him? I don't follow you. Well, any woman ought to know enough not to believe a married man if he's making love to her. Yes, I suppose any woman should. Of course, if he honestly does love this woman, he might, you know. I mean, it's possible, don't you think? Mary, if he does love her, yes. What would you do, Sally? I don't know. Well, it wouldn't matter so much, except that I love him too, Mary. Oh, if he honestly loves her and she honestly loves him, the fact that I love my husband would make it terribly tragic, wouldn't it? Yes, terribly. Oh, Mary, with your knowledge of things, would you give me some advice? I don't know what advice I can give you, Sally. Well, I read somewhere that the institution of marriage becomes almost second nature to a man, that when he's in real trouble, he naturally turns to home and fireside. Do you believe that? No. Wish I could, but I don't. Most of the time now, I don't even know where Harold is. Oh, I keep telling myself that I'm a fool to care about anyone who treats me like this, but when I hear him come in late at night, everything seems all right again. When he comes home with that guilty look, you know, I'm actually halfway happy. And I'll try to make myself believe that he'll give her up and he'll be everything to me that he used to be. Sally, I wish I could help you. You've no idea how much I wish you can marry. But how? With your vibrations and things. If Harold got interested in you. Good heavens, Sally. Do you want him to get interested in me? Well, if he did, he might forget about this other woman. Oh, Mary, can't you see how much I need you? But that sort of thing's terribly dangerous. How could I explain a thing like that to my husband? If I were to seem interested in Harold, Arthur would be bound to find out. I'll explain it to Arthur. What? Mary, you and Arthur have always been the closest friends that Harold and I have. Arthur wouldn't want to see Harold and me split up. I know he wouldn't. He'd want you to help us. If you can get Arthur to agree to a thing like this, there's a generous side to his nature I've never discovered. I'll explain everything to him. If Arthur gives his permission, if he does, Sally, I'll try to help you. But I've no idea what the consequences might be. Hal, I can't go on like this. I simply can't go on.
Sally, huh? Sally's been to see you, hasn't she, Mary?
Oh, yes. She made me feel like
Yeah, I know. But you knew you'd have to face Sally sometime, and I'll have to face Art.
Sally doesn't suspect me, Hal. And Art doesn't either.
What?
Oh, of course Sally knows you're seeing another woman. But I'm the last person in the world she suspects. You've no idea how that makes me feel, Hal.
Of course I know how you feel. What about Art? Do you suppose he...
Oh, no. He feels very badly about the way you're treating Sally. And he agreed to let me try to help her.
No.
Ironic, isn't it? I'm expected to lure you away from this mythical other woman and deliver you back to Sally. I'm expected to save you from me, Hal.
Have I underestimated your love for me?
I can't answer you.
You can't answer because you know deep down in your heart that we can no more give each other up than we can stop breathing.
Darling, what are we going to do?
I think fate has answered that question.
Fate?
Well, don't you see how simple it is? Sally thinks I'm mixed up with another woman. She's come to you about it, and she's talked to Arthur. They talked you into the role of intermediary. Now, it was their idea, not ours. In an effort to save me from this other woman, you fell in love with me yourself, and I fell in love with you. Now, Sally and Arthur can't blame us. It was all their own idea. Now, if that isn't the hand of fate, I'd like to know what it is. If that doesn't prove that we were meant to...
Hal, tell me honestly. Do you think our love can survive such out-and-out deception as that?
But it's not deception, it's opportunity, darling. You know what they say about opportunity.
All right. I'll answer the knock. The spell we're under's like a drug, Hal. No matter what the cost, we keep coming back for more.
You're undoubtedly wondering where the lie detector fits into this evening's drama, but we're coming to that very shortly. During the nights that followed the decision of Mary Macmillan and Harold Desmond to continue their clandestine romance, Mary's sleep became more and more disturbed. Weird dreams interfered greatly with her rest.
I came to you, Madame de Luca, because I must know what the future has in store for me.
You can trust the crystal ball, Mrs. Macmillan. It never fails.
Please, what do you see?
I see.
What is it, Madame de Luca? What is it?
I see a tall, forbidding figure, a black shroud. A bony hand carries something, a scythe. This figure is death. Something else I see now. Clearly I see it, Mary Macmillan. The symbol it is. A widow mourning at her husband's grave.
What does it mean, Madame de Luca? What What does it mean?
Death, it means. The crystal ball always tell the truth. Your husband will die, Mary Macmillan.
Mary. Mary, wake up.
What? What?
Wake up, Mary.
Oh. Arthur. Arthur, I'm so glad you wakened me. I was having the most horrible nightmare. Everyone knows that fortune tellers are fakes, but this... Arthur? Arthur, what's the matter with you? Are you in pain? Arthur, answer me. Is something...
Some time later, Mary Macmillan was pouring out her story to Ed Yates, chief investigator for the state's attorney's office.
Your husband's death was caused by poison, Mrs. Macmillan.
Poison?
Yes. I got the report from the coroner's office. The lab analysis turned up a lethal dose of poison in the stomach.
That fortune teller.
What's a fortune teller got to do with your husband's murder?
Everything. Yesterday she told me he was going to die.
What?
And last night, just before he woke me up, I had a nightmare. That whole crystal-gazing scene came back to me.
Do you mean to say that this fortune teller woman actually predicted his death?
Yes. She said he'd die within 2 or 3 days. Of course, I tried to ignore it. Those people are such fakes and...
Did she say how he was going to die?
Not exactly how. She said he would be murdered. But she didn't know what method would be used.
Mrs. Macmillan, I don't suppose you'd be willing to discuss your reasons for going to that fortune teller?
No. Beyond that terrible prediction of Madame de Luca's, there's nothing more I can tell you. I have no idea who would want to kill my husband.
Madame de Luca?
Who are you? What do you want?
State Attorney's Office. May I come in? I want to know how you knew that Arthur Macmillan was going to die.
Oh, that. For a moment you had me worried. I thought you were one of these crusaders always trying to expose fortune tellers.
What about it, madam? Will you answer my question?
Surely. In order to predict the future, it's only necessary to be well informed of the present.
Well?
Before making any prediction, I naturally question Mrs. Macmillan about her intimate private affair.
And you found a good reason why she would want her husband out of the way?
I found a reason why 2 people would want him out of the way.
Before that day was over, Harold Desmond walked into his wife's room with a resolute expression on his face. He found Sally Desmond stretched out on her bed.
Sally, in view of what's happened to Art Macmillan, I've decided to tell you everything. Now, believe me, the last thing Mary and I want to do is hurt you. I wish I could spare you, Sally, but well, you've got to know the truth sooner or later. Mary and I... Sally? Sally, what's happened to you? Sally!
The same poison, Mrs. Macmillan. The same kind of poison that killed your husband caused Sally Desmond's death.
But who would do it? Who would want to?
Don't you know, Mrs. Macmillan?
Of course I don't.
Suppose I turn my attention to you, Mr. Desmond.
Do you think I'd have any reason to murder my wife and Mary Macmillan's husband?
Yes. What? You and Mary Macmillan, of all the people in the world, would have a very definite reason for wanting those 2 out of your way.
But do you think we'd go so far as to...
People who become mixed up in this sort of thing, Mrs. Macmillan, that you and Mr. Desmond have been mixed up in, have been known to commit some of the most atrocious crimes in history.
If you think you're going to intimidate us into admitting something we had nothing to do with...
I think sooner or later you'll both confess.
What?
I presume you'd both be willing to take a lie detector test?
Yes. Yes, I'll take one.
And so will I. I think you're both grasping at straws in the hope that you can beat the lie detector, but you can't. You might as well make up your mind to that. I know how strong such a motive as yours can be. I learned it from a fortune teller.
Bella DeLuca. She told you what I told her in confidence.
Uh-huh. By the way, I think I'll ask Madame DeLuca to take a lie detector test, too.
So, by arrangement with Ed Yates, I was assigned to conduct polygraph deception tests on 3 suspects in the poison deaths of Arthur McMillan and Sally Desmond. First, there was a fortune teller, Bella DeLuca, who actually predicted the deaths. Her reactions to my questions about the murder indicated she was a successful fortune teller not because she had any occult or mystic powers, but because she was a master psychologist and had a rare gift for drawing out the minds of her subjects. Her record indicated to me that she knew nothing of the actual poisonings. My next 2 suspects were Mary McMillan and Harold Desmond, both of whom, through their mutual infatuation, had a definite motive for such poisoning. Mrs. McMillan, just answer yes or no, please. Do you love Harold Desmond?
Yes.
You love him enough to commit murder?
Yes.
Did you commit murder, Mrs. McMillan?
No.
Have you had something to eat today?
Yes.
Did you poison your husband, Mrs. McMillan?
No.
Did you poison Sally Desmond?
No.
Did you conspire with Harold Desmond in planning the poisoning?
No.
Have you had lunch today?
Yes.
Did you eat well?
Oh, stop it. Stop it. Why are you asking me these ridiculous questions? They haven't anything to do with anything.
Now, you understand, Mr. Desmond, the polygraph pens are extremely sensitive. The only answers I want are either yes or no.
Understand? Go ahead.
Mr. Desmond, do you love Mary McMillan?
Yes.
Do you love her enough to commit murder?
Well, yes, I suppose I do.
Did you commit murder, Mr. Desmond?
No.
Have you had something to eat today?
Yes.
Did you poison your wife, Mr. Desmond?
No.
Did you poison Arthur McMillan?
No.
Did you conspire with Mary McMillan in planning the poisoning?
I did not. Why, Mary would no more think of doing a thing like that than...
You're delaying the test, Mr. Desmond. If you'll please refrain from talking until I'm finished.
If you want any cooperation from me, leave Mary McMillan out of your question. She had nothing to do with it.
How do you know?
Why, she couldn't have. Anyone who knows her will tell you that.
Yes, Mr. Desmond. You love her, all right. There's no question about that.
Well, Nard, the test's complete?
All complete.
Crystal gazer?
No, clear test.
Desmond?
No. No reactions on the murder questions. I'd call him innocent.
By George! The femme fatale. Mary McMillan handled the whole thing by herself, huh?
Oh, I wish I could share your enthusiasm, Ed. According to the polygram, though, Mary McMillan doesn't know any more about those poisonings than I do.
Oh, Nard, you're out of your mind. That machine of yours must be out of order. I'll never allow such evidence as that in court.
Suit yourself, Ed, but the polygraph is not out of order. I'll stake my reputation on the innocence of all 3 of your suspects.
Why, I haven't had such an airtight case in years. Any jury will see the motive behind these murders. Clandestine romance has caused more crime than... Yes? Yeah, send him in. For once in my life, I can't go along with you, Nard. I'm not one to throw science out of the window in favor of circumstantial evidence. But in this case... Huh? What do you got, Harry?
The state's attorney sent this letter over, Mr. Yates. It came for him in this afternoon's mail.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me, Nard.
I'll go right ahead.
Nard?
Yeah?
If you need a recommendation or an endorsement for your lie detector, I'll run a full-page ad over my own signature.
Oh, you changed your mind.
It's been changed for me. Here, read this.
Yeah. It was inevitable that we, the undersigned, would discover the ironic deceit being imposed upon us by those we cherished so deeply. There is nothing in life we want without them, so we have decided to leave the way entirely open for them. Voluntarily, we leave a world in which love is all, and yet love is nothing. Of what avail is love that causes pain and suffering for many, in order that two might find happiness? Tell Harold and Mary we wish them well. Signed, Sally Desmond and Arthur McMillan. Well, I guess we have much to learn about humanity, Ed. Much to learn.
And now we bring you a thrilling crime detective story taken from the pages of the leading detective publication, True Detective Mysteries Magazine. Our story begins on a farm near Highland, Illinois.
Well, Harry, we'll plant these 30 acres along the road in alfalfa.
All right, Mr. Figger.
And I want a new post and wire fence here along the road.
All right. That'll make about 5 miles of new fence this year.
Well, nothing like keeping pasture land well fenced.
Oh.
Say, Harry, what do you make of that team coming up the road?
Looks like them horses are feeling their oats.
Well, that's a runaway team.
Hey, you're right, Mr. Figger. Now, whose team is that?
Well, that big bay horse looks like John Nunguess's. Come on, let's stop them.
No, that team's running wild. You can't stop them now. Let them run themselves off.
They may hurt somebody or smash themselves up. Come on, Harry. Take off your coat. Wave it at the farm.
All right.
Whoa there.
Whoa.
Keep waving that coat. I'm going to grab them as they come by.
Be careful, though. They're running crazy. Mr. Figger, be careful.
Easy now. All right, boy. Easy. Stand easy. Harry, gentle the big bay a minute.
All right. Gosh, Mr. Figger, I never thought you were going to stop this team. Oh, there, boy. Oh, there now. You're all right. There, that's a good horse.
Wasn't much to it, Harry. You kind of had him flagged down. Yeah. Say, this is John Nunguess's team. All of a lather, too.
I wonder what could have happened to John. Whoa, there now, boy.
Horses must have thrown him down the road there.
They must have been mighty scared to bolt on a farmer like John Nunguess.
Yeah. Oh, there, boy. That's it. Nothing's going to hurt you now. Yeah. Come on, Harry. Gather me up those reins.
What are you going to do?
We're going to drive this team back up the road. Stand to their heads until I get in the wagon.
All right. Easy there now, boys.
All right, Harry.
Oh.
Let him go.
All right.
Hop in as they turn the wagon around.
All right, I'm ready.
Come on. Get here, boy. Get here. Harry, you look along that side of the road, and I'll watch this.
All right. I got my eye for you.
Come on.
Mr. Figger.
Mark.
Pull the wagon over. You see what I see?
I'm afraid I do. Whoa, boys.
John Nunguess.
Must have been pitched clear out of the wagon. Come on, Harry. Be right there. Tie the horses to this telegraph pole.
Look.
What's the matter? John.
No use calling him. He's dead.
Dead?
Yeah. Shot. Riddled with bullets.
Poor fella. He must have been hit at least 12 times.
Huh. Do you think some gang could have killed him?
What gang have we around here? Who'd want to kill an honest young farmer like John Nunguess?
What's that?
You say you were expecting this, Mrs. Nunguesser?
Well, not exactly expecting it. My husband seemed afraid of something.
Oh, what was John afraid of?
I don't know. Just something.
Did he owe anybody any money?
Owed the bank. A little. You see, Sheriff, we just got married a month ago and bought this little piece of land.
Could anybody have been jealous of you, Mrs. Nunguesser?
Oh, no.
Mrs. Nunguesser, you take the news of your husband's murder rather calmly.
I'm sorry, Sheriff. What else can I say? He's dead.
With 12 bullet holes in him. Mrs. Nungesser, where do you keep your guns?
Guns? I haven't got any.
Take a look around, Blair. All right, Sheriff.
I should be mad at you, but I ain't. I know it's just your way.
Well, when a young, peaceful farmer like your husband is murdered, anybody can be a suspect.
Even you, Sheriff?
That's right.
Hey, look, Sheriff, look what I found here.
Give me that.
What is it, Blair?
This picture. A dead man lying out in the woods with a revolver near his hand.
Give me that. You have no right to that.
Now, just a minute, Mrs. Nungesser. Let me have that photograph there. I've seen this before.
Yeah, who is it, Sheriff?
It's a picture of a man shot through the head, supposedly by his own gun.
That's true.
Oh, I remember now, Blair. This is a picture of Robert Carey.
Yeah?
He was a farmhand around here, and he committed suicide. So they said.
That is true.
And why were you keeping this photograph?
What was this Robert Kelly to you?
Why, what? He was my husband. That's all.
Oh, so you're the woman who was married to Bob Carey, eh?
Yes, that's what I said. He was my husband.
Where did you first meet him?
On the farm where he worked.
How long were you married to your first husband before he committed suicide?
About a month, Sheriff.
Uh-huh. And your second husband was killed after about a month, too, eh?
Yes. I told you I'm sorry about that.
We're sorry, too, Mrs. Nungesser. Only we're a little different. We're going to do something about it.
John was a fine boy. A good son.
Mrs. Nungesser, your grief as a mother is hard to watch, but I'd rather see a woman's eyes wet than dry in a case like this.
Oh, a good, hard-working boy. He loved that little bit of land he bought for himself and Minnie.
Mrs. Nungesser, did anybody ever come to your son before he was married to threaten him in any way?
No, Sheriff. He just went his own way. A happy young farmer. And now he's gone. Murdered.
No, Mrs. Nungesser, it's sad indeed, but remember, we have work to do. Now, tell me.
Yes?
Was John happy with his wife?
Oh, yes. Yes, he was proud of her, too. Such a fine-looking girl. And such a strong woman to help him work the land.
Minnie said that John was expecting something to happen to him. Did you have that feeling about your son?
Oh, no. I never saw anything but the sunshine in him.
Think now, Mrs. Nungesser. Did he ever mention anyone who might be jealous of him? Anyone who meant danger for him?
I don't know. There was that day about dynamite and the fish.
What's that?
Oh, they came here that afternoon and asked my son to go with them. Dynamite and fish. Oh, I'm sorry. That's against the law, isn't it?
Yes, but so is murder. What about this dynamite business? Who was it wanted John to go with them?
Oh, just a couple of farmhands.
Who?
Jake Landert and Eldo Wernley.
Oh, Jake and Eldo, eh? They work around here, don't they?
Yeah, over on the Fricker farm.
Well, why didn't John go with them that afternoon?
He was uneasy. Yes, I remember now. He was uneasy.
About what?
I don't know. He seemed to feel that there was something hanging over him that afternoon.
Jake Landert and Eldo Wernley. I wonder if they swapped guns for dynamite.
Oh, you can't hang a man for dynamite and fish.
No, Jake, but a landlocked salmon and a man are two different things.
Well, why should I kill John Nungesser? You've been asking me that for an hour now.
Well, that's just the first hour, Jake. I'm going to keep you here in jail until you tell me what you know about this murder.
I told you I don't know nothing.
And why'd you want John Nungesser to help you dynamite fish?
Because we wanted to catch some fish. That's why.
You wanted to you're either a very shrewd guy or you're the dumbest cow I ever saw.
Yeah, that reminds me. I got to get back to the cows or Mr. Fricker will be hollering at me.
You'll go when we're through with you, not before.
Tell us what you know about this murder, Jake.
John Nungesser was killed.
Oh, is that so? Who killed him?
I don't know. Why don't you ask Minnie?
Yeah, why should we ask her? You think she knows?
I don't know. Maybe she does. Maybe she can guess. You know, she's lucky.
What do you mean by that? Come on, don't shrug your shoulders that way, Jake. Tell me, what do you mean she's lucky?
Well, I heard Mr. Fricker say when he is lucky, and, well, that's all I know.
You mean she's lucky her husband was killed? Don't shrug your shoulders, talk. Is she lucky because her husband was murdered?
Maybe. I don't know. Oh, say, Sheriff.
Yeah, what?
How much milk do you think Mr. Fricker's prize cow gave last week, huh?
Why, you bloomin' idiot. Come on, Blair, let's go. Mrs. Fricker?
Yes.
I'm Sheriff Winters. This is Deputy Blair. Mr. Fricker at home?
Yes, come right in. Just have a seat here in the sitting room. I'll call my husband.
Thank you.
Emo? Oh, Emo.
Yeah?
It's Mr. Winters, the sheriff, and another man.
Oh, all right, I'll be right there. Tom, give a milk can, a full bucket of milk tonight.
All right, Mr. Fricker.
And what can I do for you, gentlemen?
Mr. Fricker, we've come to talk with you about this nun-guesser case.
Why don't you call it murder and be done with it?
Jenny, you keep out of this.
I guess I got as much right to talk as anybody.
Go on, get out now.
Body can't say a word around here no more.
Listen, mind, Mrs. Fricker, gentlemen. She's been a little upset by this nun-guesser affair.
Oh, I understand. Almost everybody's been upset by this case except the man's wife, it seems.
Oh, that's just a woman's way.
Now, Mr. Fricker, I just come over to talk with you about your hired men, Jake Landit and Eldo Wernley.
Yeah?
How long have they worked for you?
Oh, about 6 years, I guess.
Ever see him with any guns?
No.
Did they hate John Nungesser?
I wouldn't know. See, on a big farm like this, gentlemen, I can't keep all the ins and outs of the hired help right at my fingertips.
Yeah, well, Mr. Fricker, do you know of any reason why Mrs. Nungesser would have wanted her husband killed?
No.
One of your men, Jake, just told us that you said Mrs. Nungesser was lucky. Why?
Oh, that. Well, you see, whenever she was around, I had good crops, good season. That's what you meant by lucky, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, sure, that's what we meant.
She was a good omen, is that it?
Yes.
She was more than a good omen, if you ask me. This place was a madhouse with her around.
Now, Jenny, stop that talk.
I won't. That woman was on your mind, Emil, and you know it.
Get out of here. Go on, get out.
Oh, wait a minute now, just a minute. Don't go, Mrs. Fricker.
Well, my wife is upset, Sheriff. She's just trying to drag in this poor girl's name.
Poor girl, huh? I was the poor girl, Sheriff. You don't know what I had to put up with year after year with that girl around
Jenny!
here.
You used to work here, too, huh, Fricker?
Yes, of course. Why, what do you think?
Well, we knew her first husband worked for you, but we weren't sure Mrs. Nungesser worked, too.
Yes, she did. A very able girl she was.
And lucky, too, eh, Mr. Fricker?
Yes, she was.
Mr. Fricker, you have a reputation for being a scientific farmer, haven't you?
Well, I guess I have.
Then why did you have to depend upon a woman for luck?
Yeah, why'd you have to employ a charm? Good luck, omen. That ain't part of scientific farming, is it?
Go on, Emil, answer that one, if you can. Answer it.
What's the answer, Mr. Fricker?
The answer is goodbye. I'm not answering any more questions.
Oh, I see. You're kicking the sheriff and deputy out of your house, is that it?
Goodbye, gentlemen.
All right, Fricker. We'll goodbye, Fricker. But I've got a hunch we're coming back. Come on, Blair.
Minnie brought us good luck. Good luck, Minnie.
What do you make of it?
Yeah. She ain't the type to be running around after her.
Oh, you.
Yeah, Mrs. Nungesser, it's us. I'd like to come inside. I want to talk to you. Oh, thanks.
You can sit down in here. Ain't nobody home.
Thank you. Now, Mrs. Nungesser, we want you to be honest with us. Don't want you to conceal nothing.
I have nothing to hide.
Well, maybe you have and maybe you haven't. We're not so sure, see?
I don't know what you mean.
Mrs. Nungesser, we know everything.
What do you mean?
Deputy Blair's right. We got this case buttoned up tight.
Buttoned tight? I don't understand.
We know who murdered your husband.
You know who You know? Who? Who did it?
Mrs. Nungesser, you might as well tell us everything you know first.
I tell you. Me. You don't think I killed him, do you?
We're doing the questioning, Mrs. Nungesser. Don't forget that.
But I don't understand. Why are you here? If you know who killed John, why don't you arrest him?
How do you know it's a man?
A man? How do I know? You think it's a woman, maybe? Sure, I was right. You think I killed my husband. Tell me the truth. You think I killed him, don't you?
We're not answering any questions yet. We want you to tell us everything you know first.
But I told you already, I don't know nothing.
All right. Maybe you will know everything if we tell you who killed your husband. If we tell you that Emo Fricker murdered your husband.
Well, why don't you say something?
What should I say?
Well, we told you who killed your husband. Ain't you got nothing to say?
No, nothing.
Fricker told us you wanted him killed. He said you wanted to go back to him.
I wanted... I go back to him? No, he didn't say that.
Mrs. Nungesser, you're not calling my deputy a liar, are you?
No, but Emo didn't say that. He couldn't say that.
Why couldn't he?
Why? Because he knows how I feel about him. He knows. I told him. Many times I told him.
Well, if you don't tell us everything, you're going to have a mighty tough time convincing the jury that Fricker's lying. And he said you loved him. You were crazy about him.
I loved him. Me. I loved Emo Fricker. That pig. I would rather die than go back to him. You think he's a big farmer, a gentleman, don't you? I'll tell you what he is.
Get this down, Blair.
I'll show you what kind of a gentleman he really is. Sure, I heard you. Go on, write it down. I don't care. I'll tell you everything. Everything. I used to work for Emo Fricker. Hard work, too. Milk cows, clean the house, everything he had me do for $8 a month. I was a slave there. One day I came back to the house tired. He was home alone. He called me upstairs.
Minnie?
Yes?
Where were you?
In the barn. There's something wrong with Bessie, I think.
Never mind Bessie now. I want to talk to you.
Her milk is thin. I think maybe she ought to graze up.
The devil with the cows, I said. Come up here. I want to talk to you about something.
All right, I'll come.
Well, hurry. Don't be so slow.
I'm awful tired. What do you want to talk to me about?
Come in here.
Why'd you lock the door?
Sit down, Minnie. I want to talk to you. Oh, don't be afraid. I'm your friend.
What do you want?
Minnie, you've been pretty lucky for me.
Lucky for you.
Yeah. Since you've been with me, I've had good, profitable seasons. You're just lucky.
I haven't been lucky for myself. I work hard.
Yes, of course. I was coming to that. From now on, you're going to be lucky for yourself.
What do you mean?
I'm going to raise your wages.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is that all I get? Won't you give me a kiss?
A kiss? You're a married man.
Well, what difference does that make?
Maybe it doesn't make any difference to you. To me it does.
Minnie, I'm a rich man. Richest in the county. Be good to me and, well, you'll be happy.
I don't want that kind of happiness.
Don't talk to me that way. I'm Emo Fricker. What I want, I get.
Yes, I know. I know how your wife is frightened when you talk to her. I know how your daughter's afraid. Oh.
It's none of your business what I do with my family. Sorry, Minnie. Forgive me. Just forgot myself. Now, you and I can be friends. Good friends, I mean. I need you. Because you're lucky. And because I love you. Who's there?
Is that you, Emo?
Yeah. What do you want?
Why'd you lock the door?
Because I wanted it locked. Now, go on. Go away.
Emo, there's someone in there with you. Who is it?
Mind your own business and get away from that door.
It's Minnie, ain't it?
No.
Yes, it is, Mrs. Fricker. Get me out of here, please. Please. He won't let me out.
Shut up. And you out there. Get away from that door or I'll break every bone in your body. Now, go on. Get away. Went away, all right. That ought to convince you, Minnie. I'm still boss around here. People do as I say. Now, come here. Oh, don't be afraid.
What happened after that, Mrs. Nungesser?
One day I told him I would leave.
You can't do that to me, Minnie.
No, I will do it. I'm leaving. I'm going to get married.
You're going to get married. You're leaving me? You won't dare. Minnie, if you leave me, if you marry, I'm going to kill your husband. You hear that? I'm going to kill your husband. You're coming back to me. I want you, understand? I want you. And nobody else is going to take you from me.
Then you quit?
Yes. You know what happened after that. Robert was found shot. Suicide, they called it. Suicide.
Oh, you don't think he took his own life, huh?
What does it matter what I think?
But you wouldn't say that you think Fricker shot your husband, is that it?
I can't prove it. He's too smart for that. Emo Fricker is a very smart man.
You might as well tell us what you did with the guns, Jake. We know you shot John Ungesser.
Your boss, Emo Fricker, said you killed him.
He said I killed him.
Yeah, he said you wanted to rob Nungesser.
And you borrowed Fricker's guns. What'd you do with them?
Fricker said that I borrowed his guns.
Yeah, you know what that means, don't you? Death, Jake. Death by hanging in this state.
He said that I wanted to rob Nungesser.
That's what Fricker said. And he's got plenty of witnesses, too.
Witnesses?
He sure has.
You might as well confess, Jake. You're not going to leave jail anyhow.
I'll tell you something else Fricker told us. He said you killed Nungesser because you were in love with his wife.
He said that I was in love with... Fricker said I was in love, that I killed John. He's a liar, darn him. Emil Fricker's a liar. He made me kill him.
What?
I didn't do it. He'd have killed me. He gave me them guns. He made me kill him.
How are you going to prove it at the trial, Jake? Now, if you tell us what happened, maybe we can help you.
Sure, I'll tell you everything. But it's not our fault. Fricker made us.
Who's the other man?
Eldon, Wernley. Both of us shot him.
All right, now give us the story from the beginning.
Well, in the morning, Fricker called us to the barn. He looked madder than talked.
And you've got nothing to worry about. Anybody in this town will take my word.
But why should we kill him?
I told you why. I want Minnie. I want Nungesser's wife. If I need alive, she'll never come back to me. You've got to kill John Nungesser.
Yeah, but we...
Oh, shut up. There are no buts. Nungesser will be coming down the side road in a few minutes. Now, here are 3 guns. Use all of them so the dumb police will think a gang killed him. And remember, if you don't do what I say, I'll kill both of you myself. Now, go on now. I'm going back to the field with Harry. And don't forget, I'm boss, and I get what I want.
Then what happened?
Well, a little while after, we were standing in the road, and we heard John's wagon a-coming. Here he comes. Now, what will we do?
Well, let's wave to him, and he'll stop.
Hey, John! John!
Whoa! Steady there. Hello. What's up, Jake? Going down?
Yeah, will you give us a hitch?
Sure, jump in. I'm going to town. So are we. Hey, look. What's the matter?
Your rear wheel, it's loose.
Loose? Wait till I get down. Loose? That isn't loose. Hey, what's the idea of pulling? What are you doing with those guns? Hey!
Now it's your turn. Use both guns like the boss said. You started the horses going. They're frightened. They're running away.
Come on, Jake. Let's get away. He's dead, all right. We'll just leave him here. Come on.
So you both shot him, eh?
Yeah, just like the boss said. We used the 3 guns.
Oh, you're pretty proud of your job, aren't you? Use 3 guns, eh?
You guys may be the police, but you don't know my boss. If we didn't do what he said, he'd use 10 guns on us.
And you don't know us, Jake. We're going to use 1 rope on him, but it'll be a nice, strong one.
Well, that chain ought to be finished now, eh, Sheriff?
Yeah, only 1 more link, the most important one. Come on, Blair. This is the last lap. We're ready for our scientific farmer who believed in luck.
We're the ones in luck. Outside of Fricker's wife.
Well, what do you want? I told you not to come back here again.
Hold on there, Fricker. We don't frighten so easily, like Minnie or your wife.
Or Jake.
What are you talking about?
You don't know, eh? Well, we'll tell you then. We're talking about the murder of one John Nungesser, shot to death 12 times.
With 3 guns.
Yeah, guns supplied by Emil Fricker.
You're crazy. You can't arrest me for that murder.
Oh, no? You hear that, Blair? Said we can't arrest him for Nungesser's murder. Well, come on, Fricker. You're coming with us. We don't want a peep out of you, understand?
You know who I am? Sure, you're the guy who's guilty of murder. You're the guy who wanted Minnie Nungesser and made your 2 hired men murder for you. You're the guy who's going to hang.
No jury will ever convict me. I'll get the best lawyer in town. I'll spend more money than the county will. I'll be acquitted in 5 minutes.
How much longer, Sheriff?
5 minutes. They're testing the scaffold out there now. Well, anything to say, Fricker? Any message for your wife or family?
No. Sheriff.
What is it, Fricker?
Hanging the wrong man. I didn't kill anybody. Jake and Eldo did.
Yeah, I know all about that. But you made them do it.
Jake and Eldo killed him. They're the ones who should hang.
You made them do it. You gave them the guns.
Yeah, 3 of them. You wanted to be sure, didn't you?
Jake and Eldo.
Never mind about them, Fricker. They're here for life, thanks to you.
Yeah, we're ready, Sheriff.
All right. All right, Fricker.
You're ready for me, eh? I'd be ready for you, too, if I had a gun.
3 guns, you mean?
Sure, that's right, 3 guns.
One for you, one for Jake, and one for Minnie. I'll show you I'm still boss. I'll show all of you. Give me 3 guns.
Tough to the end, if he had 3 guns. Yeah, but I told him 1 rope was better than 10 guns.
You have just heard a thrilling story taken from the pages of True Detective Mysteries magazine, a McFadden publication.
Murder by Experts. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts, with your host and narrator, Mr. John Dixon Carr, world-famous mystery novelist whose books have been translated into 17 languages and have sold over 10 million copies, and author of the recently published detective novel, Below Suspicion.
Good evening. This is John Dixon Carr. Each week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective story writers. Tonight, our guest expert is the noted mystery writer, Mr. Hugh Pentecost. From the thousands of thrillers he has read and enjoyed, Mr. Pentecost has chosen a most unusual and gripping drama by Joseph Ruskell. And now we present Miss Anne Shepard and Mr. Larry Haynes in I Dreamt, I Died.
Don't kill me. Don't kill me. No, don't kill me.
Helen, what's the matter? Hey, now wake up for Pete's sake.
No.
Hey, Helen. Now stop that.
No.
It's me, Ernie.
What? Where am I?
In bed, where do you suppose? It's 2 a.m. I wish you'd let me get some sleep.
Oh. Thank heaven, then it must have been a dream. Oh, Ernie, it was so real. I dreamed someone was leaning over me just now with a pillow. It was horrible, trying to smother me to death. And... Ernie.
Yo.
It was you.
What? Me? Oh, that's a beaut. Where's the light? Oh, my aching back. Why, you poor foolish little... Come here, Butch. I'll kiss you back to life.
No, don't touch me. Keep away.
Say, what is this?
That pillow. There in your hand.
Oh, for crying out loud. Can't I even straighten it out?
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. Gee, don't mind me, but that horrible nightmare, it seemed so real. Oh, darling, wasn't I crazy? You, the sweetest, gentlest husband in the world. Oh, Ernie, please don't look so hurt.
Now I can't even look hurt. I just murdered my wife in her sleep, didn't I?
No, you were just about to. I mean...
Oh, now, everything's happening tonight. Hello? What? Who?
Wrong number. What's more, this is a heck of a time to be ringing. The nerve. What a night. I thought maybe that was the police you phoned in your dream. Now, will you go to sleep now?
Ernie Kraft, I'm sure I didn't mean to insinuate anything. I was just telling you my dream. You asked, didn't you?
Oh, you're a character. You know, I think I'll put you in that book I never wrote. Now what?
That was in my dream, too.
Huh?
That book you never wrote.
Well, you've nagged me about it so much, no wonder.
That look when you bent over me with a pillow. Like a madman.
In your dream, sweet, a technicality. Lights out.
No, wait. Ernie, what on earth do you suppose made me have a nightmare?
Well, that's easy, dear. You would insist on eating hamburgers after the show tonight.
Yes, I did, didn't I? When we got out of the movies. Hamburgers, of course. Ernie, they were part of my dream, too. Oh. Hamburger. Ernie, stop punching that pillow, please.
All right. Okay. Go ahead then. Tell me your dream, all of it. Neither of us will sleep until you do. Now, wait till I light this cigarette, huh? All right, let's have it. The gruesome details.
Well, if I can... Terrifying.
What happened before I smothered you with a pillow?
Well, it's all like a crazy quilt. Something about your job. And I was a millstone around your neck. And hamburgers. And you hated me. And September 13th.
September 13th?
Yeah. I can't imagine what it meant.
Well, look. Start at the start, huh? Why did I decide to murder you?
Because of that other woman, your secret love.
What?
Yeah, you promised her you'd kill me tonight when I was asleep.
My secret love?
Yeah. She had you in her spell.
Well, honey, that's kind of bad casting, isn't it? I'm the dishes and dustpan type, remember? In the 5 years we've been married, have I ever looked at another woman?
I know. It was a crazy dream, I told you.
Yeah, all right. Who was my secret love? Did she have a face?
Oh, this is the silliest part of it, Ernie. It's absolutely ridiculous. It was that girl, Betty Daniels.
Betty Daniels? Who's she?
Remember that tall, dark-haired artist I introduced you to at Cape Cod this summer?
Cape Cod?
Yeah, the exhibition.
No. Oh, wait a minute. Trousers and a long cigarette holder, very intense?
Yeah, very intense.
Oh, now, what the devil? What was she doing in your dream? Well, we said hello to her, we walked off, and that was that, casual.
I know. I hardly remember her myself. I can't imagine why I dreamt of her. Oh, that dream, that awful dream, was so crazy. And yet it seemed to be telling me something. Warning me. Strange and weird, you know how dreams are. First thing I remember is Provincetown, and us looking at that art exhibition exactly as we did this summer. Only now, the picture was about 10 feet tall and hanging crooked. And then she came along, Betty Daniels, just like then, black corduroy trousers, a yellow shirt, long cigarette holder, exotic. But this time, oh, so menacing. And she recognized me just as she was about to pass and stopped.
Hello, Helen.
And I introduced you the same way as I did then, only not exactly the same, like in a dream. Silly, you know? Betty Daniels, this is my husband, Ernest. He is very faithful to me.
How do you do?
How do you do? We've never met.
That's a marvelous oil painting, Helen, don't you think? Or do you prefer hamburgers?
Well,
My wife prefers hamburgers, Miss Daniels.
Oh? I didn't know.
Oh, only after a movie, though. Betty and I met on the beach, Ernie. She's a painter.
Really?
Our rowboats got tangled. That's how we met.
Yes. It's all very casual. I hardly remember.
Well.
Ernie and I are going back to New York today. Isn't it a shame? I wish you two wouldn't stare at each other so.
Well, we'd better be running along, Helen. Lots of packing to do.
Ernie has to get back to his silly old job. He's a reporter.
A reporter? Shouldn't he write a book he never wrote?
Well, imagine, that's what he always says. Well, goodbye, and I'm certainly glad you two won't be seeing each other again. Goodbye.
Goodbye, you two.
Goodbye.
The scenes sort of dissolve into each other like a kind of dream movie. And I'm trembling with fright because I have a vague feeling I know how the plot's going to end. The next thing I remember, Ernie, I'm in a penthouse apartment on Park Avenue. Everything's zigzag, even the butler. And I'm the maid Marie there. And what I'm doing is turning pages for Betty Daniels while she plays the piano for you, Ernie. Isn't it crazy? Neither of you hardly notice me at all, and I keep trying to open my mouth, but it's stuck, and I'm absolutely frozen at what I overhear.
Darling.
Yes, Butch.
Love our love nest.
Mm-hmm. Out of this world. Ah, this is heaven.
Ernie, do you ever call your wife Butch?
No, never. Who gave you that idea? I hate the very sight of her.
She's really a little ignoramus.
You're telling me she prefers hamburger.
Ernie, do you think she suspects?
No, of course not. She thinks I'm at a gin rummy game.
Darling, you're blind. She knows.
She knows? How'd she find out?
You may go, Marie. Marie, do you hear me? Why don't you go? Answer me. Have you lost your tongue? Oh, well, there's murder in the air.
How'd she find out, Betty? Tell me.
Darling, do you suppose she doesn't know what happened this summer at Provincetown? After we all said goodbye? You came back to look for your cigarette lighter. She knew you hadn't lost your lighter, that you'd come back to ask me for my New York phone number.
She knew?
Of course. Intuition. And she knows we've been having a secret affair ever since. Oh, Ernie, I can't go on like this. I'm tired of just being a gin rummy excuse. If you love me, you'll do what you promised.
Yes, but I pity her so.
Don't be a fool. Has she ever encouraged your genius? Isn't it her fault you never wrote that book you never wrote?
Yes, that's true. She wouldn't let me give up my job. She's a millstone around my neck.
Then get rid of her, Ernie. Get rid of her, and I'll bring your genius to the world. I've plenty of money. You can give up reporting and write that book. Fulfill your destiny.
Fulfill my destiny. Betty, you'll help me.
Yes, but only if you forget September 13th. You'll forget all about it, September 13th. It won't mean a thing to you from now on.
Not a thing, I promise.
And you'll do away with her, the way I told you.
Yes. As you told me.
The pillow?
The pillow. Shh. Don't let her hear.
Just look at her there, standing at the piano. You've been spying on us, Marie, haven't you? Answer. Have you lost your tongue? Oh, don't try to fool us. We know you're not the maid. You're Ernie's wife. So we'll have to kill you now.
Unless she gives me a divorce.
Will you give him a divorce? Answer or we'll finish you right now. Very well. Here's the pillow, Ernie. Right now. I'll hold her arms.
Now answer, Helen. Don't make me do it. I pity you, but I hate you.
Oh, let her cry. Look at her. Stricken dumb. Her mouth's moving, but she's not saying anything.
What are you trying to say? Helen, please don't make me do it. Will you give me a divorce? Now tell me. Tell me or...
Wait, Ernie, stop. Oh, what fools we are. Do we want her body found here? We'll hang for it.
She's got to die. She's got to.
No, not here. Not like this. There must be another way. Later tonight, Ernie. After a movie. Hamburgers. She'll get hungry for hamburgers. She's bound to. The waiter will ask her how she wants them. And that will give you the clue. And then, when she's asleep... and they'll find her in her bed. The perfect crime. Don't you see, Ernie? Hamburgers.
Oh, and so this Betty What's-Her-Name and I were going to commit the perfect crime with a hamburger, huh? No, honey, you ought to sell that dream to Abe Burrows just for the laughs, you know?
I know it sounds silly, but it didn't in the dream. It was terrifying and so real, but so real. And then...
Yeah.
You dragged me out into the street, and then into a movie, and then out again. I looked at you, and you were crying. Because you had made up your mind to finish me off when we got home.
Holy smokes. You know, that dream of yours sounds like something out of Alice in Wonderland.
But as we went down the street, you kept crying out. You should have let me write that book, Helen. You should have let me.
No kidding.
Yeah, and I kept crying. I love you, Ernie. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me.
And then what happened?
Then you pulled me along through the streets again. I was terrified. I shrieked as loud as I could. He's going to murder me. He's going to murder me. But no sound came. I saw a policeman and I tried to run to him, but my feet seemed paralyzed. But finally I caught up with him and I cried to him, Officer! Officer!
Yes, what is it, lady?
Please save me. My husband here wants to kill me.
Well, now, wants to kill you, huh? Why, that's a crime. A felony.
Oh, why are you joking? Don't joke about it. Do something, please. I'm frightened to death.
Don't pay any attention to her, officer. She's dreaming.
No, I am not. Don't believe him. He wants to wait till I go to sleep tonight. And then, as soon as I fall asleep...
Oh, come now, lady. He wouldn't do it to you in your sleep. You're cute. Not in her sleep, now would you, mister?
Of course not, officer. Not in her sleep. As a matter of fact, we're stopping off first for a hamburger. She's hungry.
No, I'm not. I am, but I don't dare. I'm starving, but I don't dare. He's just waiting for me to order one to see what I say. And then he'll take me home and kill me.
Oh, lady, stop. You're breaking my heart.
Come along, dear.
No, officer, please protect me. Don't let him take me.
Come along, I say, darling.
And then we were in a little lunchroom in our neighborhood around the corner from our house, sitting on the stools. The counterman came over to us. He winked at you, Ernie, and you winked back at him, and then he said,
Evening, folks. What'll you have?
I tell you what, Joe. Make it 2 hamburgers.
Right. Rare, medium, or well?
Medium, Joe. Make mine medium.
Right. And, the little lady?
How'll you have yours, Helen? Answer. How do you like yours? Make hers medium, too, Joe.
2 hamburgers, medium. What do you have on them, folks? Relish or onions?
Relish. Make mine with relish, Joe.
Right. And the little lady?
The man's talking to you, Helen. How will you have yours? Answer him, I say. Go on, answer him. This is it. This is the payoff. How will you have yours?
I won't tell him. If I do, you'll know. You'll know how to do it, so I won't tell him. I won't. The next thing I dreamt, we're home again. Sitting in the parlor. Everything exactly the same, Ernie, just like tonight before we went to bed. But in my dream, I was sitting paralyzed, in a cold sweat, waiting for the word from you that meant my death.
Oh. Well, Butch, I guess we'd better hit the hay, huh? What do you say? What do you say, darling?
No, wait. Ernie, I did tell that counterman how I wanted my hamburgers served, didn't I?
Of course, dear.
What did I say? I can't seem to remember.
I forget, too. Don't read anything into it, dear. Now, come along to bed, huh?
I don't want to go to bed yet. Please don't make me go to bed. I'm scared.
Helen! Come to bed, darling. Like a good little girl, huh?
We went to bed. Then you said...
And now lights out, huh? That's it.
I tried to think of everything I knew to keep awake. I wondered whether I ought to count to 100 or whether counting would put me to sleep. I tried not to count, but I felt myself getting sleepier and sleepier.
Asleep, honey?
I heard, but I pretended not to. I fought to keep my eyes open. I knew I would die if I closed them.
Asleep, Butch?
I didn't answer. I couldn't if I wanted to. I was so scared. And then pretty soon I heard you stirring ever so quietly, and in a moment you were leaning over me. Oh, Ernie, I know it was just a dream, but it was so real. And there was hatred in your eyes, and there was a pillow in your hand, and I knew you were going to do it right then.
Oh, gee, that's a beaut. You know, that's really a honey. You know, when you have a nightmare, you sure do it up golden brown and creamy.
Well, wasn't it crazy? Oh, darling, wasn't it mad? But, Ernie, how does a person have a horrible dream like that? What does it mean?
Well, it's a cinch. I'll interpret it for you, and without a dream book.
You will? Good, then tell me.
All right, easiest thing in the world. Darling, where did we go tonight?
To a movie?
Uh-huh. What kind of a movie?
It was a murder mystery. Gee, that's right. You think that was...
Don't interrupt, Butch. Now, who was starring in the movie?
Betty Davis.
Now, repeat that first name.
Betty.
Uh-huh. And the villainess in the dream, my secret love, the girl we met last summer, was also Betty Daniels, huh? Well, that gave you Betty on the brain when you went to sleep tonight. And movies, and murder, and those hamburgers you did stop to eat after the show wrapped up the whole sequence. And no wonder. You know, they're still lying on my stomach, too.
Well, what was the pillow doing in it?
Oh, darling, what were you talking about this evening at supper? That chore you intended to do tomorrow? Huh?
Oh, I've got to stuff the pillows. They're caved in the way the feathers have come out.
Right. That's your pillow you had on your brain. Which brings me back to the hamburger.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. I mean, that nonsense of how did I want the hamburgers. What all that mean, for heaven's sake?
Precious, how did you order your hamburgers done tonight, remember?
No, I don't recall.
Oh, no. Of course you can't think now. How do you almost always order your hamburgers?
Well, smothered in onion.
Huh?
Oh, Ernie, of course smothered in onion. Smother, pillow, smother with the pillow.
Check.
Oh, for goodness. Oh, my gosh. So that was it. Well, if that doesn't... Ernie, that was wonderful. Really. The way you did that figured it all. I think you'd make a terrific detective.
So I'm a police reporter. Close enough?
Ernie, dear. It made me think, though, about maybe I have been a little selfish.
So, what do you mean?
Well, that book you always wanted to write. Maybe I ought to let you give up your job and try.
Oh, not nuts. Have us both starved? No, thanks. Anyway, in my sane moments, Helen, I've always known the truth. I'm no writer. If I had it in me, it would have come out of me, job or no job.
I could take up nursing again. It was hard.
No, nonsense. I won't have it. If I don't say any more about it, then that's final. You're a swell guy, though, Butch, to offer to.
Oh, Ernie, there was one thing more.
Yeah?
What do you suppose that was about September 13th, about your forgetting September 13th? What did that mean, do you know?
Mm-hmm. Don't you?
No, I can't. Well, it does seem familiar enough, but I can't seem... Where are you going?
Get something out of my wallet. Wait a minute. Helen. Helen, what's the date of our anniversary?
It was September 13th, of course. Tomorrow. Was that...
Right. You've had that on the brain, too. By the way, here. Little present for you, darling.
Tickets, 2 airplane tickets to Havana.
Right again. We're taking an anniversary trip. I wanted to surprise you when you woke up, but... Well, happy anniversary, baby.
Oh, Ernie. Oh, you great, big, precious darling. How can I ever... Then you didn't forget. You always did before, but this time you didn't. Oh, Ernie. I can't stand it. First that dream, and then finding out it did mean the opposite.
Oh, now, Helen, don't now. Come on.
Oh, but it was so sweet of you. I'm so thrilled, Havana, where we had our honeymoon, and you haven't forgotten. Oh, Ernie, I do hope I've been a good wife to you. And if there's anything if you want me to, I can always change.
Darling, I wouldn't want you any different for the world. I want you to stay just the same sweet little girl I married. And now let's get some shut-eye, huh? Lights out?
All right. I'm going to put the tickets right here under the pillow. There. And have a happy dream for a change.
Good night, Butch.
Hey, you haven't kissed me. Good night, dear.
Asleep, darling? Darling, are you asleep? Hello?
This is Betty, Ernie.
Oh, it's you.
Well, is it done? Are we free?
No, not yet. You shouldn't have phoned before. She was awake.
Did you get the plane tickets?
Yes.
It has to be tonight. You promised.
Yes, I know.
What's the matter?
I think she suspects.
Suspects?
Yes, it's incredible, but she had a dream, just the way everything's happened.
A dream? What are you talking about?
I'm trying to explain. She was telling me of the dream she had. Everything in it was just the way it happened. And she dreamed what was coming.
Ernie, is she asleep now?
Yes.
Then what are you waiting for? With a pillow?
The pillow. I'll do it now, right now, as soon as I hang up, Betty. Right now. This pillow. Slip out of bed. Easy. There. The pillow. Right now. Oh. Helen, you had it. You had a gun. Ah.
There was one part of my dream I left out, Ernie. In the end, I killed you.
And so the curtain falls on I Dreamt, I Died, which was chosen by guest expert Hugh Pentecost, whose latest novel is Where the Snow Was Red. Next week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of 3 people caught in a whirlpool of intrigue, with death their 4th companion, as selected for your approval by Miss Helen McCloy. Until then, this is your host, John Dixon Carr, hoping you'll be with us next week at this time.
I Dreamt, I Died was written by Joseph Ruskell. In our cast were Ann Shepard, Larry Haynes, Grace Coppin, and James Stevens. Music on the program is under the direction of Emerson Buckley, composed by Richard DuPage. Murder by Experts is produced and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Coogan. All characters in our story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons, living or dead, was purely coincidental. This is Phil Tonkin speaking.
State your name and prison number.
John Newton, Folsom 3375-4.
State your age.
27.
Charges on which you were convicted.
Harboring a criminal, practicing medicine unlicensed, manslaughter.
Sentence now being served.
10 years. I've served 2 years and 3 months. I'm therefore up for parole.
Up for Parole. Tonight, transcribed in New York, the first in an exciting new crime series, based on authentic cases actually heard by parole boards in your state prisons, and reenacted here for the first time. Now, Harry Marble.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to sit in judgment on another human being's freedom, to decide whether he or she shall become your neighbor, your employee, perhaps your friend, or remain where you, society, have put him, behind prison bars. For that human being is a social offender, a criminal, now up for parole. Remember, at the close of tonight's broadcast, you can compare your own judgment with the official decision of an actual parole board, in this particular case, California's. I ask you, therefore, to listen carefully and consider seriously the story you are about to hear. Told from the official case records of John Newton, Folsom Prison number 3375-4, now pleading before the parole board and before you for his freedom.
You have the facts of my crime and my conviction and my prison record, but there's more to my story than the legal record as you read it. The very fact that the criminal I harbored was my own brother, Joseph Newton, is... Well, gentlemen, with your permission, I'd like to tell you the whole story.
You may proceed, Newton.
Thank you. I'm up for parole here, not my brother, but his story is part of mine. You see, even when we were kids back home, people used to say, you never know they were brothers. So different. And by the time we were grown up, well, take the very night of my crime. I was only 2 days away from receiving my medical license. I just finished my internship. Joe was an outcast, disowned as an ex-convict. I'd like to start with that night, gentlemen. We were giving one of the biggest parties the town had ever seen. And for me, it was a double celebration. For one reason, in 2 days, I'd hang up my shingle under my dad's downtown. And for another, I'd just been engaged to a wonderful girl. Well, we never did get married, and her name doesn't appear in the record. But it was a great occasion. Everybody was congratulating me, and it was all I could do to get a moment alone with my fiancée.
Oh, darling, it's a wonderful party. I'm so proud of you.
Well, just as long as you're happy, honey. But I wish they'd knock off and go home.
What's the matter, John?
Oh, nothing.
You keep looking around as though you were expecting somebody.
Oh, what makes you say that? What do you mean?
Johnny, that's a funny way to talk to me. What's the matter? Oh, your brother. That's it, isn't it?
Yes, my no-good brother. Heaven knows where he is now. You know, it'd be just like him to come busting in here after all these years. What are you looking at me like that for?
I never heard you talk like that before. I know how you feel about your brother, but...
Well, how do you feel about it?
About what?
About having a jailbird for a brother-in-law.
John Newton, listen to me. I'm marrying you, not your brother Joe. Forget him. And stop looking around, Johnny. He's not coming. Forget him. Forget everything but us.
All right, honey. I'm sorry. Oh, just a minute. The housekeeper's looking for me. I'll be back in a second, honey.
Right.
Save me some champagne.
Hey, swell party, Johnny. Where's your dad?
Well, you know how doctors are, fella. I'm out on an emergency. Excuse me a second, will you? What is it, brother?
Mr. John.
Yeah? What's the matter, brother?
Mr. John, there's a man at the back door asking for the doctor.
All right, brother. I'll take care of it. You wait here.
You the doctor?
Oh, I'm sorry. My father's a doctor. He's on the case right now.
Lady tells me you're a doc, too.
I will be in 2 days. What can I...
Are you, aren't you, Bud?
I finished med school, but I can't practice until I get my state license.
Well, that's good enough. Come on. We're going for a ride.
What? What? Say, what is this?
It's an emergency, Bud. Come on.
I told you I'm not a doctor. You'll have to...
Okay. You might as well know. It's your kid brother.
Joe. Now what? Where is he?
He's downtown in your old man's office. Well, you coming?
Is he hurt?
Why do you think I came after a doctor?
All right. Let's go. The minute we started down the drive, I knew I shouldn't have come. Joe always meant trouble, but an emergency was an emergency. Wheeling out the driveway, we scraped my dad's favorite tree. And thinking as I was of Joe, that started me remembering the time he ran the lawnmower into that very same tree. The time he smashed the glass case over Dad's microscope. And the time he got caught taking home some chemicals from the high school chem lab, and we both got a lecture from the principal.
Just a minute, Newton.
Sir?
About that affair in high school, the chemicals.
Yes, sir?
According to the district attorney's abstract here, an interview with the principal, you had persuaded your brother to steal the chemicals for you so you could do some experiments at home. Is that true?
Oh, well, yes.
Proceed with your story.
Yes, sir. We tore out the drive and on through town, and I couldn't get a word out of the driver, so I kept thinking about Joe. Joe. Always the bad boy. And myself, Dad's boy, Mama's boy. I could almost hear my dad saying,
John, your mother and I just can't do a thing with Joe. Heaven only knows how he'll turn out. I guess we'll all have to pin our hopes on you, John.
Yeah, I was their boy. I went through high school, correction school for Joe. College for me and a new convertible. For Joe, a stolen car and the reformatory. Med school for me, the state pen for Joe. Gentlemen of the board, my own brother had a number in this prison before I even started out that night on the ride that was to lead me to my own cell here. And that's why I say that his story is part of mine, because traveling those streets that night, I realized for the first time that maybe it was the raw deal that he got from my father and my mother that made Joe the bad one. And now, in the middle of the night, he turns up again in my father's office in trouble.
I pulled around the back here just in case.
In case what?
The law. Look, am I going to have trouble with you?
Well, what's the law got to do with...
The kid wants to tell you that's okay by me. There's no time to ask any questions. Come on. Look, Doc, are you with us or not?
How'd you get in there without a key?
Jimmy the door. Pull the shades down so we can turn on the light. Joe? Joey, boy. I'm still here. I brought the doc, Joe.
Dad? No, it's me, Joe.
Johnny, you... Well, look who's out late. Mama's boy. Can't you say something, Doc? Doc. You made it. Medic. What do you know?
All I know is that you're hurt. What is it, Joe, an accident?
Yeah, sure.
All right, let's have a look. Yeah, take your hands away from your chest. That's better. Hey, you.
Hey?
Hand me that scissors.
Yeah, sure.
Joe. Bullet wounds.
Yeah, we were playing soldier. What'd you expect, mosquito bites? Joey, save your strength, boy. Doctor, you going to take him out?
I'll give him a shot to ease the pain.
She'll take the slugs out.
You're in my light.
I'm asking you a question.
That'll let up on it, Joe.
I said, are you going to work on them slugs? Answer me!
Look, Joe, listen to me. I'm not a doctor yet. Not legally. 2 more days and I'll have my degree and then my license. But if I work on you now...
What do you mean now? Shut up, French.
Look, Joe, it's this way. If I operate on you, I'll be breaking the law. The bullet wounds, Joe, I have to report them to the police anyway. Can't you see, Joe, I'm in a spot.
I told you, Joey. I told you we shouldn't have come.
Joe, why did you have to turn up for anyway?
Where else could I go? Where could I... I hate the guts of you. The whole bunch of you. But where else could I go?
Joe, please, try to understand me.
You rotten family. You never give me a break. Johnny, it hurts. Your brother lying there begging you, you two-bit phony, do something.
All right. Lock the door and then go wash your hands. I'll need your help.
For me? I can't.
You shut up and do as I say. Joe, now listen to me.
Yeah, Johnny, yeah.
Joe, I can't use an anesthetic. I can't handle 2 things at once. It'll hurt, Joe.
All right, Johnny.
You ready?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Now hand me that scalpel.
What?
Scalpel, that knife. Well, I sterilized the instruments and then I went to work. My brother gripped the sides of the table. I was a surgeon, and he was my first patient. I started to get sick, but I had to put everything out of my mind, except that I had a life to save. And...
wait a minute.
Yes, sir?
There's a question I'd like to ask at this point.
Yes, sir?
While you were in the process of removing those bullets from your brother, you realized that you were breaking the law.
Yes, sir, but he was my kid brother. I turned him over to the police. You see, I wanted to be fair.
You wanted to be fair. Well, now I think we're getting to the point. Earlier in this hearing, you described your brother as a no-good, someone you were ashamed of. Now you're talking as if you're sorry for him. You've definitely changed your story. Are you trying to draw sympathy from this board?
No, sir, but if I could say something...
Now, wait, Newton. You also knew at the time how your brother got those bullets.
Oh, yes, sir. It was a bank hold-up. A guard surprised them.
And you also knew at the time?
Yes, sir. The guard was killed. But it would have made any difference, sir. Why, you look like a little kid. Lying there. I was going to do my level best to make up for him, for the way my father and my mother treated him as a kid.
Now, just a minute, Newton. Before you go on, we have your complete case history here, which, we've looked over very carefully. Weren't you the one who usually got your brother into some of the scrapes and trouble he had? You were the oldest. Shouldn't you have helped him?
Well, when he was a kid, what could I do with him? You don't know him. Why, he'd
Isn't the real reason you helped your brother that night because you felt guilty? Or perhaps you felt at least partly responsible for the way he turned out?
Yes, I guess it was.
All right. Now, go on. What happened after you removed the bullet?
Oh, it was plenty tough on the kid. On me, too, but we managed to get through it as best we could. I cleaned out the wounds. I used sulfur, and I bandaged him as well as I could.
Is it over?
Yes, Joe. It's all over. We'll take a couple of minutes, and then we'll take off.
Where?
A friend of mine's got a cabin up in the woods. I'll lead you there in my car, and you can hide out until that wound's better.
I gotta get up, Johnny. I gotta hide out.
Sure, Joe, I know. Don't worry.
Don't worry, huh? How do we know it's okay?
What kind of a rat do you think I am?
Doc, I don't know. But you better not remember anything about anything. You get it?
The party at our house was still going on, but I backed out my convertible without disturbing anybody. I led them back into the hills to my friend's summer shack. I repaired a couple of stitches on Joe's chest, warned him not to move, and then promised to come back in the morning.
You promised to come back. Why?
Well, in a medical capacity, sir. Post-operative treatment, perhaps hypo, change the drains.
I see.
Shall I go on, sir?
Yes, you may continue. What did you do then?
I drove home, sir.
Directly?
Yes, sir.
I have a map before me of the route you took from the mountains.
Yes, sir.
Your road passes the state police barracks. Now, it seems to me
Oh,
that
yes, sir. I passed the barracks, and then I turned back. I intended to report the whole thing to the police.
The DA's transcript states that you declared, and I quote, "I drove straight home without stopping or turning." End of quote. Did you say that?
Oh, yes, sir, but may I explain, sir?
Yes.
You see, sir, I intended to stop at the police barracks. Oh, in fact, I could have reported it at that time and kept myself in the clear.
But you didn't?
No.
Because you couldn't face your father after he knew what you had done. Is that it?
Yes. I knew it would kill him. So, I went straight home. The house was dark, but there was a light coming from under my father's study door. And as I passed it...
Son?
Yes, Dad?
Well, that's fine. I hoped I'd get to see you tonight, but I thought you'd be long abed.
Oh, did you just get in, Dad?
Yes, tough case, but come in, son. Come in. Shut the door. Don't want to wake Mother. Yes, a doctor's life. Fine night they picked for an emergency peritonitis. Oh, sit down, son. Sit down. Cigar?
No, thanks, Dad. I'm all smoked out.
Quite a night, huh?
Yes. Dad, was there anything special you...
No, nothing special, son, except, this'll be our last little talk before you get your license. And then your shingle goes up under mine. John Newton, Jr., M.D. That'll look mighty fine, son. John, I'm proud of you. Really proud of you, boy.
Dad.
You know, it's all up to you. I mean, your mother and I, we have all our hopes in you. You know that. Sometimes I wonder about Joseph.
Dad,
Yeah, I've been long since give up figuring it out. The way he... No, there's no use talking about it. It's just up to you, son. Your mother and I, we sometimes go so far as to say we have only one son, really.
Dad, if you don't mind, I'm terribly tired.
Oh, wait, John, just this. I want you to remember a doctor with so much power for good and for evil, son, has got to be right. Make the right decisions. You took that oath that we all take. Now mean it. In your deepest heart, mean it. Live up to it. Be a good man and you'll be a good doctor. And you, my son, you'll be a great doctor. Well, I suppose I've made quite a speech, but I didn't have to, because I know you'll never do wrong. I lost my Joe somehow. I don't know, but you're a good son. Well, you're my life, John. My life. Get yourself a good night's sleep, son. There's a big day coming tomorrow.
Sleep? Over and over, I probed for bullets in my brother's bloody chest. Over and over, I tried to cry out to my father, Dad, you don't know me. I'm a criminal. I've broken the law. I'm a criminal, Dad. I'm a criminal. But dreams... cry and cry, and no words come. And soon, it was dawn. I made some excuse to Dad, something about picking up a bag. I checked, I don't know. I headed for the cabin where my brother was hiding out. There was something wrong. The cabin door, it should have been shut. Locked. Instead, it was open. Joe? Joe? Frenchie? Nobody there. Torn bandages on the floor, bloodstains. I turned to go. I figured Joe'd run out on me. Didn't trust me. Joe running away again. I realized then, you see, I thought I'd be able to straighten him out. But I was wrong. Well, I walked to my car, and there was a man standing beside it with a shotgun.
You, looking for someone, Doc?
Why, no, How'd you know I was a doctor?
Been expecting you. I'm from the sheriff's office.
Oh, I see. How did you know?
Well, I shouldn't tell you, but seeing who you are and all, the other hoodlum spilled it all. We got 'em both.
Could I ask the charge?
Hmm?
I mean, I am under arrest, I guess.
Yeah, you are. As for the charge, well, illegal operation, failing to notify police, and harboring a criminal.
My own brother, Sheriff.
Law don't recognize kin, Doc. Or to warn you, anything you say can be held against you.
All right, let's get it over with. Take me in.
Yeah, sure, Doc.
No.
You draw it.
Oh, wait, tell me, Sonny. Does my father know?
About you? Your brother?
About both.
Oh. Your brother? Yeah. You? No. You'll find out when we get there. Come on. Let's go, Newton.
Well, gentlemen of the board, that's my story. I assure you, I knew that I was breaking the law, but I will admit now that I did it because I owed something to my brother. And my primary intent was to make up to him in some way for the wrongs that my parents had done him, knowingly or unknowingly. I can honestly say that my primary intent was not crime.
Newton, if you are paroled, what means have you for earning a living?
Well, if I can get my license, I intend to practice medicine.
Practice medicine?
Well, yes, sir.
Well, Newton, certainly society needs physicians, but it doesn't want doctors who lack willpower, men incapable of clear judgment. Now, we can't gamble. You understand?
I know, sir. But I would like to say that I understand myself now.
How do you mean that?
Well, sir, I haven't wasted this time in prison. I think the warden will tell you I've done all kinds of work. I've worked in the hospital, for instance.
Oh.
Lately, I've been a full-time orderly.
Oh, I see. Go on.
And I've resumed my medical studies.
How's that?
Well, I made up with my father, sir. And he brought me medical journals so I could keep abreast of things. All I can say is, sir, if I do receive my freedom, I'll try very hard to live up to your trust in me. Very hard. All I ask is a chance. Well, that's all I have to say.
That is all you have to say, Newton?
Yes, sir.
Well, it seems to me you've left out perhaps the one essential point on which your chances of parole might depend. What happened to your brother?
My brother?
Yes. Finish your story, Newton.
My brother died.
As a direct result of your operation. The record shows he was trailed to a downtown hotel in Los Angeles, got on arrival.
Yes, sir.
Now, you realize he would be alive today if you'd reported the injury and he had been taken to a hospital.
Yes, sir. he'd be alive today.
All right. Just step outside a moment, Newton. With the guard. While John Newton waits, and the parole board reviews his story and his parole file, you too have a decision to make on his case. Weigh John Newton's story carefully before you form your judgment, because in a moment you will have an opportunity to compare your decision with that of the actual board before which he appeared. But first,
in the old days, my lord and my lady had to wait 6 months or more for the wandering troubadours to turn up with the latest ballads. Today, all you have to do is listen in on Saturday nights when Vaughn Monroe's Caravan comes along with the week's 5 top tunes as chosen by Variety. Vaughn brings you his great band and distinctive style of singing not only in the 5 top tunes, but also in the songs of a famous college fraternity or sorority each Saturday. Be listening this Saturday, won't you?
Now, the decision of California Parole Board. Folsom, John Newton, 3375-4.
John Newton.
Yes, sir.
Step forward. This board has carefully studied your record and considered your own story. You may be sure that we have given careful consideration to all details.
Yes, sir.
I must inform you, however, that there was some doubt as to your own interpretation of your basic motives in transferring the blame for your own, well, shall we say, delinquency, upon the attitude of your parents toward your brother and yourself. And, you were informed, I believe, that decisions of this board must be unanimous. Were you not?
Oh, I didn't know that. No, sir.
At any rate, we did come to an agreement, Newton. A unanimous decision.
Yes, sir.
That decision is parole granted.
Thank you, gentlemen. May I go?
Yes, you may leave. Oh, Newton, this board will make every effort to help you obtain reinstatement with the state medical boards. So, good luck. Next case.
Today, Dr. John Newton may be your neighbor, your friend, your family physician, for he is currently practicing medicine in a large American city. But he himself, John Newton, M.D., though that was not, of course, his actual name, gave us permission to tell his story tonight, asked us, in fact, to do so, in the interest of thousands of men and women in American prisons who may someday come up for parole.
You have been listening to Up for Parole, transcribed in New York, with Chet Stratton. Written by Alan Sloan, directed by John Dietz, with music by Harry Salter. Listen again at the same time next week, when CBS will bring you the actual story of case 3374-5, Sing Sing.
Speaking. Are you ready? All ready. What are my instructions? Now. Now. Check.
Presenting The Whisperer, starring Carlton Young. The Whisperer, a brilliant man who, losing his voice in an accident which crushed his vocal cords, worked his way deep within the crime syndicate to help destroy it from within. To the underworld, his familiar rattling hiss is the voice of authority, to be obeyed without question. Then a miracle of surgery performed by Dr. Benjamin Lee restored his natural voice, enabling him to resume his real identity. Now, as Philip Galt, aggressive young attorney, he skirts the thin edges of death, living his dual role. For as the Whisperer, he sets in motion the forces of the syndicate in Central City. Then, as Philip Galt uses his knowledge to fight the organized network of crime, which seeks to control the fate of millions in cities and towns across the nation. Now, in Dr. Lee's office, we find Ellen Norris, the doctor's nurse and the only other person besides the doctor who knows of Phil's dual identity, watching anxiously as Phil, speaking in the voice of the Whisperer, makes his report to a superior in the syndicate.
Hello, New York. Slade, given instructions. Will report progress.
Now?
That's right, Ellen. Now.
What does it mean, Phil?
You mean specifically? I don't know. It's designed to set something in motion right now.
Someone's murder.
When the syndicate gives that kind of an order, it usually means at least one murder.
And you had to pass the instructions on.
Just another indication how the syndicate works, Ellen. One hand never knows what the other hand is doing. This Slade is probably from out of town. He has his instructions already. All he was waiting for was the word to start. I had to give it to him.
Every other time, Phil, you had a lead of some kind to help. You knew who the victim was, you knew what was going to happen, and you could do something about it. But now...
Yes.
What are you doing, Phil?
The only lead I have is the telephone number where I reached Slade.
But how are you...
The phone company won't give it to me, but the police can get the address.
Lieutenant Denver?
Mm-hmm. Excuse me, honey. Homicide, please.
I have an idea the lieutenant's already suspicious of your extra-legal activities, Phil. How long...
Hi, Lieutenant. Need a favor. Uh-huh. I've got a phone number. I need the address. Cheshire, 1789. That's right. No, it's just a little checking on a client. Yeah, I'm at Ellen's office. Thanks.
He must be in a good mood.
The lieutenant's plenty smart, Ellen. He knows I wouldn't want the address for any reason that might kick back.
Little does he know.
In this case, what he doesn't know might save him some grief.
If you can stop whatever it is from happening.
Yes, if. Sweetheart.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of late, and I'm going to be on the move pretty soon. How's about meeting you later for supper? You can get a sandwich now, maybe take a show or something, and then I'll join you.
Mm-mm.
It's past dinner time already, and you haven't had anything to eat since lunch.
I know. I'm starving.
Well, then.
And every time I have an appointment with you for dinner, it's always delayed anywhere from 3 to 5 hours.
You see what I mean? The best thing right now is for you to grab a bite and meet me later.
Consequently, since I'm a creature of habit, I've got myself into the habit of irregular dinner hours.
Now's your chance to get regular.
I'm staying with you.
But don't you...
No, but I'd be wondering about what was happening all the time. Ruin my digestion. I'm with you, lover.
No, wait a minute. Hello? Oh, yes. Hello, Lieutenant. Uh-huh. Yes, I know where that is. Uh-huh. Well, thanks. I'll split my fee with you on this case.
Got the address?
Yes.
You're not very happy about it.
Well, it isn't a house. It isn't listed under any name. It's the Lyceum Theater. A pay station. Backstage.
Oh?
Coming?
With you, lover. Oh, look what's playing, Phil. Romeo and Juliet. Oh, that ought to be a nice way to spend an evening in a theater.
Maybe it'll be more entertaining backstage.
Not that I don't think you're brilliant, darling, but just how are you going to get any information if that phone was a pay station? Seems to me this job's just about hopeless.
Just about hopeless for the somebody on the other end, too, Ellen. We've got to try. Here we are. Let me do the talking.
Don't I always?
What can I do for you?
Hello, old-timer. We're looking for someone.
Figured that. Who?
Fellow by the name of Slade.
Slade?
That's right.
Don't know any Slade.
Not connected with the company?
Nope.
Can anybody come off the street and use that payphone on the wall over there?
Nope.
Anybody use it in the last half hour?
Nope. Oh, say, wait a minute. Yeah, there was somebody come along with Judy. Hung around the phone right around 7:30. When it rang, he answered it. Guess it was for him, all right.
I see.
You say he came in with Judy?
Uh-huh.
Can we speak to her?
Well, if you want to wait around, you probably can. She went out about 5 minutes ago.
Went out?
With the man who answered the phone?
A minute after. She asked me which way he went, and she went out. Kind of in a hurry, too. And she's due on the stage in about 15 minutes. If she don't get back quick, they'll probably have to use her understudy.
I see. You don't know where she went, do you, old-timer?
Well, she lives across the street and down a block. Hathaway's.
Hathaway's?
Second-hand furniture store. Her uncle owns it. Living quarters upstairs. She lives there now to be near the theater.
Thanks.
But she ain't there.
Oh?
Leastways, she's not answering the phone there. Deauville, the director, called and got no answer.
Oh, thanks. Let's go, Ellen. Hathaway's. Oh, here it is.
How do you do?
Mr. Hathaway?
Vladimir Hathaway, at your service.
We're looking for a young lady by the name of Judy.
Oh, why, Judy is at the theater down the street. She's appearing in Romeo and Juliet. But I don't think you'll be able to speak to her, not until she's off stage.
Well, she's not there. She came home. She does live here.
Why, of course. Judy's my niece. Of course she lives here, upstairs. But she isn't home. I'd know if she were. She left here almost an hour ago.
And didn't come back?
No, of course not.
Oh. Quite a shop you have here.
Thank you. Could I interest you in some furniture? I have a dining room set that's almost new right over here.
No, thanks.
A lounge chair, most comfortable thing in the world.
We'll think of you when we set up housekeeping.
Oh, I thought you were...
Married? Not yet.
Judy has a friend by the name of Slade, hasn't she?
Slade? Why, not that I know of.
You know anybody by that name?
No.
Well, I don't think we can do any good here, Ellen.
Is something wrong with Judy?
For a loving uncle, you finally came around to getting concerned. I don't know if anything's wrong.
But if anything is wrong, I would like to know.
We're trying to reach a fellow by the name of Slade, and Judy apparently knows him.
Oh, I see. Perhaps one of her actor friends. I don't know them all. It's hard to keep track of.
Phil.
I heard it.
I beg pardon?
That was a shot. Where's the stairway to the upstairs?
A shot?
That's right. Where is it?
I am a little hard of hearing. But what kind of shot, you?
Pistol, if I'm not hard of hearing. Where's the stairs?
But if it's a shot...
Stop stalling, Hathaway. Ellen, try that door.
Here, Phil.
Yes, through that door and up the stairs to the right.
It was a shot, Phil.
I know. Through here, Ellen.
I did it. Phil, on the floor.
I see him.
Phil?
He's dead.
I shot him. Better let me have the gun, Judy. I shot him.
Slade?
I shot him.
All right, you shot him. Is his name Slade?
Yes. Better give me the gun, Judy. No.
Come on, Judy.
No.
What's happened? Judy, where's David?
Stay away. All of you get back.
You can't run away.
Stay back or I'll shoot.
Quick after her. Locked. Come on, Hathaway, a little help here. Come on, let's go. Let's try this one. It's locked, too. Any other way out, Hathaway?
What?
Any other way out?
Yes, through that back door, but it opens on an alleyway.
No, it doesn't matter. She's gone by this time.
What's this room? What do you do here, behind the showroom?
I do stone cutting, a hobby. They're gone.
Gone? What's gone?
My diamonds.
You cut diamonds for a hobby?
David took them.
Whoa, that's the second time David's cropped up. Who's David?
He must have taken them.
All right, now, who is David?
They were going to get married. David and Judy. All arranged. When the show closed, get married.
Was he here when we came in?
Yes. Upstairs with Judy.
And Slade?
Yes.
You lied to us then?
Yes. I was afraid. Slade came in and started talking to me about buying some furniture. Just waiting. And then Judy came running in and they both went upstairs. David was there.
Not when we got there.
How did he get out?
Probably hiding right in this room here when we went upstairs.
All right, Mr. Hathaway. You better call the police.
Police? Oh, yes. The diamonds.
No, Hathaway. The dead man. Homicide.
Yes, Judy shot him.
That's right. But he had a gun in his hand, Hathaway. It was probably self-defense.
Hello, New York. San
on, sit down, Phil.
No, thanks.
What's wrong, Phil? You look as if...
Operation X-22.
What's that?
A dragnet. A syndicate dragnet.
For Judy?
Uh-huh. Poor, frightened kid.
To kill her?
Her and David Clark.
Why?
If I knew that, I'd probably understand a lot of things, Ellen. Like why Hathaway is such a confounded liar.
What chance does she have, Phil?
None.
What are we going to do?
Try to find her before the syndicate does. Try to find her.
All right, Phil.
Finish your sandwich.
Mm-mm. I've just lost my appetite.
You are listening to The Whisperer, the story of Philip Galt, who skirts the thin edges of death, living his dual role. A dragnet, not a police dragnet, but a syndicate dragnet, more deadly, more vicious, with orders to shoot on sight. Philip Galt, in his guise as the Whisperer, has passed along the syndicate's orders. And now, without knowing where Judy Forrest is, he must protect her from the dragnet he himself set in motion.
Seems like such a hopeless task, Phil. Finding Judy.
We have one lead, Hathaway.
Seems like such a bewildered kind of man, Phil.
Much too bewildered.
What do you mean?
Those diamonds of his, for one thing.
What about them?
Diamonds in a broken-down place like that? And first he said they were his stones, a hobby. Then he said it was part of a job and they belonged to someone else. No, Ellen, something's wrong there.
You didn't have to take the car if you wanted to go back to his store, Phil. You're going past it now.
Uh-huh.
Why?
In case the store is being watched.
By whom?
The syndicate, Ellen. This is a logical place for them to pick up a lead, too. We just walk in off the street, we look like customers. We drive up, they take special notice of us and the car.
Oh.
We'll park down here and walk back.
Phil, any ideas why Judy shot that slave fellow?
None.
Or how David is mixed up in it?
No. But I can take a guess.
Okay. What's your guess?
My instructions to Slade were now.
That's right.
We find Slade in Judy's apartment. Therefore, whatever Slade was going to do, it had something to do with Judy or...
David.
Yes.
And Hathaway said David and Judy were going to be married.
Mm-hmm. And Slade was probably going to kill one of them.
Maybe both. All right, so far. Now, what about the diamonds? What about David taking them?
That's something I can't even guess about. Here we are.
Yes? Can I help you?
I thought the police would be here by now, Hathaway.
Police?
You know, the body upstairs.
Body? Upstairs? I don't understand.
Oh, so that's the way you want to play. Ellen.
Yes, Phil?
Take a look up there, huh?
All right.
You must be mistaken. There is no body upstairs. I can't understand what you mean.
Who took it away?
You must excuse me. I'm very busy.
And what about the diamonds that were stolen? Reported that yet?
Diamonds? Stolen? I have no diamonds. Now, please, I don't know what that young woman is looking for in...
Don't you, Hathaway!
My tie, you're choking.
A woman's life is at stake, Hathaway.
No, he's not there. There's nobody upstairs.
I know. Well, Hathaway?
What do you want?
Where's Judy?
I don't know.
What do you know, Hathaway? Do you know the syndicate has a dragnet out for her?
No, I don't.
Oh, yes, yes.
I don't know where she is. They will kill me. They will.
Who will?
The syndicate.
The diamonds. Cutting them up and passing them along. Part of the syndicate. A small link in the chain.
David.
What about him?
He stole them from me. I'm responsible for them. I don't know what they'll do to me now.
What about Slade?
I don't know about him. David, part of the syndicate, wanted to quit. Judy wanted him to quit so they could get married. She didn't want him involved in...
So Slade came around to kill David?
Yes.
And Judy shot Slade to prevent him from killing David?
Yes, please. Please, you got to protect me. They came and took Slade away. They must be watching this place. Maybe even now, they know you are here. They know I talked to you.
Where's Judy?
I don't know. I swear to you, I don't know.
And David?
You are not with the syndicate?
I'm trying to help Judy.
Yes. I don't know where he is. But I can tell you where he lives.
Where?
1677 Cedar Lake Drive.
Have you told anybody else?
No.
Didn't they ask you?
I told them I did not know. David is a good boy, really. I don't want his life on my conscience.
And Judy?
Maybe she's there with him. She's my niece. Really, she is. I love her. I love her like she was my own child.
Comes out in the night, out of all the dirty, rotten cesspools. The slimy things, arms and tentacles of the Octopus Syndicate. Touching a good kid, touching a girl whose only sin is to love someone caught in their web.
Please, you can't do anything. You can't stop them. You don't know them. When they start out to do something, they finish it.
Yeah. Well, what about those stones? Why'd David take them?
I don't know. Maybe because he wanted to hit back at them.
Phil, let's hurry.
They will be following.
We'll go out the back way. Our car is parked in the next street. We'll go through the alley. After I give the police an anonymous tip. Well, is it clear, Ellen? Does it begin to make sense?
Yes, Phil.
David wanted out. He wanted to quit the syndicate, and they wouldn't let him. Afraid he might inform on them. So they had Slade waiting and ready, and the Whisperer said now. And Slade went after David at Judy's place, only Judy shot Slade first. Yes, it makes sense.
It makes sense another way, too.
How?
What happens when the Whisperer quits?
He won't.
They got a dragnet out for him, too.
He won't quit. Not until the whole organization is exposed and destroyed.
And what happens when they find out the Whisperer is really Phil Galt?
They won't find out.
Oh, you're always so positive. You're always so sure. But one day you'll make a slip, or they'll begin to suspect. All they have to do, Phil, just suspect that Phil Galt is a Whisperer.
This is Cedar Lake Drive. Can you spot some of the numbers?
You haven't even been listening.
Yes, I have, Ellen. Where are we?
1400 block.
And it's 2 streets down. Reach around behind you, sweetheart, and take out that package, will you? Yeah, that's it.
What is it?
Open it. That's right. I'm going to pull up here. We'll walk the rest of the way back.
But what is this, Phil? Strings, rubber bands, elastic? Attached.
Cute, isn't it?
There's nothing cute about a gun.
That's a 25, a toy.
A toy that can kill.
Here. I'm going to put it on under my jacket.
But what are all those rubber bands and things?
Well, that was originally designed for a card shop, Ellen. You know, to drop aces out of a sleeve at the propitious moment.
Oh? But the gun?
That's my refinement. Instead of having an ace up my sleeve, I've got a 25. All I have to do is drop my hand fast, and the gun falls into my palm. An ace, too. An ace of spades.
Phil.
I want you to stay here.
No.
This might be dangerous. I want you to stay here.
No.
Now, please, honey.
No.
All right. We got to hurry. I don't think we've been followed over here. They'd have shown up by now. Maybe we can get there before the shooting starts.
That's why you've strapped on that contraption.
Just precautions.
Uh-huh. That's how certain you are you'll be able to get out of this without shooting. Those buildings are fire traps, Phil.
Converted to rooming houses.
Yes?
Oh, David Clark in.
How am I supposed to know? You think I keep track of all the people who go in here day in and day out? I'll never get any of my work done.
If you'll just tell us what apartment he's in.
Apartment? Upstairs. When you get to the top floor, there's a stairway to the attic. That's his apartment.
Thank you.
Thank me for nothing. Just keep the place decent. No hijinks, parties, and loud music. I got my other roomers to think about. I can't allow
Yes,
any...
of course. Thank you. So far, so good. If he's up there, if they haven't found out.
And Judy?
She's probably with him. That's why I think they're here. Hold up.
Stay.
Good to work off a heavy dinner.
What dinner? Shall I knock? Well, what'll we do?
Just go in.
Nobody home.
Oh, it appears the birds have flown.
Hold it. Don't turn around. I've got a gun.
Oh. It's quite a trick, hiding behind the door so when it's open it conceals you. That's the second time you've done that, Clark.
Judy, see if they're armed.
All right, James.
Up for shoulder holsters, jacket pockets, hip pockets.
No, he isn't.
All right, go through her purse.
Excuse me. It's perfectly all right.
You don't have to be polite, Judy, just thorough.
Yes. There's nothing here.
All right. Back across the room, both of you.
What are you trying to do, David?
Who are you?
My name is Galt.
What do you want? How do you fit in this?
I happened to be following a man by the name of Slade. Knew him a long time ago. A hoodlum, murderer, part of the syndicate.
What do you know about the syndicate?
Enough, David. Enough to know that anyone who gets wound up with the syndicate has taken a step he can't take back. Enough to know that if they mark someone for death, there's usually no escape.
There'll be an escape this time.
Not if you go about it this way. I'm here to try to help you.
I don't need any help.
Now, that's silly.
Yes. Please, can you help?
Tell him to put that gun away.
Dave, please.
No, Judy, no. This might be just con on his part. I'm not taking any chances.
You took all your chances when you worked for the syndicate.
Well, I'm not working for them now.
No, you're not. Where are the diamonds, David?
You know an awful lot about me and the syndicate and the diamonds. Now, what else do you know?
Just one thing that makes any sense.
Phil.
Take it easy, lady.
Outside in the street, a car.
It's them. You brought the whole mob.
They didn't follow me.
How else could they get here?
I found out from Hathaway. Don't you think they might have found out, too?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, David, what are you going to do?
Oh, they wouldn't let me quit. Well, I'll see they don't get their lousy diamonds. I'll see to that. The dirty, rotten murders, I'll make them pay.
And Judy?
What about Judy?
Will she pay, too?
Oh, Judy.
Dave, it's my fault.
No, Judy.
I'm coming into the house.
Judy. Darling, this whole rotten mess, it's my fault, but I can't get away.
Quick, David, what are you going to do? They're coming up the stairs.
I'll show you what I'm going to do. You.
Me?
What do you want with Ellen?
She's coming out with me. Oh, sure, I'm going to get it, but I'll get a few of them first, and you're going to help. You're going to be my shield.
No, David.
Hold on, David.
You hold on. All right, sister, come on.
That's your syndicate training coming through, David, but you're not taking Ellen with you.
No, who's going to stop me? Look, it doesn't mean anything to me not to plug you now, too. Now, up you the hands. Up!
All right, David.
Well, where did you get that gun? Judy, get back. Here. Judy, the diamonds. Keep them.
David!
Get back! Okay, suckers!
David!
Judy, I made him pay.
David's dead.
Easy, Judy, easy. Would have been a miracle. You can't run away from the syndicate. But you can't run away from the police.
Still a police car.
I guess they took that anonymous tip.
What's going on up here? Now, who are these dead men? They're blocking my doorway. I told you I run a respectable place, and I don't want any trouble with the police.
I'm afraid you're going to have some.
Well, I'm going to call them. I don't want a bad name on my place.
You're too late on both counts.
Killing, shooting. That'll take a week to get this place cleaned up.
Phil, what about Judy?
The syndicate won't bother her anymore, but the police will want to question her.
But the instructions to find Judy.
To lead them to David.
Oh.
Judy?
He was a good boy. He was. Got mixed up with him. He wanted to quit.
Once you're in, there's only one way out.
They took Hathaway in for questioning?
Yes, in a prison term. And the two syndicate mugs that ran off in the car were killed in a gunfight with the police. You know, Denver's added it all up pretty good for someone who wasn't in on the thing. Slade and 4 other members of the syndicate, dead. David, dead. Hathaway, a fence for stolen diamonds.
And where does that leave Judy?
Well, the police have the diamonds, so the syndicate won't be interested in her anymore. I had a little talk with her.
Oh?
While your back was turned. You know, sweetheart, she's a real trooper.
Yes, I think she'll get over this.
I'm sure she will. I've got her out on bail.
You've got her out.
Uh-huh. I'm going to be handling her case. You know, being an attorney comes in handy at times.
Especially when you can have such attractive clients. Hmm?
Oh? Is she attractive? I didn't notice.
Why, Phil Gault. You may have been busy tonight, but you weren't blind.
You sound jealous, Ellen. Worried about my conferences with my new clients?
As long as you keep them during business hours, no.
Well, as a matter of fact, I have a conference scheduled for 11:30 tomorrow night.
Oh?
Backstage at the Lyceum Theater, after the performance of Romeo and Juliet. Thought you might like to see it.
Why not? 'Tis better to have seen Romeo and Juliet than never to have loved at all.
Hello, New York. Central City reporting. Mission accomplished. David Clark
Whisperer is based upon stories and characters created by Stetson Humphrey. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Carlton Young is starred as the Whisperer. Betty Moran is Ellen. Others in the cast were Sidney Miller, Stacey Harris, Ralph Moody, and Michael Ann Barrett. The Whisperer was written by Jonathan Twice, produced and directed by Bill Karn. Original music by Johnny Duffy. This is Don Rickles inviting you to listen next week to another exciting adventure with
This is Orson Welles, speaking from London. The Black Museum, a repository of death, a repertorium of violence. Here in the grim stone structure on the Thames which houses Scotland Yard is a warehouse of homicide, where everyday objects, a teacup and its saucer, a lady's parasol, a surveyor's chain, all are touched by murder. Now you take this lady's shoe. It's a familiar object, high of heel, neat cross straps, dainty design on the toe, an excellent sample of the art of the modern bootmaker.
Like my new shoes, Henry.
Lovely, my dear. Shows off your instep perfectly. And the way it breaks away from the curve of your arch. Enticing. Definitely enticing, my dear.
Henry, you're impossible. And I love it.
A nice couple talking about a pair of shoes. You'll hear more about that couple and more about the shoes. One of those shoes, by the way, is to be found today in the Black Museum.
From the annals of the Criminal Investigation Department of the London Police, we bring you the dramatic stories of the crimes recorded by the objects in Scotland Yard's Gallery of Death, the Black Museum.
Here we are in the Black Museum, Scotland Yard's mausoleum of murder. Here lies death, entombed neatly with printed labels, with records of names, places, times, each white card a kind of tombstone. Very interesting collection in this museum. Here, there's a gardener's clippers. If you have a hedge around your property, you own one, long, sharp, triangular blades. They're fine for clipping boxwood. Fine, too, it was learned, for clipping jugular veins. And here's a true weapon, a revolver, a lady's gun. This little .22. But the lady who used this one summer evening made very sure of her victim. She coated the tiny bullets with cyanide. Yes, and the shoe. Oh, there are a pair of them, of course. Charming, delightful. That's the type of fragile footwear a lady of some means would be expected to own. Elizabeth Marlowe was just such a lady. And she bought the shoes to please Henry Higley, who'd persuaded her that her age of nearly 40 was not too old for marriage. And she wore them as she drove through the stormy night, which marked the beginning of her honeymoon.
The storm seems to be getting worse, Henry, darling.
Don't worry, my dear. Here's the inn. The light's just ahead.
Too bad the house wasn't ready for us tonight.
Our first night in our own house?
I'd have loved it, dear. It's so charming, so Elizabethan, from half timbers to the moat. Imagine a house with a moat.
I wanted something Elizabethan, darling. After all, it'll be a setting for my Elizabeth.
Gay, happy conversation, honeymoon talk. In spite of the rain pouring over the windshield. In spite of the dramatic lightning and the rolling thunder. Henry helped Elizabeth out of the worst of the rain, handed her a funny little terrier named Patsy, which Elizabeth had insisted on bringing with her, and then knocked on the door of Webley's Inn.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Come on, please.
I'm Henry Higgins. This is my wife.
You're Martha Webley. I've given you up, what with the weather and all. We wouldn't have missed this for the world, Mrs. Webley. The storm. Well, it's almost romantic. Oh, the little dog. Oh, isn't he sweet?
Are our rooms ready, Mrs. Webley?
Oh, of course. And the fire going against the storm. Oh, and may I take the opportunity, ma'am, sir, of wishing you all the happiness.
The Hegleys stayed at the Webley Inn for several weeks until the house was ready. The Elizabethan house with the half timbers and the moat standing on the edge of the moor. As Martha Webley put it,
they were so happy. Middle-aged, but happy as kids.
If laughter and enjoyment of simple things is happiness, then Henry and Elizabeth knew happiness. They drove over to their house each day and each evening. They discussed its progress.
Would you like the moat drained, dear?
But the water is part of it. Without the water, it would be just a ditch.
I thought perhaps you'd like to make a rose garden out of it.
There was a garden at the rear of the house, so the water stayed in the moat. The mock drawbridge was always down, and very soon Henry carried Elizabeth across the bridge and into their home.
Home at last.
It's going to be wonderful, dear.
Glad you bought the place?
We bought it, darling.
With your money, sweet.
What's mine is yours. Ours, darling, always. Now, come along upstairs.
There's always a lot to do in a 10-room house. Nobody with any sense tries to run a place of that size without help. So Henry, with Elizabeth's approval, interviewed several local young ladies.
What's your name, young woman?
June Godwin, sir. And here's my reference.
Yes, I see. Upstairs maid, also parlour maid. Any cooking?
Just plain cooking, sir.
My wife and I are plain people. We thought we'd try to get along without a regular cook, for a while at least.
I'll do my best, sir.
I'm sure you will.
Then I'm hired, Mr. Wrigley?
Why not? You've a good reference. That'll please your mistress, and you've your share of good looks. That pleases me.
So that was the way the wind blew, was it? And so soon after the wedding. Well. Little June Godwin went about her business, dismissing the remark as the pleasantry of a new employer who wanted her to feel at home. Now Henry established the custom in that household of giving his wife her breakfast in bed. June prepared the tray and took it upstairs. She'd been doing this for about a week.
My, don't we look fresh and neat and beautiful this morning?
Mr. Hickley, please, sir, don't.
Shy, are you, eh? With those eyes and that figure? Come here, little one.
No, sir. Please.
What do the boys hereabouts think of you?
I wouldn't know, sir. If you'll excuse me, sir, I'll take the tray to Mrs. Higley.
Handled herself well, didn't she, for a country girl? There's no nonsense about June Godwin. She needed the job. She was a loyal girl, loyal to her mistress and to herself in a way. Maybe that's why she spoke as she did. She deposited the breakfast tray in Elizabeth Higley's bedroom.
Ma'am, if I can speak to you a minute.
Of course, June. What's the trouble?
It's about Mr. Higley, ma'am.
Oh?
Well, ma'am, it's not that I'm giving my notice or anything, but I'm a nice girl, ma'am.
Of course you are.
Mr. Higley, ma'am, he tried to take privileges this morning.
Perhaps you'd better try to tell me...
June finally managed to tell her mistress the brief details. Elizabeth was hardly pleased, but she showed nothing of her feelings to Henry, at least on that score. Of course, there may have been something more than a slight edge to her tone later that day, as she said to him,
"There's a notice from the bank, Henry. It says my account is overdrawn."
Oh? How much?
Almost £300. This never happened to me before I added your signature to the account.
Oh, but there was plenty there.
I know. But there's a cheque here which I thought was for £30, and It turns out to be for 300.
But I thought I told you, darling, it was 300. In any case, dear, your dividends are due in a few days, so let's not worry about it.
A simple explanation, and very smooth. Just the type of explanation an infatuated woman can be expected to accept, but for Elizabeth, the infatuation and the honeymoon were over. They came to an abrupt end about a week later.
June, little June, I want to see you a moment.
Oh, can it wait till morning, Mr. Wrigley? Please.
Impossible. I must see you now.
I can't let you in. I'm in bed. I'm not dressed.
That doesn't matter. Let me in, June. I have to talk to you now. I'll use my master key.
Oh.
Open up and let me in. Shut up, you little fool. Open the door. All right, but we'll settle this, and soon.
What's wrong, June? Are you ill?
Oh, Mrs. Higley. Oh, Mrs. Higley, I'm so frightened.
I understand, June. It was my husband. Again. Wasn't it?
The end of the honeymoon. It came quickly after that. Elizabeth said simply,
Henry, I'm leaving you. I'm going to London to talk with my lawyer.
After your talk with him, you'll change your mind. Taking a servant's word against mine. Really, my dear. What train are you making? I'll drive you into town.
A little while later, Henry dropped into the kitchen and told June quite coolly,
I'm driving Mrs. Higley into the station. She's going up to London. I'll pick her up on the 9:45 tonight when she comes back.
At 9:15 that night, Henry told the servant girl,
I'm going in to pick up Mrs. Higley. We should be back a little after 10.
And at 10:15, Henry came back.
Funny. Mrs. Higley wasn't at the station. She must have missed the train and decided to stay in town for the night.
And then, the next day...
I've had a letter from Mrs. Higley. She's staying with relatives in London for a few days. Nothing to worry about.
But June did worry. And she took her worries to her mother.
I'm sure he's lying, Mums. I'm sure of it.
Now, Junie, don't be excitable.
I'm not, Mums. I'm not. He told me he was going to the station to call for her, but I didn't hear the car.
Perhaps you weren't paying attention.
He said he had a letter, and the postman never called that morning. And last night he tried to get into my room again. I won't go back, Mums. Now I'm home again, I won't go back.
Orson Welles will be back with you in just a moment.
This was gossip. Oh, yes, gossip indeed. But Mrs. Goodwin restrained herself for a while. After all, there was only one other person in the village who knew the Higleys. That was Mrs. Webley at the inn. Yes, Mrs. Webley.
Now, what's all that? Why, it's the Higley dog. Patsy. Oh, here, Patsy. What's the trouble, doggy? Miss your mistress, is that it? Do you miss your mistress?
The shoe, by the way, reposes today in an honored position in the Black Museum. A dog howls at the back door and whines with fear. Then it wags its tail and snuffles in appreciation of a pat on the head. But mention its mistress, and the howling begins again. Is this a clue to a possible crime? Certainly it'd have no meaning in a court of law. Clever defense counsel would have it stricken from the records within minutes. But it would have meaning among plain people who are sensitive to many of the laws of nature.
Another cup of tea, Mrs. Godwin.
No, thank you, Mrs. Webley.
June, dearie?
I couldn't touch a thing. I'm so upset about the poor little doggy.
Oh, she's all right. I'm sure
But you said you called the moat house, and he came for the dog right away.
Oh, I doubt he'll hurt the little animal. Has other things on his mind he has with that one working for him. That Muriel, you mean?
Exactly.
And glad I am that my June up and left him when she did. Have you seen or heard of Mrs. Higley, dear? Not a word. No sign. But then, Maybe she knows about that Muriel.
3 people knew about that Muriel by now, a new hired girl at Henry Higley's house. And before very long, others would know, but this held no foreboding for Henry Higley. Now for that Muriel.
Now, Mr. Higley, you mustn't.
Why not, my dear? Who's to know except you and me?
Oh, Mr. Higley, how you do go on. Oh, Mr. Higley.
Give us a kiss, pretty one. But never say I told you it went with the job.
Oh, well, just one.
Muriel, when are you going to stop calling me Mr. Higley, eh?
A kind of mean paradise surrounded by a moat filled with water, reached by a mock drawbridge which was never raised. And into that pseudo-idyllic setting, across that bridge, there strode a caller. He rang the doorbell.
Yes, sir.
Is Mr. Higley at home?
Who might be calling, sir?
Inspector Sterrett, Scotland Yard.
3 people knew, and soon many more. Word spread, the police evinced some interest. The inspector called and was invited in. He was offered a drink, tea. He refused politely.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Higley. No, I've only a short while. May I ask the whereabouts of Mrs. Higley?
Of course you may ask. As far as I know, she's staying with friends in London. I have some letters if you care to see them.
Oh, we'll take your word for it, Mr. Higley. But there's been some talk, ugly rumours. You understand, I'm sure.
Yes, I had to discharge a servant girl.
We were given to understand she left of her own accord.
Not at all. The girl seemed a trifle hard of hearing. Couldn't hear my car on the driveway. Missed the postman's whistle constantly.
I see. And then there's the little dog. Seems to have been howling a bit.
Oh, if you look out of the window there in the back garden, eh? Seems quite contented, doesn't she?
Yes, she does. Well, thank you very much for the courtesy.
The inspector took his leave. When the door closed behind him, Henry Higley did some thinking. The next day, he spoke to Muriel.
How would you like to take a trip with me, Muriel?
Oh, you mean close at the house?
Why not?
I'm not sure I want to go away. Oh, you're a sweet man, Henry, but I live here.
You've no idea how we could live, what fun we could have. I can draw all the cash from the banks in 10 and 25-pound notes, so it wouldn't take too much room. And we could have a time in London, a real time. I'd buy some...
So Henry planned a little trip. And he took the trip. Oddly enough, Muriel didn't go along. A permanent tie was not in her plans at the moment. She stayed behind in the house with a little dog for company. All was quiet after Henry went away. Quiet, yes. Inactive? Oh, no.
Tell me, Mr. Marlowe, when did you last hear from your sister?
Elizabeth wrote us just after she moved into the house with her husband. I'm afraid we never answered her. The family disapproved of Higley, you see.
Oh, any particular reason?
Well, he was penniless. Elizabeth, as you probably know, has a nice income from quite a bit of capital. She bought the house, you see.
Yes, we heard about that. That's one reason we sought you out, Mr. Marlowe.
Are you intimating the possibility of trouble, Inspector?
There's always the possibility when a grown person disappears without a trace. And there have been rumors and a few odd coincidences. In any case, we checked the bank. The manager showed us these papers.
Oh, what are they?
A deed transfer giving full title to the house and property to Henry Higley. Is this your sister's signature, Mr. Marlowe?
Oh, let me see. I need my glasses, I'm afraid. Now then... Oh, strange. Looks like hers. But she's suddenly grown old. It wavers so. There, for instance. The L and the W and the Marlowe. Elizabeth Marlowe Higley. Inspector, I want to compare it with her letters. But I think I can say with reasonable certainty that this is not my sister's signature.
Thank you, Mr. Marlowe. Thank you. To all stations, alert for one Henry Higley, wanted for forgery. Notify all banks. The following serial numbers are of £25 notes connected with forgery case. Appearance of any of these notes to be called to the attention of the local police at once in the usual manner.
At long last, the hunt was on. The charge pending. Forgery. The days passed. Nothing was reported. Though an occasional banknote with the proper serial number did turn up in the ordinary course of business. Patiently, the places where the notes appeared were charted.
First Ramsgate, then Dover. A week later, Folkestone. I imagine we'll find he spent a few days in Paris. After that, Kingston. I expect we'll be hearing from London itself shortly.
From London itself.
How long does it take to change a mere £25? One would think the Bank of England had that much cash in small denominations lying about.
Beg pardon, sir. Are you the gentleman wanted to change this note?
I am.
Would you mind stepping this way for a moment, sir?
I'm rather in a hurry. Is something the matter with it?
With the note? No. My credentials, sir.
I see. Detective Inspector Andrews.
And you, sir?
Higley. Henry Higley. Why all the mystery, Inspector?
I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to come with us, sir. You see, the serial number of this banknote and several others have been published in a small matter of forgery.
Forgery? What's that to do with me?
I'm sure you had nothing to do with it, Mr. Higley, and that you will be most anxious to cooperate with the police. This way, sir, if you don't mind.
Henry did mind. His sense of cooperation became stunted quite suddenly. He found very little to tell Inspector Sterrett and Andrews.
Of course I drew the money. It was a joint account. I had a right to.
And what is your explanation of the transfer of the house?
There's none I can give you now. When Elizabeth returns...
Where is your wife, Higley?
She didn't say. Just staying with friends.
Any reason for that?
We had a quarrel. A lover's quarrel. She'll get over it when she comes back.
You seem very certain she will come back.
Have you any reason, Inspector, to doubt that she will?
No, not at the moment, nor any reason to doubt that you will be here awaiting her.
Do you mean to say you're thinking of holding me on charges?
Frankly, we are. You see, Higley, we did a little routine checking. We found that you'd been arrested 3 times, convicted once. In each case, the charge was swindling women who were old enough to know better. So we are holding you, Higley. And the charge is forgery.
Now, the direction of the search changed somewhat. Henry Higley was safe, and he'd remained so until Elizabeth Marlowe Higley was found.
We've no right to take the house apart like this. Mr. Higley will...
I'm sorry, my girl. We have a warrant.
I don't understand, sir. What are you looking for?
Not what, my girl. Whom? We're looking for Mrs. Higley.
In the cupboards and under the floor. No. Oh, it isn't true. It isn't. She went away.
They took the house apart and put it back together again. Nothing. They dragged the moat around the house. Nothing. Then they drained it.
There it is, Sterrett. Dry as it ever will be, and nothing. Not a sign.
Mud looks mighty deep.
It's a quagmire down there. Watch this. Takes that stone as if it were nothing. He couldn't have thrown a body that far out, and there's no sign of anything on the sides.
He might have waded out, Andrews. The water wasn't particularly deep.
He'd have gone in up to his waist if he'd tried that. You know, it takes good soil to make mud like that.
Yes, I noticed. Funny the way they let the garden go to seed.
Oh, it's not too bad. Except for that patch of stunted bush over there, where the dog's lying.
Yes, let's have a look at that, shall we?
You never quit, do you, Sterrett?
Human beings can't disappear without a trace. They just don't, that's all. Oh, that's a good dog. There we are. There. These aren't stunted, Andrews. These are new plantings.
You're right. Look here, the whole area, straight to the moat. This earth was turned, and fairly recently, at least 10 yards of it.
That's a ditch, Andrews, a ditch that has been filled in. I think maybe we ought to start digging hereabouts. Eight hours now, and still nothing.
There'll be nothing. Another good idea gone wrong. Shall I tell the men to stop?
Yes, you may as well.
Sterrett, that dog. She's found something.
Yes, something she's recognized. Get those lights over here, man.
All right, they're coming up here. All right, come on here.
All right. You can start digging again, but carefully now. All around that spot. It's pretty obvious, Andrews. There's a body attached to that lady's shoe.
And as I told you at the beginning of this story, that shoe reposes today in an honored position in the Black Museum. The medical examiner swore that a .32 caliber bullet had killed Elizabeth Marlowe. The ballistics expert testified the bullet had come from the gun in Henry Higley's possession the day of his arrest in the Bank of England. Another expert adjusted the noose, placed the white hood over Higley's head, heard the man whisper the admission of his guilt, and sprang the trap. Martha Webley has Patsy now. The little dog enjoys the fields around Webley's Inn. A fit reward, I think you will agree, for the faithfulness which brought her mistress's killer to final justice. And as I told you, the dainty shoe remains in its customary position in that big stone building on the Thames in Scotland Yard in the Black Museum. Now, until next time, until another story about the Black Museum, I remain as always obediently yours.
I'm back. Next up, we have another Orson Welles show, The Lives of Harry and Lime, which ran from 51 to 52 and was based on the 1949 film The Third Man, starring Orson Welles and reprising his role from the movie. In The Third Woman, we go back in the past, when Harry was a corporal in the army. During the war, he was ordered to a tailor on Savile Row for 3 suits, then told to report to the Savoy Hotel for a special assignment to act as a civilian, his reward upon completion to be promoted to colonel. This simple task winds up being far more complicated and devious than he could ever have expected. I love this story because it's so different than the usual ones that Harry Lime was involved in. Next up is Stranglehold from the FBI in Peace and War, which ran from 44 to 58, inspired by the crime book of the same name by Frederick Lewis Collins. Martin Blaine and Donald Briggs headed the cast. In this one, a woman's husband is murdered, and the man suspected of the crime thought he was her brother. Then The Queen's Men, which ran for a few months in 1954, featuring Canadian-born cast members about their adventures in the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Each show opened with the oath that the police give upon accepting their initiation into the force. In The Murder Without Any Clues, the story of an old murder is told where a dismembered head was found on a farmer's property and nobody recognizes the face. The story of finding the body and identifying the victim and then finding the murderer is a really fascinating mystery story. Then we have Fear from Nightbeat, that great crime drama starring Frank Lovejoy as Chicago Star reporter Randy Stone. Randy receives a letter from a man who threatens to kill him sometime during the night. Who and why? Great story. The suspense really gets ratcheted up during this one. It's one of my favorite Nightbeat stories. And then our last show of the collection, Gangbusters, which ran from 1936 all the way to 1957, one of the longest-running true crime dramas on radio. It was actually the sequel to the program G-Men, which dramatized FBI cases. Norman Schwarzkopf was the initial host, followed by Louis Joseph Valentine, the New York City Police Commissioner. In Case of the Quincy Killers, this one narrated by Peter F. Hartman, the former chief of police of Quincy, Illinois, the story of father and son criminals Philip and William Heinsohn is told, where they planned the murder of their employers in a lakeside resort in northern Iowa. A true story. This is really a fascinating crime story, told from both the criminal and the police point of view. All right, sit back and enjoy these great shows.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna, as those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. Harry Lime had many lives, and I can recount all of them. How do I know? It's very simple. Because my name is Harry Lime.
Yes? Major? Yes, come on, speak up.
Corporal Lime is here, sir.
Oh, he is he? Well, you can tell Corporal Lime I want to see him. Right now.
You know, it's funny, but all during my military career, I've never seemed to be able to force myself to be very fond of the brass. If you've got to have an army, you've got to have the brass, I suppose, but I don't honestly see why.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, in today's story, The Third Woman.
You know something, Corporal Lime?
No, sir.
If we could prove half of this stuff in this file, you'd be celebrating your 100th birthday in a military prison.
Yes, sir. I dare say so, sir.
Shut up and listen. You report to the address on this slip of paper. It's a tailor on Savile Row. The tailor has his instructions. He's to make you 3 suits, including the full soup and fish. And the whole outfit's to be ready in 48 hours. Isn't that awful?
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute, it gets worse. You go to the Savoy Hotel. You know where that is?
Yes, sir.
A room is reserved there for you. You'll register as a civilian. For purposes of cutting red tape, you're going to be a civilian. But here are your papers. You'll be taking a trip pretty soon. Yes, we're sending you away from all these bombs. It's discouraging. I tell you, this whole army's as nutty as a fruitcake. I didn't say that, did I, Lime?
No, sir, you didn't.
Look at these papers.
Yes, sir.
See how you're traveling?
Well, yes, sir, but this must be a joke.
Oh, it's funny, all right. But it's true. There's the Allied command is sending you on a holiday, Corporal Lime. And you're traveling as a civilian. With the rank of full colonel.
That's what I mean about brass. An unfriendly attitude. Unnecessary, I call it. Why couldn't the major have been nice? Well, if he was, I guess he wouldn't have been a major. Because if you look at it that way, I was going to have to begin changing my loyalties because according to my new papers, I was part of the brass now myself. I got my new suits, and then they sent me to see a certain Captain Smith. I don't think that was his real name. He was something very high in the hush-hush department, but that was the name I was to call him by when we met. This was all set up for midnight on the right side of Cleopatra's Needle. I tell you, the whole thing was so cloak and dagger, it made me want to giggle, but of course I didn't. I was very careful to play it straight. I didn't want to lose my nice new wardrobe.
I say, could you give me a light?
We're not supposed to show a light.
That's correct. And what was in the bottle?
Jenkins' ear.
Good-o. How did Morgan die?
He died a governor.
Splendid, Mr. Lime. All the answers perfectly correct. Silly questions, what? Silly answers, too, come to think of it. But the silliness makes it easier to remember, I always think. Mnemonics, don't you know? Right?
Right, if you say so, Captain Smith.
Yes, well, now let's get down to cases.
We've borrowed you from your people, Lime, because of your special qualifications. Languages, looks, a certain rather celebrated aptitude for the opposite sex, and a fair share of unmitigated gall.
Yes, sir.
Don't call me sir. Remember, this isn't the army, not strictly speaking. No, this is another show. What do you think of spying, Lime?
Well, I don't know. I never tried.
It's a dirty business, of course. Absolutely filthy. But then it's a profession like anything else.
Yes, I suppose.
For one thing, the pay is abominable. That's why so many of the regular pros turn double agent on us. You know what a double agent is, don't you?
Well, that's an agent who sells out to another power, isn't it?
Yes. We're on to most of that lot, of course. We use them when we can, but it's always sticky. No doubt about that, sticky. Well, first of all, of course, we're not dealing with soldiers or patriots, and no money arrangement is ever really final or binding. That's why we have to use pressure. Different sorts of pressure, don't you know? Blackmail, for instance.
Blackmail?
Listen.
Another one of those V2s.
That was in Chelsea. Appalling weapons, aren't they? Guided missiles. I'll tell you something, Lime, because it's going to be part of your job. This V2 is nothing. Jerry's getting ready with something a good deal worse in the same line. About 10 times worse, according to our information. Yes. Somewhere in Europe, more than 100 feet underground, there's a factory where they're busy perfecting quite a new thing. We've got to stop them, Lime. Want to help?
Oh, sure.
You didn't ever happen to meet a female named Brunel, did you?
No, I don't think so.
Brunel, also Brown, also Brune.
Well, that doesn't ring any bells.
No, well, maybe when you see her, there'll be a small chime or two. She's been around, and so I gather have you, right?
Well, I've been around a bit, Captain Smith, but I don't know your Brunel, or Brown, or Brune.
Reddish blonde, sometimes auburn, grey eyes, rather tall, speaks 8 languages perfectly, 5 or 6 more, well enough. She's been a professional agent for more than 15 years. Good at her work, too. Yes, she's quite valuable to us, off and on. This, it appears, is one of the off times. It's very much off. She was due to send us something rather important, you know. I gave you a hint about that.
Oh, you mean the new rocket factory? You mean Brunel has information about where it is and she won't send it?
Worse, she's given us false information. We think she really did manage to find out where this new guided missile thing's being built, and we guess she isn't telling us the truth because the Germans have some sort of hold over her. Yes, blackmail or something beastly. Now, we'd like you to see if you can't get some sort of line on just what it is. We don't really expect you to succeed, but, well, go down and have a try, won't you?
Yes, but what do I do? Where do I go?
You'll receive sealed instructions when you get on the plane.
On the plane?
Details, background, all that sort of thing.
Yes, but what do you mean?
You see that car across the way?
I see a car,
It's
but...
waiting to take you to the airport. Well, good hunting.
Pilot? Pilot?
Yes?
That doesn't look like the Bosporus to me.
No, it doesn't.
It looks like the Atlantic Ocean.
Yes, it does, doesn't it?
But don't you know what it says in my instructions?
Mustn't tell that, you know. Those instructions are supposed to be secret.
That's all very well, but I'm under orders to proceed to Istanbul, and here we are in... Where are we, anyway?
Well, this flight isn't part of your show at all. We just happen to be carrying you, if you see what I mean. A little out of your way, of course. There's an awful lot of red tape attached to getting in and out of these neutral countries.
But my instructions are...
Don't worry, there's bound to be someone of your chaps waiting to take you the rest of your journey tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, relax and enjoy Lisbon. We're coming in now.
Oh, so that's where we are.
Yes, you better fasten your seatbelt. Wizard place, Lisbon.
Sure enough, they had me all fixed up for a flight to Turkey in the morning. I wasn't complaining. There weren't any rockets falling on Lisbon. Anyway, it's always been one of my favorite places for having a good time. I checked into the hotel, changed into my nice new white tie and tails, and took a cab out to the casino at Estoril.
Comment vas-tu?
Geneviève, what are you doing in Lisbon?
My dear, in this city there are 2 things we try to avoid. The first is never, unless it's absolutely necessary, to address a friend by name. After all, you know one's name may not be one's name anymore.
All right, Nellie, what's the second rule?
It is a more strict one. We observe it very carefully.
Fine, but you can't just expect me to obey the law if I don't know it.
You asked me what I was doing in Lisbon.
Oh, well, that's it.
Sherry, no matter what the provocation, we never, never, under any circumstances, ask each other what we are doing in Lisbon.
Well, I'm perfectly willing to tell you what I'm doing.
Don't bother.
Why not? I've got a good job.
Oh?
Yes. I represent the biggest Swedish manufacturers of ball bearings, and tomorrow I'm going up to Stockholm.
To Stockholm, by way of Istanbul?
No.
You mean you know?
Chérie, in Lisbon these days, everyone knows everything about everybody, and no one asks anybody anything. The first is a question of pride, and the second of politesse. It's very warm in here. Shall we go out on the terrace?
Am I allowed to answer that one, or must I tell you in code? You like it here in Lisbon, Genevieve? Or am I breaking the rules again?
I have my work.
And, of course, I mustn't ask you what the work is. You know, I remember when you used to be a nice little hard-working confidence girl in Cairo. You were trying to avoid the cops of at least 5 different countries, but you weren't nearly so secretive. Okay. What are we allowed to talk about now?
Harry.
Yeah?
Why should we talk?
That's true. Why should we?
That was a nice kiss. You still do that very nicely, Harry, but...
What's the joke?
You are such a terrible spy.
I guess I am at that.
Listen, Harry, I've always liked you. I'm not working for your people, but I know what you're up to. Don't go to Istanbul.
I haven't got any choice, honey. I think I'd go anyway. You know me, curious as a cat. Why shouldn't I go?
They put you onto something terribly big, Harry, terribly important.
Well, that's very flattering, isn't it? Tell me, what do you know about a woman called Brunel?
Oh, she's been an agent a long time. I don't know her, but I've seen her once in Saint-Moritz and again in Deauville. I hear she's clever. They're watching from the terrace. Oh. I must go back now, but please, Harry, do not go to Istanbul. It's not the woman Brunel. It is the situation. I tell you, Harry, it's too big for an amateur. It's too big for anyone.
Oh, but they've given me a chance.
And why have they sent you? Because you are so experienced in espionage?
Well, no, of course not. That isn't the reason.
Then you know, Harry. You know why people like you are sent on missions like this?
No, I can't say that I do.
Because you do not matter at all, that is why. Because they don't care what happens to you, not one little bit. Because you are, how you say, expendable.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now, Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with today's story, The Third Woman.
We made good time to Istanbul with only a few nasty minutes, and I thought a couple of message minutes were going to get on our tail. But by 11 o'clock that evening, all my arrangements were made. I was carefully dressed once again in my nice new English white tie and tails. I made my way straight to Georgette's, an upholstered sewer masquerading as a nightclub, left my top hat with a check girl, and called for the head waiter.
Good evening, sir. You are alone, monsieur? Perhaps I can get mine here at table, near the floor, senor.
Where's Georgette?
I beg pardon?
You heard me, Georgette.
Georgette?
Yes, where is he?
There's no one here by that name, sir.
This is for you.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Please come this way. Through here, sir.
Thanks.
If you will step through the kitchen, sir. Here we are.
J'espère vous voir demain, chérie. Nous allons parler ensemble.
Excuse, please.
Yes, what is he?
There is a gentleman here who says he knows you.
Oh, yes, and who? Harry.
Hiya, George.
Well, Harry. Just a minute. Vous verrez demain, comme d'habitude, oui? Oui, au revoir. Well, Harry.
May I sit down?
I won't be able to stop you. What you after?
Information. Willing to pay for it.
With money?
With money. Top market price. You know an agent called Brunel?
Suppose I did.
Who's shaking her down?
Who wants to know?
People with the money, George.
There's a lovely American Cadillac, Harry. Custom-made body. I'll give you the address of the man who wants to sell it.
I'll drive it over to your place tomorrow. What's the address?
Not my address, Harry. That wouldn't be very discreet. There's a new nightclub out by the Pyramids.
The Sphinx?
You get around, don't you?
Want the car at the Sphinx?
Yes, leave it in the parking lot about midnight tomorrow. Give the key to the doorman.
And then what?
I'll have a table reserved for us inside. If you don't like what I tell you, you can take back the key. Otherwise, I drive home in a new Cadillac, okay?
The next day, I bought the car. That night, I left it in the parking lot by the Sphinx. I got a nice big salam from the Senegalese doorman when I gave him the car key. And inside, I found Georgette waiting for me at a ringside table. Oh, it's a nice place, isn't it?
Hello,
Not
Harry.
better than that flea bag of yours. What are you drinking?
Anisette.
Make mine a double scotch. Now then, let's have the dope.
I hate to do this, Harry. It goes against my principles.
Don't cut it out,
but,
Georgie boy. Let's get down to case.
The party you were asking about has a sister.
No, is that it?
A younger sister.
Where is she now?
She's in Istanbul, too, but she isn't free to move around very much.
You mean it's a snatch?
You might say she's been held as a hostage.
Who's doing the holding?
The young lady whose name, by the way, is Julie, arrived in Turkey 3 weeks ago for her holidays. She's been going to school in Switzerland. She hadn't seen her older sister for a year.
Come on, Georgette, where is she?
You might say, she's a guest at a certain embassy.
What embassy?
I prefer not to use proper names, Harry. Here's the address.
This way, huh? Germans.
I told you not to use any names, Harry.
Yeah, tough gang here in Istanbul, even for Nazis, ever since Van Papen.
One more name and I leave.
Not by car, sweetheart. The key the doorman's holding doesn't fit.
Crossing me up as usual,
Not
Harry.
at all. Here's the real key. You get it when you're finished.
Finished what? I've told you everything I know.
You told me Brunel's sister's been kidnapped by the
Keep your
Germans.
voice down, Harry.
Okay. Sister's being held in the German embassy. How long do you think they can keep her?
Your guess is as good as mine. I'd say for as long as Brunel herself can be forced to function effectively.
You mean as a double agent?
Of course. She must have got onto something good, and the Germans must be particularly anxious for her not to spill it. They're probably hoping to use it to lead your people just as far away from the truth as possible, and for as long as possible.
And what happens when Brunel gets tired of cooperating?
She's very fond of that kid sister.
Well, what happens to her finally, to Julie, I mean? They'll kill her, won't they?
Yes. I should think so. Waiter, bring me another anisette.
Yes? What is it?
Miss Brunel?
What do you want?
I came here to see you about Captain Jenkins.
What about him?
His ear is in a bottle. Also, there's Governor Morgan.
Come in.
Okay.
No need for all that rigmarole. I know who you are. You're Harry Lime.
That's
Used to
right.
run contraband out of Marseille in 37. I met you once in Monte Carlo. Now they've sent you from London. What's your message?
Sorry, I haven't got any message.
Nonsense. They've sent you here to tell me something. What is it?
The message is supposed to come from you, Miss Brunel. There's about 500 RAF planes waiting for the address of a certain rocket factory. The information is past you.
I've sent the information through the regular
It
channels.
wasn't information. The London people took the trouble to check up on it. What you sent was the location and description of a shoe factory in Norway. And Miss Brunel, do you know what they're actually making in that factory?
No.
Shoes. The London people think you have another address, Miss Brunel, and they sent me to get it from you.
I've always given perfect satisfaction.
Save it,
record
honey,
is-
save it. Let's get the whole thing down to facts. Fact 1, you know where that rocket factory really is. Fact 2, I know where your kid sister really is. Fact 3, get me the rocket factory, and I'll deliver Julie.
How can you do that? There are over 60 people in the embassy. She's up on the 3rd floor. There are armed
They're
guards.
giving a reception, aren't they, tomorrow night?
Who?
The German embassy, honey. Don't go stupid on me. I want an invitation.
But how can I do that?
You can do it. You're working for them, aren't you? Here's the name. I've squared it with the Istanbul police. You go on from there. Get me the invitation to that party, and get yourself 2 tickets for Switzerland.
You mean you really
The
think...
plane leaves at 4:30 in the morning. Bring all the information on that rocket factory to the airport. I'll bring Julie. Well, goodbye now. Sorry, but I've got to run.
Where are you going?
I'm going to play pinochle with the chief of the Turkish fire department. Well, goodbye for now. Promptly at 10 the next night, bearing my invitation from the Nazi embassy, courtesy of Miss Brunel, and wearing the best Savile Row white tie and tails, courtesy of the Allied Command, I paid my respects to His Excellency, the German ambassador.
Hi, Littler. Good evening, sir. Mr. Cotton,
Cotton,
isn't it?
yes.
Yes, I believe that is the name, Mr. Cotton.
Cotton is the name, yes, sir. Good evening, Mr. Ambassador. It's awfully nice of you to invite me.
Oh, it is our
Thank you very
pleasure,
much,
Mr.
sir.
Cotton. The German Reich is particularly interested in the development of industry.
Oh, yes, indeed.
I would like to put a few questions to you privately, Mr. Cotton. Won't you please step this way?
Well, Mr. Ambassador...
I won't keep you long if you will just step into the elevator.
All right.
After you, please.
Thank you.
It is rash to talk serious business in this large public gathering. We will be much quieter in my study.
Yes, I dare say.
After you, please. Through here, Mr. Lime.
Hey.
Put up your hands, Mr. Lime. High. And keep them there. This gentleman, as you can see, is armed, and this room is quite soundproof. He will not hesitate to use his gun.
Okay. Now what happens?
We will discuss that a bit later, Mr. Lime. Now I must return to my guests. Meanwhile, Gerhard here will keep you company.
Well, Gerhard, here we are.
Keep your hands up.
This says I'm stupid, Gerhard. Do you agree with him?
All the Americans are stupid.
Do you think it'd be stupid for me to try to get that gun away from you, Gerhard? Well, I suppose it would, but anyway, I'm going to try. Sorry, I only got you in the leg, old man, but I never was much of a shot. What I need today is to practice my marksmanship, and since this is such a nice soundproof room...
What are you doing?
What shall I try for, Gerhard? An arm or the other leg?
No!
All right, then. Where's the girl?
What girl?
It was your right hand, wasn't it, Gerhard? Now then, let's try for a foot.
No, she's in there. Through that door.
Okay, thanks. Julie!
What do you want?
I'm not one of the Nazis, Julie. You have to take my word for it. I'm your sister's friend.
That's the elevator.
The elevator?
They're coming up.
Bolt the door.
Won't do any good. This door is the only way out.
Well, there's the window.
No use.
The window's locked, isn't it? Here, give me that chair.
I tell you, it's no use.
1, 2, 3.
There's big gardens on this side of the house. No one will hear. And beside the embassy guards...
Now they're starting to break down the door. Jump, Julie.
Through the window?
Through the window. Where else, you little mug?
It's 4 stories to the ground.
Shut up and jump. That's the girl.
Put down that gun, Lime.
Look out below, Julie. I'm coming after you.
It's 4 stories, Lime. You wish to kill yourself?
Well, Mr. Ambassador, you told me I was stupid. Auf Wiedersehen. That night, there was seen in the streets of Istanbul one of the strangest sights in the history of that historic city. A procession of firemen bearing 2 bundles wrapped in canvas, rushed out of the German compound and boarded a fire truck, a gigantic hook and ladder. Then, out of the bundles, which were, of course, firemen's jumping nets, there emerged 2 figures, a young lady by the name of Julie and a gentleman called Harry Lime.
Where to, Mr. Lime? Where do we take you?
To the airport, and step on it!
Yes?
Major?
Yes, come on, speak up.
Corporal Lime is here, sir.
Oh, he is he? Well, you can tell Corporal Lime I want to see him right now.
Here I was back in London. Here was my old friends, the Major and Captain Smith, only this time the Major had a new sheaf of papers concerning my exploits on the desk in front of him. Less about Black Market this time and more about Harry Lime, the hero. I came to attention, saluted smartly.
Corporal Lime.
Yes, sir.
I've been reading your report.
Yes,
Very
sir.
interesting.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, there's just one thing.
Yes, Captain Smith?
Turkey is a neutral country. How did you manage to get all that cooperation out of the fire department?
Well, I used persuasion, sir. You'll find it all down on the expense account, Major.
I thought you might like to know, Corporal, that there was quite an air raid the other night over a certain factory on the Baltic Sea.
The Germans won't be making that new rocket, Corporal. Not for some time, anyway.
I'm glad to hear it, sir.
I suppose you think we owe the whole thing to you, don't you, Corporal? Well, we don't.
No, sir?
That air raid was held 3 nights ago when you were in Lisbon.
3 nights? But, sir...
Brunel wasn't the only source of information. Not by a long shot.
I'm instructed to tell you that the facts we were looking for were sent to us from Portugal, from an agent by the name of Genevieve. However, we're most grateful for your help.
I've been asked to give you this. Wait a minute, where did I put it? Sometimes I think this isn't a war at all, but a grand convention of lunatics. I didn't say that, did I, Corporal?
No, sir, you didn't.
I didn't think I did. Here you are. This is from the British with their compliments.
Oh, thank you, sir. What is it?
It's an address. We thought you might have lost it.
It's that tailor in Savile Row.
Yeah. They want you to return the suit.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
Well, one thing about Genevieve, she taught me a lesson. Now I understand why women make better spies than men. They're so obviously more honest. You know, you always presume they're lying and never even suspect that they might be telling the truth.
The FBI in Peace and War. The FBI in Peace and War is brought to you by refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Enjoy chewing Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day, as millions do. The lively, long-lasting flavor cools your mouth and freshens your taste. The pleasant chewing adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Another great story based on Frederick L. Collins' copyrighted book, The FBI in Peace and War. Drama, thrills, action. Tonight's story, Stranglehold.
Stephen speaking.
Steve, this is Dave. I have her outside here with me. You ready for us yet?
All ready, Dave. Come right in. Mr. Decker.
Yes.
She's coming in here now.
But she had nothing to do with this. I told you, nothing at all.
I know what you told me, Mr. Decker. Nevertheless... Oh, come in, Dave.
I don't know, Miss Jessup.
Let me get my hands on him, that's all.
This won't take but a
I don't
moment,
want to be in the
Miss
same room with him even that long. What are you waiting for, anyhow? He did it. He murdered Marty. What are you waiting for?
Linda.
You shut up. Don't you speak to me. Don't you ever speak to me again.
All right, Dave.
Come on, Miss Jessup.
I hope you get the chair. I hope they fry you.
Okay, Miss Jessup, that's enough.
Well?
She didn't mean it. Linda's all upset. After all, your own brother dying horribly like that.
Mr. Decker, Marty wasn't Linda Jessup's brother.
What?
They were man and wife, married for over 10 years.
Married?
I'm sorry, but you had to find that out sooner or later.
Linda and Marty married?
Mm-hmm. Don't you want to tell me what happened now?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
Would you care to smoke?
No, thanks.
Mr. Decker, when did you first find out that Linda Jessup was in trouble at the store?
What?
She told you she was in serious trouble, didn't she?
Oh, yes, she told me.
When? How long ago?
About 2 months or so, maybe a little more.
Why don't you tell me about that?
Well...
It always helps to talk things out. You'll be doing both of us a lot of good. How about it?
Can I change my mind about that cigarette?
Help yourself.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Well, the way I remember, it was one night after we'd worked late doing an inventory on the furs. And I noticed Linda was tired, and so I suggested the two of us having a drink before I drove her home. But when we got to the bar, I saw it was something more than just being tired. Something was on Linda's mind. Usually she was all laughing and being warm and friendly, but this night she was quiet and restless and drinking like I never saw her before.
Let's have another,
Another?
One for the road.
Well, okay, but aren't you hitting the stuff a little heavy tonight?
All right, if you don't want to order me a drink.
Oh, I didn't say that, Linda. Just that you never used to drink like this. What is it?
It's nothing. Nothing at all. I'm all right. I'm fine.
Is it the boss, Mr. Kruger, bothering you again?
No, I'm holding him at arm's length, all right. No, it's not the boss.
Okay, if you don't feel like talking, I won't keep at you. We'll have another drink.
Earl.
Yes?
What do you think of me?
What?
I mean it. You haven't known me very long. Oh, we've seen a lot of each other and had some laughs, but what do you really think?
Oh, come off it, Linda. What is it?
No, I want to know. It's important, Earl.
I think,
Yes?
Linda, if it wasn't for you and the way we've been, I mean, well, I just wouldn't care what happened, that's all.
Would you feel that way if you knew I'd done something very wrong?
You'd never do anything wrong.
If I had, what then?
The person you're in love with, you're in love with. It wouldn't matter.
In love with?
Oh, I guess you've known that. The only thing I didn't do was come on out with it. Linda.
Don't say anything more, Earl. Please don't. Earl, I've taken $2,800 of the store's money.
What?
$2,800 and juggled the figures to fit.
You don't mean it.
I do it. I mean it. Now what do you think of me?
I don't believe you.
Well, you will next month when the accountants come around.
Linda.
I didn't want to, Earl. Honestly, I didn't. But Marty was in trouble with some gamblers, and they said if he didn't pay up...
Marty, you took money because of him?
He's all the family I've got left, Earl. You've got to understand, you just can't stand by and see your own brother get beat up, maybe killed.
Why? Why can't you? He's no good, Linda. Nothing but trouble.
Well, I guess I'm nothing but trouble, too. I shouldn't have told you.
Now, listen. I've got almost $1,000 saved. Now, you have got to go to the boss, tell him the whole thing, tell him that you'll pay the money back, every cent.
Oh, sure, go to the boss. That's all I have to do. You know how he's been after me. You know how he'd be wanting me to pay him back.
Linda, you of all people, I still can't believe
I did it. I stole $2,800. I'm going to jail. Stop saying you still can't believe I'd do such a thing.
Oh, Linda, please, please. I'm sorry.
You got a handkerchief?
We'll work something out. Please don't cry. We will, Linda. I promise you.
Back to Stranglehold in just a moment. Friends, one reason it's a good idea to chew Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day is that it satisfies you without being rich or filling. You can chew Wrigley's Spearmint after meals, between meals, anytime, and as long as you want. You get your satisfaction from the delicious flavor and the natural, pleasant chewing. Wrigley's Spearmint Gum is wholesome and good for you. So make your daily treat Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. It's a treat you can trust for healthful daily enjoyment. Always keep a package or two of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum handy in your purse or pocket. Be sure to get Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Act 2 of tonight's story on the FBI in Peace and War, Stranglehold.
And what happened after that night in the bar with Linda Jessup?
Nothing. I tried to think of some way out for her, but I couldn't.
You didn't know she and her brother had their plan all set up, only waiting for the exact moment to approach you?
No, sir, I didn't. I suppose they had. They must have.
Okay, but there's such a thing as waiting too long. You got to spring it on him sooner or later.
Marty, darling, will you leave this to me? Earl's very sensitive. This has to be done just so.
Okay, sensitive. But the guy's also so nuts about you, he'd do anything you tell him.
Marty.
Okay, I said okay. Maybe I just don't like being cooped up in this room so long. I'm even tired of TV.
I know.
After all, how many Charlie Chan pictures can a man take? But not that I have anything against Charlie.
Marty, I know you don't like being cooped up, but don't forget those federal boys are still interested enough in you to...
Okay. I said okay, didn't I?
Yeah, you said okay. Marty, this is too good a thing to miss out.
Sure, I know.
I gotta let the first shock sink in. To Mr. Earl Decker, $2,800 is like $28 million.
Wait till he finds out you never took a dime.
Wait till he finds out you're not my big bad brother. You just leave it to me, honey. We need just a little more time.
Okay.
Just a few more days, Marty, and I guarantee Earl will be ready to do anything for me. Anything at all.
And were you ready?
I was ready. I didn't know Marty wasn't a brother. I didn't know he was wanted by the FBI.
Mr. Sharrow?
Yeah? What do you want? If it's about the room, there ain't any. If it's about...
My name is Johnson, Mr. Sharrow, Police Department. This is Agent Reynolds of the FBI.
Oh, why didn't you say so right off? Come in, I've been expecting you. You go right ahead in and sit down. The place is kind of mussed up, but the rumors keep my old lady hopping. Sit down, sit down. That chair is clean there. Sit right down.
Thank you.
Now, you want to know why I call the station house? Either of you gentlemen smoke cigars. I'm all out myself.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sharrow, we don't.
Well, like I said to that sergeant fellow who answered, I said, this is Reuben Sharrow, a United States citizen. I just saw a picture in the post office of a criminal I am sure was one of my rumors a ways back, and I want to do my duty and report him.
Mr. Sharrow.
Sir?
Inspector Johnson's already given me that information.
Oh, he has?
Yes, and I also told Mr. Reynolds that you asked about a reward.
Oh, you did. Well, like I said to that sergeant fellow, I said, I don't care about the reward, but if there is one, I'm positive this rumor was the man.
You're positive, Mr. Sharrow?
I've got two eyes, haven't I? Minute I saw that picture, I said to Sarah, that's my old lady, I said, Sarah, that is Mr. Jessup.
Jessup, eh?
That's the name his wife had over the mailbox.
His wife?
Well, I thought she was his wife. Maybe she wasn't. I always say live and let live and don't ask no questions.
Mr. Sharrow, would you mind telling us about Mr. Jessup and his wife from the time he or she first rented a room? I want to get the facts in some sort of order.
I forgot whether or not you said there was a reward for this kind of information, young fellow.
He didn't say, Mr. Sharrow, but if your information leads to Jessup's apprehension, there's a rather sizable reward.
It was in January sometime, about a week after New Year's. I remember exactly because Sarah, that's my old lady, she had a sign-up for a vacancy. And when this Jessup fellow and his wife...
And I didn't know Marty Jessup was wanted by the FBI any more than I knew he wasn't Linda's brother. All I knew was that the girl I loved was in serious trouble, and I'd do anything to help her.
And it was about this time that she called you.
Yes, sir. One night, very late, I got the frantic phone call from Linda. Hello?
Earl, this is me, Linda. Can you come right away?
Well, what is it? Where are you?
I'm home. I can't tell you over the phone, but hurry, please. Earl, come as quick as you can.
Oh, Linda. Linda, how terrible.
I don't even want you to see my back. Oh, Earl, it was so awful. Marty hit me and hit me.
Linda, honey, shh, I'm here now. It's all right.
Oh, Earl, I hated calling you like this, but I was afraid he'd come back.
I hope he does come back. I only hope he does. Your own brother. How could he beat you like this? Linda, how?
I don't want to talk about it, Earl.
But you got to talk about it. Linda.
You're hurting me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
I know. Oh, darling.
No, please, tell me what he said.
He said... Oh, what's the use? It's crazy.
What did he say?
He said he wanted to leave the country. He said I could be rid of him for good if I had the nerve.
Rid of him for good?
I don't want to talk about it, Earl. Really, I don't.
Please, Linda. If you had the nerve to do what?
To help him stage a fake robbery at the store.
To what?
Some night after work, he thought I'd stay until you and the others had gone, and then he'd come in and take enough furs to cover the money that I stole and pay his passage to South America.
Linda!
I know, it's crazy, and that's what I told him. He got in a frenzy and began beating me up. He said it wasn't crazy. It would fix up everything. He'd tie me up in a chair, and no one would ever find out what I'd done.
But you couldn't do that, Linda.
Well, that's what I thought at first, but... If I ever got rid of Marty and out of this mess, then you and I could get married. And besides, it'd only be a few furs. The insurance company would make it up.
No, but I mean, you couldn't. You don't know the combination of the vault.
Well, that's what I said to Marty, and he said maybe not, but I could get it. He said if Earl really loves you, like you say...
No, Linda, I won't let you do it.
No, I don't blame you. Maybe you're right. Maybe I should face it and go to jail. Maybe I should tell Marty I won't do it no matter what he does to me. Oh.
What's the matter?
Nothing. My side, I think. I guess I've been talking too much. Earl, you'd better go.
No, I'll stay.
You'd better. If you're not going to help me, I'll have to have it out with Marty sooner or later. I'll just wait till he gets back, Earl. You'd better go.
Back to Stranglehold in just a moment. Friends, when you chew Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, that good, delicious chewing just naturally helps to keep your mouth clean, fresh, and sweet. The natural chewing action helps to clean your teeth. The lively, refreshing flavor of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum sweetens your breath and gives your mouth a fresh, clean feeling. So you see, Wrigley's Spearmint Gum gives you more than chewing enjoyment and satisfaction. It's good, and it's good for you. Remember, too, Wrigley's Spearmint Gum is a long-lasting treat that satisfies you without being rich or filling. Get a few packages of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum next time you're at the store. Enjoy it often, every day, as millions of people do. Act 3 of tonight's story on the FBI in Peace and War. Stranglehold.
That's when you decided to help her, Mr. Decker? To give Linda the combination of the vault?
No, sir. I decided to help, but I couldn't let her take part in the fake robbery. I decided I'd have to do that myself.
You didn't realize that was exactly what they planned for you to decide?
No, sir, I didn't. I didn't realize that she and Marty had been faking other robberies just like this, right along.
To Stevens, FBI, Washington Confidential. Received lead from rooming house janitor on Martin Jessup and wife. Mail forward to Post Office Box, Bay City. And proceeding there at once. Will notify results. Sign it, Reynolds.
I didn't realize she and Marty had been faking other robberies. I didn't realize they were planning to take off with all the furs. All I knew was I had to help Linda get rid of that horrible brother of hers, even if it meant going through with a criminal act. Well, the following night, Wednesday, Linda and I worked late, and about 9 o'clock she went home. An hour after that, Marty came to the store. We pulled down all the shades, and I opened the vault. I hated the man and everything he stood for, but I sat quietly in a chair and let him tie me up as we had planned.
Okay?
No, tighter.
No, I don't want to stop the circulation, pal. You'll probably be here till morning.
Never mind, just get this over with.
Sure.
Where's the adhesive tape?
Oh, I got it, don't worry. You sure that's not too tight? My little sis would be real sore if anything happened to her Earl.
I'm sure.
I'm sorry I had to do this, pal. I'd give anything if I could have just gone away with dough I'd earned.
Just make sure you go away, that's all.
Oh, I'll make sure. Don't you worry about that.
And stay away, because if I ever hear that...
You have my word. We made an agreement, didn't we? Don't you trust me?
You better tape up my mouth. It's getting late.
Yeah, I guess I'd better. The only thing I regret is not standing up for my little sis at the wedding. Would you rather I stuffed your jaw with a handkerchief instead of this stuff?
Whichever is more professional, you ought to know.
I'd say, pal, more professional, only less comfortable.
Well, come on, use it then. Get this over.
Okay.
And hurry up. We haven't got all night.
Okay, I said okay. I guess we don't have to go through the routine, do we? Linda left the place early. The stick-up man come in through the side door, which was Jimmy's. You didn't see his face so good because he wore a mask. He forced you at gunpoint to open the vault.
I know the routine.
Okay, I just don't want you to bungle this for the sake of my little sis.
Come on. Put it down.
How's that?
Put it...
Can you breathe okay?
Mm-hmm.
One more strip will do it. I guess that takes care of you proper. Now just sit there nice and quiet while I haul out the furs. This is going to hurt your feelings a bit, pal, but it's necessary, believe me. Gee, what a stack of skins. Must be 300 here easy. I get a pretty penny for these. 50, 60 G's for sure. What's that, pal? I can't make out what you're spilling. Well, I gotta do it, pal. I'm sorry. An opportunity like this is too good to pass by. Oh, I'm going away like I promised, only I'm taking the furs with me. Everyone in the vault.
was taking every fur in the vault. That's what he told me. He removed them all from the vault, and I sat there, helpless.
It's necessary, pal. Where I'm heading, I need a fat steak like this.
I tried to break the cords, to open my mouth, to stop him somehow. I worked my chair toward the door of the vault.
Now, pal, don't take it so hard. The insurance company is paying for this, not you.
He kept on tossing out the furs. I wanted to shout to him, to make him stop. I wanted to fling myself at him, to throw my chair in front of him, something, anything. And then as I fought with the chair, I felt it falling. And as I hit the floor, I heard the door of the vault slam shut.
Earl, let me out of here. Earl, can you hear me?
I could hear him.
Listen,
but there was nothing I could do but lie helpless on the floor.
Every one of them.
I tried to move, but my arms were numb.
Can you hear me?
The tape was sealed tight on
Can
my
you
mouth.
hear me? Earl!
The only hope was that someone would come. But I knew they wouldn't. No one would come until morning, and Marty would slowly suffocate to death. I hated the man, I admit it, but not that much. If I could have helped him, I would have. But he was the terrible victim of his own plan. Slowly, agonizingly, his breath came harder. Until in the early hours of the morning, it came no more. And I knew Marty Jessup was dead.
A blue-ribbon grand jury believed Earl Decker's story, clearing him of the murder charge. But he was nevertheless indicted on a charge of conspiracy to defraud. Subsequently tried and convicted, he served 8 months of a 1-year sentence. Linda Jessup was given an 8-year term, thus loosening her grip considerably on the Strangle hold.
Remember, friends, when you want a tasty treat that satisfies you without being rich or filling, chew a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. There's lots of delicious, long-lasting flavor in a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, real taste enjoyment. And besides, you get satisfaction from the pleasant chewing. It gives you comfort, helps relieve tension, and helps to tide you over till mealtime. So do what millions do. Keep Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy and enjoy it every day. You can enjoy it as often as you want because you know it's good and good for you. Inexpensive, too. Be sure to get Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. In tonight's story, Elspeth Eric played the part of Linda Jessup. Eric Dressler was Earl Decker. This radio dramatization for the FBI in Peace and War was written by Jack Anson Fink. These programs are produced and directed by Betty Mandeville. All names and characters used on the program are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This program is based upon Frederick L. Collins' copyrighted book, The FBI in Peace and War, and the broadcast does not imply endorsement, authorization, or approval by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you real chewing enjoyment, invite you to listen to next Wednesday's story, Last Will and Testament, on the FBI in Peace and War.
I solemnly swear that I will faithfully, diligently, and impartially execute and perform the duties required of me as a member of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and will well and truly obey and perform all lawful orders and instructions which I shall receive as such, without fear, favor, or affection of or towards any person. So help me God.
The Queen's Men. For the first time, authentic stories of the world-famous Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Tales of men who for almost 100 years have helped to keep peace in Canada. The Queen's Men. The Queen's Men. True stories of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Names have been changed for family protection. And now transcribe The Queen's Men.
So my little nephew says, what if you haven't got any clue at all to a murder? Where do you start?
Well, how did you answer that, Sergeant?
I explained that there's always some kind of a clue. There's always something.
Yeah, I guess so. You know, I never run into one yet that didn't present something to go on.
Yes, Sergeant, well, that's a kind of good question. What if there weren't any clues? Where would you start? Guess I'll have to look that one up in the manual. Reason I ask, you remember Constable Henry and that murder case of his out in Alberta?
No, what case do you mean, Bob?
Well, as I remember hearing it, there was one murder with not a single clue to start with.
Oh? How did it go?
Constable told me about it when he was visiting our headquarters a couple of years ago. I recall it because it looked so hopeless. Nowhere to start. Not sure if I remember how he handled every step of it, but...
Well, let's hear about the murder without any clues. Where did he start?
He started by being pretty generally bored. He was stationed out in the ranch country where all that ever happened was a bit of cattle thieving. Constable Henry was a man of action, and after a couple of months of inactivity...
Tell you boys, if something doesn't turn up soon, just anything with a little life to... I'm fed up playing nursemaid to a team of horses and straightening out the quarrels of a bunch of bush sodbusters.
Constable Henry here, he figures he joined the force for a life of solid adventure, and it's gone and let him down. What is it in particular you'd like to occur, Constable?
Like I said, just something with some life to it. I don't mind telling you, man, I'm bored.
Why, that's pretty near treason. Who we got here?
Excuse me, busting in. Officer, can I talk to you a minute?
Certainly.
My name's Charlie Underhill. I just ridden in 30 miles from Aiken. Hey, listen, something awful's happened. Oh, dear. Do you mind if I sit down?
No, help yourself. What do you mean, Mr. Underhill? What's happened?
They found the head of a dead man back at my place this morning.
What?
Yes, sir, right on my property. Just the head. I saw it. Oh, it was awful. I figured I'd better ride over pronto and let you know. I don't want to get mixed up in no murder.
Now, let's have this story straight. Who found it?
A friend of mine, Fred Jakes. He was hunting for turkey nests, Sergeant. Are you, Sergeant?
No, Constable. This is Constable Henry you've been talking to.
Oh, well, howdy. I'm glad to meet you. Yeah. Well, I don't mean I'm glad. I wish I didn't have to get mixed up in this at all. You know, you fellas, you start getting suspicious of everybody and asking a lot of questions.
Now, look, hold on. We have a lot of questions to ask. You're right about that. But we're not suspicious of you just because this was discovered on your property. Not unless you start acting suspicious. Now, you say your friend was looking for turkey nests.
Yes, sir. It looked like the turkeys had scratched up this head.
Did anyone recognize the features?
No, nobody knows them, and there's no one missing round our way. Gee, that face sure looked awful. We figured the body must be around somewhere.
You didn't change anything or dig for the body?
I'll say now, we didn't touch a thing. No, sir. We figured it was a job for the police.
There was nothing else around?
Nope, nothing, no. That is, nothing but a black cap all covered with grease that my young brother Pete picked up a few weeks ago. Oh, he's wearing it right now.
Well, we'll ride back with you and have a look around.
Right now?
Yeah. Jack, you got the horses?
Yeah, right away.
Well, do you mind if I give my horse a drink before we start back?
No, help yourself. It's around the side.
All right, thank you, Constable.
Well, Ed, you remember what you were saying a few minutes ago?
What's that?
Wanted something to turn up, with a little life to it. Well, it turned up all right. But it sure doesn't sound very lifelike.
No, sir. It wasn't turkeys that dislodged this turf. Take a look here, Jack.
What is it?
Look at these claw marks and the gray hairs. Coyotes have been trying to get at that body.
You're right.
Can Dig a little more in this direction, boys. A little to the left of where you are now.
I hope we don't have to dig too deep, Constable. We're starting to hit a lot of stones here.
Now, my hunch is you're going to hit that body pretty soon.
All the earth I've turned over on this farm. Never thought I'd be doing this kind of excavating.
Come over here a minute, will you, Jack?
Did you find something?
No. I've just been thinking. You know, something puzzles me.
Yeah?
This murdered man is obviously a stranger around here. Not one of these farmers had ever seen him before.
That's right.
But the man must have been around here before he was murdered. Someone must have seen him alive. These sodbusters will pick out a stranger any time and remember him for months afterwards.
Well, of course, the corpse could have been packed here from a distance. The job may have been done, 100 miles away.
Yeah, but why take the chance of discovery by burying it right at a person's back door when the murderer had the whole wide-open prairie to choose from?
Maybe it's someone with a grudge against Charlie Underhill. Someone who wanted to throw suspicion on him. Maybe one of his neighbors, for all we know.
Yeah, you may be right. Maybe one of the same men who are digging for the body at this moment.
Hey, look, hey, Constable Henry. Come here, we've hit something here.
Come on, Jack.
You found the body?
Yeah, it looks like it. Looks like blue jean overalls he's got on there, too. Hard to tell exactly with all the dirt there. Keep shoveling, fellas. Go on.
Yeah, it's a body, all right. Looks to be still in a good state of preservation.
All right, keep going, man. We'll haul it out. Looks like we should find a few clues now, Ed. All right, men. I'll give you a hand with that.
Yeah. There he is.
Now, let's see what we've got. Well, the overalls have an Atlantic City tag.
Oh, fella came a long ways to get himself murdered, didn't he?
Nothing much in the pockets. Country Fair badge, dated October 18th. Piece of quartz and a pipe.
So all we know is he probably came up from the States within the last 3 months, lived in Atlantic City, attended a fair last October, and was buried here sometime in April.
April?
Yeah. Look at that shallow grave. If the ground wasn't frozen, whoever buried him would have dug deeper. And the body couldn't have been buried last summer, or it wouldn't be in such good shape. I'd say the grave was dug early this spring.
Say, you're right there, Constable. You know, I tried to stick a fence post around the end of April, but when I got down a foot or so, I had to quit. Frost was still in the ground.
By the bullet wounds in the head, he was shot twice behind the ear. Whoever did it certainly did a good, thorough job.
It's terrible to think of someone committing murder like that, you know, and right on my property, too. Say, maybe it was a suicide.
Charlie, suicides don't as a rule bury themselves.
Oh, no, I guess you're right about that, Constable. By the way, I noticed you sent all the other fellows home after they dug up the, what's his name here. Nice of you to let me hang around. Must say it's pretty interesting.
I'll confess our motive isn't to provide you with entertainment, Mr. Underhill. The body was found on your property. You mentioned your brother found a cap a few weeks ago. Was it around here that he found it?
Well, now, I never asked him. That's my young brother, Pete. He was just an old cap, all greasy. But he started wearing it.
Perhaps he noticed something else. I'd like to have a talk with your family next.
Oh, sure. I guess they won't mind.
Jack,
no.
You might start questioning the neighbors again. See if any of them can remember seeing a stranger around here a while ago.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Now, we'll see what we can put together this afternoon and compare notes back at headquarters.
Constable, this is my sister, Muriel Underhill.
How do you do, miss?
Muriel is Constable Henry of the Mounties.
This is a terrible thing that's happened. Finding what you did right on our property.
Yes, miss. I'm sorry I have to trouble you, but just a few routine questions.
Yeah, of course.
How many are there in your family?
There's Pa and Muriel and me and my young brother, Pete.
That's all?
Well, that's all, yeah,
Except another brother of ours. But he left home 15 years ago after Mother died. I've looked after the family ever since. Oh, Constable, haven't you any idea who the murdered man is?
No, but I imagine we'll get an identification sooner or later. Now, this other brother you mentioned, does he ever come home?
No, he doesn't. He writes now and then, that's all.
What's his name?
Duncan Underhill.
Uh-huh. Where does he live?
Oh, he moves around. We never know where he's going to turn up next.
Last time we heard from him, he was at, I'm afraid I can't remember. Charlie, do you remember the name of the place?
No, I never saw the letter, Muriel. You lost it, remember?
Oh, yes. Oh, I'll try to remember, Constable, if you think it can help any.
No, I don't think it matters much. The main thing I'd like you all to do is to think back, try to recall if you saw any strangers around here about April. And then I'd like to talk to young Pete.
Not a thing, Ed. Not one of them remembers seeing anybody in April who doesn't live in that area.
You think they're telling the truth?
Oh, it seems to me they are. What did you find out from the Underhill family?
Well, they don't know anything either. You know, I'm inclined to believe that these hard-working settlers wouldn't be implicated in a thing like this.
And where do we go from here?
Well, I did get one thing. Not much. This.
Oh. What is it? Magazines?
Half a dozen of them, sewn together with binder twine. The Underhill boy found them on a trail about the same time he found the cap, near the spot where the body was buried.
Let's have a look at them.
Well, I've already been through them. The only possible clue is this.
Huh?
If you look very closely here, on the cover, the top one, see?
Yeah.
Faint pencil marks.
Oh, yeah. What, is it a name? I can hardly make out.
Yeah, well, now look under the magnifying glass. Here.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Oh, it looks like N.L. What's that? Rayner, or...
Yeah, or Raymer. The I isn't dotted.
Well, as you say, it isn't much.
No. That name could belong to a total stranger to this area. The fact of it is, Jack, we have to trail down an unknown murderer with no clues other than a description of the victim, a greasy cap, and a bundle of magazines.
Well, if that's all we have to go on, I can only suggest that we get started right away.
In just a moment, we'll return for the second part of this true story of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the Queen's Men. And now we return you to the Queen's Men.
Report to Inspector Jeffries, RCMP Headquarters, Ottawa, from Constable Henry, Alberta Post. Search begun for slayer of man found buried on Underhill Farm. Accompanied by Constable Jack Howard, I first questioned neighbors in near surrounding area, then moved west, visiting farms and ranches, inquiring about two strangers seen last April. Could give only description of murdered man and carried with us his clothing. Response, nil.
Sorry, Constable, but that stuff you got don't mean anything to me. Blue jeans? Why, every man for 100 miles around wears blue jeans like that.
Yes, I'm aware of that, but look, this jacket is a little unusual. I'm hoping to find someone who remembers seeing a man wearing this jacket. Oh, yes, and there's the cap.
Here it is, Constable.
Thanks. I realize this cap is pretty standard, too, but it's all we've got to go on. So I'd appreciate it if you'd think back and try to remember if you might have seen a stranger around your ranch in April.
What did he look like, Constable?
Well, he was about 5'8", weighing approximately 170 pounds, sandy hair, blue eyes, thin mouth.
Sounds kind of ordinary. Not the sort of fellow you'd remember very long.
Yes, but he may have been in the company of someone else. The murderer. Well, we don't know that, of course, but we have no description of him. Look, please, try to think. Do you recall seeing a stranger or strangers in this vicinity about April?
Well, now, let's see. I don't, Well, now, wait. Yeah, there was a fella hanging around here.
Yeah?
Looking for a job in my ranch.
What did he look like?
Oh, no, that wouldn't be him. Why, come to think of it, that was a year ago, April.
Oh, I think we better move on, Constable.
Yeah.
Why don't you talk to Hank Alberton down at Crossroads Farm? He's a guy that remembers folk.
We've seen him. We've talked to everyone in the area. Well, thank you anyway, sir.
No, don't mention it. Good luck to you. Hope you find it.
Well, Time to start on the towns, I think, Ed. Stores, banks, land offices.
Yeah, and restaurants and hotels.
All right, Becky. We're going to hit the trail again.
The horses like to search anyway.
Yeah. They sure like to get out.
No wonder people look at us as if we're kind of crazy. A bundle of clothes and no idea whether it was one man or two. No idea their names.
Except maybe Rayner.
Or Raymer. Maybe.
Well, Constable, let's not get discouraged. Sooner or later, we'll pick up his trail. Hold still, Becky. And when we do, it'll just be a matter of time.
Yeah, all right then. We'll start scouring the town, starting with Gold Creek.
Right.
Come on. Yeah. He was short, with sandy hair, blue eyes, thin mouth. He may have registered in this hotel under the name of Rayner or Raymer. Please think back. It was probably in April. These are the clothes he was wearing. We believe he was from Atlantic City. Do you remember anyone answering that description, picking up mail here? It would probably be addressed general delivery. I'm sorry to bother you, ma'am, but if you could possibly remember anyone wearing these clothes coming into the bar around April? Short man, probably had an American accent. It'd help a lot if you could remember. I don't suppose there's the chance that you ever saw him.
Yeah, sure. I think I see that fella.
What? You do? Well, did he stay at your boarding house here?
Oh, no, but we used to eat at the same place. I remember on account of that jacket. I always liked a red jacket like that. I always wanted one. And I asked this fellow where he got it.
Do you remember what he said?
No, I can't remember where he said. Somewhere I couldn't get to, I think.
At Atlantic City?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, you taking this down, Jack?
Yes, I've got it.
Now then, look, do you remember this man's name?
No, not his last name. We used to call him the Kid.
The Kid?
That was what his buddy called him.
Well, then there was someone else hanging around with him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, big guy. I didn't like him much. Big 6-footer in black sombrero. Said they was looking for a quarter section around here. He was one of the Underhills. Duncan Underhill.
Underhill? Are you sure?
Yeah.
That's the one they say left home 15 years ago.
That's how I remember. This big fellow, this Duncan, he was asking about his family. Where they were living now.
And you directed him?
Huh?
You told him where they were living?
Oh, sure, yes. They got a farm about 20 miles out.
Yes, I know. Look, now, can you remember anything else about these men? Anything at all?
Like what?
Well, where else in town they might have gone, or who else knew them?
Oh, they only hung around a couple of days. Then I never saw them again.
Well, is there anyone in town who'd know the name of the young man that you call the Kid?
Oh, maybe down at the pool hall. They used to play a lot of pool, maybe, I think.
Good. Thank you very much for your help. Your information's been very valuable. We'll be back to talk to you later. In the meantime, I'd appreciate it if you'd go back in your mind and try to recall every detail of these men, their conversation, appearance, anything at all.
Sure, I do that.
Jack, you go down to the pool hall, see what you can find out. I'm going back to question the Underhill family again.
I don't understand that, Constable Henry, and I just don't understand it all. My brother Duncan. Well, I ain't seen him in 15 years.
Well, you're quite sure of that, Charlie?
Sure? Well, sure I'm sure. I wouldn't even know what he looks like.
Well, that's a funny thing, because the man I was just talking to swore he was in town in April.
Well, how do you know it was Duncan?
Well, apparently your brother told him.
Then maybe it wasn't Duncan at all, maybe some other fella. If he was a murderer, then naturally he might take another name, mightn't he?
Well, murderers don't usually take the name of an actual person whose family lives in the area. What does your brother look like?
Oh, well, now, 15 years ago. Oh, dear. Well, he was just a kid, Constable.
No pictures of him around anywhere?
No, not even a snap. Duncan ain't never cared much about his family. Only Muriel, she's the only one he even ever writes to. And what? Oh, well, that's a funny coincidence. The letter came for her from Duncan just today.
Where is it?
It's right there on the table. She hasn't come in yet. Say, what are you doing, Constable?
Is this the letter here?
Yeah, but wait a minute. It's addressed to my sister.
Well, I'm afraid I'll have to intercept this letter, Charlie.
Oh, you can't do that, Constable.
I'm authorized to do so. You say your brother had nothing to do with the crime?
I'm positive. Do I look like I'm lying?
No, you don't. I've always felt you were telling the truth, Charlie. So if you are, then this letter can't do any of you any harm. But it might answer a few questions for me.
I didn't get much information at the pool hall, Ed. They confirmed the descriptions, that's all.
Well, I found something, Jack.
That letter? What is it?
From Duncan Underhill to his sister Muriel. Postmarked McDermott, Alberta. Listen. Dear Muriel, I'm settled in here and found the piece of land I've been looking for, so thought I'd let you know. Don't give anyone my address, but if anything interesting happens, let me know so I can keep up with things. Incidentally, if you happen to get a letter from a Mr. Roller...
Roller? Rayner, Raymer, or Roller?
Could be. A letter from a Mr. Roller in Atlantic City, asking about his son. Forward it to me and don't bother mentioning it to anyone. Young Roller was thinking of buying in with me, but went back to the States several months ago. But before that night, I dropped in to see you. He said at the time that he wasn't going home and his father might start hunting for him. So like I say, if you hear from him, I'll be glad to help him any way I can. That's all for now. Best, son.
Well, this doesn't prove Duncan Underhill did the killing.
But it certainly bears out the story that he was in this area and that he knew young Roller.
You think the victim is Roller, then?
Well, I certainly suspect it is. But I'm afraid we'll have to get the boy's father up here from Atlantic City to identify him. I've already wired him, sent the report to Atlantic City Police.
Meanwhile?
Well, while we're waiting for identification, we'll contact the authorities in McDermott and make some inquiries about Duncan. It looks like we're getting warm, Jack, and about time.
Yes, that's my son, all right.
I'm sorry, Mr. Roller. Very sorry we had to expose you to this. Would you come into the other room now?
I've been worrying about him for months. He was always going off, getting one scheme or another. I never thought this would happen to him.
It's a vicious crime, Mr. Roller. And we're going to see that justice is done. You can be sure of that.
Anything I can do to help.
Did you ever hear your son mention a man named Duncan Underhill?
Underhill? No, I don't think so.
Tell me, why did he leave home?
He was coming up here to Canada to buy a ranch. I didn't want him to come all this way, but he said he'd been advised he could get a good buy up here.
Who advised him, do you know?
He didn't say. Just that it was a friend of his who lived somewhere around here, knew the country, knew the values. Someone whose family had always lived here, he said.
That sounds like Duncan.
So my boy set off with all his money.
Money?
Yes. He just got a legacy from an uncle of his. $10,000.
Ah, there we are. Up to now, there's been no motive for the crime. $10,000 would be quite an incentive, I should think.
I've got some information on... Oh, I'm sorry, Constable. I didn't realize.
Now, this is Mr. Roller, Constable Howard.
How do you
How do you do?
What is it, Constable? Anything on Underhill?
Yes. He's going by the name of Tom Spaulding. Got a ranch just outside McDermott. Bought it 2 months ago for $10,000 cash.
Hey, Jack, over here.
Oh, there you are. I didn't recognize you in your slouch hat and dungarees.
You look pretty good yourself. I don't think Duncan will spot us. That is, if he ever turns up at this saloon.
Well, they seem to think you'll show sooner or later.
You tried his ranch again?
Yeah, I just came from there. Say, what happened when you talked with Muriel Underhill?
Well, she finally broke down and confessed that Duncan dropped in at the farm in April, late one night. None of the others knew he was there.
So Charlie was telling the truth?
Yep, he didn't know a thing about it. The sister's pretty worried. I think she suspects Duncan did it, all right.
Hey, Ed.
What?
There's our man. Just came in.
Yeah, it looks like him. You're right.
Yeah, someone talking to him. We better wait until he's alone. Less chance of starting a brawl.
Come on, we'll stroll over towards him.
Sure, you do that, Harry. You give me a price on the steers, and I'll think it over. All right, so long.
Excuse me.
Yeah?
Are you Tom Spaulding?
Oh, yeah. What do you fellas want?
You mean Tom Spaulding's the name you go by?
Well, sure, it's the name I go by.
Wasn't Duncan Underhill good enough for you?
What do you mean?
All right, you just come along with us. I'm Constable Henry of the Mounted Police. You're under arrest for murder.
And that's the way it happened. Arrested him and proved him guilty, too.
1 minute it looked like they didn't have a thing to go on, and the next they were hot on the trail.
When I tell this to my nephew, I wince when I think of his surefire remark.
And what's that?
And it's true, isn't it, Uncle, that the Mounties always get their man?
The Queen's Men. Authentic stories of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Music under the direction of Sidney Torch. Script and adaptation under the supervision of John Adaskin. Produced and directed by Harry Allen Towers.
Night beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star, which is as good a way of making a buck as any if you like walking and nobody's hiring mailmen. Yeah, I'm real bitter tonight. It all began with a column I wrote, a few months ago, about a fire in a little nightclub over on the north side and the panic that followed. Afterwards, I couldn't get that panic out of my system. Human beings reduced to the level of animals. All they had to do was walk calmly out of the building. But no, they tore and smashed and clubbed and clawed, not caring about anything but their own precious skin. And so 3 people were trampled to death. It griped me, and I wrote in my column that we were all a lot closer to the jungle than we realized when human beings could act so vile and so ugly in the face of fear. A couple of hours later, the galley sheet of the column was tossed on my desk, and, as usual, the proofreader had found a dozen mistakes in my spelling. But something else was added. Across the story was written, "Too bad the human race doesn't come up to your standards. Signed, Fraser." I don't know, maybe I was feeling a little bad about the column myself, but it kind of got under my skin. I put in a call to the proofreader's desk to have Mr. Fraser drop around. I'd hardly hung up the phone when a little dame about 70 years old, 5 feet tall, but hard as nails, came down the aisle. Pencils sticking out everywhere from her gray hair and her celluloid eyeshade firmly in place.
Mr. Fraser's been dead for 38 years, but if you don't mind talking to his widow...
Now, you sit down. I just called you over to punch you in the nose.
Oh, you want to do it here, or should we go down to the alley?
I'll take a rain check. It's too soon after Mother's Day.
You burned me up, putting yourself on a pedestal. Shame on you.
Well, you weren't at that fire. You didn't see those nice human beings tear at each other like tigers.
And you've never really been afraid, have you, Mr. Stone?
Oh, I don't know.
Of course you don't know. That's what makes me sore. You don't know what real panic can do to you. It can tear you apart. It can poison you.
Don't kid me, Fraser. You've never been afraid of anything in your life.
Oh, not much I wasn't. You ever hear of the lakeside? No, that was when you were still in Cotton Triangles. Well, it was a vacation ship, and it tipped over in Lake Michigan, and I was on it. And let me tell you something, laddie boy. I tore and clawed and ripped with the best of them. Sure, I was ashamed afterwards. But it left me with something more than shame. It left me with understanding.
Well, maybe.
The only way to understand hunger is to go without food. You won't ever understand fear until you've really been afraid. I mean afraid in every drop of blood, in every nerve. Then you'll understand it. And maybe you'll climb down off that pedestal. Now, is there anything else you wanted to say to me?
No, but thanks for letting me talk myself out.
Okay. See you around. Oh, and another thing.
Yeah.
You spell like a 2-year-old. I before E except after C. Will you please remember that?
She was a doll. I wasn't going to argue with her about anything, spelling or fear. Except that, being a strictly no-hero type guy, I'd still like to see the day that anything could turn me into the savages I saw at that fire. And that was the end of it. For a few months, anyhow. Until I got the letter. This letter was on top of the pile. Nothing unusual about the envelope. No return address. Postmark, Winona, Illinois. Dear Mr. Stone, I'm mailing this letter so that you will receive it on May 24th. It is important that you receive it then, because after that you would not receive it at all. You see, sometime between the evening of May 24th and the following morning, I am going to kill you. Oh, anonymous. Well, yeah, that figures. Going to kill you. I realize you will instantly decide that I am a harmless crackpot. Oh, instantly, brother, instantly. And I am counting on that to keep you from going to the police. Let me assure you that I have no motive for killing you. I know you only through your newspaper column, and you know me not at all. But then what motive has the hunter of the fox beyond the excitement of the kill itself? Brother. I selected you as my victim because as you walk the city at night, you make a very excellent target. And also because, obviously, from your writings, you are an intelligent man. Oh, flattery's going to get this kid nowhere. I am writing you about my plans because I want you to spend every second constantly on guard. I want you to wonder about your fate, wonder when it will happen, and how. A knife, a gun, poison. Whatever way I choose, I assure you, I will trap you in a most unusual fashion. Well, thank you and good night. And I tossed the letter from Winona, Illinois, into the wastebasket. Everyone who wrote a column got one of these every so often. The world was filled with such goofs. By the time I started on my night beat that evening, I couldn't even tell you the exact words of the letter. By the time I made my regular stop at Gus's beanery around 9, the letter from Winona was gone from my mind. The beanery was empty. I went over to the counter.
Evening, Mr. Stone. Hey, your paper call. Kindly give the switchboard a ring.
Ah, thank you. What's the soup du jour, if I may be so bold?
What's always the soup du jour at this establishment? Whatever won't go down the garbage disposal, mixed with liberal amounts of Lake Michigan's finest.
You make it sound heavenly. A large bowl. I'll call it. As I dialed the paper, I idly watched the seedy little character push his face against the restaurant's plate glass window and then come slowly into the place, shuffling uncertainly. Then the gal at the paper answered, and I turned to the phone.
Chicago Star.
This is Stone. What small crisis are we faced with tonight?
Oh, Mr. Stone, you had a long-distance call. Let me see. Here it is, from somebody in Winona, Illinois.
That letter?
Did you say something?
No. Go on.
Well, the party seems terribly anxious to reach you. He left a number to call in Winona, said if he didn't hear from you within an hour, he was coming into the city to find you. That was almost 2 hours ago.
Did he leave his name?
No, just a phone number. 1836. But like I said, he called 2 hours ago, and he said that if...
Yeah, I know.
Well, you might try him, though. He really seems desperate to find you.
Oh, well, good for him. Thanks, kid. As I hung up the phone, I noticed that my stomach muscles had tightened ever so slightly, and the palm of my hand was just a little damp. I called the Winona number like a real sucker, and the phone rang on and on at the other end. And I got the mental picture of some wild-eyed loon sitting in a dark room, hearing the phone ring and shrieking himself silly at having fooled me. And then I turned and started walking back to the restaurant counter. I noted that the seedy little character who'd come in while I was on the phone, with every seat in the restaurant empty, had chosen the seat next to mine. There he was, nursing a cup of coffee right next to my bowl of soup. I kind of smiled inwardly at the odd little feeling that gripped my knees for an instant and was gone. I sat down beside him, looking at his reflection in the long mirror behind the counter. A watery-eyed, moth-eaten little character in a frayed coat. I salted my soup, reached for the spoon, and then I realized humorously that the feeling that had been in my knees was now in my wrists. Well, let's face it, Randy, old boy, old kid, old top, this is undoubtedly the killer, and he has unquestionably spilled strychnine into your soup. I grinned to myself, wondering why the grin kind of caused my lips to ache. And then I dipped my spoon into the soup. Only, you know, it was a little funny how he'd chosen the seat next to mine, with a whole restaurant at his disposal. The spoon of soup was on its way to my lips, and that odd feeling had now settled in my elbow. Ah, knock it off, I thought. Act your age. You're a big boy, Randy. Drink the soup. But it was an amusing thought. I mean, Winona was only 40 miles from Chicago, and he would have had time to get here by now. Ah, the soup, kid, yeah. Well, the soup had reached my lips, and my eyes automatically went to the big mirror. He was staring straight at me, expectant. I put the spoon down. Gus, come over here, will you?
Sure. What can I do for you, Mr. Stone?
My soup got cold. How about another bowl?
Sure thing. It's a break for the cat.
Oh, no, not the cat.
Huh? Why not the cat, friend?
I'm sorry. Forgive me. I'll be going.
Now, 1 second. Why not the cat?
Fine soup like that? I sure wouldn't mind if the soup wasn't so warm.
Why?
That bowl of soup. You were away. It drew me like a magnet. It became the most wonderful thing in the world, sitting next to it, inhaling its spicy aroma. Oh, it's frightening how one's values change. It's very frightening. I'll be going now.
No, wait a minute. The soup is fine for me, Gus. Serve this gentleman the hot bowl and see what else he'll have.
Sure, Mr. Stone. I always made my own way. Sometimes everything gets out of hand. But really, I don't want charity.
Well, take my word for it, sir. I owe it to you. I left the beanery a little after 10, feeling like an idiot junior grade. Back to work, wandering the lonely places of the night, looking for my story. The railroad yards where kids in overalls flipped off the freights and brushed the straw from their jeans, thinking, Chicago, here I am. Past the produce markets beyond the loop, where trucks were already coming in and loading their crates of fruits and vegetables. Through the narrow canyons of the downtown financial district, deserted, empty. The night wind whipping the scraps of paper that was so vital yesterday into the gutter. But tonight the story wasn't there. It wouldn't come. Tonight something was gnawing at me, and I kept pushing it away, trying to shame it out of my system. I couldn't shake it. Finally, I stopped in at a gas station. It was closed for the night, but the phone booth was open. But Winona 1836 was never going to answer. Then the newspaper again to see if they'd heard from him.
Oh, yes, Mr. Stone. I was trying to reach you. He came in all right more than an hour ago.
He's there now?
No, he hung around a while. He seemed so agitated. Then he said he'd find you himself and left.
What does this character look like?
Gee, how would you describe... Well, average-looking fellow, only excited.
Oh, great. Mm-hmm. Listen, if he comes back, you very quietly dial P051313. You understand that?
But that's the police.
You catch on fast, baby.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's more mystery later this evening with 2 rough and tough crime fighters. There's the amazing Mr. Malone, a daring private detective equally proficient at romance or solving murders, followed by the man called X, an intrepid soldier of fortune played by Van Heflin, who travels to all the dark and mysterious corners of the world, combating the evils of international intrigue. Yes, there's action and adventure every Friday here on NBC. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
After the gal on the switchboard had told me that my chum from Winona was now in town, I stayed in the phone booth in the deserted little gas station to call the police. A crazy man somewhere in the dark city looking for me. No, I wasn't having any.
Hello?
Oh, hello. Give me Captain Barton.
Barton speaking.
Oh, Captain, this is Randy Stone of the Star.
Yes, Randy.
Look, some screwball is out gunning for me. I think I need some help.
A little slower, Randy.
I got a letter from this guy. I thought he was just a crank, but
I can't understand you. Talk slower. Relax, Randy. This doesn't sound like you.
Well, it is me. It's me, all right. Now, look, I don't know who this guy is or when he'll decide to move in. But it's not so good for the nerves, Captain.
Now, wait a minute. Start from the beginning.
And then I heard the sound. Someone tapping on the glass door of the phone booth. I turned. It was dark, but I could see his face, wild and excited.
Hear what I said, Randy? Do it slow, Randy.
I don't even remember hanging up the phone. I felt my throat closing up. He was a slight fella, his hands hammering against the glass door. He looked extraordinarily white and strong. I opened the door quickly.
Thanks. Sorry to have to cut you short like this. But boy, I think this is it.
Huh?
Her pains are coming every 3 minutes now. And the doc said when they start like that, to call him quick. Man, am I nervous. It's my first kid, you know.
He was nervous. I started walking fast, trying to find a cab, so that I could get to the police station and make that lughead Barton understand what was happening. Only none of the cabbies ever bothered with this neighborhood this late at night. Warehouses, small factories, lofts, everything shuttered up for the night. 100 times I'd walked this street without ever realizing how completely lonely it was. A figure was coming the other way. Without even thinking, I crossed the street to the other side. And the figure went on. Now I wasn't wasting any time telling myself what a dope I was. I wanted to get to that police station fast. There were no cabs, but a block ahead was a subway entrance. I hurried toward it, all my nerves jangling. I figured maybe a cigarette might make me calm down. I ducked into a doorway, struck a match. As the match burst into flame, I saw I wasn't alone.
waiting for you.
For me?
You, the bonny Prince Charlie. Harry S. Truman, the man on the flying trapeze. Anybody with a pack of cigarettes and a social conscience.
Here, take the whole pack.
I thank you, for you have made me king of the night. Now, till dawn, I will stand here and let the galaxies entertain me. Sagittarius, the Pleiades, Perseus, the tiny North Star, dancing all of them to the music of our thrashing earth.
Oh, fine, great, thanks. See you around. I kept on walking, thinking, Riley, any other night, what a kick I'd have gotten from shooting the breeze with a guy like that. Poet of the darkness, his study, any alley, any doorway of the city. But tonight, all I wanted was to reach the subway up ahead and get to the police. And then I was standing before the subway entrance. But it was dark, and across the entrance was the sign, closed after 10 p.m., Fullerton Station open. Fullerton Station, that was 4 blocks across town. Everything was against me tonight. The whole city was against me. Every building and every street. For the first time in my life, it was all strange. I hated it. I hurried toward Fullerton, through an area of condemned tenements now being torn down for a housing project. Everything broken and shattered against the night. But beyond the ruins, the lights of Fullerton Street, the subway, safety. The word had never meant much to me, but now it meant everything. I was walking very quickly, trying with all my willpower to keep from running. My heart beating too hard inside me and my nerves feeling them tighten. And I stopped. I looked around me frantically. Not another soul. The bulldozers and other heavy equipment standing alone in the streets. The smashed buildings, nothing else. And then I realized the voice was coming from the building just to my right. An ancient, sprawling apartment house. 2 upper stories already demolished, but the lower part still standing. I rushed over to the building. The windows were boarded up, but the boards were rotten, and I threw one aside. Are you in here?
Yes, please help me. Hurry. Trap. Falling. Timber. Hurry.
I ran to the arched entrance of the building, also boarded up. Even in the darkness, I could read the large sign nailed across the front, Condemned, Danger. I tore the boards aside. And I went into the building. It was like looking into a cave. The faintest moonlight from outside revealed broken floors, smashed walls, and narrow hallways leading off in all directions.
Hurry. Whoever you are, please hurry. I can't hold out much longer. Can't.
I looked through my pockets for matches. There were none. I'd given them to the philosopher. Have any idea where you are in relation to the entrance?
No. Came in by the drywall place. Wall collapse.
Oh, look, fella, I can't find you in the dark. I'll go for help.
No, please don't leave me alone. Can't hold out much longer. Timbers. Sitting me down. Don't leave me.
All right, but keep talking. I'll try to follow your voice. You tell me if my footsteps seem to be getting closer.
Yes, I will. Thank you.
I went down what had apparently been the main hallway. Rooms arched off in every direction. I stumbled. I crashed through rotting floors trying to reach. Empty room after empty room. Some dimly lit by the moon, most of them in deep, suffocating darkness. Keep talking. Your voice sounds closer.
Okay, yes. You seem closer to me.
I'd gone down at least half the length of the building. Once I looked back, and the front door seemed so far off now. Gave me a strange feeling.
Think really supposed to fix something, don't you? You never know it's going to catch up. How or where.
Mister, why did you stop?
Why did you say that?
What? I don't get you.
You never know when fate will catch up to you. How or where. That's what the letter said.
What letter? Mister, what are you talking about? Step on it, Mister. Hurry.
How long have you been here? Answer me.
Hours.
Why didn't somebody else find you? Why did you wait for me?
Mister, can't answer the question. Get out. Come on, will you?
But I couldn't move. The blackness seemed to close me in. I started having trouble breathing.
Come on. You're close now.
Close, yes. His voice seemed to be right ahead of me.
Come on.
Or behind me. Where was it? Was he waiting for me there in the darkness, waiting to spring at me, a gun in his hand or a knife?
Come on. What are you doing, Harry?
His voice didn't sound right. It didn't sound right. He was only pretending to be hurt. He wasn't hurt at all. Oh, no, stop it, Randy. Get a control of yourself. You gotta help him. But no, I couldn't move. My legs had turned to stone. I couldn't budge. Completely at his mercy, this crazed man. I'll trap you in a most interesting way. What was that? I thought I heard a movement. He was coming for me through the darkness. I had to get away.
Sit down, Randy.
Yeah, thanks, Captain. Thanks.
Hey, you look terrible. What's happened?
Well, I started telling you over the phone. This crazed loon sent me a letter saying that he was going to kill me. He was going to trap me.
I know all about the letter. The guy's right in the next office.
The next office?
Sure. He came into town a couple of hours ago. Send Mr. Harris in. He was here when you phoned. I was just kidding you along, and then before I could tell you, you hung up.
But he couldn't be.
Mr. Harris, this is Randy Stone, the man you've been trying to reach.
Oh, Mr. Stone.
You? You're the one who sent the letter?
Oh, no. No. I'm the tenant there at the sanitarium.
Sanitarium?
Yeah, for the insane. It's a private one in Winona. I should have known better, but, well, he seemed so rational at the time.
What are you talking about?
The letter. You know, the letter, he gave it to me. He asked me to mail it as a favor to him. Said he was sending you a letter of appreciation for your fine column.
But wait.
Oh, I know it's against all the rules to mail the letters without the superintendent reading them, but, well, like I say, he seemed so rational, and then after I mailed it, then he told me what he'd written. Well, that's why I've been trying so desperately to reach you. Because I could get fired if it ever came out that I...
You mean he's up in Winona, locked up?
Oh, sure. Sure, you don't have to worry about that.
Captain, get a car and for God's sake, hurry. Yes, the poor guy in the abandoned apartment was still alive when we got to him, but no special thanks to me. I felt like such a fool, I didn't know how I was going to live with myself. And then I remembered somebody. And even if it was just a little after 3 in the morning, I went calling. When she saw who it was, she reached for a coffee pot to bang me on the head, but when I told her about tonight, well, she added water and put the coffee pot over a high flame instead.
So you had to wake me up to tell me what a bum you are, huh?
Yeah, no different from the others. Clawing, tearing.
And just why should you be different, lover boy? You a special design or something? After the Lord finished with you, he threw away the pattern?
Okay.
Don't you get it yet, brain? We're all in the same jungle. And fear is what keeps us there. And the only way we're ever going to get out is hand in hand.
Well, that sounds great, but what about me? How do you ever get over feeling like a worm?
Oh, there's a way. I'll give you some of this poisonous brew, and then I'll whisper the secret into your little pink ear.
It wasn't much of a secret. All she did was send me down to the office, back to the typewriter, to put it all down, every word, and in the first person. And you know, maybe it's the same with fear as it is with a lot of other things. As soon as you stop hiding it, as soon as you share it around, the sting is gone. But, brother, fear is a deadly weapon that makes the atom bomb look like a squirt gun. Maybe the day we all stop being afraid, maybe that's the day the new world they all talk about will officially begin. Anyway, I guess the article I wrote was okay because when it got back to me from the copy reader's desk, scrawled across the front in that bold, angry hand was, "Welcome back to the human race, but your spelling is atrocious." Okay, Fraser, I love you too. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis.
Now, Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
Gangbusters presents The Case of the Quincy Killers. Who didn't know that a railroad ticket in the hands of alert detectives could be a one-way ticket to the gallows?
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable Peter F. Hartman, former Chief of Police, Quincy, Illinois, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Now, Chief Hartman, before we begin, I'd like to remind our listeners about a special feature at the end of tonight's program. It shows how a girl of 12 and a boy of 14 helped capture a dangerous kidnapper.
I'm quite anxious to hear that myself, Don Gardner.
Well, Chief Hartman, let's get to tonight's case.
Well, Don, it's not very often that a situation such as this arises in society. I've been a police officer myself for 23 years, and this was the first time I ever ran into anything like this case.
Well, why don't you start right in, Chief Hartman?
All right, Don. Let's begin in the city of Quincy, Illinois, one spring evening a few years ago. In a small two-story frame house near the International Shoe Company factory, a man sat on the living room sofa. He was there calling on Mrs. Angela Brooks Stover, already twice widowed. Angela was seated at the old melodeon, and the music coming forth seemed to be a hymn.
Left for me.
Angie.
What?
Don't you know anything except church music?
It's music, isn't it? I learned it when I was a child, and I've never learned nothing since.
Well, you ain't a child now.
My husbands liked my playing. Both of them.
Is that what killed them?
Will Heinze. I'm never going to invite you back for another evening.
Don't then.
Will.
Huh?
I baked a cake this afternoon.
What kind of cake?
Chocolate. With white inside.
Well, let's have some.
You know, I baked every day for both my husbands.
Is that so?
Every day.
Now, look, Angie, you're not hooking me for number 3, so if you're going to make hints, good night.
Will, what's the matter with us getting married? Is there something about me you don't like?
No, Angie, it ain't that. But...
Certainly time he was getting married.
Well, it's my father. There'd be nobody to look after him.
Since when's he sick in bed and look after himself? It's you that's clinging to him.
Now, wait a minute. I can take care of myself.
If you didn't have that old goat to drag around with you, maybe you'd get someplace in this world.
Pop is plenty smart. He's smart enough for me to listen to.
You're just scared of him, that's all. Like any minute he was going to take you out in the woodshed. Like you were still running around in knee pants.
That ain't so, Angie. You got more company?
No.
Well, who you expecting?
Nobody. I don't think anybody.
Well, don't stand there. See who it is.
All right. Yes, what? Oh, Mr. Heinze.
Yes, Mr. Heinze.
Will, it's your father.
I guess Will knows me when he sees me.
But won't you come in, Mr. Heinze? I was just about to serve chocolate cake.
Well, I like chocolate cake. If it's good. Will, I want to talk to you.
Angie makes good chocolate cake. Huh?
The best. And I got some coffee up.
Well, then go get it. Don't stand here talking about it. The eating is the proof of the pudding.
All right. Make yourself at home, Mr. Heinze.
I will.
Well, what's the matter, Pop?
Well, if I was a younger man, I'd take a stick and pound some sense into your head. Sit down.
Oh, Pop, I don't really mean to marry Angie.
Angie, huh? There was 2 policemen around the house looking for you. They said Klinger's hardware store was broken into, and they think you did it. Now, did you?
Pop,
Did you?
Well, yeah.
All these years I've been teaching you, all these years I've been trying to make a man out of you.
I'm sorry.
Too late
Pop.
to be sorry. Got no respect for your father. Why don't you at least wait until I'm in my grave?
Pop, don't talk like
Breaking
that.
into hardware stores. How many times have I got to tell you not to break into anything? Unless I say so.
It looks so easy.
It looks so easy. Now you're in trouble. Every time we got in trouble, every time it's been on account of you running off and doing something like that.
Oh, Pop.
If it hadn't been for you, we wouldn't have spent that time in the Missouri State Prison. And that 5 years in Iowa. You're not much better than a child.
Pop, I told you I was sorry.
Being sorry is not going to chase them 2 detectives away from the house there. They're waiting for you.
Uh-oh.
I tell you, it's lucky for you your father has a good mouth on him. I told them I'd go out and find you. Bring you to the police station.
Oh, no, Pop, you're not.
Well, I sure ought to.
Yeah, but you ain't, Pop.
It's just lucky, Will, that you're my flesh and blood. It's just lucky for you.
What are we going to do, Pop?
Now, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to do some traveling again. To a resort. To Spirit Lake.
Spirit Lake? Where's that?
It's up in Iowa near the Minnesota line. I saw an ad in the paper. The people that runs the cottages there need a couple of handymen.
Handymen? We're not going to work, Pop.
Just long enough to get a good look around the resort. Now, we'll leave tonight.
Spend all day chopping wood just so somebody can burn it up.
Bill?
Fine job we got.
Will?
What, Pop?
Put that X up, Will. Mrs. Miller says dinner's on the table.
It's about time. Where you been all day?
What's eating you, Will? A little work never hurt nobody.
It can't hurt you. You never do any.
Will you have some respect?
I thought you said we'd only be around here long enough to find out where they keep their money. I thought you
Don't
told
think so much. Now, come on inside.
You know, the first guests will be coming soon, Pop. When the cottages get rented up, it'll be tougher and tougher to do what we gotta do.
Now, you just leave all that to me. I'll tell you when.
We can handle the Millers, all right. They won't be no trouble.
Wipe your feet off.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Here, come in. It's on the table.
Thank you, Mrs. Miller.
We got lamb stew. It's getting cold.
Lamb stew sounds pretty good, don't it, Pop?
Yeah, it's awful good. Don't you think you ought to wash your hands, Will?
Oh, yeah, Pop. Excuse me. I'll be right back.
Sit down, Pop.
Thank you, Mrs. Miller.
Sometimes Will calls you Pop as if you were really his pop.
Well, I guess it's natural, him not having a father and us together so long. My, everything sure looks good.
Well, help yourself.
Ain't Mr. Miller going to eat with us?
Oh, Mr. Miller went to town. He went to arrange for the bus. First guests are coming tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Well, that's it's kind of early, ain't it? Nights are still pretty cold for vacationing.
Oh, we get lots of early guests. Oh, now take some more of that stew, Pop. That little bit isn't going to hold you till supper.
Well, I'm all washed up.
There, sit down, Will. Oh, and help yourself.
Thanks, Miss Miller. Oh, that lamb stew looks awful good.
It is good, Will. Will, the first guests are arriving tomorrow.
Oh, no kidding.
That's right. We're in for some real excitement.
Yeah, I guess we are.
Oh, that must be Mr. Miller calling from town. Excuse me, I'll get it. Help yourself to everything. Don't be bashful.
Say, this lamb stew is good, Pop.
Hang the lamb stew.
Well, it's good. Mrs. Miller's a good cook.
Guests coming early ruin everything.
Well, what can we do about it? They're coming.
I tell you what we can do. We can finish our business tonight.
Tonight?
That's what I said.
Yeah, but we don't know where Mr. Miller keeps all the money.
Well, we'll find it.
But how are we going to have time to find it with them around?
That's easy. We kill him.
Kill him?
Yeah.
Oh, now, Pop, that ain't good.
Now, you look here. Did I ever put you wrong yet, Will? The only times we've been in trouble is when you did something on your own. That's the only times.
Yeah, but do we have to kill him?
If we're going to find out what we want, yes.
When?
Tonight. After supper. In the parlor.
But, Pop...
Will, I made up my mind.
Okay, if you made up your mind.
You're right, Will. Mrs. Miller does make good lamb stew. Very good lamb stew.
So, Don, if the afternoon seemed like an eternity to Philip and William Heinze as they waited their moment, the events that night must have seemed to occur in a split second. But sometimes split seconds are remembered better than eternities by murderers and their pursuers.
Now, back to Gangbusters. You were telling us, Chief Hartman, that the criminals Philip and William Heinze, father and son, planned to murder and rob their employers, Mr. and Mrs. Miller, operators of a lakeside resort in northern Iowa.
That's right, Don. And that night after supper, the two criminals were in the kitchen, about to enter the parlor, where, as usual, they were invited by the Millers to spend the evening.
You do like I told you, and we'll come out all right.
Oh, but, Pop, do we have to kill them?
I told you we did. You just watch me for signal. Good evening, Mrs. Miller.
Oh,
Miller?
good evening. Good evening. Have a chair.
Thank you. We will.
How'd it go in town today, Mr. Miller?
Fine, Will, just fine.
Are you finished with the sports section, Miss Miller?
Yes, there it is on the couch.
Oh, thank you.
Big rainstorm in Chicago, it says.
Is that so, Mr. Miller?
Yes, it... Oh. Where'd you get that gun?
I'm going to use it to kill you, Mr. Miller.
What? No! Wait, you old fool!
Take care of her.
Oh, you maniac!
Take care of her, I said.
You crazy boy!
Quiet!
Hit her again. Yeah. Now, here. Shoot her.
Oh, no, Pop, you do it.
So I have to do everything? All your life I've been doing things for you. Now, here, you shoot her yourself. Go on. Shoot her.
Pop,
I said shoot her.
And she might still be lying out there, her unconscious and Mr. Miller's body, if the bus driver hadn't come by with the guests.
I think we've got a case, Sheriff.
Well, this is Cousin's furniture store here. Oh, before we go in, besides being the leading furniture merchant and undertaker, Mr. Cousins is also coroner of the county. He'll probably want to talk to us about holding the inquest.
I understand.
Well, let's go on in. Afternoon, John. Afternoon, Sheriff. Mr. John Cousins, this is Agent Ike Welburn of the Iowa Bureau of Investigation. He came out from Des Moines to help with the case.
Glad to have you. We got a mystery on our hands. Sit down here any place. It's all second-hand stuff.
Thanks. I hope I can help you solve that mystery.
Well, Corpus Delicti is back in the undertaking department. How's Mrs. Miller?
Well, the doctors give her a 50-50 chance, John. We got the slugs out of Mr. Miller's body. Looks like they came out of a .32.
Both of them. We'll send them down to the laboratory in Des Moines for a complete ballistics check. What about these two men, the suspects?
Well, the only time they were seen in town was the day they got off the train.
When was that?
10 days, 2 weeks ago. They asked Chet North, the station agent, for directions to the Miller's place. Chet phoned out, and Miller drove in for him.
I guess Mrs. Miller could give you more information about them than anyone else.
Well, apparently Mrs. Miller won't be able to give that information for a while.
If at all.
If they'd already been hired by the Millers, must have been some correspondence between them.
Well, my men certainly couldn't find anything. No payroll book, nothing.
Nothing at all.
You know, it's strange how the young one and the old one seem to travel together. Mr. Miller was talking about them at the feed store one day. He had an idea they were some kin, but he never asked.
Wasn't the nosy kind, as long as they did their work.
They did their work all right. Come on, Sheriff, let's walk over to the depot and talk to that station agent. I want to see if I can make certain of the exact day they got off the train.
All right. Just a minute. Yes? Who is it?
It's me, Angie. Will.
Will! Will, where have you been? Where'd you disappear to for 3 weeks?
Oh, Pop decided we should take a little trip.
And you go away without telling me.
Well, ain't you going to invite me in?
Come in, Will.
Much obliged, Angie.
Now, tell me, was that nice what you did to me?
No, Angie, it wasn't, Angie.
I don't know whether I even ought to ask you to stay.
Angie, I'm through listening to my pop.
Oh.
I'm going to start doing things on my own.
It's about time.
More than about time.
Will, just by coincidence, I made a chocolate cake today.
You did?
Would you like some?
Later. But right now, would you play one of those hymns for me?
A hymn?
Yeah, hymn.
Well, sure, Will. If you want.
Angie.
Yes?
Sometime in the near future, would you care to marry me?
Oh, Will, I don't know what to say.
Well, say what you said to the two before me. Say yes.
Yes, Will. Yes.
Which one of these phones would be best to put the call through on, Sheriff?
Yeah, you can tie this one up as long as you want, Welburn.
Thanks.
Yes, please.
Operator, I want to place a call to the Chief Auditor, Rock Island Railroad, Chicago, Illinois.
Yes, sir. I'll call you back.
Thanks.
It looks pretty hopeless to me, Welburn. The railroad takes up thousands of tickets every day.
I know they do, but each one of them is handled and audited individually. Now, if we can trace the ones these two men used for their passage to Spirit Lake, we might know where they came from. That's a big step in the investigation.
I grant you that, but suppose they changed trains at Des Moines or someplace. Then where are we?
If they bought their tickets through to Spirit Lake when they left home, it doesn't make any difference how many times they changed. The stamp of the originating office is on the back. If the railroad can locate those tickets, we've got a chance.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe you got something.
Sheriff, it's all we've got.
Where have you been, Will? You had me worried. The Quincy cops might still be looking for you on account of that hardware store.
Just over to see Angie.
But I thought I told you to stay away from her. She's been widowed twice and proposes to make you number 3.
I asked her to marry me, Pop.
You what?
Angie and I are going to get married.
You won't marry her as long as I'm alive.
I ain't listening to you no more, Pop. You got me in trouble all my life listening to you. Steal this, steal that.
Will.
Turn me loose, Pop.
You're my boy. You'll do what I say.
Turn me loose.
Will. Push your poor old father, who's been nothing but good to you all your life.
Oh, good to me? That's a laugh. Making me spend years and years in jail, making me steal and kill.
You wouldn't have known what to do if it weren't for me. You wouldn't have known nothing.
I wouldn't have killed nobody.
You didn't even do a good job at that. I told you to kill her. You messed it up. You never did anything right.
I can kill, Pop, if I want to. Angie and me are getting married, and if you step 1 foot in the way, I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you.
Agent Welburn.
Mr. Welborn, Detective Watson of the Quincy, Illinois Police Department is ready to talk now.
Well, good. Put him on.
Hello, Welburn.
Yes, Watson. How are you?
Okay. I've been thinking about our phone conversation last night.
Any ideas, Watson?
You say those two definitely bought their railroad tickets here in Quincy?
That's what the railroad says.
Well, I don't want to make any promises, Welburn. Maybe I know the men you're looking for. Father and his son.
That could be.
The name's Heinze. We've suspected them in a couple of burglaries around here. They disappeared about 3 weeks ago. But I could start checking around for them.
It's a good idea, Watson. You start checking and I'll start driving. And I'll see you there as quick as I can make it. I never heard such pretty music.
Pop.
Evening, Mr. Heinze.
You get your hat, Will. We're going.
How did you get in here?
I got a knack of getting places, Will. You know that. You get your hat.
Go on, Angie. Finish playing.
But Will, I...
Finish playing.
Will, Tell him to go home. I can't stand the sight of
You're
him.
coming with me, Will.
No more. You're not telling me what to do.
Will.
You stupid oaf.
Stay away from me, Pop.
Will.
Put that gun up.
Stay away, and you too, Angie.
Oh, Will.
Shut up, Angie. All these years I've been taking lessons from you, Pop, so right now I'm going to show you what I learned.
Well, you wouldn't shoot your own father now. Not after all we've been to each other.
You've never been anything to me. All my life I've been scared of you. Now I'm not scared no more.
Will, don't shoot
Get some
him.
sense, boy.
I'm
Get some
just
sense.
beginning to get some sense, boy. Sit down, Pop. I'm going to shoot you just like you shot Mr. Miller.
Will, my boy.
Sit down.
Will, don't do this, please.
Hey.
Police officers, don't move.
Yeah, well,
Don't move. I have a dozen guns on you.
Oh, Will.
You lady, open the door.
Don't do it, Angie.
Open the door.
All right.
One side. That's it. Just keep your hands up.
Hey, he's my son, officer. We were only joking.
I wasn't either joking.
If there's any humor in this situation, it's beyond me. And you won't think it's so funny either when you face the judge and the jury.
That done was how this strange pair of killers, father and son, were apprehended. They were returned to Iowa, where they were found guilty of murder in the first degree. On March 29, 1946, Philip and William Heinze paid the extreme penalty for their crime on the gallows at Fort Madison State Penitentiary.
Well, thank you, Chief Hartman, for this most unusual case history. And gangbusters, congratulations to all the police officers whose brilliant investigation brought this pair to justice. Now, as a special feature, Gangbusters presents an interview with the two young listeners who are responsible for the apprehension of the dangerous kidnapper, John Harvey Bugg, whom they recognized from the description given on a Gangbusters clue. Here they are from the studios of KEX, ABC's new 50,000-watt outlet in Portland, Oregon.
Hello, I'm Pauline Virgin, age 12. I'm a Girl Scout.
And I'm Navarre Smith, 14, Andy Boy Scout.
Well, Pauline and Navarre, you've had quite an exciting week. And now you're on Gangbusters. Why don't you just go ahead and tell all these millions of people just how it happened?
All right, Mr. Hunter. You see, we live in Gerhardt, Oregon. And everybody...
Gerhardt's about 80 miles from Portland. Isn't that right, Pauline?
Yes, sir. Well, you see, I took writing lessons from Cowboy Jim.
Mm-hmm.
And, Saturday night when I was listening to Gangbusters, I heard the description of him. And it said that he had the limp and the tape on his fingers.
Mm-hmm. What was the description that they gave in Gangbusters? Did they say he had his fingers taped?
Yes, he did.
Oh, I see. And then this Cowboy Jim had his fingers taped, too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you were pretty suspicious then, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
Well, what did you do about it?
Well, I told my cousin Navarre Smith.
Oh, I see. Navarre, how did you feel about this whole thing?
Well, I thought if the FBI wanted this kidnapper, that the best thing to do was to turn him in. I went over to Seaside and turned him in to the policeman there.
You turned the kidnapper in?
No, I asked them where I could get in touch with the FBI, but...
Oh, I see.
He asked me why, and I told him, and so he says that he would do it for us.
Mm-hmm. Well, did you talk to your mother about it, Pauline, at all?
Yes, I did, and she kind of laughed.
Oh, I see. Well, you didn't let that bother you at all, though, did you?
No.
Well, you say the policeman now was going to do what for you?
He was going to turn him into the FBI for us.
Well, I see, and he certainly did from all the activity we've seen around here in the last week. Agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation did some checking, and they found out that Cowboy Jim really was the kidnapper, John Harvey Bugg. And they found him hiding under the baby crib in a friend's house last Friday night. Tell me something, Pauline. What did your mother say after it was all over?
Well, she was kind of thrilled about it. She didn't think it could happen.
Well, she kind of admitted, too, that kids can be right sometimes, didn't she? Well, you and Navarre certainly were right, and observant, too. And now, on behalf of Gangbusters, I want to present each of you with a check for $100.
Oh, boy.
And we hope you'll continue to be observant young citizens.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you.
Now, this is Ben Hunter, transcribed from the studios of KEX, Portland, Oregon, switching you back to Gangbusters in New York.
Thank you, Pauline Virgin and Navarre Smith. And Gangbusters, congratulations to both of you. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by Ted Corday, with Bill Smith and Bill Zuckert in leading roles. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Thank you so much for watching and listening. I hope you enjoyed this extra long collection of crime mystery detective shows. If you did, I hope you give it a like and leave a comment. And if you haven't subscribed, please do and turn your notifications on so that you're alerted when new videos are uploaded, usually 2 or 3 times a week. I'm Greg. I'll see you on the next one.